Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharon Bracy in the wildest wake up morning show salute. Big dog, shout out to the Lure, PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Bah! Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Woo. How are we doing today? Y'all know how we like to start the show. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great productive energy. Shout out to I see. I did, hopefully. Shout out to my girl, Corinne Mackey. Good day to you, beautiful. How are you doing? I got you. Thank you, I say. And also, this is how you start the productive day. God damn it. Yeah.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Shadow the Titan Watch with the $2. It says, great start to week. It's a great start to the week. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you for all that you do. Yeah. Tell us, Samar, good day to you as well. Thank you for that great productive energy, man. This weekend been interesting. More video footage came out. More information came out. Man, oh man. So now we see clear as day that she was absolutely there for minutes at a time, stopping traffic. Oh, I still got the old thing from yesterday. As you see, I haven't been on my computer. Okay, my bad. As we've seen, as more information came out, damn, she was blocking a whole bunch of traffic. She was out there, and there's a whole bunch of other people was out there with her as well, blowing whistles, blowing horns, and just letting the whole neighborhood know that, hey, ICE is in your neighborhood. If you are illegal, they coming to find your ass, then run. And I said, hey, they had, so, you know, the ICE had a right to say, hey, what are you doing over here? Get out your car. You're obstructing our investigation. It's wild, man. It's wild. We need more compassion. We need more compassion. No, she should not have lost her life. Absolutely. Hey, Prism, good day. Oh, good day to you, beautiful. Thank you. You know, she shouldn't have lost her life. Also, she shouldn't be meddling in official business neither. You know, like, let those people do their goddamn job. And then when they don't do it correctly, let's catch them on the back end. That is the way how you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to be meddling in their work. You're supposed to get them on the back end, help the people out. If they're doing something wrong, hey, check them. They're supposed to get checked. But you ain't supposed to be driving up on them while they're doing their job. It's just, you're just not. We got to have compassion for the situation. We cannot use this as a political football, though. You feel what I'm saying? What up, fighter? We cannot keep acting as if we could disrupt the government situation and act as if they ain't doing the right things. No, we got to be able to have checks and balances. They do something wrong, they do it, and then we do the proper procedure to get them to do it on the right side. That's just what it is. Yes. Should she deserve? No. Was it justified? Yes. So it is some justification of what happened and why the officer reacted that way. But deservification, I don't know if that's a word or not. However, she didn't deserve any of those things. And we just got to be honest about what we're seeing and not add anything into it just because you do not like a certain political party or if you don't like a certain administration. No, be honest about what we've seen so we could move forward. And now with this whole, did y'all see the new? Oh man, did you see Donald Trump talking about Greenland? AC Ball 1 said, what? What up, Daron? T, what up, kid? What up? One of that's my peoples from back in the days. Good day, Tasty Ball 1. What the AC Ball 1 said? So let's thank Christy Noam. She said, look up the definition of domestic terrorists. ICE fall well under the definition. Whoa, that's some strong words, HT. ICE likely isn't even legal. Sheesh. That is a lot. What up, young? That's a lot. As of right now, they've been legal for a long time. As of right now, we have people that was on my panel that said, hey, ICE is the one that came and got them and put their ass in jail. Rightfully so, according to him. So, you know, he was doing the wrong things at one point. He's cleaning up his life now. Literally and figuratively. He's cleaning up the streets, getting the garbage off the street. Shout out to Deron and the cucumber slices. The only thing changed was the hair. I still got my slices. I don't know if y'all want me to play a video, but I could go find the video on Twitter. Donald Trump talking about Greenland. What is y'all thoughts? How do you feel about Donald Trump saying we have to take over Greenland? Does he make a good point? Because for what I'm seeing, Donald Trump is saying that Russia and China is attempting to take over Greenland. And he said, with that being the case, he and America cannot allow Russia and China to be in our backyard. Put ones in the chat. You want me to play the video. Put twos in the chat if you don't need it because you've seen it already. And what is your thoughts? Should we be taking over Greenland to make sure Russia and China do not move themselves into Greenland? Put a 1 in the chat. Oh, Shadow said, I want to see it. Ross said, I want to see it. What up, Bubba? All right, let me go find this video of Donald Trump talking about Greenland. Should we be over there? Should we be minding our business, or should we be protecting ourselves by not allowing our adversaries to be right up in our goddamn business? Be our goddamn neighbors. Let me see. All right. So Doug says only 57,000 people there. It's not about actually the number of people that's there. It's more about positioning. It's more about access to us, because Greenland is right there above Canada. So I got Alaska, Canada, Greenland. It's positioned, you know. Let me see if I can find it on X. We're going to go look it up. So y'all don't need y'all to take my word for it. Let's see if we can find a video so y'all can hear what the man said himself. Is this the proper video? Okay, I found one. Let me see how we're gonna do this. I found one. Which war you talking about is gonna happen? I don't think there's no war coming up because we got to make sure we put ourselves in positions where we don't get attacked. And you know, I think he is possibly doing a good job of that at this moment. All right, so I found this video here. This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna start from here. I want to see what y'all thought. Let's see. We're gonna watch it together. We are going to watch it together. God damn it! Hold on. This man is. I mean, this man is so wild and so bold because he really does not talk like a politician at all. And I'm not. And at this moment, I'm not sure what to think about the man. I'm really not sure what to think about the man, Uda. Yeah, I got you, Uda. I'm not sure what to think about this man. He do not address anything in a political commentary. He is not playing chess at all with these people. He is playing checkers. He said, look, tick, tap, 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 boom. He don't got no strategy to like communicate. No. He said, hey, you know what? I'm going to let him say what he's going to say. Let's see what he say at this point. Sheesh.
We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
Man, that is some bold-ish to say. Because usually politicians, they don't speak like this. They don't communicate like this. They would say, hey, our other adversaries is taking interest in land that's very close and we have to watch and we gotta. They would say everything else but say, hey, no, we are going to take it whether you like it or not. They are not usually saying things like that. That is a wild statement to say. He barely knows checkers. He barely knows checkers. Lord, he definitely ain't playing no chess. That's for sure. He just straight up saying like, hey, look, I'm gonna knock down all of your pieces. It is what it is. This is what I feel like y'all are doing to me and my country, and I'm not gonna allow y'all to have it. And I ain't playing no politics with your ass. He ain't playing around. He just said, hey, listen, I know what you're doing. You could try to act at it. You could try to, you don't have to say literal. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not allowing it. That's what he's pretty much saying. And I'm not sure if it's a good or bad thing. However, what I do respect that is he's making a position. So I cannot knock the fact that he's making a position, and he's making a position that seems as if he is trying to posture America in the best of light. Good day to you, Otis.
Okay.
Damn, screaming at him.
I would like to make a deal, you know, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Wow. Wow. He said, I would love to make a deal. Is this the kind of politics that we really want? Do we really need people to start being just straight up bold and just say what it is? This is what we are going to do. I ain't playing. I ain't not sugarcoating shit. I'm not being political correct. We either going to do this the easy way or y'all going to have to take the stairs. Which one you want to do? You want to take the elevator or you want to take the stairs? Which one do y'all want to take? You want to take the elevator Oh, you want to take the stairs. I don't know if y'all saying, I'm going to get you, sucker, you dirty mother. Don't say that. I don't know if you ever seen the movie, but you don't want to take the stairs. Hey, I don't even know. So the real thing is what people, I think that is against him, just naturally against him, right? They don't really care about what he's saying, if he's saying something correct or not. What they're going to say is, how do we know that Russia and China is going to take over Greenland? How can we trust you, Donald Trump, to say that we should take over Greenland because our adversaries is going to take it over? What proof do you have? Shout out to Shadow, the Time Wiles. Yes, Fleece Johnson. He is on some Fleece Johnson shit. Good day to you. Conversation with MJ. Good day to you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do. Man. He absolutely did it. This is Fleece Johnson Trump. He said, listen, we both going to be in this cell, and I'm going to take what I want. So we can do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. Yo, Donald Trump, Fleece Johnson is crazy work. Shadow the Titan. Wow, that was wild for you to compare this man to Fleece Johnson. But let's keep going. Sheesh.
And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and you know, they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but you know, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
Holy shit. What did you say, sir? I'm glad we're breaking this down together. I'm glad we are going through this together. Because the man said, just because you landed a boat there doesn't mean you have what? Hold on, we got to rewind that. We have to rewind that. What?
I have to tell you, and you know, they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but you know, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
That is a wild statement. What do you mean? So 500 years ago, they landed there. That doesn't mean that they own it. They don't get a finder's fee. What do you mean? Isn't that what happened? So does that mean America owns this land? Like, what do you mean? And this is where he gets a little too wild, Otis. Right. Wow, that is crazy. You own it until you don't. That is a wild thing to say. So Jack, up to one. He says Tariq destroyed the FBA when he started defending the white supremacist Trump. I don't know if defending him or just agreeing with something that he's doing correct. I don't know if that's defending. Sometimes, hey, somebody cannot be wrong all the time. And we just got to start being honest about that shit. We just going to have to be. Some things, hey, we don't have to like this man as a person, but he got to be able to do something right and something wrong. And that's the problem that I have with this whole gangbanging. As shout out to the Chicago Rep, as the Republicans and Democrats, we got to stop acting as if this man can't do nothing wrong or nothing right. Just because he's not jacking your side of the It must be. I talk with my hands. I'm sorry. But man, that is some wild shit to say. He said, hey, just because you had it for 500 years doesn't mean it's yours. It's some wild shit to say. Especially right after you said, you know, I like, this is why you know when somebody, yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day. Thank you, H.T. Baldwin. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, H.T. Baldwin. A broken clock is right twice a day. That's all. And that's why it's going to get important when we move on into this FBA conversation. We are going to get there too, but I want to finish talking about this whole Greenland situation in Venezuela before we move on to the main topic for today about Tariq Nasheed, FBA, Tucker Carlson, and how everybody keep acting as if the internet talk is just the internet. Nah, this stuff ain't just the internet. This thing have real life consequences. It's moving in a certain direction. You're either going to get with the understanding and be a part of something, or you're going to get left behind, because just because you landed there 500 years ago doesn't mean you own it today, according to Donald Trump. God damn, that was crazy. That was crazy. And you know, that's how you know sometimes it's a setup when somebody give you some praise. Hey, they've been very good to me.
Too, I have to tell you, and you know, they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but you know, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also, but we need that, because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger, there are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't.
Yeah, I was spitting bars just now too. I was spitting bars. It's whatever. Shout out to Tiny Wise with the $5. Now Greenland. I like you. I want you. You could do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours, Trump. I like you. Oh, damn, that is crazy. Shout out to Tiny. Shout out to Tiny Wise.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Yes. I've said some bars on that joint too. God damn it. But put some ones in the chat if you actually agree with Donald Trump, or put twos in the chat if you disagree. Do you agree that if Russia has destroyers, submarines, Russia and China has destroyers, submarines in the waters, that we should be taking over because we cannot allow them to be just playing around in our backyard? Which one is it? The real president says 2. AC Ball 1, 2. Damn. College football, you know, he says 1. I don't know. We could trust college football. So we got 2s, not a bunch of 1s. Interesting. Damn, Tippy says 2. I don't see no 1s. Where's all the support? I guess. So we got 4 2s and 2 1s. Oh, this who? He said, all right, I'm gonna participate. All right, the ones that's trying to catch up. So it's 3 to 4. Interesting. It's so interesting how the ideologies is so close in line that they just, hey. Bubba Homeschool always want to throw a little goddamn curveball in there. Talking about 1.5. If you don't get your 0.5 ass, 1 or 2, you gotta be just like you, the one that support Donald Trump the most. Be just like him and be direct. It's either 1 or 2, no halves. Me personally, if he has He probably does have some kind of knowledge of them having destroyed, as long as he's not lying. I think that's the real issue that majority of people that are against him have. They don't believe they don't believe him. They think that he's lying about everything. One thing I don't know if, well, he does. He has said a lot of misinformation before. He's absolutely said a lot of misinformation. Bomb Chevy says 2. I don't believe him. So y'all don't believe that those Russian destroyers and submarines is out there in Greenland? Damn. So I think that's really the main issue. Shout out to Taiwan says 1. You know, like instead of mustard, 1. Turn his TV off. That's what he's saying about Russia and China. Bomb said he's a liar. And so I think that's what makes it very interesting, because most people just do not want to believe him on anything that he is saying. Seymour Stacks, you are the, I know you are, but what am I? I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm the most masculine man that you spoke to today. I'm sorry, sir. If you start naming the masculine traits of a man, I'm pretty sure I have more of those things than you, sir. I am sorry, Seymour Stacks. I guarantee if I drop the link, you won't come up and have a conversation with me, because you ain't masculine enough to have a conversation with me, sir. I guarantee if I drop the link, you would not hit the link and have a conversation with me. I guarantee that. I don't know why you talking about yourself like that, bro. Go ahead. I dare you to start naming masculine traits, and we'll see who have more, me or you. It's just that simple. Go ahead. Now he quiet with your punk ass. Now he quiet with his punk ass. I hit the link. You're a goddamn lie. I'll drop it now. I'll drop it right now. Let's see. You right. Let's see. Let's see if you. Let me see. We'll do it right now. I still gotta have my FBA talk. I just want to warm us up with this whole Greenland stuff. Let's see. This link is for Seymour Stacks. Let's see. It's supposed to be a grown man. Let's see. The link is dropped. Let me drop it one more time to make sure he got it. Let me drop it one more time to make sure he got it. There we go, sir. The link is dropped. You hit the link. Or forever hold your feminine peace. And it's okay. In today's day and age, it's okay for you men to be feminine. It's okay. Good day, Jay Villa. Like, you can find women that are willing to accept you in your feminine ways. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see. I said cam up. Somebody did hit the back, but let's see if he actually came up and have a conversation. Let's see this masculine man that doesn't have his real name. Let's see. Already don't want to cam up, right? Already we see he doesn't want to cam up. But we'll see how this goes. Let's see. Hello, how you doing? Good day, CM. How you doing?
What's going on? Good morning.
I'm doing well, thank you. So what is it that you want to talk about, sir?
I just feel like anybody that's political is not real. They're they're agenda based. Like they don't go into detail. It's kind of like an easy cash grab. Because if they were really telling the truth, they would tell you politics are two birds of the same wing. Like, what is Trump gonna do? Like, it's all political theater. It's all psyops. Like, so that's why I said you're feminine from JP show. Because like I see how you're acting right now. Like, you see what I'm saying? How like you're trying to compare. Like, if you call me feminine, I'm not gonna care because I'm a man. I know I'm not feminine, but see how you're trying to prove it. And I got a cam up. I'll cam up in a second, but kind of in bed. But I'm just saying, like, if you didn't have like feminine takes, you wouldn't have that look on your face. Your tone of voice is not just. You wouldn't be trying to prove to me and your people that you weren't feminine or that you knew anything.
Okay, so now,
like I said, politics.
So
is
now,
political
all right. So
theater.
you saying that I'm feminine? What are some characteristics of being masculine? Go ahead, name them.
Being stoic, not leading people to destruction, not worshiping another man like he's gonna change your life. Yeah, pretty much that. Like,
okay, so there's three things.
Tone of voice.
So okay, so you got three things. Stoicism is one of them.
Yeah,
correct. Okay, so now what about me is not stoic?
Just the way you react to things.
Right. So what is stoicism to you?
Stoicism is like, let's say a man who likes to argue with women that doesn't realize it, versus knowing how to handle that woman with the right correction. Like,
okay, perfect.
Knowing how to lead with your energy and your charisma.
Perfect.
Like,
so do you see me arguing with women?
I've seen you on JP's panel not have proper discussions and get straight to getting.
Okay, but I need you to answer my question. Do you see me arguing with women?
That was just an example.
I know, and I'm trying to understand your example. So this is the example you gave. So do you see me arguing with women?
No, but I'm saying I've seen you.
Okay,
the way you handle.
I already defeated. So okay, so I already defeated that part of it. Do you want to give a different example of stoicism that you can show that I displayed femininity of? Because clearly, so that must means I'm moving in some kind of stoic masculinity if I don't argue with women according to your worldview. So let's go to the next version of stoicism that I am not showing. Go ahead, CM.
Well, it's not just stoicism. It's like I said too. It's the politic thing, like how you work. I can't.
Okay, so you want to move. So hold on. So you want to move past the stoicism part?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so I proved that I'm not. I do show some stoicism because I do not argue with women according to your worldview at this moment. Just one reference of it at least.
I guess you could look at it that way, but
okay, that's fine. So let's move on to the second one. So the second one is what?
The second one is leading people to destruction, worshiping politics.
Okay,
like
perfect.
Trump. Trump is going to change your life.
So you believe? So you believe communicating about politics is leading people to destruction?
What has politics done for, especially my community, not the black community, not FBA, the indigenous community? That what politics and religion has done nothing for our community, which is a matriarchy. An involuntary matriarchy.
Well, what community you a part of that you want me to speak on?
I am indigenous American.
Meaning what? What does that mean?
I am not reclassified. I am not a politician. I'm not religious. I'm not black. I'm not African. I'm indigenous. I'm not Indian either. I'm indigenous. This is my land.
Okay, so you're not a Native American?
No, I'm indigenous American.
Okay. And so you want me to, so I do not know how to answer what they have done for your land. That was something that you would have to figure out. What is it that you need from this land to be done for you?
Well, I mean, that's not how this land works, because there's two USAs, is there not?
No.
Yes, there is. There's a corporation and a republic. The corporation is about all the contracts. Like, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm. So what is it that you will? What is it that you will want from this? The corporation to do for you and your people?
we'll stop getting us into faulty contracts because black is a social construct. We've only been going by black since the 1960s.
So you want a different type of contract?
Well, I feel like the contracts will become obsolete, and it's just like we're talking in circles. And like, look at Trump. Just look at him. Like, is that a man you want to trust with your well-being? No. Is that a man you want to believe is going to help us, no matter what he portrays on TV or what pandering he does, because he's a Luciferian white hat?
Okay, so if you was talking for your people and your people got behind you, would you be considered pandering?
What do you mean? What do you mean? If I was
So
talking
you're
for my
speaking
people,
for your
that's not pandering
if you are speaking for your indigenous people that is from here and you want to change contracts, would that be you pandering to your people?
Let me show you how you move the goalposts.
It's okay. It's
Am I
okay.
speaking for white
I want to
people?
have no.
No.
The reason why I asked you that is a very specific question because I just want to understand your logic so we can move forward the conversation. So I can understand how the conversation is going to go. It's not trying to pin you down, but it's just to understand the logic so we can have a clear conversation.
Respect. I appreciate you having a conversation. But as far as with Trump, like, is he indigenous to America?
Is he? No.
So why is he speaking for my people? Why is he that? So your analogy.
Okay, so let me answer that question before you move forward because the citizens of the United States voted him in.
You said because they voted him in, did
Correct.
they, or is it two birds of the same wing?
Right. That could be a true statement that is two birds of the same wing. Regardless, that bird voted him in.
Okay, just because that he's in there, what has like I said before, what has politics really done for our people to where we're even talking about it? Like it's going to change anything that, you know what I'm saying, that it hasn't done already.
Also, the things that he could be possibly changing, he could be changing things for better or for worse, depending on how he execute his ideas. And so some people already have suffered worse, like losing a job. 300,000 jobs have been lost by a certain demographic of people. Also, he's also have possibly could move it in a right direction by taking control over Venezuela and possibly Greenland because he thinks it's a military strategy. Now, whether that turns out to be a good or bad thing, we'll have to wait and see it out. However, he is making decisions on his idea of where America should be going. Now, whether that's going to be a good decision or a bad one, that is yet to be remained to find out. So those are two different things. So now, if you were, now I answered your question, so maybe now you answer mine. If you was doing what you're doing, is this not politics right now? If you was to be out on a platform talking about how things need to change and how we need better contracts, would that be politics?
No, because politics, have they not, when they did 9/11, that was them doing treason on our country and right in front of our face. So this country, both parties have committed treason in the worst way, and we're just sitting here taking it.
Right, but that's
that's
fair that you're saying that. However, would that be politics if we do it your way? Your way is saying that we need to change contracts. I'm correct with that statement, right?
Yes, but we need to get out of it.
If you had a bigger platform, more people heard you, you had more people behind you, and you was able to change contracts, would that be politics?
Would it be another political contract?
Right. If you change the way how contracts is made up in this country, would that be politics?
No, I don't think it can, because what has politics done the past 250 years?
It changed society. That's what it has done. It helped people and it hurt people.
How does it help people when these I didn't mean to interrupt you, when these immigrants have came in here and completely destroyed the 13th and 14th Amendment and put our people on the bottom?
So again, Donald Trump is trying to go against the immigration. He's trying to slow down immigration in his eyes. Whether if he's doing it correct or not, that's a whole different thing. But he is attempting to do something about it, right, wrong, or indifferent. So again, he is moving towards helping somebody, whether if it's your side of the coin or not is up to debate. However, he is attempting to save or help somebody, whether it's just his 10 friends or if it's a whole nation. So again, it sounds like you are about politics. You're just not happy that the politics is not going in your favor at the moment.
That when are they ever going in your favor?
Right. So so now what is it that what is it that you should be doing to get politics to be moving in your favor? What is it that you can do about that?
Leave the corporation.
Okay, so have you
Stop
left
signing the
so are
contracts.
you living in America?
Yeah, I live in America.
So how did you leave the corporation?
I've always been financially literate. I like to say, and have proper business etiquette. But I feel like and have proper business etiquette. And I feel like that's a rare trait.
Hold on. I got some noise in my background. You said proper business what?
Etiquette.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
And having financial literacy, but it's not that you have to leave the corporation, which is a contract. You ever heard of the Book of Demonology?
So are you saying? So are you? Let me make sure I'm understanding. Are you a sovereign citizen?
That's not sovereign. You can't be a sovereign citizen. But have you heard of the Book of Demonology?
No. What is that?
It's like I thought it was about demons at first, but it's really about contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about not getting into faulty contracts, and that's what this corporation is about. Are you familiar with the Black Law Dictionary?
Nope.
Well, black really means pale in the Black Law Dictionary.
Right. I understand. I understand that. So that means you more closer to like calling yourself a Moor or a Moorish type of person.
Well, before it was Moors, they were Moors. M-U-R-R-S. The Moors were like the trader Moors. Mm-hmm. They're the ones who colonized.
Right. So okay. So you more into the etymology of words and all those things. That is awesome that you have that. So the thing is, do you use U.S. currency?
Yeah.
Isn't that being part of the corporation?
Yeah, but once you know the contract,
what about do you use a bank system?
No, I started using my bank.
Okay, so you don't have no bank, so your money's just in.
I still have my bank account. I just don't use it. I can show you.
That's okay. I just want to understand so if you use the currency, that is still being part of the corporation. If you're using the currency,
technically not especially when you know that like the contracts they try to get you in.
Okay. Do you own a house or land?
Yeah, I own a house. Yeah.
So did you sign a contract to get these things?
It was given to me.
And did you sign them? So you did agree to this contract that was given to you?
No, it was given to me.
All right. So the contract that was given to you, did you sign it?
No, I didn't sign it.
So do you have ownership by contract of these places?
Hold on, wait, I can't see myself. Do you got me on camera?
Yes, I could see you, but all I see is some walls that you're showing.
It's a nice house. I'm sorry, I'm in bed, but yeah, it's a nice house.
Okay. And what part of the world?
I live in Texas.
Okay. So, all right. So you do have a contract on your. So this is why these things, when you say these things about immigrants and contracts and all these papers that it was given to you, but you accept the things that you want to accept, and this is the problem with these conversations. Sometimes people want to be against politics, but in reality, they're 100% for all the politics as long as it's benefiting them. And so we cannot get mad at Donald Trump from pushing out politics that benefit him and whoever is on his side. And just because you are not on the receiving side, you are on the negative side, because somebody's going to, no matter what we do in this country, somebody's going to be affected in a negative way. No matter what we do, we cannot please 100% of 330 million citizens. It's just not going to happen.
You're going straight political.
So the situation with Donald Trump at this point is that the things that I disagree with him about, I'm going to voice my opinion on that. The things that I agree with him about, I'm going to voice my opinion about. The things that I'm in the middle and I don't really understand if it's going to work, I'm going to voice my opinion on that. So the tariff situation, I'm 100% against what he was doing with it because I did not understand why he was doing it. I don't understand the math of what he was doing. This is why H.C. Baldwin said that he's playing checkers. It don't look like he even understands the rules to that game. I think he made us lose a lot of money on one side of the coin, but it seems like as if also he made some people win a lot of money on this tariff game. So maybe I was just a part of the side that was losing in this tariff game that he was playing. So that's why it affected me the way how it did, right? So and that's why I had a negative outlook on the tariff. But maybe 5 years down the line, me and AC Bond was like, you know what? I'm glad that he did it. We don't know yet. However, we cannot act as if the things that he is doing is better for America at this very moment with Venezuela. We do not want somebody else taking control over land that could affect us as American citizens.
That's happened already whenever the immigrants came and violated the 13th and 14th Amendment. Are you familiar with the 1965 Immigration Act?
And what about it that you don't like?
Can you read it for your audience?
If you got the information,
because you're saying Trump's making money for one side, he might not be making money for the other side. Like, you're saying you don't like what Trump has done. If Trump was really serious about helping our community, because we're the same race, from helping our community, then he would have came in and told the truth and not been such a politician about it, even though certain whites try to claim he's not a politician when he clearly is. And he's a ooh, or whatever I don't want to say it, I don't know your channel limits. He's a ooh. So what are the oohs going to do? They're going to help other oohs. They're not going to help you. All presidents are.
And I would agree with you on that statement. That's why we got to get better in politics and controlling our voting block and our best interests, because that's how this country is run. At the meantime, we are not going to be able to form any other situation. We ain't taking over the country by force. So therefore, we got to get. When in Rome, Black said it earlier, when in Rome, you got to do as Romans do. So therefore, we got to be a part of the politic bag and build a stronger demographic where we can get the things that is going to help us personally and help our people personally, and stop worrying about what somebody else is doing, because that's not man-like. Man-like is saying, I see the problem, I came up with the solution to the problem, and then now I'm going to implement my solution to the problem by any means necessary. That's what we are supposed to be doing as a community. See the problem, get a solution, and then implement the solution and get people behind us so we can get things better for our community, whatever that community is.
Well, I would respect what you're saying. If politics has been,
do you agree with that position?
I would agree with what you're saying if politics had done something positive for our community other than women. And I don't think it's done anything positive for them, because all it's done for them is get the man out the house. So what I'm saying is,
hold on, let's break that part down real quick. Do you have a woman in your house? Because I see you have a woman in your picture.
No, I'm single right now, but
you single, but so who is this woman in your picture?
It's somebody I know. Why? What's up?
Is an ex of yours?
Yeah, why?
Right, because I'm trying to understand why you still promoting this woman that is no longer in your household, that she doesn't care about you. Why you care so much about this woman?
Who said I care about her? Who said I care about any woman? Now you make it like this is not the discussion.
The reason why, because you got her as a representation of you.
Okay, yeah, it's a good picture.
Right, so therefore that's not manly.
How's that not manly? Because I have a picture of a woman.
Because she is not because she doesn't represent you.
That's my baby mama.
Regardless, she is not a representation of you.
I'm a bachelor. I like being a bachelor. There's levels to being a bachelor. Some people are good bachelors. Some people are not as successful.
But let's get back to this idea that you are pushing out this woman because you think that makes you look a certain way. That's the reason why you have this white woman as a representation. You have this woman that is less melanated than you as a representation of who you are and what your character is, but it's not really what your character is at all. You had a child with her, but
tell me what my character is off my profile picture on YouTube.
Yes, I'm talking about your profile picture, correct.
How is that determine my character when I'm sitting up here telling you like real damn esoteric knowledge, like for your political propaganda?
You are not telling, you haven't told me no esoteric knowledge as
damn near, because I'm telling you to leave that man-made politician crap alone. It's not going to save you.
You also saying that those man-made politics is the reason why your woman is not in your house.
I never said that one time.
That's you just said that this is the reason why women are leaving the house.
That's the reason why the black woman got their man out the house, because of politics.
Okay, so that's all right. So let's go down. You're saying the politics is the reason why they got black women out of the house, correct?
Not my woman. I don't have a woman in my house because I don't want a woman in my house all the time.
Right. So again, you said that politics? So okay, so. First of all, your woman is not black, so you cannot say that it's only for black women, right? It's for the type of woman that you like as well, correct? Because she's not.
What?
Huh?
What did you just say?
I said these politics is not just getting black women out the house because your woman is
I
not
said
black
black
and she is
man out
not
the
in
house.
your
I said
house
politics got black women getting their black man out the house. What does this have to do with my ex-girl, my baby mama? What does that have to do with that?
because she's not in your house. So
Okay,
therefore,
she
it's not just
doesn't live
affecting.
here.
So therefore, it's not
I
just.
live alone. When she comes here, she stays for a couple of days and leaves. I don't want a woman living with me. I'm 36 years old. I learned my lesson from living with women. You don't want to live with a woman all the time. Like, that's feminine.
You saying living with a woman is feminine?
Yes.
Wow. How is living with a woman, Savage? You are feminine because you live with a woman, Savage. Why is living with a woman feminine?
Because I'm not going to say living with the woman, but like not knowing it. Most men don't know how to be balanced. So when they live with the woman, they end up taking her characteristics. They end up being up under her all the time to the point where women need that oomph under her all the time. Like they need a man to kind of, you know what I'm saying, be that Rolling Stone. You know what I'm saying? To keep their suspense going because they're more emotionally based creature. You got to kind of motivate them with kind of like the illusion of being what's that word called, elusive.
So you saying that your baby mother that don't live with you is she?
I have two baby mamas. By the way.
So you are still in a sexual relationship with this woman?
Yeah, when we see each other, yeah, sometimes.
And when she's not with you, or she's having sexual relationship with other men?
I don't care.
You don't
that
care.
Man ain't me.
Okay, I that's fine. So you think a man that is with a woman that she is possibly have a dick in her mouth and she comes over to your house and you put a kiss on her face, you think that is masculine?
What I'm gonna do? Cry about it?
I didn't ask you if you should cry about it. I just want to know if you believe that. I just want to understand, do you believe that is masculine?
I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh my God, I'm not gonna kiss her or touch her. She might have had sex with another man.
Right. And I'm asking you, so you believe that is masculine?
I mean, is it not? Like, I'm gonna sit there. Let me get in my emotions like a female.
Do you believe not answering a question is masculine?
Nobody not answering the question is masculine?
You are not answering my question.
I answer every question.
All right, so answer the question. Do you think that a woman that had a dick in her mouth, another dick in her mouth, and she come and kiss you on the mouth and you love it, you believe that is masculine?
Do I know or do I not know?
You know for a fact.
How do I know for a fact if she's
because according to your worldview, a woman is going to be out there doing what she want to do. And
I never said that. I said I can't care. You can't care. You can't get emotional like the woman.
Okay, I understand that. So if you're not going to get emotional, all right.
That's
so we are going to be stoic about this, right? And we're going to be rational about this. Do you believe that your baby mother she only has your dick in her mouth, or does she have another one in her mouth?
What does this have to do with like?
This has to do with being stoic and rational and answering questions.
I already told you I'm not going to care.
I didn't ask you if you cared or not. I asked you do you believe that this free woman possibly have another dick in her mouth?
That's why they've been saying since the beginning of time, what I don't know won't hurt me. And if I do know,
and you believe that is masculine, I'm going to act like, and I'm going to ignore the fact that she had another dick in my mouth and then came and kissed me. So therefore, you believe that is masculine. And hey, listen,
I don't have these type of problems.
What I gotta say to you is this: to each his own. You like the taste of
said.
Another man in your mouth? That is up to you. You like to have it recycled. I get it. You want to be inside your woman after she been outside the house. Fine, that is up to you. If you believe that is masculinity, fine, that is up to you. In my book, I don't think majority men believe that they woman going outside the door, putting all types of things inside their body, and then coming back to you and giving it to you, recycled down, is not masculine. Most men would not consider that masculine. Most men would not consider you not able to answer a very easy question is masculine. Again, men like you put the mirror up, you talking about yourself, and it is okay. If you need some help, I can help you. I can help you get out this feminine mindset, because when a man is too much into his feminine, it is not good. You need to get a little bit more balance. Maybe you need to do a 15-minute walk that way and a 15-minute walk this way, and get that estrogen up out your body, because maybe you'll start thinking more manly.
That's what you're literally projecting. Like, you're telling me every time my woman leaves, I got to worry about her having 10 dicks in her mouth.
No, I'm
And
not
that's
saying
enough.
that when she leaves the house. I'm saying that the woman that you are laying down with, she doesn't live with you. She has no connection to you besides a child. So therefore, when she's not in your presence for 3-4 days, a month, whatever, she's doing her thing. And then when she comes back to you for whatever she needs, whether it's $1, whether it's dick, or if it's time, whatever she's coming back to you for those 3 days, you also sharing that woman with another man. It is what it is.
Who said that? I said I'm just not going to live with the woman full time. I said maybe
Fine.
4 or 5 days out the week, and I know how to shake the spot. All right, like, you know what I'm saying? That's the best way to keep it going, is knowing how to be balanced. So what are you talking about?
And you do that with the other baby mother as well?
I have an 18-year-old and 2-year-old.
And do you do that with the other baby mother as well?
I do that with all my women. I shuffle them. Like,
okay, so you are shuffling these women, and you think those women ain't shuffling you.
who cares? We live in.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Most of the time, masculine men care.
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
A masculine man is going to say, hey, woman, you with me? Then you with me.
Do you have
That's
kids?
what a masculine man would say about his woman, because a masculine man takes possession, right? We all possess.
Do you have kids?
It is what it is, right?
Do you have kids?
That's my woman. That's my wife. That's my this. That's why we put the my in front of it. You are saying, hey, she goes and comes as it please. Dick's in and out her mouth. I don't care. I'm still putting my
Who
tongue in
says
it.
just because she goes
Hey, that's
for
up
2-3
to
days
you.
out the week?
Hey, that's what I'm saying to you. That is up to you, and that is fine. But what I'm trying to get you to understand, majority of masculine men do not say it is okay for anybody to be willy-nilly with my things.
Who
You
said
would
that?
not
I said
just
it was
allow
okay.
anybody
I said I'm just
into
not going to care.
what I'm trying to get you to
I'm not
understand.
going to live my life.
What I'm
my
trying to
girl's
get
getting
you
10
to
dicks in her mouth.
understand. Don't start over talking me now. What I'm trying to get you to understand, most men are not just allowing anybody into their house. And then when you allow somebody into your house, you don't allow them with shoes into your house. You allow people to have their shoes on in your house. It is what it is.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
How many kids you got?
I got 5 kids and 2 grandkids.
Okay, so I don't. Are you with the baby mama?
I'm married, sir.
So you're currently married. How long you been married?
Almost 2 decades.
So your marriage is not. You don't have fights. You're just perfect. You're a Disney movie.
Say what?
You never had one fight in your marriage. I never had no disagreement one time.
I never had a fight with my wife. No, we had disagreements.
You were a damn lie.
Yeah, I never had a fight with my wife. I had disagreements, yes.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing, because because I'm a masculine man, so I don't argue with my woman. It's no need to argue.
A fight doesn't have to be an argument necessarily. Or
that's literally in the definition of argument.
A fight could just be a power struggle. That's all.
So this is why I'm trying to tell you that we have disagreements. We do not have arguments. We do not have arguments. We do not have fights. I tell her my point of view. She tell me her point of view, and then we get down to the solution of what the situation is.
Okay, that's still the difference in
No, it's a big difference from my ideology and your feminine ideology.
You're the one being feminine, because I believe you have a whole YouTube persona.
Right, because you can't.
Do you have proof of these 5 kids?
Say what?
Do you have proof of these 5 kids? Because I don't think you have one.
Baby, can you say something?
Huh?
Can you say something? Am I your father?
Yeah.
How old are you?
11.
Do you have other siblings?
Yeah.
Do you have do I have grandchildren?
Yeah.
Okay, put your headphones back on. And also I'm homeschooling my kids.
But I can tell you're a girl dad.
Okay, so the goalpost is just going to keep on moving and moving.
I'm just saying you're
no. So I have a son as well. No, I have both.
I'm saying that is I come from a family that my dad's a girl dad. I'm the only boy,
and that makes sense why you act like a. That makes sense why you are a man that act like a female.
How do I act like a female?
By the way how you're displaying yourself right now.
How am I displaying myself? Because I have a difference of dating opinion of not caring about what a woman
No,
does.
because
giving
you
her
cannot.
freedom
No, the reason why
and
you
being
act like
stoked about. I'm not worried about her.
the reason why
getting
it is
10 dicks in her
dangerous
mouth
for
every
a
time I see her.
male to act as a female, because that shows that you are unbalanced male. It doesn't show that there's anything wrong with females, but it shows there's something wrong with you as a male because you are
Because
not
I'm
a
not worried
balanced.
about my girl
Right,
getting 10
because you
dicks
are
in her mouth every time I don't
interjecting,
see
right?
her.
You are jumping in because you feel a certain way. You want to cry. And you think
No, I
that
don't.
that's why, yes, that's why you keep on interjecting while I'm talking, because you cannot handle the truth at the moment. And I'm sorry. So I'm a masculine man. Maybe you're not adjusted to communicating with a masculine man. I do not allow excuses for people. You are used to
For what?
somebody giving you excuses
Excuses for what?
for your life and your choices of you
I have
being
made
and
great
acting
choices.
as if you are something that you're not. It's okay. You need to
Just
be
because I'm
honest.
not worried about my
The
girl
first
getting
thing
10
you
dicks.
need to do is just be honest with yourself. See, I can answer direct questions. You cannot.
I've answered every question directly.
You have not.
Yes, I have.
And this is the part of being delusional is another problem when you being
So,
over
can I
feminine as
talk?
a male.
Can I talk?
Because if you was balanced, you'll be able to hear me and I'll be able to hear you. We could talk with each other, have a communication, but you need to learn something, but you don't know how to just come and ask me that, hey, can you teach me how to be a better man? Because my dad failed me. That's what
There's
you need
nothing
to
you
come
can
and tell
teach
me.
me.
You need
I
to
can
say,
teach
hey,
you.
my dad was a goddamn girl
Maybe
dad,
you
and
can
he
teach me about
raised me
raising
as a
girls.
girl,
I
and
raised
that's
men.
why I act like a little. That's why I act the way how I act, and I need to be around
Who's the
some
one
more
getting
masculine
upset?
men,
I'm
some men
laying in
that's
my
going to
bed
make
chilling.
decisions and not be afraid if they fail or not, and stop being scared.
So just because I'm not worried about my girl getting 10 dicks in her mouth every time I don't see her, that makes me feminine?
There's a lot of things that's making you feminine. The way how you communicate is feminine.
Okay, listening to you respond is feminine, and talking in a room, calm voice when you're the one raising your voice, but I'm the feminine one?
Yes, you are the feminine one.
Have I tried to prove to you anything about my kids when I'm the one asking you when it's your show, but I'm the feminine one?
Yes, you are the feminine one. And you need to be a little bit more balanced. Because when a man is too far into his feminine, it makes him an unbalanced man. And you are an unbalanced man. That's why you don't have.
How are you going to tell me I'm unbalanced?
Because I could tell by the way how you communicate that you are not a balanced man. That's why you are reactive. You're a reactive man.
I'm a man.
You are a reactive one. That's the issue that you are having. You don't have no real plan. That's why everything in your life is willy-nilly. That's why you don't like politics, but you want politics to work for you. The same way how you believe that women don't work for anybody. That's why, see, this is why you got to interrupt so much.
Because you're literally talking over me and
right. No, I was talking. And when a man is talking, you should shut up.
And I don't shut up for kids.
Right, because you are feminine. You're not moving in masculinity.
You're the one trying to prove to me, and you're the one talking on your own show.
I'm not proving anything to you. I'm communicating with you, and I'm showing you how you need to start paying attention to how you are moving. And once you start doing that, then maybe you could start moving more like a masculine man. You should just come to me and say, Sharon, I need a new daddy. Can you please do that for me? I would send you a card, and I would have said yes.
You were goofy.
But you too much of a feminine to say that. Hey, I like the way how you move. See, this is why you jumping in again, right? Because
why you want grown men to call you daddy? Why are you insinuating for another grown man to call you daddy when we're supposed to have a discussion? Or you're trolling?
Because I'm teaching you something.
You can't teach me nothing except for not how to be ignorant.
Well, that's still teaching you something. See how dumb you are?
See,
right? You said I can't teach you anything besides what you could teach me. Again. This is what happens when you become double-minded, and you as a male, right? You are not moving in masculinity, and that's why you have all these different conflicting ideas in your mind. See, but as a man, what you should have is a straight, clear, and coherent thought of what you want your outcome to be, and then once you go ahead and do that, and then you can say, "Hey, I love the way how I live," but you do not.
I love the way how you live,
because if you did, it wouldn't matter to you if I was masculine or feminine. But that's something that you want to bring up because you cannot understand why your life and you have to kiss a woman that recently had a dick in her mouth, and you have to come back and accept that. You have to accept a woman doing whatever she wants. I do not have to accept that.
I never said that. I said I'm not worried about every time I don't see my girl, she getting 10 dicks in her mouth. I'm sorry, you have previous bad experiences, but I never said that. That doesn't make me unmasculine or stupid. I have a father in my life. Clearly, you don't. I can tell by the tone of your voice.
Right, because you think that a man doesn't have the right to raise his voice. That's because you're feminine.
I'm not raising my voice, so I don't have to.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get you. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand that I am a man, and if I feel like it is a time and a need to raise my fucking voice, I could do so because I choose
on your own show
as a man. So I could do that as a man, but you are feminine, and this is why it is dangerous for men to be moving like a female. Because you are double-minded.
That's why I called in. I saw you moving like a female.
You have no direction of what you should and how you're supposed to move. That's the problem with men like you. You are one of the most dangerous people in the world.
I'm very dangerous to you feminists. See this man on the screen? Is he going to save you?
This is the issue that a lot of men like you do not understand.
Is Trump going to make you more masculine?
I don't listen to this man to make me masculine. I'm listening to the man because I live in the country that he is running. He is the political leader at the moment. So his decisions affects the decisions of my family.
Is Trump going to be the dad you ever had?
And again, you cannot follow a conversation. You don't realize it. But hey, listen, this is what I want you to do. I want you to keep on listening, and you could be better.
I'm not going to be better listening to nonsense.
Right. And that's why I'm glad that you are listening to my show, because you won't.
I'm not going to listen to your show. I was scrolling on YouTube and I'm like, this that dude who's on JP's fucking acting like a woman. Call in and give
right. And so let me ask you a question. Do you believe Jay Prince is a masculine man?
No.
All right. So why are you listening to him?
He's more masculine than you.
I'm asking you a question. You said you don't listen to nonsense. Do you believe that Jay Prince is intelligent?
Yeah, clearly not.
Okay, so again, now you gave two things. He's not masculine. He's not intelligent. So why are you listening to Jay Prince?
Because I like JP.
Exactly. And so that goes to show, again, you cannot see your feminine ways. You are literally going against the thing that is beneficial to you. You are feminine. And hopefully you could be quiet long enough to understand that you are being double-minded in real time. The thing that you're accusing me of, right, is really what you're going to find in other content creators that you are trying to promote, because it's easier for you to be feminine with another feminine man like Jay Prince. I'm going by your words. It's easier for you to be with an unintelligent person to have a conversation with them because they don't challenge you. You're not used to having a man challenge you. Because
I have my father, my dad.
Oh, there you go. Now you're raising your voice. Now you're going against your own rhetoric again. You might have had your father in your life, but clearly he raised you as a female. And that's why you mad about female dads. Like that's supposed to mean something. Me being a girl dad or a son dad doesn't have anything to do with me being a dad. That's the main problem that you're not understanding. And so it is what it is. It's fine. Maybe you could learn something. You need to watch a little bit more and you can actually learn something. Maybe you can hit me up in the back chat and say, you know what, Sharon, I need that stern talking to, because ain't nobody ever spoke to me that way. I always been treated like a little girl my whole life. And it's about time that I found somebody that's going to tell me things how it's supposed to be, instead of this double-mindedness that I have in my head. And you keep on jumping on mute. Why? Because you cannot hold, you don't have no stoicism. That's why.
I have to listen to this.
Again, proving again that you are double-minded. And there's a lot of you men out there that need to get broken free of this double-mindedness and get out your feminine ways.
What are you, single-minded?
You don't even understand what double-minded is.
Yes, I do. You're trying to say that I basically have two different levels of thinking.
You have contradicting levels of thinking.
Yeah, same thing. I'm not double-minded.
It is not the same thing.
You're the one contradicting yourself.
The English language means certain things. And if you cannot follow it, That is okay. I would get you to learn. I would get you to be better at thinking.
I just gave you gems. I just taught you about the Black Law Dictionary. I taught you about the Black Contract. I told you to start worshiping man, which is Trump. Taught you how politics is not going to save our Black community when it's contracts. The whole Black ideology is a social construct.
Fine.
That's only we've only been going through since
right. So and guess what?
So
I'm
yourself.
And listen. All those things are great. So I'm not a man that's going to deny that I can learn something from a fool. So that's fine that you're able to do those things, but I've never been a person that worshiped Trump. Matter of fact, I'm somebody that went against Trump. Can I ask you a question before I go? I went against Trump on plenty of policies of what Donald Trump has said. So I'm not somebody that worships him. I'm somebody that is observing him, and I'm critiquing him on the things that I see based on my worldview, and that is what I'm doing. You have a problem with that? That is fine. But however, you are mischaracterizing when you say I'm worshiping him when I'm just going by the person that is in political power. If you believe that that is not something that we should be paying attention to, hey, then you can make that argument all you want to, even though we already disproved that you actually believe in politics.
No, I believe in politics and actual government and politics, two different things. Somebody could be getting into it next door. I could go out, be out there, and be like, "No, y'all don't get into it. Y'all do this." That's called politicking. So how you said the English language means two things. Most of the time, means multiple things. So my thing is, are you a political person? Do you believe in politics?
What's your point?
Do you believe in politics? Do you believe in the Republican Party and the Democrat Party? And the socialists or whatever they do, and communism and all that.
Those two things absolutely exist. Yes.
Okay, and I didn't say do they exist. Do you believe in it as a quote unquote man?
Yes, I believe in them. Yes, I believe.
So you believe that they're gonna make your life better, that they're gonna make things better for our people when they prove that they haven't, when it's a stolen land, when they try to give land away that's not theirs to China and all these other countries, when they are the immigrants, Trump's people?
I think if we was to get our position of power proper and we get people to vote in the direction that's best for our community, yes, we could do that.
What do you mean? Isn't that why they pander and say, oh, all the Democrats are doing it, vote Democrat, and all the Republicans are doing it, vote Republican? It's two birds of the same wing. Have you heard of the separation of church and state?
Right. So again, you're talking about gang banging in parties. I do not have a party that I.
Who's talking about gang banging?
You are.
Who's talking about gang banging?
You are.
How?
Because you're talking about Democrats and Republicans.
Okay, that's what they do.
Instead of talking about actual politics, you're talking about political parties.
That's what they do.
I understand what you are saying, but if you keep on jumping in, you ain't gonna be able to learn anything. Me, I look at it as if we all want 10 things done and we could all agree on these 10 things, we need to come together and push those 10 things. And then when we break down that list of we get those 10 things, and then we need to come back to the table with another 10 things as a political party and push that agenda. So we can get whatever it is that we want as a party or as a people and move forward with that. You want to cry.
You're projecting again? I thought we were getting somewhere.
Yeah, we are not getting anywhere because you are playing victim.
How am I playing victim? Because this clearly we've been doing what you're saying. We've been doing this for hundreds of years. Oh, we're going to do this and that. We're going to make these laws so we can go to the House of Representatives. They're going to make this a statute for us. No,
right.
If that was the case,
it's okay that you don't understand. It's okay.
The second topic of your show would be what is the FBA? So what are you talking about?
Right. And so what I'm talking about is that the FBA situation is moving into a political party. It is not just a YouTube talking point, and people like you are just want chaos. That's why you don't want things to move in a proper direction. Things take time to develop. This FBA movement is taking time, but now we are here and people are recognizing it as a real thing. They recognize it as a real political situation. They are going to start changing the way how they communicate with the difference of FBA black folks and then just black folks. It's going to be a separation. And this is what needed to happen so we can start getting our agenda pushed a certain way. See, and this is what men like you don't understand because you are not moving in masculinity.
How are you going to say I don't understand when I'm sitting here listening to what you're saying?
You are falling into your femininity, and you need to have a little bit more balance. So
you're the feminine one because you keep assuming that
what you're talking about. And this is the problem that men like you have. You don't want to have an understanding of what's going on around you. You don't want to admit that things is going on around that you don't have no control of. And so therefore you're mad at everybody else instead of doing something.
So how is the FBA becoming a political movement? So they're going to be an actual political party?
Yes, they are actually a political party because politicians are paying attention to them and how they voting, and they want and politicians, when they start paying attention to you as a movement, that's when you can start getting those politicians that you vote in to do things for your community in your community's best interest.
That's not a political party. Then
you are dumb.
A political party is a political party.
Right, and so it's okay that you're not. The FBA it's okay. Be like it's okay. Republicans and Democrats. All right, so you think what is it that you don't think the FBA is a good movement to get anything done? What is it that you want us to do to make things move in the right direction?
The FBA ain't nothing but another reclassification, like they've been doing.
What is it that you are doing that is better than what the FBA movement is?
How is the FBA doing anything except for getting reclassified?
Okay, fine. What is it that? Let me ask you one more time. What is it that you are doing that is better than the FBA's?
I just taught y'all your whole audience about contracts. Which why were you going to another contract where we know is this not a capitalist?
So it's okay.
Is this not a capitalist country?
So hold on, slow down. So you saying what you have done is tell my audience that I created
and teach you
right
about contracts.
Right, something that all right. So you saying that you did something that I built, right? Something that I built. You're on my channel. I built this channel. So you came to my channel and you told them something about contracts. That's what you did. And that is more than what FBAs have done.
What the hell is the FBA? Another reclassification?
Answer see what I'm saying? How you don't want to answer a question?
Okay.
Okay, so answer the question. Do you believe that you've done more than a FBA? You know what? Let's go with Tariq Nasheed. You believe that you coming to my platform and educating us on contracts, you did more than Tariq Nasheed.
Tariq Nasheed ain't nothing but a plant too.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you one more time. Again,
yes, I've done more.
You have a problem with answering questions. I don't know why you have a problem with answering questions, but you do. Do you believe you've done more than Tariq Nasheed? Yes or no?
That's way more because I just taught your audience something that you can teach them, which makes me think.
Are you going to answer? Are you going to answer a question?
I just said yes. Did you not hear?
I did not hear you say yes. I heard you say yes, I taught your audience something. That's what you. That's what I heard you say. Huh?
I said yes because I taught your audience something you or Tariq Nasheed can teach them about contracts and don't get reclassified again. So show me where FBA is becoming a political party like
Okay, so we have at the time that you so again, it's okay for you to say I've done nothing.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, that's what you said. You said you came to something. People. You came to a platform that you did not create. Did you create this place?
Now I did, yes, because I'm here now creating.
You are not creating anything. You're having a conversation with the person that created.
So you created all these people on here that choose to come and support you.
I created an environment
for this nonsense.
Yes, I created. This is what I'm saying. You're just not.
Search for it, look for it, because I'm teaching your audience something valuable.
You have all right. I understand that's what you want to believe, but that's delusion.
No, that's what I know, Sharon.
Right, more delusion. My name is Sharon, by the way. So again, that's
Sharon, like my auntie.
Right, and that's in your mind. That's a delusion that you have, that you actually believe that you came and taught somebody, and you are not having a strong grip on reality of what's actually happening.
Yeah, I just taught your people about contracts and don't get into contracts. How black is a social construct? How the political parties have done nothing for our people. How America is a capitalist country, and how it has to capitalize off the poor community, even though it's classism. They still profit off black men and black women the most.
Right,
and women.
And
that's why we have
for
the court
some reason,
systems.
men like you actually believe in their own delusion.
I believe in pattern recognition. So why, like, you say I don't know how to answer, but you
Right,
haven't
because
answered
we are
one
having a
question.
conversation and you cannot stay on topic. You just thrown out a whole bunch of different talking points that you heard somebody else say, but you cannot articulate what you are actually saying.
You can't,
And this
because
is a
how is the
problem with, and
FBA
this is a
becoming a
problem,
political party like the Republicans and Democrats by any
right?
sense?
Because I'm trying to get you to understand that the FBA movement is moving as a political party because they are getting politicians to recognize them as a voting bloc, and
This might
politicians
be
are
the
moving
dumbest shit I ever heard in
while
a
you
long
are
time.
talking while I'm talking.
I'll mute.
Thank you. And it's just some people just not able to have real conversations about anything that we are having, especially when it comes to politics. You are better off going to Jay Prince's channel and just talking about women in a negative sense, because that's the only thing you can actually do if somebody's going to listen to you. But when it comes to having a real conversation about what is going on in the world, I'm sorry, but politics is a part of the real world.
So if you want to say that,
and I'm not.
Were you done speaking?
No, I was not. Stop looking for a place to talk. Learn how to listen. It's another thing your daddy should have taught you how to do.
I can talk out of a mouth. Whenever I open my mouth, that's a place to talk.
Your daddy should have taught you how to listen.
You should have had a daddy.
My father passed away, by the way. So watch your mouth.
Watch it for me. But I'm trying to have a conversation, which I'm not trying
You
to.
are not trying to have a conversation. You're trying to talk. Those are two different things. You're not trying to discuss anything. You're just trying to say a bunch of things because you believe the things that you have watched and listened to, and if you regurgitate it, you would sound like you are intelligent. But you are not. And we could all see it because you cannot articulate yourself in a way where it's in layman's terms because you have no idea what you are saying.
You said in lame-ass terms? I have every idea. You have no idea what you're saying because you still haven't showed me how the FBA is becoming a political party like the Republicans, the Democrats, and Bernie Sanders.
And I will explain to it if you just shut the fuck up long enough.
Now you're cursing at me on the internet.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I'm so stoic that I know.
Right. I never said I was stoic. You believe that being stoic means that you are a man. And that's how we know, again, you're probably a feminine man. Right, because the person who created the whole stoicism, guess what he is? Do you know?
I don't care. I know that
exactly. You don't exactly because you move in again.
To me, stoicism is staying calm through the storm.
Right, and so for some reason you believe that a man is not supposed to have emotion. He can't show them. I can because I'm a man. If I feel anger, I'm going to show anger. I do not have to be a little bitch like you. You are afraid to be.
I haven't called you.
And it is okay. Yes, because you are not acting as a man.
Now, since you don't want to answer your question, I'm a B word.
Right, because you keep on interrupting, and I need you to move. I need you to be stoic.
Don't be so easy to be
quiet. I need you to be stoic and be quiet while I explain something to you. Thank you. Don't interrupt. If you don't understand, I will accept questions at the end of my statement. So again, the FBA movement is moving in a direction of political party, and it's always has been one actually, but it's moving in a position of political party is because James Fisherman, he just recently, he is running for governor in Florida, and he was having a conversation about how a FBA group down in his district had a conversation with him, and they was backing and supporting him and saying how they support him, and then he is supporting that political party and the things that they are trying to move. And he said they are one of the biggest Black American groups out there because of their position and how they communicate. So that is why they are a political party, because they are helping a politician get power in the state that they are in to move things so they could get their positions approved in their county.
That's not a political party of a nationality of people. That is a small political group. that would not be the majority. That's why they even said it would be separate. And somebody's putting things in.
So you think? So you hold on. What
Let me. Somebody. I guess somebody left this in the back chat for you. Can I read it?
No.
Oh, you know what? You don't want your main chat to read it, huh?
Right, because you think that if you read something, the reason why is because you're going to read something, then you're going to act as if you taught something.
No, it's somebody who put this in the back chat.
Okay, can you address what I said?
I know I've talked enough.
I want you to just address what I said, and then we're gonna move forward. I got two other people here. Just address what I said.
You said a lot without saying anything. So what? Like,
okay.
What I'm about to read addresses what you said, and I've said enough. You don't answer questions. It says political stance and primary political goal is reparations, specifically.
No,
for the
I said to address what I said.
Slavery.
No, see again. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to have a discussion. Hold on. You proving that you're just one of the people that want to talk, and you cannot actually discuss.
I'm answering your question.
You're not answering my. I just gave you a position on why, because this man named James Fisherman down in Florida, he said he is acknowledging the FBA group down that they section in Florida. Right, he's acknowledging them, and he is going to be fighting for some of the things that they are pushing. What's up, the plug one? Good day, sir. Good to see you. Glad to see you around. And so that is why they are a political party, because they have a voting block of FBAs that is a part of a certain group. They are foundational Black Americans, and politicians are starting to respond to them as that. So now address that.
A small group in Florida, does that make a majority of the Black race? No. What you're trying to say is the real
slow down. You are putting a frame on something that I did not.
That's what you've done this whole conversation. And you won't let me talk.
My brother, when have I said?
What are you trying to hide?
Hold on. When have I said the FBA movement is the majority of Black people?
When you're saying that they're going to get into a political party and change legislations, like they're representing the majority, but at the same time, they're splitting it. They're not going to be everybody. That
okay, you need to slow down because you're not paying attention to the conversation.
You're not paying attention to what you're saying.
Oh my God! Please, I just said something. So, do you think the Democratic Party in Florida is different than the Democratic Party in New York?
Yeah, they're different Democrats and everything.
Thank you. So now we are talking about the FBA movement that is in Florida. And this is, I'm using them. Hold on so you can understand. So I'm using that as a base to show that they have a political movement down in Florida, and they are backing a certain candidate to be governor. And he is moving things that he is acknowledging them. And so therefore, he is acknowledging them as a voting base.
You know, you just contradict yourself again.
Okay, so do you understand what I am saying?
I don't think you do, because you just contradict yourself again.
Okay, that is fine. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Obviously.
Okay, so now talk to that.
So if we already established way earlier that all these counties have different representations, and everybody knows that every state has different representation. That's why the president can't overrule these states on all these executive orders. The state has to come out and be like, no, the president can't do that. So that's why you say these states have different democratic organizations. That means that they do. So therefore, FBA can't be anything more than a political movement outside of each state. That's why you can talk about the Florida damn Democrat and him get his little people together and not being that, and they're trying to change legislation. That's not the Black race.
So you agree that they are a political position in each county?
Yes, but like I just said, every state has like their own country.
So what are you arguing?
Every state's like their own country.
Hold on. I do not understand why do Ben like you come up here and argue with me just to say that. Hold on.
Is every state
hold on. I do not understand for the life of me, why do men like you come up here to just, is it that you didn't have a platform where you could say what I say? Because now you are agreeing, because now you gotta allow me.
I can't embarrass you like I just did.
It's okay. Now you are saying exactly what I'm saying. It's okay that I said it before you. Again, I do not understand. This is why men like you need to get out your feminine way. Make sure, you know what? Let me read something.
I'll be
Let me
feminine.
read. That's okay.
If you're masculine, I'll
I
definitely be feminine.
said it's okay. Listen to instructions.
No.
So you can leave if you don't want to listen to instructions.
You're not. Can we have an adult conversation?
I'm attempting to, but you're not listening to instructions. Thank you. It's crazy. Let's start right here. Let's read a couple of super chats. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Shout out to Taiwan Watts with the $5. Now Greenland, I like you. I want you. You can do this the easy way or the hard way. Choice is yours. Trump. Shout out to my guy, a random independent. I see you, Mr. 40K views. Thank you so much with the big old 20 ball. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. They act like that don't mean nothing though. Shout out to Time Watch with 2001. Shout out to Time Watch. Pop out, Simpra. Cam up. He scared the cam up. Like and super chat. You know he ain't gonna cam up. Conversation with MJ with the $5 says, you can't make this goofy shit up. I need to become a screenwriter. Shout out to Time Watch with $2. So you are Irving and arguing private citizen?
Yes.
Ogun, $618. Sharon, you wasting your time talking to a bitch ass ninja. Tessie K with the $2 says KT number 2. God damn. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. It really helps the channel out. We got to get these conversations done. We didn't even get through to Donald Trump, so I can even show you the goddamn interview of the governor and Tucker Carlson, recognizing the FBA movement as a true position and a true political party, and seeing how and understanding they position in the argument and understanding what a tether is.
You're a tether.
And that's why it is important that we have an understanding that this is not just a internet conversation that everybody is trying to make it as like chaotic truth and those things. Try to make it seem like this is just some BS conversation that people are having just online. No, people are recognizing it in the real world. People are recognizing it in the political world. People are recognizing Tariq Nasheed as the leader of the FBA movement as well. So no, you and other people that are like you that are afraid for black people to delineate.
Black is a contract.
Color, and this is why you keep on attempting. You just want to talk. You don't want to have a discussion. You're just trying to wait for a moment where I have a breath, and then I just want to start talking. No, that's not how discussions work. You got to be able to understand the person so you can respond properly, not just come up with a new goalpost movement because you heard somebody regurgitate some remedial information. So let me welcome into the show. Shout out to Time Watts and AR into the conversation. Go ahead, sir. What's your thoughts?
Wait, which one? AR or me?
You, Shadow.
It's interesting because you were about to regurgitate what I put in the back without realizing that literally by definition, because they can affect a voting group, specifically the FBA are a voting group across the country at this point. They do by definition have a political stance and power because they can impact policy. That's not even, and again, you live in Irving, you know better already. I know you know how it goes because I live down the street from you. Like, I don't understand you saying you don't believe in contracts, but you pay bills, right? Like, you got a job, you got all this shit, but you're not understanding where the flaw is? Like, I don't get it.
You talking to me?
Yes, you're talking to you.
Yes, I'm talking to you. Specifically.
The FBA is not a political party, and that's what the question was. The man has answered no question. Second of all,
Okay.
America is a corporation based off contract. Black people are contract. The whole
Okay.
black ideology is contract.
I'm a,
Now,
hold on.
the theory
All right,
is a
hold on, Josh.
contract. They don't have to pay you.
Hold on, CM. Hold on, CM. Shout out. I'm just mute you while he's talking because I couldn't hear not one word he's saying. So, CM, can you please start over, and so we can all hear what you are trying to say. Go ahead, CM.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So,
Slap the
my
taste
thing
out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
You
I'm
ain't shit.
What you mean? It wasn't me. It was not me. It's the plug one says, drop this goddamn fool because first it wasn't me. First he said, Sharon, drop this clown. Drip Nation. Shout out to the Drip Nation, the plug one. I told him, hey, it's $20 drop. He says, I heard drop. So CM, if you want to come back, you have to put your money where your mouth is. It is $20 for you to come back, either through Cash App or Super Chat CM, or you could wait your time. It is up to you. While he's riding on the side, go ahead, AR. What's your thoughts? We can't hear you, AR, if you're talking. While AR get his microphone ready. Microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
This better?
There you go.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good day to you.
Hey, man, what's up with you, man? You just spent an hour and a half talking to KT's little brother. Hey, what's up with that? It's a Monday. First thing in the morning.
It is. Hey, y'all, what is your thoughts on Donald Trump saying these things about Greenland, man, before we get to the FBA talk? Because I think I do find it interesting that, matter of fact, you could do both. Tell me what's your idea about Greenland and also the idea that James Fisherman brought up the FBAs and how they're influencing his politics, his identity politics, and how he agrees with a lot of the things. Even Tucker Carlson said he agrees with a lot of things that the FBA movement is bringing out. They also even spoke about the tethers. And the reason why they spoke about those things is because of, what's his name? Brandon Johnson?
I have no clue.
The man out there in Florida. Oh, man. I can't believe I forgot his name. Anyway, what's your thoughts on those things? Oh, Byron Donald. Byron Donald.
Okay. Yeah. So
he accused Byron Donald of being a tether.
Nice. For the Greenland stuff, I didn't really. The only thing I really saw was like the typical. I don't know if he said anything different other than what he's been saying basically since his first or second or third month in office. And then I saw he said the easy way or the hard way or whatever. Greenland is an ally. It's not a situation like Venezuela where you have an adversary / enemy giving quarter or whatever you would want to call it, and getting closer to our enemy and adversary. It's an ally, and so it's just a completely different situation. And once again, Trump showing. I think it's honestly it might be a I don't know the word I'm looking for right now, but he hasn't been able to. He's supposed to be the master of the deal or whatever, and he hasn't made any deals. So now what is someone that can't do that? They go to bullying because he's never been good at making deals. He's only been good at trying to force people to do what he says under the threat of something. And so you're seeing that where he has no negotiation tactics. He doesn't understand what an ally is. He doesn't understand what a friend is because he doesn't have any. Everything to him is transactional. And so you see him operating that way on the geopolitical stage. And it's turning a lot of our allies away. Whether they do it now or if him and his movement continue on past 2028, it'll just continue. It'll continue to break down the structure that our parents, or grandparents, and great grandparents built for us, and that we're standing on the shoulders of. And we had this discussion with a dude, yesterday or a couple of days ago. I don't know if it was Kulu or someone else, but it's like you recognize that all these things that we currently are able to benefit from, that they were needed to get the U.S. to where it is now as the most powerful nation in the history of the world. But then you're like, oh, well, we don't need it anymore, so let's just drop it right now and we're just going to do fine by ourselves. And I don't really understand how you can admit the one thing and then just immediately jump to the next without any type of, I don't know. I don't get that. So yeah, I don't support the Greenland stuff at all. I think it's dumb and there's nothing good coming from it.
Now that's how you have an argument, and I like the argument. And before we finish out the argument, welcome to the show. Good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PhD. How you doing today?
Wonderful. I just put Crown Prince bitch ass in timeout till tomorrow, ho. Go find something to do, nigga.
Why you in these YouTube streets causing trouble?
You know what? And I did start fucking with him first. I totally admit it. It was me. I had hell in me today. My stomach been acting up. So I can't be on the beach. So now, fuck it. Somebody got to pay for it.
What's your thoughts, Diva, or either AR's argument or this whole conversation around Greenland or the FBA talk with Byron Donalds?
Well, I didn't even hear. I heard AR talking, but it sounded like womp 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 womp, and not because of what he was saying. It was because I was in the midst of the battle, fucking with somebody, and so I wasn't really paying attention. But to Byron Donalds, like first somebody asked me in the chat like about the Florida chapter. I didn't know that there were chapters. I didn't know you could have chapters of a lineage, but that's right, Supreme Coochie. So with Byron Donalds, I hope that he doesn't win just because he is a tether, and he was saying he wouldn't support reparations because his tether ass mammy wouldn't get it. So
yeah, and so the reason why the conversation came up is because I don't know. Did you see this guy James Fisherman yet?
No, who's that?
He's
the white man who yes, with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Sounded like he's gonna be the new Batman of Florida, the way how he talked. He was like, yes. And then they had the nerve to call me Batman. I was like, what the fuck is that? Why he talking like this? And so I did find it interesting how they tried to, Byron Donalds of all people, try to use the race card and say that he called me a slave, and he tried to use that my ancestors fought in this. Excuse me,
right?
And this is why the whole FBA movement is important, because we're seeing that as this thing is building up, a lot of people like Chaotic Truth, Byron Donalds, so on and so on, they keep trying to what's the word I look, belittle this whole FBA movement. And the reason why is because now they won't have to move their own situations moving forward, like this whole Somali situation, right? Because people are more engaged into this, and they like, hey, they not like us. Whether if it's lineage or the way how they communicate, or their political positions, or how they are being against us on the low, we are starting to recognize those things. And guess what? We're seeing that y'all movements do not have no life without black folk.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody actually cares about what's going on in Minnesota for real. Right. Unless we was to jump in, and we was to start jumping in there and crying for this for this person and saying like this is not right, and what about all these, and then they could attach themselves, they could tether themselves to our movement and say that this is what police been doing for years. That's the only way they could even push a movement out, because we are the only legit people that could push it. Y'all, these others, y'all can't push it. I'm sorry, Byron Donalds, but you cannot claim this whole slave agenda on anybody, because you and your ancestors was not a part of it. So you cannot go ahead and push it anymore, because guess what? When we wanted you to push it, you didn't want to do it.
Right. Right. So the thing is, I think the most important thing is, what have we learned from this, right? So how do we move going forward? And Black people in general, but us specifically, have always been very open and welcoming, and fighting for everybody's rights. Like we'll tote water for other people, and so hopefully we understand at this point that we only got enough buckets to tote water for ourselves, and let everybody else hold their own nuts.
I think it's definitely happening. I think it was a slow situation, but now it's moving rapidly. Because at one point, it was Tucker Carlson would never admit that it's an FBA movement and say Tariq Nasheed's name, and then also say that he agrees with some of the things that they are saying. And I see CM, you came back, but you have a little bit more time before you can come back, or you could pay the $20 and you could bring yourself back up, since you are the masculine man that you say that you are. I do find that interesting, because now with these people that are in political position that have 5 million views is recognizing it. It's gonna make these goddamn so-called tellers understand that you cannot pick and choose when to attach yourself. And now, since you had put that line in the sand, stay your ass over there.
Right. Absolutely. And so one thing though is, who said, I think it might have been Tariq Nasheed. He said, anti-Blackness is the currency of upward mobility in this country. And so a lot of people recognize that and got on board with it, right? A lot of these Black immigrants. And now that the tides have changed, now they want to jump underneath Black people, under the umbrella of Blackness, in order to kind of push us out in front and have us protect them, right? At the same time, so yes, Tucker Carlson and culture, people are recognizing it, but we have to understand who these people are too, right? These white supremacists. And white supremacy is tricky. It is very convincing when you in the good graces of it, right? Yeah. And so we still got to be understanding that, yes, we can use them and them talking about FBA and pushing our agenda. We can use that, but understand that we still are not in league with these people. At some point, we're going to have to start fighting these people again. And so as long as we are aware of that, then I think, we'll be okay. But like drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking that we finna be aligned with these other people, nah, this is politically expedient for them, right? They're trying to get something out of this too. So what we need to do is make sure that we are using them and them trying to get something out of it to make sure we get something out of it. Otherwise, it's all for naught.
Right. And I think that's the most important part, that we understand that it has to be a give and take, right? Because that's just the way how they work. They ain't giving nothing without taking something. It's more than just a vote. They want something bigger than that eventually, right? And as long as we know that part of the game, then we could play chess and start demanding things. And we have, we're going to get these 10 things done and make sure those 10 things stay there. And then we have to find a new 10 to fight for. And not act as if just because they're acknowledging it means that they are on some kind of FBA side. No, they just agree with certain parts. They agree with like, hey, yeah, you have a point that you and your ancestors have been here for 500 years and you have a say and a stake in this country. And we should be listening to you. So we need to be using that in the proper context and not think that they are on our side all of a sudden. And I think the issue is with the whole tether FBA is that people that do not have ancestors from here just need to understand what's their position in this situation. It is okay for everybody to have their position, right? And say like, hey, yeah, even though I'm not going to benefit financial from you getting reparations, I agree with, if you agree, and agree with it for real, say I will vote for it because I'm a citizen now, so I can vote for it. You should not be the one that if you benefit for everything from us, but then as soon as it's time for y'all to help us out, you don't want to benefit. You don't want us to benefit because you not benefited.
Right.
That's that weird situation. Why it had to be an FBA movement so we could separate the ones that is on Black people's side versus the ones that just want Black people protection, but they actually are doing everything against Black people. Like, for example, in Minnesota with Somalia, with Somalians. We know they don't give a fuck about black people. They only care about their people.
Right.
That $9 billion ain't trickled down to any of our hoods.
Exactly.
It's that $9 billion went to Somalia. So we know those Somalians did not give a damn about black folks. And now black folks is like, hey, that's y'all fight. Go ahead and deal with it. This lady got hit up. You and who the lesbianas and the Somalis, y'all go figure it out.
And the Haitians down in Miami, it was some type of scamming going down there. It with a lady. Is she in the House of Representatives? I don't know if she's a Florida legislator or a national legislator. She's in one of them though, but got caught doing something, and then it was all of a sudden, oh, and black people, they targeting black people. Oh, no. You was Haitian, sis, and y'all have been since y'all got to Miami. I remember.
And you made sure we knew.
Right, absolutely. So stand on it, stand in it.
Now it's your time to do all your fighting, because all that shit that we don't have no culture, we don't do nothing, we ain't moving on. Now we see if we ain't a part of it, it ain't moving for real.
Absolutely.
Like, and that whole thing with Minnesota with that lady, and everybody was trying to make it seem like, hey, look, her actions gave her consequences. We don't agree with anybody losing their life. But we're not going to just deny what actually happened.
Well, look, I don't involve myself when white people fighting. I mind my black business. I do. If white people doing something with each other, hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Hands up, don't shoot.
Right, figure it out.
And it's okay sometimes, right, to say, oh, that's not none of our business. We don't have to stand up for that lady. You know what? Not stand up. You can stand up for her, but you don't have to lie for her. The way how people was trying to act as if she wasn't stopping traffic. Now that we got more video footage that she was absolutely stopping traffic. They put out the whole 3-minute video of her blowing horns and a whole bunch of other people that is a part of the ICE protest that just follow them around and blow whistles and beep their horn and stop traffic. So everybody that's in that neighborhood that might be illegal, to notify them to run away. You cannot look at that and say that's American. There's no way possible that you could look at that and say, yeah, that's what we want. We want immigrants out this country that's here illegally. Because I'm pretty sure a majority of people that fought for this country or that legally came to this country believe that illegal should be out too. Because they like, hey, listen, I had to go through whatever I had to go through to get here. It ain't right for you to just sneak up in here. I'm assuming that most people that got here the correct way will agree with that. I could be wrong. But for them to protect people that are illegally here is a wild thing, especially ones that cross the border illegally. And then we have to also make there's a difference between the ones that overstayed and the ones that got here illegally. Because somebody that's overstayed, they remained here and now they illegal, but they got here the proper way, right? That's a whole different conversation too. Like, it is different factions of the situation, and we should be able to recognize those different levels of it. And have a conversation, a discussion about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. But to just to lie and say that we don't know what she was doing. She was probably backing into a driveway. She don't live on that block. To act like she didn't position her car to run that man over, we don't need to lie for her. It's okay. Should she have lost her life? No. Do we need to have some compassion? Yes.
Yeah, but in this climate, why? Like, look, especially if you're a mother, your first concern need to be getting home to your damn children.
Well, she got court cases about that. So. Oh,
really? Because they were saying she's the mother of 3.
No, because she don't have her children because she has some cases against it. That's why she don't have.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, child, disregard.
Right. She was the one in the wrong. And then so why you laughing?
At Detroit as
Why you laughing at him, Diva?
just because, Sharon, I really thought you had an unbiased type show. I was wrong. With in the eyes of the angels far away.
Kind of hitting that. Hey, hold up.
Playing in the background.
Damn, Diva.
I do it all, baby. I do it all.
Like that, girl. Shit. You was really holding a note right there, girl. What is your thoughts on that? Why do people get, instead of just, I don't think the truth can have a bias. Like the truth is just the truth. Like we could watch, see what we see, add it up, and say that's what happened. So I don't know how I'm supposed to look at what actually happened and not be able to speak what I actually see. What is your thoughts on that? And I'm being like, why am I unbiased? Just because I disagree with you now. Like if we could agree on 10 things, the one thing that we have a disagreement with now that I'm the one being unbiased, why not? Why does not you? I don't know.
Detroit, come tell us why you think he's biased. When you've always been able to come up and, share your opinion, or anybody else, even the idiot who was up here earlier.
Like, so I don't understand like how, and everybody know I'm on the record not agreeing with Donald Trump on a lot of things. A plethora of things. Matter of fact, the only thing that I agree with him so far was the Venezuelan thing. Mm-hmm. Everything else, I disagree with him in the open, in the public. I didn't disagree with him in private. I disagree with him in the open. And this whole Greenland thing, I just find it interesting that he's saying that, it got Russian tankers and submarines and battleships in the water. If that is true, hey, I might have to agree with him. I don't want them in our backyard. I'm sorry to say. What's your thoughts on that, Diva? First of all, do you believe Donald Trump when he's saying that Russian and Chinese, they have submarines that they found in the waters of the Arctic Ocean?
I can believe that.
And now, if you do believe that, do you think that he should be making a move to say, hey, Greenland, either we're going to take over the nice way or the bad way, because we cannot have those people in our backyard?
I think there should be a little more diplomacy on the front end, where he's talking to Greenland, like, what do you know about this? Trying to figure out how they got there and if those people allowed it. Now, obviously, if they are there, then Greenland know about it. And if they ain't done nothing to move them up out of there, then they are allowing it. And so he, have the conversation, but, at some point it does get to, okay, now either you get them up out of there or we gonna get them up out of there for you.
And I think that's the main problem that most people have, because we don't know if he tried the nice way or not yet, right? Because we only go by his soundbite. His soundbite sound like he like, hey man, I ain't talking with y'all no more. Y'all know what's going. And I think it's more other sense that I believe he probably tried to have a conversation with them, and then they be politicking. They're like, well, we found them, but we're not sure why they was there, and then maybe they was following some seals and doing research. Bro, if you don't get people out of my motherfucking waters, I'm gonna blow them out the water by taking your land. Let's just skip past the BS.
When has the U.S. ever needed to take land to extend its influence or force, what it wanted in whatever waters it may be?
I think once
it's not taking over Taiwan to sail in the South China Sea right now.
When did they take over?
I don't think we could.
When did they take over Cuba? When did they invade Grenada? When did they invade Haiti and go and take all their gold?
But I'm saying for example, if we take Cuba, for example, if the U.S. didn't want someone to go to Cuba, they would just enforce a blockade. They don't have to take over Cuba to do that.
But they did it before.
And I understand. I'm not saying that they didn't do it. I'm saying they didn't necessarily have to, for one, and for two, Cuba was it was not an ally when they did it. So we're talking about an ally versus Cuba, which was an adversary.
Right. But so if you're my ally, then how they end up in your waters? And did you come and tell me some shit about, you see what I'm saying? And so ally, is as ally does.
Right.
Well, it's not like every country is anywhere near as powerful as the U.S. Greenland is ran by Denmark, so it's not even really its own country. It's ran by Denmark, so they can't really do too much without Denmark. We have a base there, and we've been winding that base down, not building it up. So you can't complain about Greenland not doing something as we wind down our operations there as well. Right,
but Greenland is ran by Denmark, as you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so what was they doing? Did they alert them? You see what I'm saying? Is Denmark an ally? And how good of an ally are they? Because if Denmark didn't say shit, then they with the bullshit, right? They in league with them.
Can Denmark?
And so if you are, then okay. Now I'm talking to you because you're my ally, right? So we could do it the easy way, because now you let it go on.
Right.
Or if you really are not my ally, if you are my ally in name only, okay, then bitch, we finna get to moving some furniture around.
So Denmark has been treating the situation the same as the U.S. essentially, it seems like. And now the U.S. is saying, oh, Denmark, you should have been doing more, even though both Russia and China by themselves dwarf you, and you can't actually do anything to them. You would actually need our help if you wanted to stop them from doing anything around Greenland.
Right.
We haven't been there. We haven't been building up our arms there to support you and if you were to confront them. And since you haven't been confronting them, we're now going to blame you, even though you're not powerful enough to confront them.
But see, that's the thing. If they were I'm sure everybody know they're not powerful enough to confront them, but had Denmark or Greenland come and say, hey, we seen them out here, we need to do something about this to get them up out these waters, right? That's very different than you finding out that they there yourself and then Greenland or Denmark being like, huh, what had happened? You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. And so it's all in your approach. Nobody's saying they got to go in, but they could have went and said, hey, you need to come check this out.
Yeah, but this has been known. This isn't something new. Like China and Russia operating in the Arctic, whether it's right off of Greenland or whether it's in the Arctic, generally speaking, it has been known since at least Obama's terms. So it has been raised, whether that be by the U.S. or Greenland. And instead of building up operations in Greenland, we have winded down. I remember when I was in tech school, someone got orders to Greenland. The Air Force base up there is called Thule or something like that. And they got orders there, and their orders got switched over because of reasons. And so it's not, and that was in 2014. So 12 years ago. And we've been knowing about this for a long time. So I guess I'm just confused because it doesn't go like, I understand what you guys are saying about, hey, are we telling you guys to do something? You're not doing it, X, Y, and Z. But it seems like everybody has known about it. Okay, well, what were you saying then? Maybe I missed something.
I didn't say that they not doing anything about it. Obviously, like we already established, they themselves aren't powerful enough to do anything about it. But were they coming to the U.S. and saying, hey, we need to get them up out of here, ally?
But why would they have to say that if the U.S. already knows? Let's just say they haven't. Let's just say they haven't. And the U.S. already knows that Russia has been building these ice pickers and all this other stuff. They've been increasing their operations in the Arctic, X, Y, and Z. And instead of the U.S. moving to confront Russia, they've let Russia do whatever they want and scale back. That signals to Denmark the U.S. is not willing to fight this fight. And Denmark and Greenland don't necessarily have the technology to record or know exactly where Russia submarines or where Russia high tech, et cetera, is. So they have to rely on the U.S. And again, the U.S. is winding down operations. So unless we have someone that's really versed on the Arctic and the power plays or the plays that have happened for the past decade and a half, we aren't 100% sure what exactly happened. All I know is that we have winded down operations in Greenland, not increased them, even though we have known Russia and China have been making beelines for the Arctic. Everybody has known this for years since climate change has been a thing, that as climate change continues to be a thing and warmer weather and all that, it melts the ice up there and it's going to become a really heavily used trade route. That's been known for decades, or it's predicted for decades. So it's not like this is like, oh, Trump's second term, now we're just now seeing it. Like, this has been known for a very long time. And so I guess I'm just not getting the invasion at all, period. But let alone, like, there's another step before the invasion, which is increasing troop presence there. Our treaty, as far as I'm aware, our treaty with Greenland/Denmark says we can essentially we can basically do whatever we want with troops there. That's essentially what it says. And if it doesn't say, we can just, renegotiate the SOFA, the Status of Forces Agreement, with them, like we do with every other European nation or Asian nation. So it's just like a huge, it's the playbook of someone that wants to be known for something that he isn't, which is a strong leader. And so he's, bullying these countries that don't really have a fight, that can't really fight back. Greenland has like 60K people.
What? Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know.
Well, so I hear everything you're saying, right? But there's, in the corporate world, there's something called CYA. Do you know what that means?
Cover your ass.
Right. And so if my bosses, now I'm just a little person, are doing something, that everybody know about, and people aren't responding to at one point, as the little person, you still got to be CCing people on email saying, hey, this is the case. You saw this went on. Nobody's doing anything, but you're still going to be pointing that shit out to cover your own ass, because when they decide to start moving, they always look for the little person to take the shit out on, right? Because the higher ups ain't going to want to take responsibility for that. And so as the little person, you got to have enough sense to know that, bitch, I'm being transparent with everybody just so I can cover my own ass.
And I have to agree. Like, we cannot say because possibly past presidents dropped the ball on this situation and say, hey, Trump, you should be dropping the ball too.
No, nobody's saying drop the ball. The point is that there's a huge plethora of options to do before invasion. And Trump can't, we just went over this, Trump can't negotiate. He's trash. So his go-to is just, hey, this is a country with 60K, let's just invade them because that's easier for me to do.
No, but hold on. But y'all, so if this problem was going on for 2 presidents ago, and they've been talking with them, and it's still going on today, at what point do we say enough is enough?
You can't say that. It's not like I would have to look up what the conversations were, and obviously there's going to be a lot of classified stuff that nobody's going to be able to get their hands on.
Correct.
That are going to
tell
the
access
real.
To them computer systems. Go find it for us. I know you got a clearance. Go find that information and bring it back so we can have a discussion.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that if I did have a clearance, or if someone else has a clearance, they still need to know. And poking around to find stuff that you don't have a need to know is a good way to get your clearance revoked. Not that I have a clearance, but if you did, this is for anybody that does have a clearance.
You got a clearance.
This is for anybody that does have a clearance and wants to try to poke around. Highly advised against doing that. Now, with that being said,
you got one.
With that being said, even if it was known, it wouldn't be. You can't speak of it.
Quit playing.
It's not. All right, yeah. So anyway, so we'll just go with the open source intel, what that says. And you're saying, oh well, if it's been 2 presidents and nothing has changed, that's my point. Is that if it's been known for 2 presidents and the presidents weren't doing anything, we cannot blame Denmark for not willing to get themselves essentially offed by Russia or X, Y, and Z. When their big brother is not wanting to back, like, imagine I had a big brother and I'm getting bullied, and I'm like, hey brother, I'm getting bullied, and my brother's like, okay, and I don't care, I'm moving.
Right, but
you expect me to go stand up to this bully by myself? That don't make any sense. And then when I don't, you then come back 5 years later, hey, why don't you stand up to this bully? Oh, all right, now I'm gonna beat your ass. That doesn't make any sense. You weren't there to help me when I needed help.
All right, so the issue is that, okay, now your big brother didn't do all that. Now you got your big cousin. He just came home. He just got 34 felonies, and now he home. And he like, hey, I see you got this situation going on still. At what point do we say, hey, maybe Trump is like, hey, big cousin's home now. Your big brother was a bitch ass BAN. And he was allowing this bullying thing to happen for far too long. I'm here now. What you need? And then you like, at some point we're gonna say, okay, little cuz, you cannot run this thing anymore. He is being too dangerous to our house. We cannot have him with his goddamn dogs in the backyard eating up our goddamn rabbits.
Does the U.S. need to take over Canada and Greenland to secure the Arctic?
Clearly, they need
Russian
to.
aggression.
Clearly, they need to take over from what if we are believing what Donald Trump is saying. Right? That's number one.
Well, let's look at other places in the world. We have issues with China. We've had issues with Russia. Do we have to take over Eastern European countries to create a force that was against Russia to stop them from expanding?
Is those places in our backyard?
That's the point, is that we did it from a place that wasn't in our backyard. So of course we can do it from a place that is in our backyard.
But I think those are two different things, right? So if he is saying that, hey, listen, I don't want Russia and China in our backyard, that is a big problem. We do not want them in our backyard where they can do whatever
you're
they
still
want.
not getting it. What is stopping?
We extending ourselves to other people. We allying other people. And the whole thing with the whole NATO, what he said later on in the clip, he said, listen, NATO only exists because of me. We spend the most money with NATO. We are keeping NATO alive. And it's about time. Like, I understand y'all concerns. However, without me, it's time for somebody to be Big Daddy and say, hey, enough is a goddamn enough. And sometimes you being a father figure of the situation, you're gonna have to tell somebody, hey, enough is enough. I'm paying your rent, and we got to do this so we can make this nation better. And this is the reason why I'm doing X, Y, Z. According to Trump, that's what he is saying. So,
question.
This is the same.
When should the other NATO countries?
This is the same rhetoric that you can go through historically speaking, go to any dictatorship, and they use the same type of rhetoric. Oh, we have to do this to create this buffer. Oh, we have to do this because if we don't, then we have these enemies on the other side. So we have to do it because they're not doing X, Y, and Z. So we have to do it. That's one. Two, you haven't answered why you can't just renegotiate SOFA. From what I understand, Greenland has essentially said, U.S., you can do whatever you want with troops on our land. Greenland doesn't want to be taken over by Russia or China, and they don't want to lose out on natural resources. So obviously they're in the fight. They're willing to fight this fight with us. Canada is in the same boat. Renegotiation of our status of forces agreement, if we have one with Canada, because I don't know if we do. What is I guess I'm confused about why not. Why is the invasion should be the last thing on people's mind. People think it sounds cool because, explosions, woo, or, oh, we get to be big and bad, and, oh, Venezuela just happened, all this stuff. It's not a cool thing to do, especially not to an ally. And taking over, let's say we invaded Greenland, how does that impact the rest of our standing in the rest of the world? Do you think people are going to want to be by our side? Because plenty of European countries contributed members during our fight in Afghanistan, and a few did it in our fight in Iraq. And even the ones that didn't in Iraq, if I'm not mistaken, Germany didn't contribute any troops. But guess where a lot of those members that were hurt were flown to? To Germany, launched to a hospital. When they got blown up and all that other good stuff, guess where they were being evac to? Mm-hmm. So you're talking about something that is, one, potentially going to damage irreversibly, in our lifetime at least, our standing with our allies, and something that doesn't need to be done. But because someone is using the same rhetoric that dictators use and whatever, you're falling into it. There's nothing stopping us from putting Navy bases up in Greenland, Navy bases up in northern Canada, or negotiating for that first.
At what point do the other NATO countries that are closer to Denmark, that are closer to Greenland, who had to have already noticed this as well, when are they now responsible for oh, well, shit, we're not trying to do anything to protect the U.S. either?
What do you mean?
When is it okay for us to protect ourselves?
You can always protect yourself, but using, oh, I'm scared, I got to protect myself as a pretense to invade an ally is just dumb. And it doesn't make any sense when that ally is willing to change, if they don't already have it in their status of forces agreements with us, to change their status of forces agreement, or there's a possibility of negotiating with them first, to set more troops there, to set more, increase the military buildup there. So
I think the issue is that people want to just, I think he tired of playing the politics. He hey, enough is enough.
What do you mean tired of playing? He never. What are you talking, bro? You trolling? That's the issue.
Whatever happened before, that is politics, correct? So those boats got there. Canada knew about it. Greenland knew about it. Denmark know about it.
They hit up. Let's say they hit up the U.S. and the U.S. was like, we don't care.
Right,
And they say we don't care. They said let it happen.
At this moment, we can't assume. Okay, let's just assume that they said that. At this moment,
I don't care. They said let it happen.
At this moment, Donald Trump is like, "Hey, we care because I know what they're trying." Like things is ramping up, right? So at one point when people are doing these little things and it doesn't really affect you that much, your little kid talks back to you, for example. They're like, "Okay, you see it?" You're like, "All right," and then now it's starting to ramp up. Eventually, you're like, "Okay, I said enough is enough. Take your ass to the room. I'm going to handle X, Y, Z." So eventually things go from, hey, I see it, it's not that big of a threat, to eventually, oh, you are doing way too much, and now I got to check your ass.
When did the U.S. say enough is enough?
And what it seems like at this moment now, that Donald Trump is at the point where he said, hey, I got to check all y'all because I'm feeding all of y'all, and y'all ain't really being my ally for real. Just like, okay.
A couple of things. Trump doesn't care about defeating Russia or whatever excuse that you're buying in from him, as he says one thing and does completely different things. If he cared about defeating Russia, then we would be supporting Ukraine a lot more than we are.
Can I pause you there?
So,
I never said nothing about defeating Russia.
It was implied that we were going to be working against Russia, and he obviously doesn't care to work against Russia. If anything, he wants to work with Russia because at least in the past, he wanted to counter China. Now I'm not so sure.
Hold on, but he want to work with Russia over there. You can't.
No,
he don't want to work with Russia over here.
Those are two different things. Not know what the Arctic looks like? There's no over here, over there.
What I'm saying, because you're saying that Trump wants to work with Russia. I'm saying Trump is willing to work with Russia as long as there's money being flown and he say his people over there on that side. But when they start putting themselves in our backyard, the way how he is quoting it, that is a different kind of help Russia. Those are two different versions of helping a country.
You think that he is willing to somehow go against Russia in a certain way that I disagree. I think that he is more than willing to. First of all, the Arctic's not huge, so over there, over here, over there, it doesn't really work. It's not really a big ass place, and there's going to be a lot of, like I said, economic influence in different areas. I think we just disagree on that. I think we just fundamentally disagree on how far Trump is willing to let Russia do certain things in the Arctic. It still goes back to, you're saying, oh, well, we told you guys to stop and you guys aren't stopping it, so now we have to stop it. When did that happen?
Right, and that's information that we don't have. Well, we are going off what he is saying. That
but we kind of do
for a fact that these destroyers and submarines is just in the Arctic water. We know that for a fact. And at one point, we say, okay, enough is enough. They was over in the waters in Venezuela. Now they're over in the waters in Greenland. We do not want them in our backyard, is what he's saying. So eventually things can boil over to where things going to have to get checked and say, hey, I'm not allowing this anymore. And maybe that's where he's at the moment.
Trump is incompetent. He couldn't devise a plan if you paid him Elon Musk's wealth. So I don't know where you're getting from Trump going, oh, I think that's enough, so I'm going to do no. He's taking orders or not orders, but taking advice from the people around him. So that's one. Two, the U.S. is still the U.S. The U.S. interests have more or less been the same or have been steady. Just the implementation of how to get there has changes per administration. The Arctic has been in the U.S. national security concerns for a long time, has been talked about at least for a while because of the trade routes that will open up and the access that it'll give Russia and other countries to, essentially our backyard or, Canada or whatever. He was president in his first term. Mm-hmm. Biden came after him, and now it's Trump again. Mm-hmm. You're saying we don't know what the discussions had. We don't need to know what the discussions were. We can look at the movement of troops, of air bases, of logistics. Has there been an uptick? Because again, this has been known for a while what Russia has been doing. Has there been an uptick on shifting our forces to the north? Mm-hmm. And any administration, because he was Trump, he was president for 4 years. Mm-hmm. During his 4 years, was there an uptick in moving troops up there or just military assets?
And the answer is?
I think that the open source says no.
Okay. And so, but what I got to do with today?
Because you keep on saying, oh, well, if the U.S. said this, the U.S. said this, and they keep on saying it, and Denmark or Greenland's not doing it, now it's time to do something ourselves. But to me, it doesn't seem like the U.S. has been saying that.
Those 4 years of no uptick going up north, why we are not saying that he was attempting to communicate then and politic his way that then?
Who was trying to do what? Biden or Trump?
You're saying is no logistics proof of it being an uptick in military presence.
There have been reports of it, just like there's reports of literally everything else. Matter of fact, the Venezuela stuff was leaked to the New York Times and Washington Post, or the New York Post, or two organizations.
What I'm saying is that you're saying that because it was no uptick in the North, that shows that we didn't have no concern of it, correct? Is that
no? We just went over CYA. Cover your ass. You can politic and still move your troops up there, or still move assets up there, or negotiate with the allied countries. Where are the reports of that you know of? Because I don't know of any.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that you are saying that you have to see these reports of it, and that's the only way you will believe it. Correct?
Yes, there's reports of everything.
Okay, so now how do we not know that he wasn't just communicating with them like, hey, we need something done about this? And the whole time when he those 4 years that he was there, he was like, hey, we keep having reports of this, that, and the third is happening.
Has he ever hidden anything?
Huh?
Has he ever hidden anything? Do you know of anything that he wasn't loudmouth about? Of his plans?
I'm confused. Right, but
you're saying, like, what if he was doing this on the side and we just didn't hear about it? When has he ever not been a loudmouth motherfucker?
Venezuela.
Whenever he
was very much.
We didn't know the day that he was going to go in there and just really actually snatch somebody.
We didn't know the day down to it, but one, it was leaked to at least two publications who just didn't publish it because of the potential harm that our troops would have been in. So it was leaked for one. Two, he definitely projected or broadcasted, whatever the word is I'm looking for right here, for at least a month in advance.
Mm-hmm. All right. And
so you're not even getting any of that. So we would at least be getting that. We don't got to know, the exact moment our assets are going to move X, Y, and Z, or the exact moment some treaty or whatever, some SOFA, whatever is going to be signed. But his big mouth ass has never, ever been quiet about something. He's always spoken about it. Even recently.
All right. So hold on. So this is where we disagree. So I think when he starts talking about it, that's because all negotiations have failed. So I think when we are looking at that he's being a loudmouth about things, that's when we hear about it. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't talking about it behind the scenes a long time ago. And then now that he's at the point where nothing's going to happen, he's like, hey, look, this is what's going to happen now.
You're willing to give incompetent old fuck
I'm willing to
the
say
benefit of the doubt.
that he had a conversation with them before, and now he's done with the conversation. He said, hey, this is what we're going to do. I'm tired of negotiating. That's what it sounds like to me. I am not negotiating with y'all no more.
You're willing to give KT the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not. That's the difference. That's just the difference between us. Like I see, it's been, a certain amount of time. You have an arbitrary line that seems to be further than mine, where you are willing to give people the benefit of the doubt, even though they have done nothing to show they are different or to show they're wise or anything like that. You're willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm just not. It's as simple as that.
But could your bias not be the same problem? Like, you're not willing to show the same bias for the same reason.
What bias? I mean, what bias for the same reason?
Think about it. Like, everything you say, he's an idiot. He's never done apples, oranges, and bananas. But even if we can present certain situations where this exact situation has happened before, like when he did the strike, okay, yeah, he projected it for a month, but before it even went down, he's like, look, I don't believe this is really going down. And not 24 hours later, a bunker buster went through. And he's been talking about Greenland for the last 7 months. And we're going to pretend like this is something that we haven't really known about. He's doing the very thing that he always does. But OPSEC says that I don't need to tell you everything for me to know everything. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean that I don't know it.
Okay. So this is how low the bar is for Trump. He can just keep talking about, tell you, just completely tell you everything about it, except the time and the date that it's actually going to happen. And apparently that's OPSEC. Never knew that was OPSEC.
Okay, so
none of my training.
So what you're saying is that this whole Greenland situation didn't come up until he started talking about it.
What Greenland situation?
whenever he said, I think we should take over Greenland, you saying that's the first time it came up?
The first time that the U.S. talked about invading Greenland was the first time he said it?
Yeah.
I'm sure there was probably some party, some fringe parties that talked about it too. I don't think it's been a mainstream thing.
And that's all I'm giving him the benefit of doubt, that he was having conversations, politicking it before. He's like, you know what? Hey, and then that's when he threw out the first little, all right, we've been talking about it for a while, and then y'all not understanding. Hey, maybe we think about taking over Greenland. Cause I think that's the progression of how he do it. He talks about it behind the scenes first, and it don't go his way. All right.
Yeah.
F around and find out. That's the progression I think it is.
Yeah. So, hey, do what I say, and if you don't do it, then I'm going to do this.
Yes.
So dictator talk. Yeah. Okay, sure. He's been politicking by saying, hey, you're going to do whatever I say because it makes me look good, just like he's done with the Fed. That he now has issued, that he has now told, or
I want to get past it. I don't want to go past the dictator. I don't think that is dictator talk.
Okay.
And didn't he do the same thing?
Trump does not care about anything other than making himself look good.
No, but he did the same thing with the terror threats. That did the same thing.
What?
He did the same thing at the beginning of this term about, hey, if you try to drop tariffs on me, I'm going to drop them bigger on you because you need us more than we need you. And it balanced out a lot of the tariffs. Like, I hear you saying that he doesn't do it, but he's done the same thing consistently.
So I'm saying that he exposes essentially everything that he's going to do beforehand, and then you bring up tariffs as evidence that he doesn't, or what do you bring up tariffs for?
No, what I'm saying, you're talking about the bully talk. Hey, sorry, what?
He did he did the tariffs, and then people did.
So you saying with the tariff thing, you don't think he had a conversation before the tariff thing? Like, I don't agree with the tariff things at all, but I think he did speak to the nations before he did them.
No, I don't think he did.
He absolutely did, and in fact, he did them publicly.
He spoke to 192 nations less than 2 months into his term. That's what you're saying. He had serious negotiations with 192 nations.
I think he told people, hey, look, this is what we need to do with the ones that are doing it. And then it had to go that he had to do it with everybody. That's probably what the negotiations with his people. But regardless, I think he said something to them before he actually did. Even though I don't agree with the tariffs, but I think he said something to them before he actually did.
So Trump has been in the limelight, in the presidential spotlight for at least since 2015, right? Since he was running, or whenever he decided to run.
Well, no, he was in before that when he ran Democrat.
No, I'm not going back that far because he was a little.
Yeah, so I could show you.
Can you show me? No. I didn't get to finish the question. Can you show me a video of him explaining any type of plan in detail?
Yes, when he first was running, he said that these deals that we have with other countries is not good for America. He's been saying that's what he ran on the first time.
That's great. That's great. He said, "I said, can you show me a video of him?"
He's the I'm going to make a deal president because he said he's.
Do you not know what in detail means?
You don't. I don't understand.
If I say, "Oh, these tariffs are bad and they're just bad for us," that's not me describing it in detail. That's just me saying some random shit. Did he break down how they're bad and say, oh, well, here's the pros, here's the cons. Hey, here's what we should do. Here's what economic theory says. Like, it's simple shit. Tariffs are a tax. Economic theory says tariffs, unless they're selective, are bad for an economy. Did he talk about that? Did he talk about that?
I think so. Yes, I believe he did. I don't agree. I don't agree with tariffs whatsoever. But he did explain in detail why we've been on the short side of the stick of these trade deals. He absolutely explained it. I just don't agree with it.
Okay.
And clearly you don't agree with his idea of using the tariffs as well. However, I'm not going to act as if he didn't explain it.
That's
now,
not
when he started doing it this time around, and he was doing the same mistake that he did the first time, I didn't understand that neither. But he did explain why he's doing it. He believes that it was going to boost up the economy by doing X, Y. He detailed it. I just didn't agree with his detail, but he detailed it.
Yeah, he detailed it like when he talked about COVID and he said, hey, if we stop testing, all the cases will go down. Yeah, he detailed. You're right. He gave a detailed explanation. You're right. My bad. You guys have such a low bar for this goofball. It's not even funny. That's what we've come. There's such a low bar for someone to talk about a detailed plan. Just stop testing, and that's a detailed plan. We test, and that's how we have the highest cases. Let's just stop testing. That's a detailed plan.
So his reasoning that he came out with, and I don't know the technical terms, but basically it was that we're buying more from other countries than they're buying from us. Right. I forgot what the actual technical term was, but that was his method, his ideology on why he wanted the tariff, which I think is stupid, right? But that was his message.
Is that detailed, or is that just
Yes,
saying
that is
something?
his
Okay. Yeah. See, you just say 4 words is now a detailed plan.
What I'm saying is,
That's not a detailed plan.
this: just because
Okay,
I don't
got it.
agree with his detail, I'm not going to act as if it's not a detail. I just didn't agree with it. I still don't agree with the way how he is running this whole tower situation. But I'm not going to act as if he didn't explain it why he's doing it.
Wait, AR, are you saying that there are presidents that have given out full disclosure on everything that they were doing?
Let's not do the.
That's
whole
not
topic
everything.
of what
I just
about
want one simple thing. He can't give you full disclosure about. He can't give you a plan about anything. They ask him about healthcare. Oh, well, I have concepts of a plan.
Hold on.
Like, come on, what are we doing here? This is how far this is how low the bar is.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to understand.
That's a plan, though. That's a plan. According to Sharon, because he said healthcare is bad, that means he gave us a detailed plan. Healthcare is bad. We spend a lot on healthcare, guys. That's a detailed plan.
Slow down. You are putting things on me that I did not say.
It's equivalent. It's the same concept. You're saying that he gave a detailed plan about tariffs because he said tariffs are bad and we spend more.
Hold on. It's not equivalent because I don't agree with everything that he say or do. I don't even agree with the tariffs, but I'm not going to say that he didn't give a plan. He just gave a plan that I did not agree with. I don't understand why we cannot just be honest about that. He gave a detailed plan. I don't agree with his details. I don't agree with his plan. Those are two different things.
All right, so here, how about this? Since we're not on the same page, somehow you think detail means that if you utter a couple words, that makes it a detailed plan. You define what a detailed plan is to me.
That today I'm going to do a show about Donald Trump talking about Greenland and Tucker Carlson bringing up FBAs as a political position. That is me detailing what I'm going to talk about today.
And that's a detailed plan to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That just sounds like a regular concept of a plan or a plan to me. But okay, sure. To you, that's a detailed plan. Okay. So now that same situation, how would you describe it in a detailed way? I would expect, I can't come up to it off the top of my head right now, but I would expect more breakdown. You know, hey, I'm going to talk about these exact things, why they're wrong, X, Y, and Z, especially when you're putting forth some type of argument already. You're saying tariffs are bad. Okay, how are they bad? Oh, well, we just spend more. No, that's not a detailed plan. Hold on. No. Hold on. You complain things. You said give you a detailed plan. I gave you a detailed plan about what I wanted to talk about today. Right. I didn't mention nothing about a tariff. We disagree on what we expect from a president. No, that's all it is. No, I understand that. No, we don't. I don't understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that you asked me for a detailed plan, right? That was separate from whatever Donald Trump is. And I said, what I'm going to talk about today. Would you like me to rephrase it? Detailed explanation? Right, because you added tariffs into my plan. That's not, I was not planning on talking about tariffs today. We wound up going in that direction because of the conversation. However, you have to detail my plan of having a conversation about the Greenland situation and the FBA talk. How would you detail that? Because that's what, because I did write a description, but how would you detail that other than close it properly, please?
I just dropped the back chat. I dropped the very question he just asked. So you asked when he gave him details on it. There it goes.
So how would I be given? So what would be because you said my idea of how the show's supposed to go was not a detailed plan. So what would be the detailed plan of this show of me talking about Greenland and FBA talk? So you saying I'm going to talk about these things? That's cool. I would expect that's just a overview of what's going to happen. If a synopsis of what's, or maybe not even a synopsis. If I get a brochure of when I go to a play, for example, it's going to have the times of when each act is going to happen. For example, that's an itinerary, a detailed itinerary, or however you want to describe it. You saying, hey, I'm just going to talk about these things today. That's just that's a plan, but it's more like a fluid thing. It's like, I'm going to talk about these things. I might talk about them later on. I might talk about them in the beginning. I might talk about them by myself. I might talk about what people hear. That's not a detailed plan. But tell me the detailed plan. I understand what you're saying.
So I'm getting there. So a detailed plan would be, so for example, with the FBA stuff and whatever the other Greenland stuff, a detailed plan would say, hey, here first, let's say 20 minutes, I'm going to be just kind of monologuing or showing the video. Then at about 30 minutes, I'm going to let people up. 40 minutes, and I'm going to talk about Greenland first. And so then 30 minutes in, I'm going to let people up. We're going to talk about Greenland. Then I'm going to start shifting the conversation to FBA stuff about an hour in. And then after that, X, Y, and Z. So you kind of break down what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. That's more of a detailed plan. Obviously, you can't do that with everything when it comes to politics. Obviously, you don't want foreshadows, point, op, sec, and whatnot. But that's more of a detailed plan. when you talk about healthcare, for example, you don't really
Okay,
need
so now
OPSEC. You don't
pause.
need no, hold on.
Have
You
you
don't need
ever?
OPSEC. You don't need OPSEC for healthcare,
Hold on.
for
I
example.
want to discuss with you, my brother. So, have you read my description?
Today, no, I've read it before. Yeah.
Do I not put in detail what I'm going to talk about and then actually reiterate it in the show?
We're talking about what you said. You said,
right.
I asked you to give an example of a detailed plan, and you just said a sentence. I said that's not a detailed plan. You said, how could it be detailed? Now you're saying, well, it doesn't matter. Description show a detailed
I have
plan.
because what I'm trying to get you to understand is that I do have a description on this show as well. So
I understand that.
Okay, so I'm just wanting to have an understanding. Do you believe that is a detailed plan when I write that description? And then I reiterate that description. Usually in the first 15 to an hour, I'm reiterating that description. Would you consider
I don't think
that?
I don't think your description is a detailed plan. I think it's a detailed synopsis of what you're going to talk about overall.
Okay.
Or the background of what you're going to talk about.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get to the understanding of.
No, I don't think it doesn't say anything. It's nothing about a plan in your description. It's kind of like the history of what you're going to talk about. It's not kind of the background of what you're going to talk about, but it's not a plan. It's still detailed. It's not. I'm not discrediting it or anything. Like I'm not downplaying what you put in there.
I'm just trying to get an understanding. Yeah. I don't think you're discrediting anything.
We can move to stuff that doesn't require OPSEC. Like you guys can hide behind, OPSEC tariffs, OPSEC diplomacy, X, Y, and Z. That's fine. Let's move past that because you don't need OPSEC for healthcare, for example. You don't need OPSEC for education, for example. You need OPSEC for a lot of these domestic things, right? And he's never gave a detailed plan. He's never even gave a regular plan. Generally speaking, of healthcare, what's his plan? I mean, he's been in office. He was in office for 4 years, and now he's been in office for a year, so 5 years total. Can someone tell me what he planned on doing with healthcare? Because it seems like he just stitches things together depending on who talked to him last, and decides, hey, let's turn it kind of more into a communist country because I can't really negotiate, but I have some executive orders I can do, and so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to bully my way there.
Okay, so now my next question is Project 2025. Would you consider that a detailed plan?
As far as I know, it was pretty detailed. I never actually read it though.
And I disagree with Project 2025, but it's still a detailed plan. I think. So, are you expected? So, this detailed plan, I'm trying to understand the concept of him not having detailed plans. Are you expecting him to express the detailed plan in words every time he hit the podium, or the detailed plan is supposed to be on paper for everybody that's a part of his cabinet to follow?
I expect at some point during an interview, when someone asks him a question, it's not about being performative or just being abstract or saying things that just are completely not true. I expect a breakdown. I mean, I just expect that from a president. I know the bar is low as president before Trump, and I know it's gotten even lower since Trump became president, and we had Biden before him, who was 85 years old. I know the bar is low, and I don't expect, for example, one of my grandmas to be able to explain to me economic theory, just like I don't expect them to ever be voted into office. But if someone is voted into office, I expect them at some point in their fucking career, when they're sat down by an interviewer, to be able to explain, to be able to talk to what they're talking about outside of just performative bullshit, outside of populist talk. That's what I expect. It's as simple as that. I think that if I grabbed a random representative or a random senator and I asked them, hey, one that actually put forth a bill, hey, what is your plans in this bill, or what is this, that, or the other? I expect them to be able to talk to it a little bit. When I go and listen to some of these people when they're on an interview, when they're doing an interview, for example, Pete Buttigieg or
all right, so hold on. So I guess my issue is I've never really actually heard nobody really in the interview give a detailed plan. And I think
have you heard them give more details than Trump?
Like the detailed plan is usually something that you read and not something that is expressed in the interview. And I just think we disagree on what the detailed plan is and how he politics. I do not agree on majority of things that Donald Trump does, but I'm not gonna discredit what I'm actually seeing. That he do have a plan, whether I agree with it or not. He still has a plan. Like I don't allow my disdain for somebody to pass judgment on everything that he does. He could still do something correct. Just because I don't like most of his things that he said, he could still do something correct. So I don't understand that while people have such a disdain for him that he can't do nothing correct. That's the only issue that I have.
Did I say he does nothing correct?
And this is the difference between somebody having a bias and an unbiased conversation, right? Even though they're trying to make it seem like I'm the one that is being unbiased. The fact that if anything goes against their thing, now all of a sudden we can't have a conversation about the person.
Did I say Trump does nothing? Did I say that Trump has done nothing right?
But you'll put me in the same jacket as if you'll insinuate that I'm some kind of Donald Trump supporter.
No, I just said that you still give someone the benefit of the doubt that shouldn't be given the benefit of the doubt. That's what I said. I didn't say you're a Trump supporter.
Right. You're not saying it directly. However,
I'm not even implying it, because there's plenty of things that Trump does that I think that are correct. I think the stay in Mexico policy was correct. I think deportation of illegal immigrants is correct, and the way that the left handles it is not proper. The Venezuela, obviously, I supported the invasion of Venezuela, even if I disagree with why even though I think there's a difference between why Trump did it and why I would do it, et cetera, et cetera. So there's plenty that Trump has done that I supported, and it doesn't make me a Trump supporter no less than it makes you a Trump supporter. I didn't imply by saying that you have a low bar, a low standard for president that you're supporting Trump. It's just you give him benefit of the doubt, and anybody can get benefit of the doubt. My benefit of the doubt kind of went out the window when he tried to stay in power after he got voted out. That's when my benefit of the doubt went out. And for some people, that wasn't enough. And obviously we see that day in and day out. So that's just that. Okay.
I think that's fair. And so maybe now people could stop trying to accuse me of being some kind of Trump supporter. That's kind of crazy to me. Welcome to the show. Timothy Jones. You got to turn down YouTube in the back. How you doing, Timothy?
Oh, I turned it down. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yeah. What are we talking about? I saw a few minutes earlier, and then I decided to jump up.
We're talking about Trump and, well, right now, Greenland, FBAs, which I didn't get to talk about, and because the dude got me on a tangent about Trump and Trump's incompetence, or the low standard that people have of him. The low bar he has to cross to be able to be considered giving a detailed plan, or being competent.
Oh, I think he's just doing whatever he wants until somebody stops him. I mean, I don't know if it's right or wrong.
Sounds like a dictator, yeah. Continue, please.
Not necessarily. I mean, he is the president, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he has a plan, he's allowed to carry it out from his executive position. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he's in charge, so it's going to take somebody smart to really find if he's doing something illegal or come up with a way to stop him. It's a game, and he's looks like he's better at playing it than everybody else right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Sharon, I wanted to speak about the Greenland situation real quick, because I'm with AR about Trump. I don't like him. Honestly, felt like he should have been arrested for trying to attempt to with the fake electors and everything like that. But the Greenland thing, me and AR had this conversation, I think last week or the week before. If it's in America's best interest to take Venezuela, take Greenland, take Mexico, and even Canada, I think we should take it. You know what I mean? Just make the whole continent, America, in my opinion. So my thing is, if like if Denmark can't like provide the protection of their lands and their waters, and we got to spend money to do it, why not? Why not us take it over? Also, if I was, because I dislike Trump a lot, but if it's in the best interest of America, then I would do it. But I just wanted to speak from this perspective real quick. If I'm China and Russia, and I see what America's doing, is what I would do, because he's gonna be out in 4 years if you don't try to run for a third term. Is what I would do if I want a different administration to take place that's more friendly to China or Russia or other countries. I would probably declare war with America from Russia and China's standpoint, and then make it last until the election, and then do everything I can to try to get, let's say, a Democratic or a Libertarian president that can bring the world back to what it was once before Trump. You know what I mean? From just the other side perspective, like if you wanted a strategy. But I definitely think the Greenland situation, we should just take it. and I don't think we need to lose. We don't need a lot of force to do it. Just tell them, hey man, we're gonna take it, and I'm pretty sure that they would allow it.
How
Allow
many?
us to take it.
So Kulu,
All right,
how many are you in the
Kulu,
military?
just go on mute because you have a lot of noise in the background when you're not talking. He already did. AR, I guess you want to address. I was gonna go to Tim, but go ahead, AR.
Kulu, 2 questions.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn, it says Derella on the show.
You know what?
I set that one up nice.
We like it. We like it.
So before I bring it to Timothy, Devo, what is your thoughts on people not looking at Donald Trump as being detailed enough and all these different situations as if he didn't attempt to have some kind of backroom conversation and he just like, all right, and he just moved on to like, we ain't having the conversation anymore. What is your thoughts on that?
I think, there are backroom conversations that, the general public isn't privy to. But at the same time, I think a lot of those backroom conversations are trying to put some meat on the bones of the shit that he's talking about and figuring out how to do it. I feel like his advisors, well, you know what? Maybe not. If he had decent advisors, they would spend a lot of time trying to take what he says or, says he wants to do and make it, politically savvy or have him do it in a way where he's exercising some diplomacy, that type of thing. I don't know that they're actually doing that though. So
okay. Go ahead, Timothy. What is your thoughts? Do we need more detailed plans from Donald Trump out of his interviews?
I don't know why we would. And I'm saying this from an unemotional standpoint because everybody's emotional if they're just saying he's a dictator because nobody can tell us who was running the last administration. And I think he saw that and said, oh, this finna be a breeze. I'm going to do what I want until somebody stops me. I have a plan. I don't have to tell you everything, but you can sit here and just watch the execution of it. So I don't know if we necessarily need details because that wouldn't please the other side anyway. So I don't think so.
Okay. Welcome to the show, KT the GOAT. Good day. What is your thoughts? Do you think we need more details from Donald Trump out of interviews?
No, I think you need to have detail with any type of plans like economic or, things that could affect our economy. Things like taking over countries definitely would affect our economy. So, yeah, I think you need to have some time. I'm not going to sit there and say, tell us what date you're going to bomb. But
so the details you asked for, should it be in paper or you saying that the details should be in the interview?
I'm saying they should be presented somewhere. I'm not going to say where they should be presented, but they should be presented somewhere. You could say an interview, maybe a paper.
Okay, so when a person asks, what's going on with Greenland, and he said, Greenland has not been an ally to us because they're allowing Russia and China into the waters of the Arctic, and we can't allow that anymore for Russia and China to be in that backyard. So they're either going to do it the easy way or the hard way. Is that him?
No. First of all, you would have to go off the basis if you just accept what he's saying is the truth.
You broke up, KT. While KT, I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, I was saying though. So yeah, that's Greenland. Greenland is a free state. Even when we're talking about Denmark gave up the right to actually control them in like the 80s. They voted to be independent a long time ago. Denmark's just like releasing their sovereignty over a period. But they're a free country. We have no right to tell them who can be in their waters if we're being very frank. So unless we're just going to accept because Trump said it, we have to make that the truth.
Do you accept anything any other president has said as the truth?
No, I mean, I'm saying it hasn't been a problem. No, Greenland has under no circumstance have ever been considered a problem for us. Matter of fact, we have a base there. You know, they a long history of them literally saying we don't give a fuck, do whatever y'all want here for real. So, no.
So if that's so you don't believe that Trump said, "Hey, we got is enough of Russia and China troops in our water." You don't think that was the conversation that they had?
No, even if they did, no. Why? I mean, we see how Trump's going about this. Greenland has literally spoken up and said we're not for sale from the beginning. And when he first became president, talking about this shit, they're like, "Look, we don't want to join." They took polls with the people. Over 85% of people in Greenland said they do not want to be a part of America, and the government spoke up and said we don't want to be bought. What talks do you need to have?
So that means that they probably had a conversation before then.
No.
So that doesn't mean
what talks do you need to have to say I'm gonna take your shit?
Hold on. What I'm trying to get to the understanding, right? Because AR position is that it was no kind of discussions whatsoever with Greenland. But if they have votes and all that means that it was some kind of conversation before.
No, I'm talking about they had it after Trump started talking about how he's going to take their shit. Why? Well, who has to talk to a country? If you're coming out literally saying we're going to seize your land, what talks do you think go before that?
Why would they vote on something that they weren't talking about, bro?
What are you talking about? Why would you have to tell somebody I'm gonna take your shit?
KT,
that's what I'm saying.
The issue that you asked, hold on, KT, you asked us what kind of conversation that they had. All we saying is that they had a conversation.
I mean,
I don't know what they said.
What I'm saying is y'all kind of. No, what I'm saying is factually we can't prove that. What we can prove is one day Trump came out and was like, we're going to take their shit. And then from that, the response was they polled people in Greenland and said, hey, do you guys want to become American citizens? And they said no. And even after that comment was made by Trump, people who are running Greenland was like, no.
Okay, so you saying you believe what everybody else is saying except for Donald Trump.
He didn't say nothing different.
Right.
What did he say different than we're going to take their shit? No. What talks did he talk about they had or something? Am I confused?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So again, we can possibly say that he had some kind of conversation with them before. But
what talks did he say he had with them?
Saying factually is no way for us to prove that, right? That's what you were saying. You're saying there's no way for us to prove that Donald Trump had a conversation about.
No, I'm saying even he hasn't said that. So where are you getting that from? Even he's never said we were having these talks with Greenland, they ain't want to do what we said, so now we're going to take their shit. I'm saying, how can you come out of thin air and be like, well, we know he had to have them. I'm not going to say what happened or not. I'm saying he hasn't said that. Greenland hasn't said that. What we know is he made a response of, we're going to take their shit one day. Just came out thin air talking about how we're going to take Greenland.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I do not believe that Donald Trump just came out the blue at the moment and just said that without having conversations before. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, even if you don't, what does that change? I'm confused because what did that change?
It changes this whole idea that he don't have no detailed plans and people are not understanding what he's doing and act as if it's some dictatorship when he's just saying, hey, these things are happening. It's been happening for a long time and now I'm changing it.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to accept that as valid, I guess this makes sense to you. But that's like me walking up to you and being like, yo, I'm going to kidnap your kids because this been happening. And you just accept. That's what I'm saying. You could.
Okay, so that's
visibly what we understand, right?
So again, if somebody was to come up to me and said they're going to kidnap my kid, I'm going to take that as a fact and I'm going to look at that person as a threat. Yes. Without him giving me any kind of proof of that he's willing to do it, that he has the ability to do it, or any of those things, I'm going to take that up as a threat. Yes.
That was not what I was going with, but I like that you did that because why do you think Greenland, who's supposed to be our ally and a part of NATO, will look at us as good allies if from your own admittance, they would now be probably looking at us as a threat?
Because
what helps out? Because that's what I asked you in the chat too. What is Trump's plan?
If you are Greenland and I'm America, and I'm like, hey, why is my enemy keep showing up in your yard? What are you going to do about it? And then you keep acting like, what? Russia, what? Your enemies is in my backyard? I didn't, huh?
No, they're acting like we're Greenland.
What?
You know, population is 65,000. What do you think they were going to do?
Hold on, go with this premise again. So you my name, you my homie, you my ally, and I see my enemies chilling at your yard. I'm like, hey, what's going on? You hanging out with whoop-de-whoop? And you like, huh? I think they drove by, but they didn't really like stay. They just like, they was just in the neighborhood, and I just said, I waved at them from the window. And I'm like,
you're not making sense here. This is Greenland. The population is 65,000.
Right. So I'm trying to get you to understand the conversation.
What do you think? How do you think they were going to stop Russia or China?
I want to have the conversation so we can have an understanding.
We're not going to have an understanding because you're not making sense here.
No, because you are trying not to have the conversation.
No, I want to have an honest conversation that makes sense.
Okay, so now so let's have an honest if you are my friend, why would my enemies be in your yard?
Where the fuck my bad. Yeah. Where because they're moving through the Arctic Sea, right?
Oh my God. All right, but okay, so they have no business there.
What other sea are they supposed to move through?
Okay, so what business do they have in the Arctic Sea? We talking about destroyers and submarines. We are not talking about shipping. They're not shipping anything through the Arctic Sea. We're talking about military situations. What are they doing over there that they need to be doing?
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm gonna agree with you here. I don't know what reason they would have. My thing is, what do you think Greenland is going to do to stop them? We have a base in Greenland, so again, we're kind of throwing off the fact that we have the base there. We've been watching them.
So hold on, that's all right. So you agree you don't have no idea why our enemy would be there, and Greenland do not have the capabilities of doing anything about it. So we're in agreement right there. So
yep, that's why they allied with us.
All right, so now that you understand that situation, clearly Greenland can be doing something about it, and that's where the problem is.
No, they can't.
Whatever the capability that there is, as simply as you just phoning home and say, "Hey, listen here, big bro, this is what's going on in our water."
You do understand it's a U.S. base there. They don't have to call and tell us our base is there. That's how we know that is happening. Our base is there. You know that, right?
So again. So why are they okay? If that is the case,
we had a military base there since the 80s.
What I'm trying to say to you that you are giving Russia and China too much of acknowledgement that they are not willing to do something. You're saying it's okay for our allies to be in our backyard until they do something.
That's not our backyard. That's the other part about this. Like I said from the beginning, Greenland is not our territory, nigga. That is not our backyard.
You literally. Okay, so all right. So if you don't agree that it is our backyard, that's the issue that we're having. Donald Trump think that is our backyard because they are in proximity.
Legally, that ain't.
Oh my God. Okay.
Legally, it is not.
Okay.
We don't care what Trump thinks doesn't change what we should subscribe to.
I understand you have a legal argument about that. It is not our backyard. Fine. That is Greenland and Canada's backyard. Fine. You don't think that is close enough? You think that Russia and China is just over there to just hang out with Greenland and Canada. But America is saying, hey, that is too close for you to be playing, and we are enemies. You know we don't play like that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's pussy. Because if you're saying that, I just said this with Venezuela. If our justification is China and Russia can get it. Why are we taking these other countries and just not taking it to who we swear to God we can beat?
Slow down. So you're saying that we should wait until they physically do something, and then we could say, you can't be over
No,
here.
I'm saying if your justification is always China and Russia, why don't we deal with China and Russia?
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
I'm saying go fight them.
Slow down. That is dealing with them. So again, let's look at it as two opposing neighborhoods. Are you going to say it is okay for the Crips to just walk around in a blood neighborhood, or the Crips is going to be like, hey, you don't belong over here, and they're going to do whatever they got to do to run that person up out of there?
Yeah, that's terrible comparison. I'm gonna explain why. What you're trying to
answer
say
the question first. This is the problem that I keep having.
Yeah,
like, y'all don't want to answer no question. I just want to move past what I'm saying and just talk about what you want to talk about.
I'm trying to make the where you trying to make sense and you don't make sense in actuality.
I'm attempting to have a legit conversation with you, but I cannot if y'all just keep moving the goalposts past. I ask you a question, and then you say something that's completely different from my question. I'm trying to get logic.
This is terrible because in comparison to the actual conversation we having, the question you're asking is a very loaded one. No, Crips can't be in a blood neighborhood, but that's not the comparison and situation at hand. We're talking about, let's say the Crips are us, the Bloods are China, and what's his name? Well, you leaving out that this middle part area, Greenland, that's neither one of their neighborhood.
That's not
neither
true.
one of them neighborhood.
No, that's not true. That's not true. And the reason why that's not true, because Greenland is an ally to us. It's not an ally to them. So therefore, it's more of our neighborhood than theirs. So therefore, we got to protect our allies, right? And our allies have to protect us. So now when we see our adversaries hanging around our so-called allies, are we going to go to our allies and say, what is good, bro? Why is these adversaries keep coming up in your part of town?
Yeah, because we're supposed to be the big brother ally, right? And we have a base there, right?
Question, please.
I just did, nigga. We're supposed to be the ones protecting them. You're saying they just allowing it to happen.
Hold on, because no, you started asking me a question. You did not answer my question.
What question would you like answered, Sharon?
That Greenland is not neutral because they are our allies. Do you?
No, I said that's neither one of our neighborhood. Ally don't mean we own you.
Ally
do not mean we own you, nigga. That's really easy.
Right. Like, that's why I'm saying neighborhood, right? Neighborhood, right?
No.
That's our backyard. You already
no.
Hold on. Just let me.
Crips and folks are two different gangs. Are they allies? Yeah.
Hold on, please. So you can understand it. If you just answer questions, we can have a real conversation. Do Russia and China have a military base on Greenland?
I do not think so.
Do we have a military base on Greenland?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, so we can clearly say that is closer to our neighborhood than theirs, correct?
For sure.
Okay, so therefore now we have a reason to be there. So now go ahead with that. Stop saying that it is a neutral place. It's not neutral.
No, because you just said this our backyard.
Right, because it's not a neutral place.
Yeah, they don't make that our backyard. Like ally does not mean that all of a sudden that's
I don't want to argue semantics. I do not want to argue semantics. I just want to argue the fact that what we're talking about. No, you are literally saying that because I'm saying backyard means that I'm
no, because you're saying is if we got the right to tell them what to do because that's supposed to be our backyard.
So therefore it is not a neutral place, correct?
Yeah, no, that does not mean that we have the right to tell them what to do with their waters because we're allies. That's really simple. I'm asking
you a question. If we have a military base there and they do not, that shows that it is not a neutral place?
Yes, no, that shows that they allyship with us. That again, that doesn't change that we can now. That doesn't now give us permission to dictate their rules there.
Okay, so now frame your conversation around that Greenland is not neutral. Because you tried to make it seem like Greenland is neutral, that Russia has a stake in there, the same as America has a stake in it, and that's just not a true statement.
No, but that's, you know what I'm saying. Even with that, that's why I don't want to get on that point, because you're trying to make it seem like we got bases everywhere. So by your logic, we're just everywhere is all right to do whatever. We have bases in most places.
Hold on.
Even like China and Russia.
This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about a very specific place, and now you want to try to add other places into it.
No, your justification, reason, and logic is saying this is our backyard, right?
I'm trying to get you to understand, so this way you could disagree with my logic, right? But you don't want to answer no questions. Again, if we have a base there, that means we have a stake in Greenland, correct? Yes or no? Real quick.
No. A stake in Greenland, no.
Holy shit. So, okay, so us having a military base there, what is your thoughts on us having a military base in another country? What does that mean if it's not a stake in that land? Go.
Yeah, we conquered a lot of places.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn. It says, not KT Meteorocracy today. This is. Hey, listen. I don't
Tracy,
understand.
do you want me to do some reading in regards to the
Not yet. Well, good day. Questions to ponder.
Congratulations on Saturday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I am confused about why people don't want to just argue the points of what we're seeing, or rather their feelings about what is going on.
Well,
And
your
I'll bring
points are
I'll
big,
bring
Gracie.
you in.
You're
I'll
not
bring
being
you in.
very
Hold on,
clear.
question upon that. I'm gonna bring you in a second. Timothy been patient, Joshua been patient. So we'll go Timothy, Joshua, Diva, Kulu, and then questions upon that. You can give me what you got.
I don't think people understand military posturing. I'm a vet myself, so I can understand posturing versus people's what they feel we should and shouldn't do. This is about thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. You know what I mean? It's not about Greenland per se. It's just it's about where Greenland is geographically and controlling. I get what you were trying to say. You guys were almost closer to agreeing than you weren't. He was just caught up on one point. And I would just like to say, Sharon, chamomile tea, you almost had a meltdown this weekend. You almost lost your damn mind. Chamomile tea, my man. That's it.
Thank you, my brother. Go ahead, Joshua.
All right, so there's a couple of issues with this whole conversation. First and foremost, a lot of people are ignoring major points. Like, yes, even though Greenland couldn't have done shit to Russia or China if they were in the sea, they should have made that call. Be like, hey, homie, folks over here in my spot, I need you to come handle that. Because guess what? They would call us to say, hey, a big issue is about to come to your house. We need to handle that. And we're not the only NATO allies. So there should have been other NATO allies who could have done the same thing. Again, that's why he's like, hey, so if you don't get this handled, I'm going to get this handled, because clearly you can't get this handled. Look, if somebody slaps my brother, I'm going to go slap him, because you're too close to my family at this point. You're too close to me. We can't have this conversation anymore, because you think you can slap my brother, so then you think you're going to slap me, and I'm going to kill you over it. Like, there's math, though. There's a math problem there, and people aren't looking at it realistically. Hey, I may not like what you're doing, but guess what? I'm not going to let this nigga in my backyard.
All right.
So,
go ahead. Diva, would you like to have a conversation about this before we move to the back to the FBA talk? Go ahead, Diva.
Actually, I just wanted Joshua to put the camera on his head so we could see your hair.
my scalp is a little dry right now, though.
Turn to the side. I just wanted to see what you had going on. Oh, okay. You got locks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. Okay. Very nice, sir.
Yeah, because before you was looking like Coolio, now you looking
He got his wig snatched.
He got his wig snatched. Actually, we was there with him while he was getting his snatched, Diva. We was watching him getting twisted up and everything. She did a good job.
All right.
Yeah, she blow dry.
She did a great job.
Let me welcome into Coolon to the show. What's your thoughts? And then we got questions upon it. Then we're gonna move on to the FBA talk. Go ahead, Coolon. Cool will probably be in a noisy area. Go ahead, questions to ponder.
Gracie, just to give some quick background regarding Denmark, which I think may clarify some of your questions real quickly. First things first, Denmark is self-governing. Somebody did mention that in regards to Denmark in the 80s. Greenland has very broad autonomy. Home rule since 1979, self-rule since 2009, after referendum in Greenland. Under self-rule, Greenland controls almost all domestic affairs, including education, healthcare, natural resources, the environment, fisheries, and policing to a large extent. So Denmark is a kingdom. It is a constitutional monarchy. It is a member of NATO and the EU. Denmark handles all foreign policy, defense and security, monetary policy, citizenship, and their Supreme Court, their SCOTUS. However, Greenland is increasingly involved in foreign affairs, especially affairs concerning Arctic policy, mining, climate change, and also indigenous rights. So regarding right to independence, Greenlanders are recognized as a distinct people under international law. Greenland has the legal right to declare independence if its population chooses to do so via a referendum or negotiations. So somebody did mention regarding the Arctic, because that is very well known, Bracy, that as with climate change, there is what's going to happen in the next, let's say 10 to 20 years, you will be able to have a trade route. So like actual logistics in the Arctic, that's going to greatly benefit Russia, greatly benefit Russia. So with that being said, Greenland is geopolitically important because of its location in the Arctic. Like 80% is the actual Arctic Circle, Bracy. Climate change, like I just said, opening new routes and resources, plus United States military presence. Pacific space, and there's a space base. The United States has a space base there. So Denmark represents Greenland internationally in these strategic matters. So with that, Bracy, everything that you're discussing right now, it's great. Having a nice international panel. A lot of people have made some very important points, but the United States cannot do anything without the Kingdom of Denmark. And the Kingdom of Denmark is not going to move without the EU. NATO is the United States, but Denmark, remember, has the EU on its back. And Denmark is part of the continental Europe. Before I was banned from your live chat, someone made a very important comment, which was Nord Stream, the pipeline. That pipeline, which is Russia pumping gas into Europe, they need that. Like that is the hub, that's their warmth. So not only is Denmark have to deal with the United States, they have Russia on their back. And if you have Russia on your back, that's also Germany again as well. So there's a lot going on when it comes to foreign, with foreign discussions and foreign politicking. But Greenland cannot do this by themselves. I'm not discounting everyone. Shadow, you are awesome. You make so many great points. You did a great job on Saturday. You're a really, really smart guy. But I just want to put that out there, Bracy, is that you have Denmark. It's not a democracy. It is a constitutional monarchy. It's not even a republic. And they have to deal with the Europeans. The Europeans just don't like Trump like that, and how the United States moves. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
No problem. What is your thoughts on the whole FBA movement? Is it a good thing that foundational Black Americans are separating themselves from the tethers?
Bracy, all that matters right now is reparations. Since Tucker, I watched Tucker and that congressman or whoever that was in Florida, it just seemed like they were just more like just chatting and laughing. And that guy liked the fact that the FBA checked Donald or whatever his name is in Florida. But when it comes to FBA and ADOS, at the end of the day, their reason for even having a platform was supposed to be reparations. So it's great you're having these people, Tucker, I put them on the national forefront, but it still needs to go back to reparations. And I just want to remind everyone, when Tariq was in California arguing or debating at the Reparations Council, he made a fool of himself. He was so ill-prepared. Like, you really should watch that. It was a bad move. It was a few years ago. So as opposed to just going back and forth with tethers, there absolutely is an argument for reparations, Bracy. There absolutely is an argument. There is.
Do you believe that they are more than just a internet party, but they are now legit a political party?
No, I don't believe at all they're legit, because they don't have a PAC. Where's the money? Tariq has raised a ton of money, but all you do is you hear him buying a Rolls Royce and gambling. He was at a casino, and the casino stole his money. So
other politicians do the same exact thing. That have all these positions and political parties. They have Rolls Royces. They gamble their money. They pop off holes and all these other things. That don't make it any different than any political leader. So again, understand that he might be a a person that we could look into. However, the FBA being a political party and starting to back politicians, can we start looking at them as more than just an internet talking point, and now that they are moving more in a political position?
Well, it doesn't sound like they're moving political. It just sounded, when that discussion on Tucker Carlson, it was more that the FBA checked a politician and the politicians like that. And Tucker Carlson like that. I mean, that's great and all, but you still need to move steadfast into not just politics, but government. That's the real step, is activity in actual government. That's why I brought up PACs. That's what's concerning, is that I just don't want people, doing a tit for tat with that guy in Florida. That's cool and all, great. He's not FBA. Okay. But you are a man in government. What are you going to do for FBA and the FBA PAC, which still needs to be created, when it comes to FBA concerns and drafting specific policy for FBA and also ADOS too? Because it's, at the end of the day, the big issue is there are heritage Americans, Black folk are, and there is an argument for reparations. I know what the argument is, but it's kind of funny that Yvette Carnell, Antonio Moore, and Tariq have never succinctly made the argument. They just go back and forth with this whole tether in Black immigrants. Who cares what a Black immigrant has to say? The argument is specifically for you. You're a heritage Black American. Make the argument for one, reparations, which has always been a platform for both of these groups. Make the argument, demand reparations, which is money. The same government that paid stimulus also is supposed to pay reparations. It's not going back and forth with white people. It's the United States government. That's the argument. It's the United States government. The money comes from there. The Treasury. They need to be focused there, and also getting into the actual government, not just politicking.
And my last question before I move it to my other people that's on the panel: are you FBA or ADOS yourself?
Well, I'm Black. My family's been here. My dad. I know my dad's history. It's very sad. I don't want anyone to bring it up. He told me.
Okay. I don't want to go into your dad's. I don't want to go into your dad's. Hold on.
I'm not even, especially because what your live chat called me a porch monkey on Saturday. I'm not even going to get into that. That was really messed up what they said.
All right, that's the chat.
I'm coming to you. Yeah, they did. I'm coming to you.
UP, I'm talking to
the
you.
argument.
So
yeah,
hold on. What I'm saying is that I don't want you to hold the chat is the chat, but if the chat's going to keep being a problem when people come up here, I'm gonna have to just block the chat for people to see, because I cannot control all their, as I do not want an echo chamber, and sometimes people are going to throw insults. However, all I want to do is have an understanding on what's your position, because
I'm for reparations.
Because if you are somebody that comes from, if your background is not FBA, but you still believe in reparations, that is a good part of the difference between a tether and then somebody that is just moving as a Black person. So that's why I'm asking, so we could understand your position, and so we could have this delineation between an immigrant and somebody that is a tether. So
Bracy, that has nothing to do with anything. The argument is to be made that there's a reparations argument, 100%. That's why there was a time I heard Don Jr. say, well, I shouldn't be paying reparations. I'm white. My family just got here. It has nothing to do with white people or Black immigrants or Chinese or whatever. The argument is for reparations. What is the argument?
Okay, that's fine. So now, what is your position on reparations? Should Black
you heard what I said, 100% reparations.
If Black folks should all Black citizens get reparations, or only the people that can prove that they have a foundation here in America?
Black folk, people who've been 400 years. You know who you are. You know where you come from. 400 years. Let me answer your question. Every Black boomer, their grandparents were slaves. The Black boomers are here. The Black boomers are the very first generation out of bondage. Slavery was not a long time ago. So everyone knows whether you're here or you're
hold on,
not.
I want to make sure we clear.
It's not all Black people. It's those who are descendants. It's not even ADOS is descendants of American slavery. Those of you who are descendants of American slavery, which is an institution that was upheld by the United States government, you are to receive reparations. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. Timothy Jones, good day, sir. I didn't get your position. What is your thoughts on this FBA movement? Do you think it's a legit movement now that we have legit politicians talking about it, and it's not just internet talk anymore?
I'll go as far as to say is they got some political influence at this point, and I'll go a step further. I'm a capitalist. If this reparations thing gains steam and I looks like I'm gonna get some money, I'm gonna go get me a shirt, a hat, and whatever I need to get that check. No, man, listen, man, and you know you feel the same way. And I'm gonna tell you one more other thing. I'm gonna be influencing you to help get that money over to us. No, man, no. Listen, if you're gonna give me some money, I'll take it. I'm not here to be emotional about anything. I'm here to count that check. That's where I'm at.
Oh man.
So basically the little red hen approach.
What's that?
Right? So you know the story of the little red hen.
Tell me
Okay,
about
so it's a nursery. I don't know. It was something they used to read to kids in like kindergarten. But the story of the little red hen is it's a hen on, I guess, a farm, and she wants to make some, I think, bread. And so she says, okay, well, I need to go and say cut down the wheat or whatever. Who gonna help me cut down the wheat? And then all the other animals on the farm said, not I, said the cat, not I, said the dog, not I, said the, right? And then she goes through every step of making that bread, and all the other animals say, not I, during the whole process of her making the bread. When the bread gets done and she say, who gonna help me eat the bread? I will, said the cat. I will, said the dog, right? So people who don't want to put in on the process but want to show their asses up when the bread done and try to eat with everybody else.
Yeah, you know they didn't read growing up. I don't know why you asked did they read.
I forgot he was a black male. He only read on the 4th grade level. My bad, Timothy.
Why you acting like these people read? Like they got
Capitalism wins.
stories.
Capitalism.
It doesn't.
Hold on,
know,
we had a whole goddamn read off the other day, Diva. Where was your ass at? We had a read off the males versus the females.
And who won? Y'all niggas can't even talk.
Why you asking all those questions?
Right.
But that is a very interesting point. A lot of people don't want to be a part of the fight, but they want to be a part of the spoils of the fight. That is a great observation. I like that. What is your thoughts about that, Timothy? A lot of people do not want to actually be ahead of the fight. They was all a part of black people are the worst in this country. Black people have no culture. They got a trash culture. Look at these heathens in the street. They burn down. They say all these negative things about Tariq Nasheed, FBA, how it's not a real thing. What is it? Tether. What is it? Tether this and all these things. But now, if it starts to get some steam behind it, all these people going to now have their hand up. I'm an FBA too, massa. What's your thoughts?
Listen, I really don't care. Nobody should be surprised with my answer. We're taught to be individuals. We're taught to me first. So nobody should be surprised. And I can't tell you how many group projects I've been a part of that other people weren't doing the heavy lifting and got the credit. So, I mean, it's time to spread some of that around. I really don't care. Again, if you're going to give me free money, who am I to turn it down? I'm sorry.
Well, so you four people having food stamps.
Before you go eat, I want everybody to be involved in the show and hit the goddamn like button. It don't make no sense that we got over 150 people in and out and we don't got 70 likes. It's insane. This is what I'm talking about people are being afraid to be a part of the goddamn revolution because it will be televised according to Iran. We see it happening right in front of our eyes if we are paying attention to geopolitics. So again, do not act as if you are not watching. Hit the goddamn like, hit the share button, hit the super chat, hit the cash app. We know you watching. It's okay. Come out the clouds. Don't be afraid. We don't bite. Just say what's up in the chat. We got you. It's okay. We're having a good conversation. And we're going to get you through your whole day of work. Just stay here and be involved. Shit. Diva, do you know on Saturday, Diva, We had over 1,500 votes
Oh
on the
wow.
poll that I did.
Really?
Yes.
What was the poll about?
And we barely cracked 200 likes.
Oh wow.
They was all involved in the conversation. But I mean, the one thing that is good about it can't hide the goddamn viewership though, right? Because we hit 40,000 views. So
hey, what were y'all talking about?
We were talking about that white lady in the traffic.
Oh, okay.
I said as your business advisor, that means you need to start going live on Saturdays. I'm just telling you, I'll leave your business.
Thank you, Vice
Well,
President.
so I did want to ask Timothy. Timothy, you say you're a capitalist. Exactly what does that mean for you?
It means I'm more of an opportunist. It means I work hard, I do my own thing, but if there's going to be something that benefits me, who am I to turn it down? That's just dumb. So what you're saying is if I'm not a part of this FBA movement and they hand out reparations, we're going to pick and choose and just give reparations to the people who are only part of the movement. If we're fighting for all black people, that means everybody, right? That's black, right?
Well, it's not for all black people, right? So that's what the delineation part of FBA is about, right? So it's only for the blacks who are descended from people who were enslaved in America, right? But
that's
yes,
most
so
black people, though, right? That's most black people.
Most black people, yes. But so it is for everyone. So it's not like we're saying pick and choose. I was just pointing out a mindset, right? It's not to say that if we get reparations, you wouldn't be eligible for it. I was just pointing out your mindset towards it. But so are you an investor or you're a business owner? I'm trying to figure out what black capitalists mean.
Oh yeah, so I own my own business. I have a fitness business and I also have a studio.
Dang, his mic went out. Dang.
So I do a couple.
Man. His microphone did not go out either, man. Go ahead, Timothy.
No, so I own a couple of little things I do on my own, and I also work for the government part-time. So I have a couple different hustles. I do my own thing. So I don't know.
What does that mean though? Listen, you said a whole bunch of nothing, sir.
No, I didn't. She asked me what I do. I said I have a fitness business and I have a studio. I'm a musician. So
okay. Well, you didn't say that the first time, Tim. You said
yes,
I got a whole bunch of little hustles.
Fast. You didn't hear me.
Oh, it must have been my mic cut out because I didn't hear the first one. Okay. All right, so yeah.
So do you how many people do you employ, Timothy?
Two
people. And okay. So you consider that being a capitalist?
I mean, I'm not a communist, so where would I?
But it's not like those are, so most people are, the working, just your regular everyday people. Like capitalists have, like they employ lots of people. They control the means of production for some type of good or, and you sell a service. So, and so I don't know, like employing two people don't really seem like it crosses the threshold of being a capitalist, like, but
I'm an opportunist. I'm an opportunist then. I'm an opportunist. How about that?
And not his defense, but you can be a like you can believe it and not be good at it per se. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah. So believing in it, right, is one thing. But when you say I am one, then that's something different. That's not talking about your mindset. That's talking about what you actually doing.
agreed.
And so I don't have to hate. I'm just pointing out that typically when we call somebody a capitalist, they doing, it looks different is all I'm pointing out, right? Because, I am an investor. I'm still not a capitalist, right? So
why not? You're stimulating growth. Why not?
Because I'm not like a corporate investor or anything like that. I'm a mom and pop investor. So yeah, I do, but not to the level where somebody would call me a capitalist.
I got you.
That's fair.
I'm just reading the comments and anything to discredit a black man. I'm sorry. Y'all be wanting me to grade y'all on the curve and I'm just never going to do it, black men, because I think you can, meet the standard. You just have to believe in yourselves enough to do it and sit down and act like you got some sense and actually do it.
I like that. ADS, welcome to the show. Do you think it is time for people to start respecting the FBA as a official political movement, and it is not the internet talk anymore? What's your thoughts, ADS?
Hello, everyone. Hello, panel. Hello, audience. So you're talking about the Rainbow Coalition 2.0. We went from being black to African American, because that's what it sounds like to me. It's another one of
That's
those
crazy.
That was
That's
crazy.
crazy. That was
That's
a
what it sounds
crazy
like to me.
thing.
I mean, all these
How can
titles
you
and
compare it to the
designations.
Rainbow Coalition? Rainbow Coalition allowed. Anyway, again, finish your statement.
Yeah. So with that being said, I'm just not buying into it. I'm sorry. I'm just not big on it. Right? It is what it is. But hey, every teach its own, right? Now, as far as reparations are concerned, I mean,
What don't you like about it?
so now you're a foundational Black America. What were you for? ADOS? What does that even stand for again? I forgot. ADOS.
Yes, Foundational
Oh,
Black American.
so you're not fond of it because you're uneducated about it. That makes sense. Go ahead, bro.
Okay.
That makes sense.
American
I'm trying to figure it
descendants
out.
of slavery is what it means.
African, yeah. American descent of slavery. Before you were African American, why can't we just be American for a change? But let me go back to what.
Hold on. So, but that is saying that they're American. They saying they're more American than other black people that are here that got immigration status.
Okay, if you say so, I'll go with whatever you guys think. So with that being said, though, as far as reparations are concerned, I mean, the British laid out a blueprint for us to actually use that I've heard nobody ever talk about, right? They were able to get reparations from previous slave owners. They were able to get reparations from companies that endorsed slavery and that benefited and profited from slavery. I haven't heard anything that coming from FBA or ADOS or any of this. It's all been kind of, it feels to me more like hype, you know what I'm saying, than it is actual items, right? Or any type of real, how do you say, movement on that. So that's just my opinion. Oh, by the way, Sharon, just wanted to say that. Thank you for having me up.
Wait, I want to know what the British said. Oh, he loved running his ass away.
Come on. How are you going to make a statement like that and then not defend your statement? That's crazy, ADS.
He saw me come off mute and hopped off.
That is insane that he's not willing to defend a statement like that, because I've definitely had some questions as well. Like, I don't know. I think it is. Either man, what's your thoughts on it? Should people start looking at it as, hey, Tariq Nasheed, he did the groundwork of getting it spoken about enough, having a proper argument about it. Now, foundational Black Americans are actually pushing it towards a political party situation now, and it's not just internet talk. Either man, you on mute. Anytime when he always talk when it ain't time for him to talk. Then when it's time for him to talk, all of a sudden he become quiet as kept. KT to go. What's your thoughts on the question I just asked either man?
I think it's already pretty serious. I think political is a whole different kind of conversation. Because I mean, now we gotta start talking about getting into politics with it. But I think like that's why the conversation was there. It was serious from the beginning.
So do you agree with it going to politics, or are you saying that you don't agree with it going to politics?
I really don't agree with it going to politics if we're asking that question now. Yeah. Like, because all I really heard was basically like, oh, it's serious now. Some white people talked about it too. Because we as our Black community been talking about this for, a couple years. Like now we acting like, oh, some white people done said it too. It's supposed to be legit. Like it was already legit.
So when I do not understand why our people want everything to stay at the conversational part of everything. It seems as you feel that once it gets to moving into the mainstream, that's when you kind of feel to talk against it. That's what the feeling I'm getting from what you're saying.
I mean, if we talking factually, when things hit mainstream, that's when it lose a lot of value. It lose a lot of its shit. What makes it? Because let's be very honest. Like I keep pointing out, we know politics a numbers game. Just because white people start talking about it in politics, they gonna use it as a bargaining chip and hijack it and flip it over, just like they did with woke and all these other things, that black people been talking about for hella long before those political people noticed it.
So let me ask you a question. If I become mainstream, you think that I will lose myself?
No, I don't. That's not even a question that I don't even know where that come from. I don't.
Because I'm trying to understand this idea of mainstream being the thing that weakens everything. And so now
I'm not talking about the people in mainstream per se. I'm saying like what we're talking about. Woke, we all know woke was like stay woke. Watch out for the people. You know, it's a higher. They trying to make us do bullshit. Watch out for them. Stay woke. Once they got a hold of the word, we not talking about like really just. We know it come from the community, but nobody debating where it even really come from. We just know once it got in their hands, now woke is like, oh, you support anything gay or not white or something, you know, it's just woke now.
Right, so now that if we back something like FBA, and then now they will not be able to hijack it, correct? Because we are coining it as a Black American movement, and that we are more American than other Black people that are just citizens. As for example, like the Somalis in Minnesota, they are not for America. As they show, they stole the money and they took the money to another nation. Rather, if we was to even do the same scheme, we would still be spending that $9 billion here in America.
I don't know. You kind of lost me there. What would you ask? Like, what was the question?
What the?
But so KT, if we know that, right? Because woke wasn't the first time they've done that. Sure. So doesn't that mean that we need to be planning and strategizing for that eventuality now? And see, that's part of the thing that we don't do well, right? So these people have think tanks that are planning public policy 100, 200 years into the future, right? We are very spontaneous people with the greatness, but we fail at planning, right? So we already know the play. We already know what's coming down the pike, but we don't strategize for that or plan for that to be able to deal effectively with it. And so I think that that's more of the issue than it becoming political. Because like somebody in the chat said, if we're talking about reparations, which we have to get from the government, then how could it not be political?
That's facts.
No, I 100% agree on that. As I always say, plenty of times I believe we're reactive and not preemptive. And also, as I've been saying for the last couple of days, niggas is pussy though, Diva. They ain't really down them. We gonna have to make a lot of changes in order to do things properly, as you're stating. A lot of that is giving up comfort, just people don't want to do the things we're gonna have to, the sacrifices, because we're gonna have to make sacrifices and things of that nature. I agree with you, and I know we see the plot, but people not gonna make the proper changes we need to make to prevent that from happening again. That's all I'm saying.
So this is interesting. So you believe that we should have the FBA movement, correct?
For sure.
All right, so we should have the FBA movement, and you're just saying that you want them to be a more violent force than political force?
No, I'm saying we may be going about this the wrong way, and I don't know how to say it politely. Politics don't work for us in a quick manner, if that makes sense. A lot of the things that happens for us politically, especially with something like asking for reparations, it's two things I feel wrong with that. What we're asking for in reparations, because money isn't going to fix anything. We need land. And the second thing is probably how we're going to go about that, because we're trying to go about that. And I'm not saying we have to be violent or anything, but just asking them to do it in the same manner that's already been done. We might have to, I think that's talking about the English or whatever, but the companies, like we could point out direct companies that still exist to this day that we could point back to slavery times and say, okay, they've ate off of these profits. These companies need to pay out this, and shoot, personally paying in land.
Okay, so how do we go about doing that? So we know, let's pick what it was a large insurance company. Is that MetLife that we done already traced back to the slave trade, right? Because they got their start insuring enslaved people, right? For slave owners, yes. And so we know that MetLife is one of those players. Okay, so what did they do in Britain to extract money from those large companies that they were able to associate with the slave trade?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie and say I know exactly
what
how Britain
the hell you brought the shit up for?
No, I'm saying I don't know how Britain got it from them. Calm down, Diva. Damn, let me live. I'm saying I don't know exactly how Britain got them to actually pay up, but from what I understood, at least it seems that they have made payments in terms of the people that they were saying need to be paid out.
Okay, well, now then step number one need to be finding out what they did to get those companies to pay up, right?
No, for sure. And I think that's where we get into the difficulty of the game, because I can understand the British government kind of backing that. I don't know if the American government, because if we're going to say enforce this with these companies, I guess we could say the main people are going to really make them uphold that is the government of wherever they're paying out, right? Well, I don't know.
We don't know though.
American.
Yeah, we don't know because we don't know what they did, right? So again, the first step would be to sit down and find out what approach they took to get those companies to pay up. Now, we're probably going to have to modify it for the American context, but still, that'll give us a jumping off point, based on something that was successful.
Yeah, but that'd be the reason that'd be very hard is because companies are sold and bought. So if I bought a company, so say for example, I went out and I bought a company for whatever value it is. You saying that I still owe?
Yes, because you bought it for whatever value it was. That value came from you being involved in the slave trade. So you absorbed all of that when you bought that company.
And so basically, we should put them on payment plans. Because I don't know, Katie Gold ain't explained it too well. So I'm just trying to figure out how this. So we say, hey, this company, because I just understand the American system of government, right? The large companies, yes, the large companies who's too big to fall, I can see that. But if I had a company that quote unquote, now the government told me I had to pay reparations, I would just rebrand, start a new name, and just redo it.
Right, but all of that is paperwork, right? Right, so all of that is paperwork, though.
No, I'm saying so
it has a paper trail.
I know, but like what I'm saying is, if I dissolve one company, because what we've seen a lot go on in business, when business got in trouble, they learned this. They said, let me get rid of this one company, let me start a whole new company. So the original company, because I don't even think the original company might have been involved with the slave trade, but this new entity have nothing to do with the slave trade. That's why I think we got to hold the government.
No. Hold on. Dissolving a company and rebranding to specifically avoid that is illegal and constitutes fraudulent activity. Again, it's a paper trail with this, so we can see this happening, right? And so, in the event that whoever is responsible, whatever regulatory agency or whatever is responsible for oversight of companies in that regard, if they are actually intending to enforce whatever the agreement is, then there's a process to address things like that. Right now,
that would end up in the Supreme Court for years, though. We wouldn't get anywhere.
We don't know that. Now, the thing is, as we've seen with the Civil Rights Act of 66? Is it 66? Nevertheless,
66,
one of the
18.
65.
Yeah. 65.
Not the Civil Rights Act.
It's 65 and a half.
Yeah. Civil Rights Act 1860 something. you know, you can have a law or anything like that. It's just words on paper unless you got somebody to enforce it, right? And a lot of times they'll put the words on paper but refuse to enforce it. So that's one of the things we have to look out for and also plan for.
Yeah, that was my biggest point. I believe, like, if we was say they put it in law, they say now these companies hold this. I don't think the U.S. government is gonna go after them to hold them accountable. I think they're gonna hire lawyers, because you gotta tell about, we talking about billionaires, right? In some cases, these people might be trillionaires now. I believe that they go for 100 years run in circles on why they can appeal this whole process. That was the point that I was making. Because there's a lot of debt out there that companies owe and they just don't pay it.
Hi, Sharon. May I respond, if you don't mind? Because the gentleman speaking made some really good points.
Go ahead.
So many of you, actually, all of us know what's going on with white America and their addiction issues. They have very serious addiction issues. From what I have been informed, is that 1 in every 2 white American is an addict. And when I say addict, opiates. Many of them are like intravenous, and you know you can't quit that. Like people who are injecting drugs into their bloodstream. In the back chat, I mentioned that you had attorney generals from several states sue the drug companies. One of the biggest settlements was from the Sackler family, Purdue Pharma, whom I believe they have the patent. I forgot which opiate. Oh, OxyContin, there we go. They filed for bankruptcy, but the Supreme Court came after them. You're not going to include the settlement. So there has been a back and forth because and if you think about it, that's like quote unquote reparations to white people. And they're making the argument that they were not informed about the addictive properties for these drugs. And we all know what they're going through. So bringing that back to the reparations argument, if you're going to sue companies, which is a possibility, that's how it was the derivatives market that financed the slave trade. Like actual human bodies, Black people were derivatives, were insurance going back and forth from Africa to Europe to the United States, as a continuum. You could sue companies, and you could also sue the United States government and then have the courts enforce. I'm saying this because this can be done. There is an argument to be made for reparations. It just has to be done appropriately and correctly. And you do have to use the courts and also those in government. It's more than just talking and having Tucker Carlson chat about Tariq. There has to be a collective working as a unit to have this done, because this will be the largest payout in all of capitalism's history.
We should have sued Bill Clinton when he blocked Gaddafi trying to give us reparations all them years ago. That's what we should have did.
Wait a minute. I keep hearing that. And so how do we know that Gaddafi was trying to give reparations?
Because he gave it to the Lockerbie bomber families and he paid 9/11 victims. And the one thing the Clinton blocked was reparations to Black people.
Right. But okay, so he paid those other people. But how do we know he was trying to pay us? Because from what I've heard, he was going to give the money to Farrakhan. Now, how Farrakhan was going to distribute the damn money to everybody?
Hey, close enough. We got to start.
No,
somewhere.
that's not close enough. That doesn't make sense. So yeah, I question that story. I really question that story. And I think Gaddafi did some good things, but I question that story.
Bracy, Are there people really trying to make this happen though? Or is it just because you have these two groups, FBA and ADOS, they were speaking about reparations, but then they moved to xenophobia. And I also want to ask you as well, Sharon, what do Somalians have to do with FBA, ADOS, that platform? It's like there's a continued conflating of Black immigrants and then what is owed to descendants of American slavery. You see what I mean? Because
well, with that very specific situation is that they was able to get $9 billion. and then they also not got the 9 billion. They also took that 9 billion and used it in another country. Versus if they would give it to foundational Black Americans working into their state law, federal law, whatever it is, we will use it and we will stay here and use it here. So that money is going to circulate like wildfire here. It's going to create businesses here. We are going to do plenty of things here because we don't have no next country to go and run to give our money away to. So it will help us out as Americans. So that's number one. Number two, another problem is that people that like Somalia, these Somalians that's in Minnesota, they cannot actually get real traction even with the death of a white woman because they need us to back it for it to be legitimate. Byron Donalds, he need us to make himself legitimate. So when that man called him a slave to his donors, and he tried to say, "Oh my God, a white man called me a slave," and then he want to attach himself to the Black movement. Nah, bro. We see your color show. You drew that line in the sand. Stay your ass over there. You don't get to say all of a sudden because a white man said slave, that means that he was trying to be disrespectful to Black folks. No, he was talking about you being a slave to your donors, and now you cannot tether yourself to the Black American experience because you and your ancestors do not have that experience.
Yeah, and I also think the way that it, initially it was all about reparations. The reason people started talking about Black immigrants from other countries or, immigrants in general, is because when Sheila Jackson Lee, who herself was an immigrant, drafted legislation to do some type of reparations study. Congress was having hearings about it, and there were several Black immigrants who took it upon themselves. It was Candace Owens. It was this Puerto Rican dude. I forget what his name is because it's not you wouldn't hear his name and think he was Puerto Rican. But it was several Black immigrants who, stepped out front and, told Congress, "Oh, we don't need no reparations." And so that's when it kind of clicked in Black Americans' heads. Well, hey, you aren't even eligible for reparations. So why is you speaking French, talking about we, and so that's where it started. And then since then, there have been several Black immigrants who have been elected to office who have also come out and said, "I'm not in favor of reparations because my mama wouldn't get it." And so that's what put the bullseye or the target on these people. And so folks need to just learn to mind your business. If it ain't got nothing to do with you, leave folks alone. Stay out of other folks' business. But so that's how we got here.
And that's why the Somalis is gonna have to fight their own fight. Y'all keep on stealing. Hey, y'all gonna get what y'all gonna get. We don't like the fact that you got 9 billion. We ain't get none of it. You ain't come and spend it with us. All of a sudden, now that your ass is caught, you want to say you Black now? Absolutely not. You should have gave us at least half that 9 billion. Then maybe if they would have spent half that 9 billion with me, Diva, I'd have been fighting. I'd like, don't you see my Somalian forehead? I'd have been scrapping with them, Diva. You feel me?
Sharane shit.
Uda, yes, it was Coleman Hughes. That's who it was. Thank you, Uda.
I'd have been scrapping, and I would have threw Diva something. Hey, Diva, I need you to fabricate some history on my side. I need some background. We gotta go ahead and get this money, goddamn. The problem is they don't want to put the money in the right pockets, right? They want to just take the money for themselves and send it over to Somalia. And we know over there they got a IQ average of 60, so they don't know what to do with it anyway. They couldn't even spell the goddamn business correctly.
You ain't shit. I want you to know that. You ain't shit, Sean.
Yo, God, they say, "Do you want quality education?" What the fuck is that? I thought it was quality. And they literally wrote quality of education on it. Like, bruh, that is insanity.
Well, in their defense, they do have a lot of autistic people in their community.
So I have a question for Diva or Sharon on panel. So what would the qualifications be to get the reparations, right? obviously a descendant, of slavery, but what if you have a felony, or what if you don't have, or you haven't paid your parking tickets? Like,
No.
would you be classified to get that type of money, or would,
Yeah, as long, because it's
Goddamn,
not
why you gotta
about
attack
your
felonies?
criminal record or your parking status. It's about the fact that you are owed a debt because they never paid your ancestors.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, and that's just what it is. Hey, it don't matter what I'm going to spend it on, how I'm going to spend it. I don't care. I give it all to my goddamn cat. That's what I decide to do with it. It is mine to decide. You cannot question what and why or how I'm going to use what you owe me.
Right.
And y'all got to keep in mind, even during COVID, whenever we were getting the stimulus checks, people in prison were getting those stimulus checks because we were still American citizens that were being quote unquote affected by COVID.
Bar. Welcome to the show. I'm the etc. Do you think people are going to start taking the FBA movement serious, or is it still just internet talk?
I think it's gaining steam. It's gaining traction.
What about you? Do you take it serious?
I'll take it serious. I'll take it serious when we have a collective thing that, a collective set of standards that we stand upon.
What you mean?
What does the black community, specifically the FBA, altogether, what are their standards for themselves? That doesn't have anything to do with white people or any other groups of individuals.
So the FBA standard is about being American, and that we need to be treated differently from immigrants. That everybody that is have the same hue as me doesn't mean that they're the same lineage as me. And we have to have a separation that, hey, my ancestors was here for a very long time. They deal with things in this country, and we have a different kind of stake within this country than immigrants, and we should be treated as such.
That I can get
That's
behind.
the standard.
Okay, but what does that have to do with reparations, though, Bracy?
Everything.
Yeah,
And the
because
reason
if you
why
don't make the distinction or the delineation, then everybody that's not supposed to get it is going to get it.
But the distinction and the delineation has already been here, and it's already quite active. Like that's a given. Everybody knows who is who. The question is whether or whether not, number one, the argument has to be made before court and government and disbursement, whether that's in cash or by land or via land.
But everybody doesn't know who's going to get it, right? So they came up with the tether term because there have been people really trying to reach to say that they're eligible, right? So we got people in Liberia or Sierra Leone who would say, oh, well, those was my ancestors too. Am I eligible for reparations?
Who's saying that?
There are
talking about
people in Ghana and Nigeria saying, oh, well, the people came from here. So,
no, they're not. No, they're not. Like, this is why this is not moving.
I'm still talking. I didn't cut you off. I'm just answering the question. What now? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's people trying to weasel their way in. And even in the Caribbean, right? Not everybody is Arawak and they was involved with the Gullah Geechee. Everybody trying to latch on to Gullah Geechee now.
It seems like everybody I know and their sister is Gullah Geechee now.
Right. Everybody is Gullah Geechee now.
Yeah.
And it's for that reason. And so, no, people aren't clear, or people are clear, but let's just be very real. In most of these places where these Black people are coming from, life is very difficult. And when you're trying to eke out a survival, you look for opportunities to exploit. So while they know they're not really eligible, they will try to, scam and get in and, try to latch on to it or attach themselves. And if they can run that scam, they'll do it.
Why would they need reparations? The Somalians were able to pull $9 billion on their own.
Yeah, because all that's over.
Right.
They were able to get the money. So why would they need to?
One drug ain't selling. The hustler got to get on the next thing.
Why would they?
Even if I got $9 billion, if I can get $9 billion more, why am I not going to do it? Not to mention, we even have of documentation of African leaders of African countries. They putting together ministries in order to try to attach themselves to us, right? That's why people were screaming about being a part of the sixth whatever of the African Union without being asked. But they have been over here meeting with presidents and talking about things like that. And so, yeah, these people is trying to get it.
Get what though?
Okay,
Get
so
what?
let's just
now
look at it.
And I'm being very serious because, like I said, there already have been efforts, other groups, to obtain wrongs for what have occurred to them, like I mentioned with the drug settlement. So again, reparations, argument to be made. The argument has to go before the courts and the United States government. Where is that? And I bring this up because I've actually been searching this for like a year and a half now. There's no PAC. There's no FBA PAC. All there is just back and forth with Tether and Black immigrants. Like the complete conversation regarding reparations has just dissipated. It's like now completely backstage.
I don't know, not really, because matter of fact, so now it's being done on a state level, right? So in California, aren't you in California?
No,
don't let me
I'm
put
not
you out there.
I'm
Okay,
not in
my
Cali.
bad.
No.
I thought you was in California.
No,
but
I abhor Cali because of their policies.
Oh, okay. Well, so in California, they were going through all of these meetings about reparations and to delineate who was going to be eligible and who wasn't. So they go through that. They go through the legislative process, and we're trying to get it passed. And did Gavin Newsom not sign it? I think Gavin Newsom, so they've been going through in California for several years now, trying to get some reparations. Now I'm hearing about them starting the process in New York. So it's at more of a state level than like a national level.
Yeah. So regarding the state level, Tariq actually, which I mentioned earlier, he went before, it was a council, and he did nothing.
Yeah, it was a lot of people who went before that council. There were several different meetings, and so Tariq don't have to say nothing.
But
there were other people.
You don't want to be interrupted. You asked not to be interrupted. Please give me the.
Oh, but we're not equal here, baby. That's what you gotta understand. We're not equal.
And he did not.
Right, but we're not equal, and so you will be interrupted. And so Tariq is not the only one who needs to say anything. There are plenty of people, and they went through that process successfully until the governor decided not to sign off on it. As a matter of fact, it went back through, and he created some type of agency to administer whatever reparations they were going to get, but they ain't getting no reparations, so that part didn't really make sense.
So you have someone
they're still doing it on a state level.
Trademark for FBA. He did not take it seriously after California absolutely had the reparations.
What does him owning a trademark have to do with
do anything?
African American is trademark.
So you're not
There's African is trademark.
You're not doing anything. You're not taking it seriously.
So I'm not really sure
you're not
what
taking
that
it
has to do with
seriously.
anything. If you're selling goods and services,
California actually took the time to bring in the public to discuss reparations. The state of California did this. You had a flood of people go in. They were speaking. Tariq Nasheed, who is the progenitor of FBA, he didn't do anything. Gavin Newsom didn't take it seriously. So why is it not being taken seriously? That's
Gavin Newsom didn't take it seriously, so then why did he create an agency to administer it? He literally created like a new version of the Freedmen's Bureau. Are you serious?
The Freedmen's Bureau was the United States, and that Freedmen's Bureau went.
I said a new version for California. He created an agency to oversee and administer whatever it is whatever agreement they come to. He did
what agreement? You just said that he shut it down.
And then I said they went back through the process, right?
No,
and then
didn't. He shut it down. Newsom shut it down, the whole thing down. They had the actual council in California. Tariq Nasheed was there.
So what? They had plenty of them. Why are you so fixated?
There were not plenty of them. There was one in the state. Are you serious? So now it's not Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah, because he's not the only one. He went up there to speak, but he wasn't even the one drafting the stuff. He wasn't the one on the committee trying to make the decisions.
So it's not even about reparations.
Tariq Nasheed, check
It's
your
not
cash
about
out,
reparations.
Sharon.
It's about
Absolutely.
getting money and xenophobia.
Right.
It's not even
All right,
about
where are you
reparations.
from? Where's your family from?
Where are
honey?
you from? Did you
Miami,
even go
Florida.
to college? Did you even go to
Miami,
college?
yes, I
Where
did. I
Miami
went for a
college?
very long
Well, that's a
time.
real
And
question.
so where
Where's
are
your
you
great
from?
grandmother from? Where are you from? You're
I'm from
supposed
Miami.
to. You're not even fighting for reparations. All
I'm
you
from
do is go back
Miami. You
and
don't know
forth
what I'm
with a
doing.
bunch of
You don't know
immigrants
what I'm
Taste out of
doing.
your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
for
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Well, you on
You
mute.
muted,
Hi,
Sharon.
girl. Don't you laugh, Omni. It's $20 to bring her back. Hey, Ponder, you could bring yourself back if you like, if you want to fight. I guess she had to learn today.
Yeah, it was kind of abrupt, wasn't it?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Ponder's?
That was savagery. Jesus.
What is your opinion on Ponder's argument, Omni?
I really couldn't make much sense of it at the time. Like, she's arguing against Tariq. From what I understand, Tariq isn't even the founder of the concept of it. I think he got it from another guy. Right. So yeah,
Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah, Dr. Claude. I actually read his book Powernomics. And it made sense to me. Is like if you look at America as a house, you know what I'm saying? We see the walls, and the walls look pretty, and the walls might be redone and all of these nice things, but we're talking about the root, the structure, the foundation, the studs in the walls, the beams. That was all built essentially with black hands. That part of the economy was propped up with black hands and whatnot. So I don't think I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to reparations, I never think that we're going to get a cash payout or a
land payout,
any land payout or anything of that nature. What I do think would be favorable to us is if FBA, specifically FBA individuals, would be tax exempt status from when they start to interact with the economy. So as soon as you get your first job, you're tax exempt. You pay no income taxes for at least 15 to 20 years.
And so if they was to do that, let's just say they can't give out the. What about all the years I've been working? I've been working since I was 16, and they're going to give me back all of the money that they owe with that type of situation that you have in mind?
To grandfather that in, would they have to? That would be tricky. That would be tricky, because that alone in and of itself is a huge budget. So we'll see.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So would it be retroactive or would it go forward?
No, he's
That's what he's saying.
Retroactive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting point of view as well. And Omni, are you somebody that would get reparations or no?
Oh yeah, I'd get reparations.
Okay. So
I'd qualify.
I do find it interesting that a lot of people was fighting against this whole FBA talk and what it means and all these things. I do find it very interesting now that so-called the white man is starting to pick it up and talk about it. They like, oh, it doesn't matter if they talking about it. It's always been legit. If the majority of the people start recognizing it, that makes it a little bit more powerful. If we talking about politicians, we're not just talking about a regular old white human being. We're talking about somebody that helped get a man in office today. So yeah, that is a different understanding. If Tucker Carlson was talking about Sharon Bracey, that would be a big deal. I'm sorry. It's just what it is. I don't know why we're trying to act like that's not a big deal. Strange to me. And we should, and I think the real reason is because they know they have not been on the proper side of things when it comes to this FBA talk. They did not look at it as it was ever going to go mainstream. And we know why they looked at it as it was never going to go mainstream.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny to me that people, you know what I'm saying, like so many other groups of people have gotten something in America, you know what I'm saying, based off of this circumstance and that circumstance. I think specifically foundational Black Americans are overdue.
And if Tucker Carlson is picking up and he knows about it and he's saying it on his platform, that means other people that never heard about it, because I believe, a lot of people might not know about it, but if mainstream media keeps talking about it, and they also talk about it as of right now in a positive light, saying that, yeah, they are very proud Americans and they've been here for all these years and they do have a right to speak up more than somebody that has not have the same foundation as them. That is big talk. That changes the whole dynamic of how they look at Black people in America, because now they're going to separate us from Somalians when they didn't do it before. They're going to separate from a Nigerian when they did not do that before. I'm sorry, Godfrey. You're going to be different, right? I got no shot at you, Shadow.
That's crazy.
I'm Black. I'm very Black.
No, I'm talking about with the Godfrey thing.
No, hey, so get this, though. So
Wait,
at
Shadow,
a certain point,
African?
yes. Ma'am?
Shadow African? Are
No,
you African?
no, they be calling him
Black.
they be calling him Godfrey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, I know all the way back to my family, but not either way. So look, I understand.
Well, you talking about to your white family or your Black family?
You know what?
The family that, yes, my white family were the slaves.
I'm just harassing you, go ahead.
But I think there's a certain, like, I don't know, because I'm weird on the I wouldn't take reparations if they were offered to me.
Shit, hold on.
Hold up.
What?
There's a reason why, though. Because the part of my dad's family that's in like Springfield and Arkansas and Louisiana, they came up, so they did well. I understand the point of reparations, but I'm not negatively impacted by it. I'm negatively impacted by my stupid decisions. So while I would be willing to give it to somebody else to let that go past. But me, I couldn't take it. I just don't believe in reparations like that. And I don't believe in reparations as a whole. Like, regardless of the group, regardless of the people. Like, I don't believe in punishing or paying the present for the sins of the past. If we're going to move past it, we need to move past it.
Let me break it down to you
how
this
you
way.
move past it if they haven't made amends for it?
This is what I'm saying. Let me break it down. Let me break down the concept from an investor perspective, right? So, like, investments work best over time. Compound interest in the 9. It works over time. So if someone has been excluded and disenfranchised from even having the means to invest for over 400 years, what does that say for the opportunities that they would have been presented with, the opportunities that they could have capitalized on and taken advantage of in that time?
All right, so let's talk about it.
So I'm not,
right?
and I'm telling you, I'm not holding my breath for reparations either. But you know what I'm saying, to say that individuals that worked for that length of time aren't due something, I think is a tad bit disingenuous.
But I didn't even really say that. Because here's the thing, I understand if you're getting like back, if you're going to charge for your back pay and whatever interest would have came with it. I feel like that's a slippery slope. And as somebody who's studied and done cyber crimes, I feel like it's easy to exploit. Like, y'all don't even get it. Like, we destroyed the what were those checks? The checks during COVID.
PPP
like,
loans,
the stimulus checks. The stimulus checks. Y'all don't understand. Like, we were abusing the shit out of that for no reason. Like, it was crazy.
Wait a minute. How you abuse a stimulus check when they send it to you?
I think you're thinking about
you didn't have to lie on no application or nothing. They sent you a check or deposited, direct deposit into your account. And so how can you?
But the standard to get the stimulus check was so weak that it was easy to just get in and get it. Like, it's hard to explain, especially in an online platform. But understand, it was. One person could collect stimulus checks for 15 to 20 without leaving their cement box. And they were mailing checks to people while behind the wall. So I mean, I understand that. How can you do it? But
okay. So Josh, so the main question. So you believe because somebody can use a scam out of it, that the majority of people that are not going to scam, they shouldn't get it?
So if let's say this, here's my belief on reparations. Hold up. So no, that's not what I'm saying. So because you're right, we have an issue with answering questions. The question you asked, my answer is no. I believe that if it really came down to it and you could link your family to a specific family, then you should be able to take that family through civil litigation because it is a civil matter.
No. It's not.
Okay.
When your government participated in it every step of the way, your government participated in it, right? It was your government who said, right? People were going to court for these things. Your government sanctioned slavery.
No, and that's
so
fair.
your government gotta pay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I can't. I mean, I can't deny. I can't reject that because it's true. Right. Like when the government sanctioned it, then yeah. But
but you can't put no button. You can't put a button on that.
But here's the thing: the people who are gonna pay that are the very people who should be receiving them. Like, I like the concept of the taxes because then you either not get your taxes or get back the tax money you put into it. So you wouldn't be paying into the very system that would have to end up paying out these reparations.
Right, you don't pay into the system that didn't pay your people.
I'm sorry, they benefit from that system, so why shouldn't they have to pay in the form of tax dollars? And it's not like they getting this ain't a condo association where they gonna levy a special assessment to pay reparations, right? It comes out of tax money. They got to pay taxes anyway. But these people benefit off of it even till today, right? So my boss's mother is Italian. She said that her mother didn't even teach them the language because she just wanted them to be American. What that means is she wanted them to be white and be able to cash that check for whiteness.
But Diva, so should blacks end up paying the taxes for reparations?
Black people gonna end up paying it anyway, right? You just end up getting it back. But we typically earn less than everybody else anyway, so we gonna pay less, and then you getting it on the back end. So
and not only that, we've been paying for
like
Omni said it, like we've been paying because we wasn't able to the people that have the financial literacy to have that reparation money to forward their family even further. So we are already paying for it at the moment.
I can concede to that. That's fair. Here are my biggest words, like in realism. One, if we're doing this to help Black people, then at a certain point, Black people shouldn't be paying for the very reward that they're trying to get. So I feel like that's issue number one. And then issue number two goes into, even if we do that, when do we start like parsing that qualification? Like, how Black do you have to be? What if only my great grandpa was Black, but he was definitely a slave. He was still in the slave trade. So like, how far back can you go and still qualify? How far, like, how are we going to make sure that where it's necessary, they can get gotten, you know? But while also being able to protect us at the same time. It's why I like the FBAs, I like their concept, but my concept behind reparations, which is slightly different today, because I'm hearing what y'all are saying. But because financially speaking, I get it. Like, if I could have been investing for the last 320 years, money that I should have got paid for, it could change the entire economic dynamic of my family.
Right. Not only that, though, America is only at the status that it is because of our enslaved ancestors, right? Your
No, I
blue
agree. I
jeans
agree with
is
that fully.
blue because of enslaved black people.
No,
You know,
I
we
get
can
that.
go down the line with all the stuff that we have and that America was able to use to elevate itself that came directly from black people. And so you don't get to eat off people for free and then tell them, you know, oh, we ain't got nothing for you. Like, that doesn't make sense.
So, what about the concept of indentured servitude? Does that fall? Are we talking strictly slavery?
Yeah, we talking slavery.
Strictly slavery.
Because that's another thing I don't want. I don't want all of a sudden, oh, well, I was an indentured servant and my family came to America and they were forced to work for 40 years, not in the same conditions. But if it's not specific enough,
yeah, but
it can qualify.
This is the thing about indentured servitude. They were able to actually work their way out of it. What Black Americans faced was a different type of slavery. Like most other forms of slavery, you were able to work your way out of it. The shadow slavery was the only one where your kids inherited your plight. There's never been.
And you're talking
another
about
form of
generational
like
slavery.
Yeah.
Like where
they used to
shadow slavery.
Right, shadow slavery, where they used to breed us just to make
like
more
I said,
slaves.
shadow or chattel?
Chattel.
Okay.
Chattel.
I thought he kept saying shadow slavery. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Chattel.
No, yeah.
And so, like, so what is everybody? So, like, I don't understand why people have such a issue with trying to bring in the natives and Spanish. Obviously gifted. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, so you are more than willing to, if you want to have a conversation, we're willing to have a conversation with you. However, the Native Americans, they got their version of reparations.
And whatever they built, the crackers burnt it down or, you know, decimated it. So what we talking about?
I don't know. We also get reparations for those destroyed cities that were destroyed based on that same thing.
Yeah, they got their Foxwoods. So I don't know why we trying to act like they didn't get something.
No, I'm talking about like our black cities. I'm talking about cities that like Tulsa, Brownsville, like Needville.
What I'm saying, people's argument is always about somebody else. What about them? What about them? They have their own fight. Let them fight. They fight. Why do y'all need us? This is why it's important that we are doing the separation. This is why the NBA talk was good that it started so back then, because now we can say, hey, what about them? They have to figure out on their own. We are not fighting for everybody else anymore. Because when we jump into it, and then the argument have some movement, because the Somalians don't have no movement without us backing them up. Because what are they going to say? This is racist? No, it's not. How's it going to be racist towards a Somali? You can't prove that. But guess what we can do? We can prove when you doing something to us, hey, we could prove that it was goddamn. Stay your ass on camera too.
I mean, you can be racist towards Somalis.
Thank you, my brother. Shit.
I'm on break right now. I have a few.
Though, I can barely hear him.
Got cool. I'm gonna bring you in a second.
And tethers and other people, I guess immigrants will come in, and they would fight against it via just online and with other means, because if they see us get it, obviously we'll improve our lives, land, houses, assets, businesses, and they don't want to be behind us, right? They take the pride, I guess, and pleasure of thinking that they're in front of us. But if we were to get those reparations, then like we would all skirt ahead of them by miles. You know what I mean? So and I saw a comment that you put up earlier when it said about who's going to pay for it or something like that, right? Said the U.S. government, that $40 billion that went to Argentina that didn't do shit to really help us out, that could have fucking helped, right? The $100 billion that went to Ukraine, like that shit could have went to it. I mean, just 1 year of $100 billion or however much it's gonna cost, America's gonna be fine.
Come on, talk about cool. Those some great points. Let me also welcome into the Sweet Life of Atari. Have you been here before, Sweet Life of Atari?
I don't think so. Hey, Sharon.
Hey, how you doing? Also, you watched the show before?
Yeah, I watched it, but I don't think I ever came up on the panel.
No, okay. I just want to make sure you're a real person. You want to add to this part of the conversation with the FBA talk?
Yeah, I like all of it. I've been listening since y'all was talking about Greenland. I was like, what? Sharon is agreeing with Trump on something? Because they be about to bite my head off every time I say anything positive about it.
Okay, yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize that I just deal with the information in front of me and I assess it that way. I don't really care about who the person actually is that much. It's just about the information, you know. So, thank you. So, what we're gonna do is this: we're gonna bring in the Emperor. He's gonna give us his information on how he feel about this whole FBA talk. Sweet Life of Atari. You can jump in if you like after Emperor, and then we got Reach from Philly. Let's do it like that.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for having me, Sharon. I always give you the props. Hey, Shadow, you're a legend. Where Uda at? You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is with the whole reparations thing, I had a conversation with this. Oh man, this is wild. So what you were saying, Shadow, is one of my main concerns. Who's gonna get it, and how are we gonna implement this project? All right. So how black do you have to be was one of my questions, and then I started to think. All right, look. So if you go back, let's say 3 generations, right? So your great grandmama was born here, so you could be American. But if your great grandmama was foreign, you ain't from here, bro. You ain't even 3 generations deep. I'm trying to give a minimum like basis here, and then like, do we have like, you know how they have shades of hair when you go to the store? Do we do shades of caramel? How caramel do you have to be to actually apply? And then once you apply, have you been here for 3 generations? You know, we could do it like that. You know, because
No,
if you ain't dark enough,
generations, because it's for slavery.
you ain't got enough in you. You know what I'm saying? But then you got the albinos they trying to claim, but then that's French. That's different, right?
So the Emperor, do you believe that they have an understanding of who was here in slavery?
I believe that there's a whole generation that was completely cut in the middle there, so we can't know who's who at a certain point. You can only go back so far.
Okay,
there might be a
all right. So that's fine. We only can go back so far. Do you believe?
But
that
how
there's
far can we go back?
documentation that we could go back to slavery?
Well, let's think about it. A generation is about 14 years. So 14 times 3.
Answer the question. Do you think we have enough records to show that we could go back as far as slavery?
No, I think there's it's severed in the middle. And then there's a lot of mixing and blending, so it gets confusing. It's everybody's too black already, and then some people that are black are too white.
Wait, so the 1870 census, we do have that, right?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. But
yeah,
this is what I'm saying. If you
I found my ancestors on there. Actually, yeah,
okay.
ancestors.
So are you going by name or are you going by DNA blood testing? Because that's 2 different things.
Okay, and we don't need DNA blood testing to identify. DNA blood testing can't even tell you whether your people were here during slavery.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm thinking about the nationalities. You're saying that
We're talking
slavery.
about genealogy.
Okay, genealogy. How many slaves are we talking here? Are we talking about there was some Native American slaves that were already here, the Moors, the Nagas that were here, the black people that were here before when they came?
Hold on. So the Emperor,
only Africans.
All right, hold on. Let's slow it down. Emperor, do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe DNA could tell you what part of the world you was at?
Yes, to a certain point.
Okay, that's where you're wrong. So, all right, how can it tell where you was at? All right, let's go 100 years from now. How can your DNA of your whoever is could say that you was in America, Queens, New York? How would they be able to tell that?
Okay, so you're trying to put a specific place, right? Now, if we're talking about lineage, right? Like, okay, your descendants come from Africa or Europe, you can track that back easy enough, but you can't say specifically where. Like, you can't say London, right? But you can say Europe.
All right.
It's pretty big.
So now, why would we include DNA into the equation where all we have to do is track where my family, my ancestor came? My ancestor was here because I got tried that came off the boat. They had a service, whatever the case is that we tracking it slavery wise, as Beaver just showed you with the 1870 census. They had a thing of 1870. So now I can track back my family. Why do we need DNA?
This is what I'm asking you. So are we going by name only? Because you can have a dad that's on your birth certificate, but that's not your DNA dad. So are we doing it by name only, or are we doing it by
No, we're doing
this
it
is
by
actually my
slavery.
parents?
No, we're doing it by slavery. So that means
Okay.
if you can trace your lineage
Okay.
back to slavery, that's what you need.
Okay, so let's say your parents,
It don't
great
matter.
grandparents were slaves,
It
but you
doesn't
got
matter.
adopted into the family.
So what?
By name on your birth certificate, by name, like you're in the family, but does that make you black if you were adopted? Does that make you a part of that lineage?
Right, because look, if I that doesn't mean that you wasn't a part of slavery just because I adopted you. So just because I seen somebody and his parents got deleted for whatever reason, what happened during that time because people was getting lynched and all these different things was happening to people just coming up missing. Just because I adopted you doesn't mean that you was not from slavery times and that you was not affected by
No,
slavery.
I'm thinking the opposite. So let's say your family, right? You're adopted into a family that was from slavery. Do you count even if they're on your birth certificate? That's why I'm asking. Are we doing it by name only, or are we doing it by DNA? How
People who
black do you
adopt
have to
you
be?
don't end up on your birth certificate. People who adopt you don't end up on your birth certificate, typically, right?
True.
Right? Can we agree to that?
But let's see,
Facts.
Joshua, is your adopted parents on your birth certificate, Joshua?
No, that's not a thing.
Okay.
Right.
That's
So,
why I'm
like, we
asking. Is it
mixing
by
up,
name or is it by blood? Because if we go by blood, that's DNA.
We're not going by blood. Because you wouldn't be able to enslaved by blood.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Okay, so then it's by name.
Hold on, Emperor. What I'm saying
That's
is
what
that
I'm trying to
just-
find out.
Hold on, no. What I was saying, we just got the answer that adoption don't have nothing to do with it at all.
It's going to be by record and documentation. That's
We
one of
don't
my
need-
biggest-
that would be adoption is documentation.
Right, but that
I'm
person's
asking.
not going to be on your birth certificate. So if you
Right.
get adopted into an FBA family, they still have your birth certificate with your real people on there. You're black, okay? That doesn't mean still you'll be able to trace yours if you have like an open
No.
adoption.
I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. Are we doing it by DNA, which is blood, or are we doing it by
No.
name, which is legal? Legal is name, which would be adoption. And so that's why I'm
we're gonna-
asking for
so we're gonna-
clarification.
Willie,
Let's say we deal
I don't
with the
need no help. Willie,
1870s.
we don't need no help. Thank you.
Okay, you
So-
failed
so-
Pan-Africanist.
No, I'm asking
Hold
a
on,
question
no,
for
hold on.
clarification.
All right, so the Emperor. So yes, we're doing it by legalities.
This is dumb.
Okay, so if you're adopted, that's legal, right, or not?
No.
It is, but those people are on your birth certificate, right? So
That's
as
by
a
blood,
person
though.
who
Hold
has
on,
been,
hold
no,
on,
it
listen,
isn't.
hold on,
Where's
hold on,
blood coming
hold on.
from?
So,
So
hold
you
on, you're
still have
missing-
a birth certificate.
Hold on. So you're missing
Jesus.
Hold on. You're missing what legal means in the sense of what we are having a conversation about. So
Mhm.
yes, being adopted is a legal document. However, being a slave was also a separate legal document that you cannot compare the two just because they have the word legal document into it. So yes, a black couple that was a descendant of slaves, right? They could adopt a white child, but that doesn't mean that he came from those black FBAs. And
Okay.
therefore, the legal documentation to show that he is not black. Does not come from descendant of slaves. He came from wherever he came from, and he got adopted by said people, and that does not make him a FBA. So
Okay,
it's two
okay.
different types of legal documents,
And he not
Okay.
getting no reparations.
and he ain't getting no reparations.
All right. So that brings us back to the question of how black do you have to be, or how can you tell if
You
that
gotta
black
be
person
legally,
came?
you got to be legally foundational, legal.
But
So
I
at
think
least
that's
3
wrong. I think-
generations, right?
No,
think
it's
that's wrong.
slavery. Do you know what slavery was?
Hold on.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter
Okay,
how
well
many.
then you know that's more than 3 generations.
But let
I'm
me
sorry,
say, I
Sharaj.
think
It's okay.
I think it's wrong that they gotta go, that they trying to figure out a way. Like y'all don't have any attachment. Like our ancestors really went through slavery. Y'all trying to find some type of way to wiggle in and get some type of reparation. Oh, how long do I need to be in America to qualify for this? How many generations? Like we literally, our parents talk to us nothing about Africa and nothing like that. Like all we know is this right here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no other
That's
place
where
for
I'm
us to
at
go
with
but
it.
this place right here. Why are y'all talking about, oh, well, we've been up here for 2 generations, 1 generation, 3 generations. How can we get some of it? That ain't even right for y'all to even try to get some of it. That's
And
crazy.
also, let me ask the Emperor:
I'm finna drop
would you be somebody that is up for reparations? Yes or no?
Well, the only way I could agree with it is if they found a way to identify who gets it and a way to make sure that they're getting it, not
Okay, that's
be
fine.
fraud
So
or anything.
Do you have at least 3 generations back in America, or or you would be from a Caribbean nation or something like that? Are you from somewhere else?
Yes, my great grandparents were born here, and their grandparents were born here as well. And beyond that, it's probably civil rights, slavery, stuff like that. But I don't know because some of them
Okay.
come from the South, and my dad is a little bit different.
If that's your concern that you might not get, you might not be.
No. I'm not gonna ask for no money from nobody. I didn't do it.
I understand.
I ain't a
But
slave.
your argument about trying to find out how they're going to do it, is it because you cannot trace your ancestors back to slavery?
No, it's because there's plenty of fraud in America, and I feel like if you guys, we could, let's say as Black people, we get reparations, right? I feel like most of us are gonna get defrauded out of it, and we won't even get it because somebody else is gonna.
But that's a separate situation. So now, besides that separate situation of legalities, frauds, and scams, do you think foundational Black Americans should get reparations?
I think that it may be a little bit too late for the slavery thing, but we've gone through a lot of things as Americans, and as Americans and Black people in the years like these last 40 years that we could get reparations for other things.
And so, do you believe that Native Americans got DNA drawn out of them to get their reparations?
Oh, you mean are we talking about the real ones or the fake ones?
It doesn't matter
The
which
ones
one
who
you
got
want to talk about.
reparations.
I don't need help. So, whichever Native Americans that got reparations, do you think they did a blood DNA test? Yes or no?
Okay, I do not think they did a blood DNA test. I think those are the Canadians.
Okay, so therefore, we can figure out a system where a group of people can get reparations, and regardless of it, a few slipped in with fought out Indians or whatever, but the majority of them probably got it because they are proven descendant of whatever that situation is. So why are we not just fighting for Black folks to get the same treatment?
Well, I think as Black people, we don't know the range, because you got to remember they did that with the natives and the reservation. It was only like 3 generations.
Hold on, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why. So would you fight if you had the chance to vote? Would you vote for reparations or would you say no?
I would vote for it if we had a legitimate plan.
Okay, so as of right now, you have no plan, right? The plan got to come after. Right now is just, do you vote for reparations for Black individuals that suffered from slavery? You'll vote yes or no?
Yes, but it's complicated.
So you'll vote yes, even though you might not get it.
Here's the thing: it's complicated. If they figure out those complications, of course we're going to vote for it.
I don't understand why he's adding all these nuances to a direct question.
Reparations is a nuance, but I said yes, of course.
No.
I started off yes. That's my answer.
I'm sorry to cut in because you're talking to someone who, my grandmother was born in 1910, right?
Damn.
And she died in the 80s, but her mother was a infant slave. Okay, so we're not that
3
far
generations.
removed.
We're
not that far removed.
I got a question for her.
All right, let her finish this. But
we're not that far removed. I think.
Can I go after him?
No.
I think that when you talk about the Native Americans, they have an extensive family tree. They have records of their family tree. When he started talking about the bloodline and all this stuff, I'm gonna be an FBA advocate today. So when you start talking about bloodline and stuff like that, you're leaving room for everybody else to get in. And the apex of reparations is slavery. We cannot go around that. So yes, I will vote yes.
Perfect. Go ahead, Reese. It was supposed to be you go after Emperor anyway, so go ahead.
It don't matter. I want to make sure I'm correct before I ask my question. You said your grandmother's mother was a slave, right?
She was an infant slave, yes.
An infant slave.
My dad's mother was born in 1910, and her mother was an infant slave. My family fled from Louisiana and came to a different state, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Wait a minute. How old is your daddy? Just because I'm older than you, and my great grandmother was born in 1900.
Yeah, Jesus, stop stealing my thoughts. Stop
you get what I'm saying? You see how deep it goes deeper?
No, but we're
Yes.
asking. That doesn't make sense because
Hold
you're
up.
a relatively young woman. So for your grandmother or great grandmother to have been a slave, that really don't make sense.
I want to say something
No,
too. Hold
it
on,
makes
before she
okay.
responds.
Let me clarify.
Yo, can I
Okay.
say something? Can I
Hold
say
on,
My
something?
dad.
let her answer the question.
My
I was
dad
talking though.
is.
Let her answer
My
the question.
I
dad
was
is.
talking.
But let her answer the question.
It don't even.
My dad is a siblings of 14 children. His mother got pregnant at 14. Her mother was an infant slave. I'm not saying she was born in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
In that disposition of time as an infant, and then they left. I'm not saying she was like participated in picking and stuff like that. I'm saying she was an infant born into slavery. Does that make sense now?
Fuck no.
No. How old is your daddy?
My dad is 72.
Ah, okay. So you got an old dad. Okay, that's making a little more sense now.
I got old parents too.
I'm old enough to be your dad.
Remind you, my grandmother from my dad got married at 13 years old. He is the child. He's a siblings of 15 children.
Okay. So I did not answer the questions. Reese for Philly, you wanted to say something?
She said her grandmother's mother was a slave, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, an infant slave. I didn't say she was an infant. We have the pictures and everything, straight up. Now we cannot find.
Stop. Are there
We
whelps
can't
on her
find her mother's. Like right now in the family, we're trying to find her mother's information right
So,
now.
Let me speak nigganese to Reese from Philly. So what she is saying is that, like, say if slavery ended in 1865, she was born in 1863, so therefore she was an infant slave. However, by the time she became an adolescent or adult, she might not have been a slave because it was emancipated by the time she was walking around talking and all these other things. So she was a infant in
It's all
slavery.
bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us why.
A slave has chains and whelps on their back.
Oh, Jesus
That
Christ.
shit. And and by the time the slave trade was over with, a whole lot of the slavery stuff had already been done and over with anyway. People were into other things.
Hold on. So Reese from Philly. So you mean to tell me if a kid? Hold on. Reese from Philly. So your argument is that so a 10-year-old, somebody that was in slavery for 10 years, never got a beating. You gonna say that person cannot be a slave because they ain't never got no whips and chains on them? That person was still born into slavery.
Slavery was over
lies.
by 19.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
It's lies. She did the same shit that what the fuck is his name? OGJ Speed did. He said something about his grandmother. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's no paperwork. There's nothing. They don't even know these motherfuckers' names.
Okay, so now if
make some shit up real quick,
all right. So now if the person can bring out pictures and documentation for the government to determine if it's bullshit or not, would you say that's different?
I'll send them a stack.
Okay, fine. All right, so you need somebody to prove it to you specifically. Fine.
Well, I know
All right,
they can't. Anybody on this fucking panel try to do it. Take their family back. You're gonna run into a wall.
Yeah, but you gotta have logic with what you say. You cannot just because. Okay, that's fine. All right, so go ahead. CM,
hold up, I ain't done. I want to talk about reparations too, because it was my turn. This is the topic, right? There's no way universally possible for anyone alive right now to connect themselves to the transatlantic slave trade. The people who wore chains and whelps, the ones who deserve reparations.
Pause there. So Diva just said she has a understanding of the 1870 Census Bureau. So whoever is documented in that time in 1870, would that not be proof that they was in slavery time?
Fuck no, because guess what? Guess what's guaranteed to be true? Somewhere on your family tree, there's a liar before you even get to the 1700s.
Okay, so pause there. Okay, you talking about liars. Okay, so are you gonna say that George Washington might not have ever been president? Would you say that?
Prove he lived.
Huh?
There's
See,
a statue of George
it's
Washington
possible
downtown.
because
Hold on. I wanna. This is.
you have to trace the mother. You have to trace the mother.
Hold on. So, are you saying that you don't believe that George Washington was a president of the United States?
Fuck no.
Oh, okay. So then okay. So
You dumb
here we go.
motherfuckers.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So there go your argument.
It's written down, right? It's written down, right?
I'm saying that it is no way for us to have a conversation with you if you don't believe in the general
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, because you just don't believe in the history part and what was put in books and things of that nature. So
And that's not the truth. I didn't tell you that.
My weed man, keeping me off the shit. You
I never told you that the books are bullshit, and that's why you guys are arguing, because you believe them. It's all part of the propaganda, just like every fucking thing else.
all right, so I don't know why did you stop? Why did you stop me to then? I don't understand why y'all stopped me then to agree with what I said. It is a weird thing that a lot of my brothers do with me. It is a very weird thing. Go ahead. I mean, can you make sense of that?
Not at all. Like I said, I gotta holler at my weed man for keeping me off of whatever the Negro is on. I don't pay him enough. I really don't pay him enough.
That was a good one.
FBA bud is the best bud.
Hold on, Willie. I'm gonna bring it to you shortly. Go ahead, CM.
I fully 100% agree with him. I don't think George Washington was ever president. And I have history for y'all. Look up the patents of 1790 that George Washington tried to do against the indigenous people. And then I have another document for y'all. I actually did a video on it on my channel that I just started a couple weeks ago. It's about the naturalization.
Everybody
Act
drop
of
CM's
1790.
link. Everybody, hold on. Let me make sure everybody drop CM's link in the chat. He needs some help promoting this channel, even though this is a feminist channel and I ain't build anything. Shout out to CM. Go ahead. CM.
Appreciate it. I'll drop my. You want me to drop my link in the back chat?
No, thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so I want you to look up the Naturalization Act of 1790.
Why? Something else is written down, dumbass? Why?
Right, I'm not. Let me teach something real quick. I'm agreeing. The first U.S. law establishing U.S. uniform rules for citizenship, limiting naturalization to free white persons with 2 years residency, good moral character, and an oath to the Constitution, effectively excluding Black people and Native Americans while granting citizenship to children born abroad to U.S. citizens. This landmark yet racially restrictive.
Okay,
law
CM,
set
hold on,
foundational-
CM. Can you break this down in layman's terms instead of just reading?
No, I'm reading, but that's a real law. That's a real act. You can look it up yourself.
I understand that you read it, but can you break it? So this is the difference between reading something and hold on. Let me finish. Is a difference between reading something and comprehending something. So I'm glad that you could read it. Now, can you please explain to us in layman terms so I could comprehend what you were saying?
Well, here's the thing. They like I said earlier, they always reclassify us since day one. So with the Patent Act of 1790 that George Washington did with the British to take out the indigenous, and with the free white person, and where the word slave comes from is from Slavic. That's a white person.
Mm-hmm.
So we never got with change. Slavery was always contractual, always. And with
so
free dude has no idea what he's talking about.
Hold on, slow down. So you saying that the Black people that were slaves in chains, they signed a contract to be slaves?
No, slavery was. Look up the word slave. It comes from Slavic.
I understand. So again, I understand what you said, where the etymology come from, and now I'm asking you in real life, because you said this is a contract. So in real life, these Black people that was enslaved, did they sign a contract?
Yes, it was. That's like the shadow slavery, the real slavery, the contractual death, where Black comes from. That's why I brought the Black Law Dictionary earlier, which means pale, dead. Like it's really white. The Black Law Dictionary, you have to get that to be a lawyer in America to get a bar and the bar.
Okay, so right. So you saying that white people are the real pale people? That's what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying we're the real white people because white is colored. If you look in the Black Law Dictionary,
right. So we understand that. So you saying that the titles that we have is a construct. We get that. Yes. Regardless of that, is slavery real to you?
No, shadow slavery is. It's so you think 20 million people came from here on the boat to Africa? They
No,
told slavery in reverse like
nobody's
everything else.
arguing how they got here. What we are arguing is that the people that was affected by slavery, they deserve reparations. That's what we are having an argument about.
They owe us more than reparations.
Say what?
Like, they owe us more than reparations. They've been giving our land away to other countries.
Okay,
You know
so
what
let
I'm
me
saying?
ask you, CM, so I could, because do you believe black folks in America, what is considered black? We understand what it means by etymology, but what people in general consider black human beings in America, do you believe that they deserve reparations?
Yeah, and they've done everything not to give it to us, and they even brought the immigrants, like I even brought the 1965 Immigration Act. So they've done everything and crossed their T's and dot their I's to get us arguing religion, the church versus state, politics. To where
And okay, so fine. So you believe that we deserve it. So why are you trying to muddy the water with this whole pale stuff and George Washington and all this other stuff
I'm
that
just
just want
teaching
to?
you about patterns in history to show you that they've always tried to, like, slavery never existed. So that's what we'll never
Okay,
get reparations.
okay, so hold on.
Can I
So
finish real quick?
okay, so how you gonna say slavery never existed if the reason why we get reparation is from slavery? I'm
We're
confused.
not going to get slavery reparations if we keep identifying as black and if they keep identifying as African American. They did that on purpose. Do you hear white people?
Okay, so now,
like that?
okay, so what should we identify as so we can have our reparations?
We're gonna. That's a great question, but you have to really learn history and see that we were never slaves. It was always contractual.
Okay, so CM, have you did the history research?
Yes, sir. And I've done.
Okay, so now since you did the history research, what is it that you did to get your reparations?
Do I think that what I should have done?
No, because you said you did the research and you could prove that you from a descendant of slavery, correct?
Well, the census only goes back to 1900, so I don't know how a girl would have
1870. So are you saying that we cannot?
Well, I know.
So hold on. So I need to understand. So I need to understand. Can you prove that human beings here in America that are like you, can they prove that they was affected by chattel slavery?
That's a great question. I had my answer for this earlier. Oh boy, didn't want to answer it for you because he knows his people are from another place. Okay. So he already every race, every nationality has got reparations, but Black Americans.
Okay.
But I don't think we can prove it because of the census cutoff.
No, we can prove it. It only takes one mother. It only takes one mother to prove it.
Let me finish.
We can't prove it.
Okay, so okay, so hold on.
He doesn't even know why the Black Law name is Black Law.
Okay,
like,
y'all.
What the fuck are we talking about?
We gonna let them hang themselves. It's okay. We gonna let them.
Did you hear what I said though?
Hold on, y'all. I know y'all don't have the patience to let them hang themselves with their own words, but I want them to just be able to communicate whatever they try.
Ready to crash out, Uda.
Bro, this nigga's dumb. Like
I said,
the whole Black Law Dictionary is named after a fucking man.
People with the janky census, with the census messed up, they did that for a reason. So I just think the people that have that should get reparations.
So CM, would you be able to? So you saying, okay? Let me ask you a better question. If you was able to vote on it, you will vote yes or no?
I wouldn't have to vote because people know what we deserve. So, like I keep trying to say,
okay, I understand. I understand. All I want is one answer: yes or no.
All the people that are from here who got the census cut off around 1870.
Hold on, CM.
You're not letting me answer the question.
CM, because it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no.
I keep telling you yes. I'm giving you a reason why.
Please highlight obliviously gifted last comment. Please.
Like I said, the people that got their census cut off, it's like that for a reason. Around 1870. So those are the people that deserve reparations, not the Africans, not the other immigrants, the people that have already abused the 13th and 14th Amendment. They've already got their reparations and more. We are the only nation on this earth that ain't got reparations.
God damn. You want to read this, CM?
Bro kissing his slave masters in his own profile pic. Yeah, talk about reparations and Black Power. That's your opinion, homie.
He
Hey,
said he
look.
taking his reparations straight back to the white man.
How do I
Hey,
do?
hold on,
Bill
CM. Hold
Master.
on 1 second, CM. Hold on 1 second. Yo, Diva, he sound like he was like a part of goddamn chattel slavery himself with his goddamn.
So, and Sharon, did you know Black Lost Dictionary is named because it's about blackness, not
Yeah,
because
but
it's about
before we even get
the
into
fucking
that,
dude's name?
Hold on.
It's
Hold on.
literally
I
him.
don't listen. I don't want us to
Hold
get
on.
derailed
Hold on,
by
y'all.
this
Hold on.
guy's
can I cook?
information.
Hold on. Hold on.
Like he's trying to derail it.
I
Like
just want to know. I just want to know, how do a 30-year-old man have the voice of a slave? How did you do that, CM?
You know what?
I mean, I got a studio voice.
Let my people go.
Diva, you too much. You too much.
There was a man on Egypt's land.
I mean, all y'all can do is laugh at jokes, but this is great.
Nah, see, I'm just saying this.
I come from the Nephilim bloodline.
Right, sounded like Morgan Freeman off of Glory.
Right.
Oh my Lord.
All you niggas ain't shit.
Before everybody jump in, hey, look, this is why I love
Not
my
the spirit
people,
moving
man.
on
I
Uda.
love y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I love my
Moving white folks too right
Hold on. Hey, look, we could go into deep dive into anger, upset, then get right back to joking and having a good time. That's why I love our people. Man, we sang. Some people probably was in their house dancing and all that. So I just want to say I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share button. Hopefully we give you something to rock out for the day. Y'all been rocking us for 5 hours so far. As long as y'all keep on supporting the show by hitting the like and the share button and possibly even sending $1 too, hey, we're gonna keep on rocking with y'all. But you're gonna have to put some effort into it as well. You cannot just sit there and watch and do nothing. You gotta hit that like, you gotta hit that share, you gotta hit that comment. If it's your first time, please just say hello to us. We don't bite unless you like it. And also, we are looking for anybody for their first time. If you can, please show some love and support financially. We're looking for all first-time supporters. If you are a supporter of reparations, send a $5 super chat. God damn it. Welcome into the show, Wall Street Willie. What is your thoughts? And then we got Uda, and then Cyber Dream's going to clean up because she got a lot of things to say. And you let me know, Sweet Life of a Tar, if you want to jump in after Cyber Dream. So Willie, Uda, Cyber, Sweet Life of Atari.
All right, so Habaragani. So I'm gonna just deal with the only logical portion of the conversation that I've heard so far.
Before you
right?
go, Willie,
In
I got
term-
one question before you go, Willie. Willie,
Yes, I will vote for
do you believe
reparations.
it's time for people to start treating FBA serious, or is it still just the internet talk?
No, FBA is totally destroying the conversation of reparations. They are literally.
No, you missed my question, Willie.
Go ahead.
Before you move to your opinion on it, do you believe that we should take it serious as a political movement, or is it just internet talk?
I think we should take it serious as being a problem, as holding us back from getting reparations. So I'll explain why. The supremacist vaginal vessel was the only one that made a logical point in terms of establishing, right, some standard for reparations. He used the 1870 census. Some people would argue to use the 1860 census because that was pre-Civil War, right? So you're having people that are documented as Negro on this census. You would argue that, yes, they were affected by everything that was going on at the time. But here's the problem.
1860 census didn't list enslaved people by name.
Well, no, but they did list them as the property of the owner. So a part of
Not
the
by
census,
name. They would just take a tally of how many enslaved people and whether, like, 3 male, they did it that way. Male 19, female 3. You get what I'm saying? So it was no names attached to it. That's why we go with the 1870 census.
Well,
If you knew what he was talking about, he would have talked
I
about the
did look
Homestead
at
Act in
portions of the
1865.
1860 census, and yes, in most cases, these slaves did have names. Typically, they would have the slave master's last name and some first name, right? So there are names attached to it. But here's the thing, right? The one thing I always say is
AI says
the
no.
real
The 1860 census rarely listed enslaved people by name, instead enumerating them on separate slave schedules by age, sex, color, and owner's name, treating them as property. Only the enslaver's name appeared in the population schedule, though some census takers occasionally added names, which were often later amended.
All
And
right,
then,
cool.
what about the
But don't kill a great
1865
point that
Homestead
you
Act?
made, right? Hold on.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'll let Diva and Willie have it out real quick because Uda is patiently waiting, so he want to have his thoughts on as well. So Uda's supposed to be after Willie. Yeah, and I'll definitely, if you want to jump in as well, but let them attempt to have a conversation. Also, we got over 250 people participating in the vote, but we do not have 100 likes. That is insanity. I do not know what's wrong with y'all, but y'all need to figure out. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the comment. It is okay. Don't be an oppressor. Free us,
All
right. Willie, what about the 1865
All right, so hold
Homestead
on.
Act?
Here's the deal, right? I'm not disagreeing with Diva at all. Whether we use the 1860 or 1870, it is what it is.
But
The
you're
point I
ignoring the
was making
1865 Homestead Act.
it's going to be tied to some historical documentation, right? It's not going to be about DNA, even though that may be a portion of how you can prove you're connected. It's not going to be based on that. It's going to be based on some standard. If your family member is listed on this 1870 census as Negro, you qualify. All right, cool. The problem then becomes how many Negroes can actually prove their family lineage back that far? I'm talking about the descendants of foundational Black Americans, right? Who should do this. Most of our people, I would argue, probably can't get past 1900. So far, we've heard 1910, right? You got to realize slavery by
1817.
All right, I'll give you 18, and I traced mine. Well, my family did, but I do know my lineage
Your
back.
family did? You didn't do it yourself?
I do know my lineage
So we should be
back.
talking to your family.
I do know my lineage back, right, to the late 1700s as well. So yes, it can be found through a number of things. Things like federal records. You have things like christenings and church records and whatnot, where these people are documented and the connections can be made. But here's the problem, right? Most Negroes can't get past 1965. A lot of folks don't even know who their daddy is, right? So now, the more we try to restrict and confine, right, the parameters for getting reparations, you kind of prevent anyone from really getting it, right? Like, I kind of gave up on the reparations argument last year when I saw Black people making anti-reparations arguments, not even knowing, right? A lot of this stuff that we start to argue is documented in American history, right? There's HR 40 that hasn't been brought up yet, right? These are things that our government has looked at. These are things that's defined, right? White folk ain't even denying certain things the way a Negro that'll bring up the Black Law Dictionary is, right? So we're starting to actually trip over ourselves, making bad arguments. Now, and I'll land here, the more we try to constrict the pool of people who could receive reparations, the more we, number one, make it harder for those that should qualify to qualify, right? And the less likely we are to get anything. So for me, right, the reparation conversation could go all the way to the 60s. We can show legal oppression against Blacks in the 60s, right? Problem is, there was a couple Jamaicans here. So now you have foundational Blacks that want to throw out everything, all these legitimate arguments, because they don't want two Jamaicans to get reparations, right? Because
Absolutely.
my reparations argument would go, yes, from slavery, but I wouldn't stop there. I would go all the way up to segregation, right? So now it's not even as hard for us to prove. It's much harder to prove you go back to 1870 than it is to prove you go
It's
back
really
to
not.
1960, right?
Ancestry.com got all those documents. It's really not. Go on there, y'all. Y'all will be surprised. Or you could go on Family Search. That's free. But go on there. They got the documents. You'll be surprised.
Vaginal supremacist, right? What I'm saying is It's much easier. Most of us know family members that were alive in the 60s. They pick lint from our hair. That would be a very easy thing to prove, right? But when we stop at these censuses, right, 1870, 1860, whatever, it's going to be harder for our own people to prove those things. And it almost seems like that's the goal, to keep other people out.
Okay, all right, Willie.
Right, because only the people who are descended from those people should be getting it. So what I'm hearing you say is that you think any black person that's here should be able to get reparations. Is that correct? I know you're Pan-Africanist.
I'm saying in my argument, right, there's a reparations argument in the 60s as well. When you look at redlining, when you look at Jim Crow, when you look at all these things.
Right, so do that. But the reparations we're talking about now is specifically for slavery. It's not a catch-all for every wrong that was done to black people. So now, if you want to go and start a movement to get reparations for redlining or for segregation or for Jim Crow, go right ahead. But that's not what the current reparations conversation is about. It's strictly about slavery.
So I would disagree with that. Having read through HR 40, right, there is a portion of the argument that says we were affected by the laws of America even in the 1900s, right?
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily have
But
to stop with
HR
slavery.
40 was drafted
I'm
by
not
Sheila
against-
Jackson Lee, who was a foreigner, right? And so she is going to write it such that she would be able to be included.
Why is this dumbass even talking?
HR 40 is not, that's already been put to bed, right? I thought they was
I
trying
get
to.
your point. No, I get your point.
so-
And I'm saying,
So Wall
that-
Street Willie, Wall Street
Go
Willie.
ahead.
Why are you bringing up other things that have nothing to do with the conversation? We are talking about people that was affected by slavery. Why are you bringing up something else that doesn't have with the argument at hand?
Because if we're talking about reparations, the argument doesn't simply end with slavery.
No, the
There are
reparation
those-
about
What?
no. Right now, the conversation that the people that would get the reparations is on people that was in slavery, not Jim Crow. Because
See how we dilute the movement that
I'm
quickly?
fine.
That
I'm
quickly,
fine with it being
that quick, and this is
1870.
why the FBA is important, so we could delineate, because we do know people that have came here in the 70s that did not have anything to do with slavery whatsoever, but they want a piece of the pie by saying, I couldn't buy a house in a certain area because of Jim Crow.
Right. And what I'm
All right,
saying
so
is,
now that we understand that,
yep,
I got a question for you.
Yep.
Would you vote yes or no?
Yes.
You'll vote yes. Okay.
at all times, because I'm always black first. So I'm not looking to
Except for when it comes to reparations.
I'm not looking to exclude anyone from this, right? I
They
want
already got their reparations,
All right,
dummy.
so hold on. So how can you?
Who's they? Who's they, dickhead?
Hold on,
Now let me
Willie.
deal with
Willie,
some-
hold
All
on,
right,
hold on.
Here we go.
So Willie, so you believe that the Somalis are black as well?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how can you be black first and then?
He just countered his whole fucking argument. Good
No,
job,
I
man.
didn't. That is crazy.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, because there's a separation between the people that got affected by slavery and the people that got affected by redlining. It's a
You
difference.
literally
What I'm
just said you
explaining,
don't
what
want
I'm
to exclude
explaining to
anybody.
you
Did
is
not
this.
say that?
What I'm explaining to you is this, right?
No,
When you
don't
look
explain
at
no
the
more.
foundational
Okay.
black people who deserve this, the
Hold on,
more
let me
complicated
let me
you
also
make
say,
the argument.
Hold on.
Alright.
Sim, if you want Wall Street Willie to shut up, you could pay $20 to kick him down for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so
pay
he can
some
be
money, you
quiet.
bum ass nigga, so I could double it. But anyway, back to what I was saying, right?
I like that game.
What I'm saying is for foundational blacks who would deserve it, the harder we make the conversation, the less of them are going to be able to qualify. If I'm just talking about Kunta Kinte's babies, right, the descendants of slavery, chattel slavery in America, what I'm saying is I personally believe the overwhelming majority of them will not be able to prove themselves back to an 1870 census.
Okay,
Right?
thank you. And so we will have to.
That's not true. That's not true.
We'll just have to wait.
All
until-
you have to do is find. See, the problem is they think that we're gonna get the proof through the male loins, and it's not gonna come through the male loins. It's gonna come through the woman. If you can prove, which I can prove, that my great great grandmother was a baby slave, I am entitled to reparations.
So again, this is where we make the argument more difficult. If you're saying that we just have to use the mother, right? Now all these black men who people can attach their family line to, now that's irrelevant. We
Willie, did you graduate high
continuously
school?
Hold
make
on,
the
y'all. Hold on. So hold
conversation
on.
more
So
difficult.
hold on. So
Yeah.
you saying your whole argument for is because it's going to be difficult?
I'm saying my whole
Yes or
argument
no?
is
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay, that is a stupid argument. All right,
It's
go
not
ahead.
stupid.
Uda. Yes, that is.
Sharon, he
Just
didn't.
because
He
something
didn't
is
say that. He
hold
just said that
on,
he don't exclude nobody
hold on.
earlier.
Just because
Hey,
something
Sharon,
is
super chat.
hold on, y'all.
Sitting here talking about
Where I
DNA
didn't hold on. Just because
with
something is
regard to
hold on,
reparations,
y'all.
that's
Hold
stupid.
on. Just because something is difficult does that mean we shouldn't do it? Go ahead, Uda. That's ridiculous.
I had a thought, but I don't know. We had a conversation. You guys asked me a question. I had a thought. My shit, I smoked the trees. My shit then left. Great. That shit took a parachute out my brain.
Stop blaming it on the weed, nigga.
It must
didn't
have
come
been.
through.
I don't know. Got something out of it.
Hold on. The super chat didn't come through yet. Hold on. Let me see. So Uda, what is your thought? Do you agree with? Do you believe that the FBA movement should be taken serious?
Yeah, I think it should be, man. I think these people have been making enough noise for a long period of time. We see everybody online. We see the stir that is causing online. We see that now actually political people are actually mentioning it now. So you can see that it's actually on radars. Whether we want to think it should be official, I think it should be. You know what I mean? Why not? Why just because they create something?
Do you agree with? Do you agree?
I don't think it's
with,
as organized though. That's what I don't think. I don't think it's.
Do
as
you
organized.
agree with that FBA talk and how they communicate and separating ourselves from Caribbean Americans or African and saying that is a difference between them and the people that was affected by slavery here? Do you agree with the talk?
Not all the way. No, I would say no. I understand that they feel like some people come to the country though, and feel like some people try to attach themselves to their plights or different things like that. So we can understand some of those things. Those things are relevant arguments. You know what I mean? I believe that.
And my next question: would you be somebody that could get reparations from what you know about your history?
I don't know if they're giving out some reparations. Send me some too, though. But I'm not really here for reparations. But I do believe that people that should be like, if you think you're foundational to America and things like that, you should be able to. But I just think it gets confused because we understand that some people were foundational to America and were shipped out of America. You cannot say that didn't happen. Some people were from America and shipped to the islands as well to be slaves there to work. Even though we understand that majority of the slaves came from Central and Western Africa.
So if they got shipped to another country, should that country be the person that paid their reparations?
Yeah, I guess so, possibility. But you know what I mean? What I'd say is like it's just so confused because if we really believe that slavery happened, because some people believe that it didn't, but if we really believe that it happened, then I think that we're more mixed up than we sometimes think. You know what I mean? But me and Diva, I think, were having a conversation the other day, and she was telling me like there's still people that's foundational to America regardless of.
Okay, so if the person can prove that they was if they could prove that they was affected by slavery, they should be able to get some.
I think
so it doesn't matter where they got shipped and none of that.
I think so. I think if you was a slave and I was affected by slavery, I think that reparation should be reparation.
In America, right? Affected by slavery in
America. I don't know what they're gonna do abroad because abroad is something else. I'm just talking about in America.
Right, but that's the key component. Got to be by America. So America was the reason why they got their ass shipped somewhere.
Hey, Diva, what about people who were traded internationally through slave traders in America?
Explain.
Like, let's say somebody's grandpa ended up getting traded to a Brazilian because he paid the right price, but his family was foundational in America.
Right. So usually when enslaved people were sold to an owner outside of the United States, that was as a punishment to that enslaved person, right? So they were problematic and they said, oh, okay, you want to act up? I'll show you. And so they would ship them to or sell them to someone in a different country because those sugar plantations, and Louisiana had sugar plantations too, but those sugar plantations, were very rough. It was brutal. As a matter of fact, one of the punishments they used to give to the enslaved people if they, got out of line was to push them in a vat of hot sugar. And so I don't know if y'all know what that does to you, but it'll clean everything off
And it
down
melts
to
the skin.
bone.
Yep.
Real talk,
It
right
melts
to
the
the bone.
skin.
And so usually it was as a punishment. But those people would have been there and gone through, the process. They call it ethnogenesis to become whatever, a Brazilian. Now they're a Brazilian.
So getting put in a bed of sugar is a punishment?
What happened?
A
Getting put in
molten hot vat of sugar, yes.
Yes. Do you know the process of making
Like
sugar?
tarring. It's like tarring.
That's like,
Not
yeah,
even
like
tar
being
people.
boiled alive. Like, who is this guy?
They don't teach
Yeah,
that in
so
the
you-
black slave law.
Like
dictionary.
tarring.
It's worse
Like
than
what
being
you do in
boiled
America is
alive,
for
but
tar
yeah.
people, bro.
Show me one
Like,
slave
you know,
slave.
because I feel some type of way. My family
And they
lineage
did this in America, bro.
comes from Louisiana.
Mine does too.
Like
My
I
last
thought you
name's
were
Moore.
from
Island. They did
Barbados.
this in America, bro.
Barbados. Who
Moore.
Barbados?
Oh, I'm thinking I must be getting you confused with somebody else then.
Exactly.
Oh.
I'm right. But what I'm saying is, can you show me one slave ship?
Yes.
What is it? The
See what I
I
said?
can show you
Clotilda?
the Henrietta Marie.
See what I
The
said?
Clotilda?
People
The
don't believe
Henrietta
that.
Marie
So what-
is
where-
in
where's this
Key
at?
West. Right
Hold
now.
on, hold
Off
on,
the
hold
coast
on.
of Alabama.
It's in Alabama. Can somebody show us a picture? Because I've never heard of this.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause I
finna
can
pull them
show
up.
you one
I'll put
slave
some in the
ship.
back chat.
I can show you the first slave ship.
So, all right. So now, if we show you or we don't show you, what does that mean?
Nothing.
It means a lot because how are you going to get 20 million people from here to Africa when it's clear what slavery really was? It was contractual, like I keep saying. And you have all these tethers who already got their reparations, who cosplay as black, and then they try to act like we was getting whipped with sugar cane and picking cotton, which sounds like a horrible time. And like y'all are not using.
I don't think you. I don't think. I think you are not
realizing what slavery was. It was
so yeah. What I
Chattanooga
think the
slavery.
problem is that people like you are just not good listeners.
No, I don't have to listen to this. I'm not listening to the same babble that I've heard my whole life, and we're getting nowhere.
No,
And
but
y'all
we're
saying
not
that
saying we're not
got
saying
whipped and
something that you know
changed
your whole life.
when
We
it's clear as day.
No, hold
when
on,
these slaves
hold on,
got sold,
hold down,
what they
hold
get sold
down,
with?
hold
A
down.
contract.
So
What am I telling
you're
you
not.
slavery
Hold on,
like
you're
was?
not listening to.
Contractual.
Hold on, you're not listening to babble that you know because you come up with questions because you never heard it before, right? With the whole sugar thing, right? You never heard it before. And again, nobody here on this panel said anything about bringing 20 million people on a boat.
That's what they say.
Are we not
Who is
talking?
they?
We're not talking about they. We're talking about the conversation that we are having today on this channel. So I don't know why you add in conversations with people that we don't know, because I didn't speak today.
And how are y'all to bring up 1860 to 1870? Y'all bring up the 1865 Homestead
Because
Act?
the person on the panel can prove all the way up to 1870 how their family member was a part of slavery.
Slavery,
the person on the
there's
panel,
no-
not
I
talking
can
about
prove.
somebody.
That's
Hold
big,
on,
though.
hold on. We're not talking about an imaginary they. Somebody on the panel said they already traced themselves all the way back to it, and then we have another person on the panel said that their grandmother's mother was a infant.
I can tell you I'm
slave.
Batman at night. You gonna believe it?
Okay, so then
so
if
what
that's
is-
the case, then how do we know anything, right?
Come on, bro.
If we just
I
don't,
wanna go
everything
to
is a lie that we don't agree with, then how do we know anything? How
I'm
can
saying
we?
use your brain. If we're misidentifying slavery, why you think, like I brought the book of demonology earlier when I was half asleep to show you the book of demonology is not about demons, it's about bad contracts and not getting into it.
White
Like I
people
brought
aren't
up
even
earlier,
arguing
too,
this.
that there's two USAs, a
Okay,
corporation.
that's fine, but
and
nobody's
a
nobody's
republic.
talking about your fucking bad contracts. We
That's
having a
what you
conversation.
mean when the slave got sold from here to Africa or the other islands, which was real slavery that told slavery in reverse.
CM. This is why I was having a problem with you earlier. You cannot have a discussion about what we are actually talking about because you are only a talking point, right? So you cannot substantiate anything that you're saying.
I'm
All you can
telling-
do
yes,
is be,
I can.
hold on.
You can
All
look
you
up
can do,
everything I'm talking about.
all you
The
can
Carolina
do.
slave
That
trade.
is fine. However, we are not talking about that.
We're
We are not
talking about
communicating.
slavery.
We are all right, but we not talking about what you are talking about slavery. We're talking about a certain part of slavery, and you're talking about other things that have nothing to do with our discussion at the moment. Yes, you're talking about a certain situation that happened in slavery, but at the moment, we are discussing a very specific part of slavery. Just because we said the word slave, just like stupid as Byron Donald, doesn't mean that because you are black, you can now attach yourself to being a slave.
Okay, that's why I brought up earlier. Black is a social conscious.
That is fine, but we are not talking about
Just like Black's Law isn't named after somebody named Black.
I'm trying
You don't have
to like. It's like everything
yeah,
I
but
say, I
that's
keep
not
getting
what
jumped on because I'm right.
okay. So again, we are trying to have a conversation, and for some reason, you're not understanding the discussion
I'm
that we are
telling you where
having.
black comes from.
Right. So just because I'm talking about cars doesn't mean that you get to start talking about Mercedes Benz. Do you understand?
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Clearly I can. At least you were honest with that.
Thank you. This is crazy.
Conversations with MJ, $10. The fact that we had Byron and Winston position themselves in politics to advocate for their communities and fight against reparations is proof. This is the proper path. Colbert Hunter, 12, $5. FBA is clearing the battlefield of tethers.
But I got two really good questions for you. So when did we start going by black? Because we got reclassified.
What does that have to do with reparations?
The FBA is not another reclassification by the government to keep pulling the wool over our eyes. Sharon,
what?
I said, when did we start going by black?
That was dumb. That has nothing to do with the conversation of reparations.
No, can I finish what I'm saying?
I prefer not.
Are we sure reparation or FBA is not another reclassifications to keep us from reparations by the government, the same people who are brought in all these tethers and immigrants to cosplay us?
So the first thing we have to do is get together and get them to sign something to say that they owe black folks a reparation, and then we can start talking about how they're going to deliver it and all these other things. But first, we need to at least get them to say we are going to give black Americans reparations, and then we can go to the next level. How are we going to prove it? Then we go to the next level. How are we going to what's the word I'm looking for?
But Sharon, it's black Americans who are descendants of slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Trump
not
said that black people built this
how they going
country.
to distribute it, right? Is all these different things that is going to happen, but it has to have a sequence. And this is the problem that a lot of men that do not that are not, a lot of people that don't understand that it had to have a sequence of events. And we
But I think it was good that Trump acknowledged that black people are the people who built America. I think that was like a
He
start.
did acknowledge it. He's like the only president to do so.
He said Native Americans. He didn't call. He didn't say he didn't get specific.
He said black Americans.
He said
that's
Native
what he called us.
No, he said black Americans. He said specifically African Americans.
He literally said black Americans, goofy nigga.
What did you say, Fufu?
And this is
Nigga,
what
he literally said goofy ass black Americans. Stop making shit up.
And so, but
I think that's a start. That no other president has really acknowledged that. So to me, I feel like that's a start.
And this is what I think is highly interesting, is that as we get closer to getting things done for black Americans, more black people are trying to fight against it. I don't understand why. I don't understand what is
because they don't qualify for it. Because they don't qualify. Because we are so it's so many tethers around us that it may be a lot on this channel we just don't even know. It's so many people. Like I feel like if you have to question, if you have to count how many generations you go back, if you have to figure any of this stuff out, then you do not qualify for it. So that's the reason why you don't believe in it. And I feel like the slave owners, they kept records of all of this stuff. They kept records of their property, and I feel like all of that stuff is in the White House, and they know exactly who gonna get the reparations. And this is what is frightening the tethers, because they just like, what if we don't qualify? This is stupid. Like, we shouldn't be fighting for this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, y'all not a part of this lawsuit. Y'all wasn't affected by the lawsuit that we got going on. So y'all just basically hating like Byron McDonald, what his name is. And it's just like, now you shouldn't get it because I don't qualify for it. Like, what type of hating stuff is that? Like, you went in this car wreck. Like, why do you think you should get it? You know? But I do feel like, like they do have all of the records. I feel like the white people kept up with their slaves very well, and they know. Like, I don't feel like we have to do no genealogy tests. We don't have to do this. We don't have to count this stuff back. I feel like they know exactly who went from slave to Negro to color to this, and then who Jesse Jackson basically made a treason on black people and started calling us African Americans. But I'm one to believe that we are the Indians that Christopher Columbus or whoever quote unquote discovered America. I feel like we was the original people here. I believe maybe a few people came off of the slave boats, whatever case may be, but I believe that the majority of black people were already here because I don't think they could have brought all of them black people over here.
You know they
And I
even
believe that we
reclassified us from
are
Indian.
Hold on,
I believe
Yeah,
we
fuck
FBA
that.
as well. We're FBA as well, and we deserve, you know what I'm saying, a reparation as well because, you know what I'm saying, like they not only enslaved us, they stole our land and did all this other stuff. And also FBA, I feel like people are saying like, oh, you know, they're messing up the reparation movement. I don't think so. Like just because we dragging tethers, just because, you know what I'm saying, we having fun because they want to call us lazy, they want to call us Al-Qaeda, they want to talk all this noise about us. But when we say something about them, it's like, oh, you know what I'm saying, oh, y'all messing up the whole movement. You know, y'all just have to be, y'all can't have no fun on y'all panels. Y'all have to sit here and talk about reparations day in and day out, or y'all just don't forgot the whole mission of it. You know, so I think that's ridiculous.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, like, so these things, like, that don't have nothing to do with us. If you feel like something happened to you and your people, go ahead and fight for it. I don't know why y'all keep asking us to do something for y'all. You go ahead and do it. If you feel like your people was brought here, go ahead and find the person that brought y'all here. Like we finding our way to get whatever we supposed to get back, because that's what they said they was going to do. America promised a certain thing.
It's never going to happen.
And
that's what it tells say, but I'm just saying, like, and then see, I'm talking about it's the problem with being called black. At the end of the day, like, we the people who got the song called "I'm Black and I'm Proud." Other people were saying for 100, even to this day, they'll be like, "I'm not black. I'm not black. Me no black. Me no black." Y'all some Al-Qaedas and stuff over there. Like, we are proud of our skin color. Like in Africa, they're bleaching. In Jamaica, they're bleaching.
You
all
said
these
the
people
same
are.
thing I said earlier about the reclassifications.
Wait,
That's
but why are you
what
speaking over her?
White people call themselves white. White
Indians.
people call themselves white. They're not really white. We call ourselves black. We the only people proud to be black, to the point to where all of these other people's like, I'm not black. Don't call me black. I'm Jamaican. I'm Trinidad. And now because they want to tell it to us so hard, now they're claiming to be black because they're obsessed with being us. They want to now call themselves black. So I'm never gonna drop the black out of who I'm claiming to be ever, because I know how powerful it is. And I know how a lot of people hate on being black and who despise being black, and now they are forced because they are desperate to be us, desperate to benefit from our reparations and off of our culture. Now they're calling themselves black after they couldn't stand being called black. Me no black, me no black.
Well, they didn't start that really till ICE came, because they were like
again. Okay, hold on. Again, just communicate to the discussions. Stop keep throwing these other things to make it seem. This is why I came up with those 7 points. They just want to talk because they don't want to feel irrelevant. It's insane. If you cannot have the discussion, it is okay. Learn something. Be quiet.
No, I agree with y'all on what y'all just said. Both of y'all, Sharon and Sweet Life. Tari. I just subscribed to your channel, by the way, too, Sweet Life. But y'all not really grasping what I'm saying about
right, because what you're saying, like we not even disagreeing with the things that you're saying. We're just letting you know that it's just not part of the conversation at the moment. Maybe we eventually get to that part of the conversation. We could talk about the etymology of what black means, and black means to be without color. So therefore, it is pale. Fine, we get all that, but it doesn't have anything to do.
That's not the only point that I made. Like y'all not grasping what I'm saying.
I understand.
Yeah, and I agree with Tim about the slave votes. I agree that a lot of them did not come to Africa. I agree with that.
And I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know, Tim. Just because you throw out random facts doesn't mean that we have to have a conversation about that random fact.
No, I'm not saying that, but I just want y'all to grasp what I'm saying as a whole. How do y'all
right? But CM, you talked about this being about bad contracts. When I asked you to explain the bad contract that we had gotten into, you started talking about something else. And so a lot of times what this is, hold on, sir.
Be patient, sir.
Right, we're here to have a conversation. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth because you're supposed to listen twice as much as you speak.
Habaragani.
So yeah, we were trying to I asked about the bad contracts and you didn't explain it.
I got yelled at like I do all the time when I try to talk.
Diva, I think he's referring to that Morris Treaty. I forgot what year. I think that's the bad contract that backfired on their ass. Oh, is that what you're talking about, sir?
I think you from West Africa, because you I don't think you're FBA at all. Because I've seen you troll on multiple panels. You're a panel killer. You got a little boy as your damn profile picture. That's AI. Like you're just a
Oh
troll.
my
I know
God.
Oh,
you
who you
like
talking
taking
to
it
me,
serious with
goofy
a bunch of,
nigga?
and it's not about you. So back to what I was saying
Well,
about.
you talking about me?
So I think it was cyber dreams about
I think
the
you're a goofball.
reclassification. I think.
No. The contract. I think
What's
you're
that
Oh
mean?
referring
yeah. I
to the
think
Moorish
the
treaty that the Moorish did. Because you gotta understand, there were free blacks, but there wasn't the enslaved blacks. I think he's talking about that contract that they signed, but it backfired and they got enslaved too.
And I'm glad you brought up all them treaties because that's really what it was. What I really want y'all
Oh,
to grasp. What
Jesus
I'm saying
Christ.
is, we were never slaves. We were prisoners of war. There were so many wars in the 1800s that we don't really know about that they didn't teach us. So the reclassification was the bad contract. That's why I brought the book of demonology multiple times about contracts.
Oh,
So
my
that America, shut up,
Lord.
Tether. So the
Lord,
corporation,
Lord,
you got two
Lord.
USAs, a corporation and the republic. Maybe we should go back to the republic or trying to find a way to get back to that. So
Okay, that don't have nothing to do with what the fuck we talking about,
Nothing.
sir. What the fuck
At
is wrong
all.
with you?
He didn't
damn, my
answer
bad.
shit.
Thank you.
No, I'm trying to
This nigga
like
just
I'm
wanted
saying.
to teach us about a bad contract, which we still don't understand. Cyber Dreams had to come and explain it for his dumb ass. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to call you dumb,
Thank
but
you,
you
I
don't
mean,
got on
whatever
my
you want to
nerves.
call me, it don't bother me.
I
I know
did.
what I am, but
Thank you,
Retarded.
bastard
the real thing.
supremacist.
So back
Thank
to
you.
what I'm saying. How do y'all not know that we're not misidentifying
Because none of that
slavery
has
by being
anything to
we
do
don't
with
prisoners
the
even
of
care.
war,
conversation.
and that's not how they're
Irrelevant.
capitalizing
Nothing.
off of us because they're telling
Okay,
us a
so
false
And then
story.
the war
I'm gonna do this. Is what I'm gonna do.
the
I'm
war
gonna do
he's talking
one last.
about is the war they lost.
I'm
That
gonna
had
do
nothing
one
to do with
last.
America.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
ask
do
one
one
more
last.
question,
I'm gonna
sir.
do one last attempt. Why should that be important?
Right.
This
How do we get
conversation.
our money knowing that?
Because y'all not hearing what I'm saying.
How do we
Clearly,
get our
we're
money?
probably misidentifying slavery the way
Okay,
it
we
happened,
understand. Hold on.
and
How
they're
do we
doing
get
it on
our
purpose.
money?
Hold on, CM. I need to see. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Why having regurgitated information is very
Right.
dangerous.
This is my
So,
own thoughts
okay, so if it is
things
your
that in
own
real
thought,
history actually
please.
happened.
Okay, slow down.
Your
So you
thoughts
get
are dumb.
slow down because I'm talking with you, right? So slow down. How is this going? Your position. How is that going to help us get the money?
I'm trying to tell you, but I can't finish without getting cursed out. So, like I said originally, when did we start going by black? Do y'all know what year?
Oh my God, sir! Tell us the stuff.
Black and
What the fuck?
Hold on. CM
Like, why
again.
is that bother? Like,
The reason
Because
you're
you
not,
talk.
hold on, because you're not answering the question. So regardless if we know it or not, doesn't actually matter at this moment. Once we do
what
know,
matters then?
hold on. Once we do know, how do we get the money?
I'm trying to explain to you how.
Stop telling me
What
what you are
year?
trying
What
to.
year
Hold
do we
on.
become
Stop
black?
trying to
What
do
year?
something, right? Stop trying to do something because to try means to fail. So stop telling
No,
me what you're
not
trying to do.
necessarily.
I need you to tell me after we find out all those other things that you're talking about, how is that going to help us get the money after we find out?
I keep trying to explain to you how, but I guess I have to talk like Wall Street Willie to talk retarded.
All right, nigga, 1960. Fuck.
Identifying
Okay,
slavery.
now move on. 1960. Get to the fucking point.
Hold on.
Jesus fucking
Okay,
Christ.
okay.
Okay, so
let's
just say, hold on,
Thank
CM.
you.
Hold on,
I
CM.
can't get to a point getting yelled at.
Because you're fucking not able to understand what we are asking you.
Okay.
So I need you to slow your thought down, and I'm gonna give you one more fucking chance. Don't tell me what you are trying to do. Just answer the fucking question.
Okay, I'll answer the fucking question.
After we get the information from you of how we misplaced and we misunderstood our whatever, after you tell us all that, but let's get forward. How do we get the money after we get this knowledge?
Because like he said, we didn't start being classified as black until 1960s. Just like we're trying to get reclassified.
Okay, so now that we classify ourselves in the proper direction, how do we get the money?
But my thing is, are we sure that the FBA movement is not another reclassification?
Oh, dude, he ain't got nothing to say. Y'all move on. He still can't tell us how to get damn money.
I'm trying to answer a valid question.
I don't know why doesn't have anything. Because what we're asking you doesn't have anything to do with FBA. After we find out the information, how do we get the money? It doesn't have anything to do with the FBA. This is CM see more stacks. Once you give us this information, has nothing to do with the FBA movement whatsoever. How do we get the money?
We gotta drop church and we gotta drop these bad contracts, and we have to really know that we have to get out of contract law.
Yeah, Pat came up.
And I'm not lying.
And this is why men like you are very dangerous.
Hey, Sharon, real quick, can you switch me? Can you switch mine from Willie to CM?
Yeah.
Hey, take my secret chat and give it to CM.
Like Ty said in the chat, he said we were classified as blacks even on the
1850.
That's not true.
I mean, the 1850
That was
census,
Negro.
said.
That was Negro. And like I keep bringing up real facts. What about the 1965 Immigration Act, where it was for immigrants?
Right. So the problem is all these things that you keep bringing up is not leading us to any kind of solution.
Yes, it is, because can I say something without?
No, you are not saying anything.
Yes, I am, because I just bought the 1965 Immigration Act.
Okay, again. Okay, so look, you brought up that. Now, in layman's term, I'm gonna ask you again. I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. I must love.
I mean, how? Okay, I'll start with this.
What does that do for us?
One thing I can agree with Trump on, even while I got on maybe that's why.
So I'm asking you a question, and then you go to talk about Donald Trump. What does this immigration situation you talking about right now have
so
to do?
So it's like everything that I say is going to be distorted, and just when I'm giving you.
Sir, you're not answering the question.
Right, you got to answer
all this knowledge that you got. And see what the problem is so often black men are told that they dumb and stupid. That y'all read a couple books and you might know a couple facts that other people don't know, and you want to sit up here and pontificate to try to prove you smart, but it only make you look dumb. Just tell us what all the stuff that you know that we don't know. Okay, so if we do everything you say, we don't call ourselves black, we don't how does that result in us getting the money?
Right. I'm telling you multiple ways how, I keep getting shut down every time I talk, and I'm bringing up.
Okay,
facts.
so what do we do?
Because
so just give us the steps. What do we do?
You keep repeating the same thing. For the first, this is what I need you to do.
I went to black.
Do not bring up what you are trying to do. Just go ahead and answer the fucking question. Be a man.
Oh, my Lord. I tried to answer the question from all different angles, and y'all look for all different angles to attack me.
So, sir,
we need one path to the money, nigga. Like,
right?
Like all different angles.
How that result in us not getting the money? What, you know what I'm saying? So what they say? Oh, these ain't black people no more. They know their real name. Here you go.
I just asked the man not to do that, and he want to start up the conversation about talking about the conversation.
What are you talking about? You won't let me finish. We did.
It's called a meta conversation. It's called a meta conversation, and you keep starting the answers with answers. Nigga, stop asking questions with questions.
You start in your answer.
Who's answering question with questions? I'm trying.
We do not want to talk about what you are doing. Right? We are not going to explain to you what you are doing when you are doing it in real time. Either you could answer the question without going back.
I've answered the question a million fucking times with facts.
Okay, all right. So
if you still no tangible steps.
So you answered the question, and you think that your answer was.
I didn't get to finish. I really honestly don't know.
So okay, all right. So hold on.
I don't know why you're intimidated. I'm not intimidated by nobody on this panel.
Hold on. Did you answer the question, or you didn't get a chance to answer the question?
Clearly, I mean, did I not get it? Like I keep getting interrupted. You're being disingenuous by a real Black American, by a real indigenous American, and people in the chat. We did not start going by black on paper until 1960s, and that's when they brought in the immigrants.
Thank you. Okay, so now what does that? Okay,
be a man, let me finish.
Yes, because I do not want useless information.
How is this useless?
Because after you say that, right? We didn't call ourselves.
So the 1965 Immigration Act don't correlate to 50 years later today.
Hold on. So I'm trying to get you. I want to have some understanding. You are much smarter than me, and I don't understand.
I never said you just think. I never said that.
Hold on. I'm saying it. So I want you to.
I'm not here to do that. I'm here to learn.
I need to slow down so I can have understanding. Can you do that?
Thank you.
Okay,
so that's
all right.
Why
so now let me slow you down and ask you questions, and I need direct answers so I can.
Can I not be interrupted by your tether babble on your panel?
I need that's fine. So again, after 19, so now that we did that in 1960, how does that help me get the money?
Okay, I was landing with a lot of stuff. Maybe I was touching on a lot of points the way y'all can comprehend, because y'all didn't have the full understanding of that. So,
okay, again, start
Give
off.
us 1 point, sir,
Start off
and then
with
tell us how that
1965
would help us
Immigration
get
Act. Do you
money.
want me to read it to you?
This
no
nigga's slow, Diva.
If you have to read it to me, then therefore you don't understand it.
That court. Why? Okay, can I finish what I'm saying then? Since you don't want me to read.
We would prefer not.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on. I just need you to answer the questions. Don't tell me about anything else but the answer to the question. Now, after we go past, we misclassified ourselves. Now we're going to reclassify ourselves in the proper terms. How do we get the money?
Okay, like I was saying, can I talk about Trump and what he's doing with the immigrants?
No.
Which
just tell us how we get the money.
1965 Immigration Act. Does it not? And they
How do we
violated
get the money?
Can I talk?
No, because you talking about the Immigration Act when you started
The
out talking
Immigration
about
Act has
how
to
we
do with ICE,
classify
dumbass.
ourselves as
Are
black.
y'all
So now
redundant?
we're not black no more.
Okay,
How do we
hold
get
on,
the
hold
money?
on. So, hold
How
on, let me
does
just-
not classifying ourselves
Yes,
as
it does.
black
That's why
get
Trump's
us the
supporting
money?
everybody who's abused that. The 13th and 14th Amendment.
Okay,
These
so
immigrants have
and how
been
do we
coming
get the money
abusing
still?
America. That's why they want to come here to land
Okay,
American money.
Right.
Y'all
How
don't
do we
want me
get
to
the money?
speak. Y'all know I got nothing but facts.
How do we get the money, sir?
That's what. Why you think Trump is playing devil's advocate? That's why I don't trust him.
I thought you was being
Okay,
stoic.
you
Why are
got
you raising your voice, sir? Be
Because
stoic.
I'm on y'all level now.
Be stoic again.
Okay.
So now you saying So now are you saying that ICE is stopping us from getting reparations?
No, they could be. Can I talk so you cannot stop misunderstanding me on purpose? The 1965 Immigration Act has to do with today. That's why Trump is deporting all those immigrants who came and abused that. They're African, they're Asian, white, and all these Indians on all these gas stations. White, have you ever seen a broke
Can I
African?
help him out real quick?
Right, but how does that help
These
us
Asians
get the
came and
money,
did that.
sir?
The Mexicans, the Siberians did
How
that.
do we get the money?
Diva, what
Let's
he's
get the
missing to say
money. No, I'm
is
giving you facts to why we didn't get the money
but
already.
the facts need to be relevant to how we get
This
the
is
money. This is what we're
relevant.
talking about.
So let me let you understand, CM. I was born in the 80s. I was black. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, out of Brookdale Hospital. I had a couple of fights. I got jumped a bunch of times. I got into a lot of fisticuffs. Put my life in danger a lot.
Right in front of Broadway Junction.
So now, with me saying all of that, how did I say I was making money?
You didn't.
Thank you.
Because it was all irrelevant.
I'm saying she keeps saying that, and it's like I'm giving
see
you
what
to
you
why
did
we
there,
haven't got the
Sharon.
money.
You see what I did there?
No, we're not asking you why we haven't gotten the money. We asking you how all the shit that you're telling us we're doing wrong. If we change it, how does that help us
You
get
bugging,
money?
bro.
For hundreds of years.
Broadway Junction on the other side of the world. That's
We asked
98th
him
Street. You heard,
how we get the money, and he start
That's East
telling us
98th, nigga.
why we didn't get the money. We don't need to know why we didn't get the money.
And
Just
that's
tell us
why
how
I
to get
said
it.
we need to make sure FBA is not another misclassification.
Okay, I'm gonna
that
help
we're
him
actually
out.
doing
So
at the time,
from
and we're
his
not going back into contract law.
From his narrative, we have to be identified
that's
as
woman.
Moors, right? We have to be identified as Moors, so because we can prove that the contract was broken.
What?
Oh, exactly.
Okay, so he's handing his
We have the country has committed treason on us. That's why we don't talk politics no more.
talking about.
Both parties have committed treason.
Exactly.
So both parties have committed treason on us.
Hold on. Let me shout out to another Brookdale survivor. Shout out to
Word,
Coco.
Coco, I know.
Shout out to Coco. She said she's a Brookdale survivor. Hey, listen,
survivor, homie. You're a
hey,
survivor.
listen. Back in the days, you'd rather be
And like somebody said in the chat, boys ain't gonna give a shit. I've been to a more temple.
So you'd rather be you'll go to Brookdale because of a bullet wound rather than to get born, because more people survive bullet wounds in there than actually birth in Brookdale Hospital.
Damn.
Yes. So shout out to, because that's why they had to close it down, Diva.
And they all got shot in front of Broadway Junction.
The only thing that they could do good in Brookdale is take a bullet out you and push you on your way. But having a baby, hey, good luck.
Good luck.
Habaragani Pan African Taz. Habaragani.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, The GOAT. Good day, GOAT. What's your thoughts? Should they take FBA serious?
This is why I can't support FBA. Like I think in some ways it's some good parts of it. I think there is a need for some conversations where, you know, we can be American and they can be where they from and all that shit. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. But they've made it toxic. And then they make it toxic with no information. You got a perfect example right here. He literally has zero information.
I brought nothing but facts and real history. Do you know
but you don't understand it.
I don't mind you cutting me off. I actually just would like for you to tell me where I'm wrong at when I say black was on the 1850 census as an identity for us. Where was I wrong at?
Said that. Got him.
Oops.
Said that.
No, it was not. It was not. That was we were getting, and if it was, we were still getting reclassified.
No, it wasn't. And if it was,
back up, everybody. Let's
So what are you talking about? Y'all just trying to
cook them. Back up, everybody.
Well, this is what I'm saying though, bro. Wouldn't it just be better to say I'm not sure? Let me do some research on the 1850 census.
I've looked at all my family. Do I come from the fallen bloodline? My whole
I'm not
family
asking
is
about your
Hollywood.
family
I'm
though,
from
bro.
LA. That's why I talk like this.
Hey fam, I'm not asking about your
I've been
family
on
though.
like 1,000 fights.
Oh my God, bro. Listen, I'm not
Like,
asking about your family.
I've been in jail every year of my life.
And you think we gonna listen to your jailbird act? Boy, shut up.
Yeah, because I just want to
Yes,
understand
ma'am,
where
whatever.
we're getting this from. Like,
So
what I'm telling
like I was saying, like, and I haven't.
Go ahead, bro.
I haven't brought up one piece of fiction yet. So y'all can keep getting misclassified if y'all want to. I won't.
Okay, so when you say the 1965 Immigration Act, do you understand that even then our identity was black? In order to get to African
That's when
American,
it was official. You buckethead boy.
Okay, relax, bro. I don't
And
need
that's when the
fans, for
tethers
real.
came up there and started. And they made it more. They broke more treaties, basically.
I'm trying to help you along in your FBA journey, though,
Our
fam.
stuff, our ancestors fought for it.
So look,
up
this
the
is my last
1965
time being nice
Immigration Act.
about it, fam.
So
Like, for
is that a
real.
lie?
Yes, it's a lie. Now
Hey,
here's the
that's a
truth.
lie.
Here's the truth, bro. When
You're retarded.
1988, 89
So
came
real
around,
legislation is a lie.
hey, bitch ass nigga, I'm trying to have a
You was a
conversation.
bitch. You would
with
never
bro.
talk
Why
to me
you
like this in real life.
disrespecting me,
Right.
bro? Like, bro,
This is
what's
the
wrong
internet.
with
You
you,
lucky,
bro?
like you little
I just
incel.
got up here, bro. What's wrong with you, fam?
Y'all was the niggas that are stuffed in the locker. Like I can't take like this is I can't. I gotta remember what I'm doing. I'm like I work for the Most High. Like and I ain't religious.
Are you kissing
So
a
that's
cave?
real dangerous. And I know I'm from the fallen bloodline.
The Most High wouldn't send no dumbass nigga down here to talk to
My
us
dad's
like
on
this,
Most High,
nigga.
so I sound like this.
Like
Blueface
the
is
Most
my
High ain't
my
sent
other
you
nephew
down
in
here to
NBA.
talk to us, nigga. Shut
I'm
the
from
fuck
North
up,
Hollywood.
bro.
I wouldn't play with that. I just wouldn't.
Fam, I just
wouldn't.
want you to know how we got the African
I live in
American.
Texas now. You want my address? We can see if you really like that.
Yeah, what's your address, fam?
Shit, look me up. You'll find it.
What-
I
My nigga, you in Irving. Hey, bro, you in Irving. Quit playing.
You making Cali look bad.
Like, my nigga, you in Irving. Quit playing. Nah, look, we're gonna stop the bullshit. Bro, you are in Irving, Texas.
CM, he pulled your card.
My nigga.
He pulled your card, CM. Just he pulled your card. No, CM, he pulled your card, man. Like that was
I'm
it.
pulling y'all cards.
He pulled your card.
People. I own y'all. Y'all gonna be my slave. Y'all gonna end up
Nigga, you thinking it.
They call him I Show Flow in the comments. I Show Flow is what they call him.
Y'all ain't no motherfucking tether, bro. What?
Who will probably tell us too. They could be active.
But see, this is what I'm saying, Sharon. This can't be a go-to, but if your go-to can't be your tether, you gotta have some information. You can't just go to your tether. You're a tether. No, fam, you
that's
gotta
why I
have
went
some
to black
info.
women. Bring up some facts. Because you just said the 1965 Immigration Act, a real law, a real patent never happened. Can you show me some real?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Real legislations.
You're
don't matter to you?
misrepresenting it, bro.
Real legislations don't matter to you?
Bro, you a FBA nigga with a white woman in your picture, nigga?
Quit, shut up.
Wait a minute, bro. What type of foundation you laying for Black America, bro, with that white woman, bro?
Why are you yelling?
I hope you know your
kids.
kids.
How tall are you? I'm 6'1", 180 pounds.
I'm 6'7", and I'm in Nevada.
Exactly.
I'm right next door to you.
Playing with me.
I'm right next door to you. Do you got that address?
Send it to me. I'm in Houston, Texas right now.
Nigga, you said you in
Look
Irving.
here.
Bitch ass nigga, quit playing.
I thought you was in
Like, I
Cali.
remember. You said you were in Irving.
That's the problem with
You
the
live
internet.
down the
You
street.
was in Cali. I was gonna say,
I don't
shit.
play.
Hey, we're doing better. I'll go
It's
to
some
Houston this
protest and
weekend
shit going
because
No,
I'm actually about
whatever.
that life.
Come out
Wait,
here.
hold
Come
on.
meet me up.
No,
This
hey,
is come show me
Watch
how
your
life
ass.
is.
Not going back
drop
to
it.
jail.
This is not.
Okay.
You with y'all's AI. I'm not AI.
Uh-oh, here we
Drop
go.
that.
We
It's
got
cool.
action.
Drop it.
We got action.
Not at all.
Let's get it.
You
Okay,
look like
bet.
a
Let's get
damn
it.
dinosaur.
Hey, fuck the dumb shit. Hey, I'm actually about that life. Drop that shit.
Bro, you
Nigga,
look like
ping me and I'm
you
gonna
look
come
like
get
from
you.
No, you want to
Ethiopia.
stay your ass
Hey,
in Dallas.
ping me and I'm
Okay.
gonna come get you.
No,
Come
you
Fuck
get
the
me.
dumb
your ass
shit.
in
See how
Dallas.
that goes
Hey.
for you.
Hey, you
Look
still
at this.
playing?
Josh,
Ping it and
what
I'm
would
gonna
you
come
Like
get
I'm
you.
like
Josh?
I don't
show
live
you
my
what
life
I'm talking
Chill,
here.
about.
Godfrey. Stay
All right,
focused, Godfrey. Chill.
all right. Hey, let's get
Let's
that
See, I
dumb shit. Let's
think
go.
this what they got.
Look
Damn,
at
Lee.
Lee in his mode.
Okay,
y'all
then,
ain't gonna do
Lee.
nothing.
Okay, then, Lee.
You ain't gonna do nothing, but you come mess with me, I'll be the last person you ever visit.
Hey, but motherfucker
Nigga,
want
it's
to talk
just
to
1
you
and
about the
225.
information,
Let's
though,
get
bro.
that.
I don't
I'm
know.
6'1" and
I don't want to
225.
argue with you, though, bro.
Bitch, I bench press you.
I just would rather y'all
Press you for
FBA
fun.
niggas know something, bro. I don't want to argue with you, bro. I just don't think
It's
y'all
not
know
an facts.
nothing.
You can't argue facts.
Wait,
Oh,
please
man.
put Lee up on the big screen. Look at his profile picture.
Man, what are we doing, Lee? What is this?
Oh,
I'm finna go subscribe, bro. I'm finna go subscribe to your motherfucking ass now, bro. This,
Lee say he
not that this
reported
is
for
America
duty.
podcast. Y'all niggas crazy.
I mean, all y'all can do is laugh.
Make it
Y'all
look like
got
he came
home.
from a
Like,
war on that
are
shit.
y'all
Doing it
adults
like
or
this.
y'all overgrown children?
Valiant.
I thought y'all were. I thought you wasn't
I
feminist,
love the
Sharon.
haters.
Hey, hold on. Let
And
me
you're an
address,
ex-con. Shut the fuck
hold on,
up.
let me address Angela. Angela, if you want him to be dropped, it is $20 to drop anybody that you want, and it's okay. Be a part of the show, laugh, joke, comment. It's all good. You are a part of it. You actually could control who is on the panel and who is not. So you could control it with your money. Be a part of the show.
I don't, but CM, I came up because this is what I
I'm
don't
not gonna yell at you
understand.
no more. Come do something.
Why
Back
we,
to this
CM, he's
topic.
trying to have a
Damn,
real
just let me,
conversation.
hey,
I'm
bro.
not saying y'all are wrong.
CM,
Hey, man, what's
hold on.
wrong with you, bro?
CM, hold on.
Like,
He's trying
I
have
just
a
want to
real
ask you a
conversation.
question, bro. Why reject information that you can go and do some research on and see that it might benefit your argument if you knew it?
Now y'all gaslighting me. That's literally what I'm doing with y'all and like the whole chat.
No,
I'm
bro.
giving
So,
y'all real
so
history,
again,
real facts. So what
so
year
listen
did the
to me,
White House
fam.
burn down?
The piece of information I'm giving
What
you
year did
about
the White
the
House burn down?
Oh my God, bro! Please stop throwing
What does
random
that have to do?
questions
What does
around.
that have to do with what the fuck we are talking
I'm a young
about?
man at 36. I don't look 36.
Bro,
But I've
let's
been doing
just
this
keep
a long
it.
time,
like,
brother.
Let's
yo.
just answer the
California,
question.
Texas, driving reckless. Mike
Hey,
Mackey, Lexus,
hey.
If
Listen.
anybody ever want to know why I supported all of that anti-black male content, this is why, man. These niggas dumb as fuck, nigga. These niggas dumb in the motherfucker, nigga.
I'm on
I
the
try to
panel
talk
for
to
the
these
test.
niggas, they start acting stupid as fuck, bro. Like, goddamn, I'm literally giving
How
you
am I
something.
acting
You can
stupid giving y'all
Google
real
this.
American history? Are y'all
You
Okay,
can
hold on.
Google this, bro.
Hold on.
That only benefits the
Hold on,
tethers.
CM.
You can Google this.
Hold on, CM. Are you
You can
willing
Google
to
everything I'm saying.
hold on, CM? Are you willing to check the information that the GOAT is given? Yes, or no?
Yes, but he hasn't said nothing.
Okay. All right. So now,
But are
so
y'all going to check the
hold on,
information I'm
CM. This is what I'm going to do. Everybody else is going to stay out of it. You and Go going to have a conversation. He want to really have a conversation with you. So take what he's saying as not a joke. He want to have a conversation. Try to maintain the conversation. Go ahead, Go and CM.
I appreciate that, Sharon. That's real.
Okay, so yeah, bro. So again, 1850 is the first time the census started to identify us as who we are, which is black people. And it literally had the word black on it as an identifier. So when you're saying this is in the 1960s, it's just wrong, bro. And I do believe if you take that information and add it to your argument, maybe it'll change some things and you will learn a little bit more.
That's not what you mean. My argument is not about that's not. It doesn't matter. Look at the many times that they reclassified us. It's not just they reclassified us every 30, 40 years, and they're doing it again right under y'all nose. When I'm trying to make sure it's not that. So it's not about when we start going by black. That's a minuscule. That's a minute point.
Then
The
why'd
point
you keep
is
saying it?
how many times start here to tear each other come. I was finna land like a mug.
Go ahead, please.
The real point is, why do they keep reclassifying us? Are we not looking at slavery the right way because we're really prisoners of war? Because there was more wars in the 1800s than they told us, right, Sharon? Can we agree on that?
No. You talking to me? So check this out.
No,
What
I'm
you
talking
said
to the
was
host.
we
He's
got
the host. Gotta respect the host.
right. But
He's
check
letting
this
us
out
talk.
though. So you just said that we were reclassified. So I'm telling you we weren't. I'm
No,
telling you
sir.
that we
I'm
were.
saying it matters
Right.
how many
Just let me finish
times
what I'm
we
saying, bro,
got
so you can see if you can
reclassified.
refute it.
Y'all like
Right. So
y'all
look.
look like your
Right. So
point is
I'm gonna give it
1960
back to
versus
you so you can
1850
freely
on a
speak.
piece of
But
paper. When my
oh my
main
God.
point is about contracts is irrelevant. With the real point and what y'all should be focusing on instead of making jokes is that why do they keep reclassifying us? Why do they keep bringing these immigrants on paper?
Okay.
You know
All
what I'm
right.
saying? And then we know it's paper now, and we
And
know
so
ISIS hate
here.
these people now
So
for
listen
certain
close, bro.
treaties like they did in the
Oh my
1800s and
God.
previous time. We're not trying to get off topic, but we
So
can't
listen
keep letting
carefully,
history
Brad,
repeat
at
itself.
how I'm going to refute your argument. You got to listen carefully. I'm arguing that we have never been reclassified. There's never been a time from 1850 when we were classified as black up until today. We're still classified as black. However, it is juxtaposed to African American at times, but we are still classified as black ever since 1850. So can you show me where we're reclassified outside of black?
That's the whole history is us getting reclassified and then bringing other people. Like, what do you mean? We've been reclassified since the Native Americans. Do you know about Queen
No.
Khalifa? The
No,
black
wait,
woman who California is
wait.
named after? Why they call it the motherland? This has been
This is
this
prison
this is the real Africa. Do you believe in Pangea?
Wait, why are you way back at Pangea, fam? We were
Because
talking
they
about
did. I'm showing
reclassification.
you're telling me history through the colonizer. You're telling me to believe it.
No, I'm just
I'm
asking
telling
you
you
to
none of
tell
it
me
has worked.
when did the reclassification happen? Give me a year,
Yes.
a
How are you going to
decade.
say what you just said? Then ask me when did the reclassification happen?
Because
It's been
bitch, you just said we got reclassified multiple times.
Don't go. Hold on. So
He
hold
suffers
on.
from an
CM.
anachronism.
Hold on, y'all.
He knows enough about the subject to
Hold on.
know what he knows, but not enough to know that he's not an expert.
Hold on,
Who
CM.
you talking about?
And I think he's mixing up the
Hold on,
times.
y'all. Hold on. CM.
Precisely.
Can you give us that exact date of when they reclassified us?
What about the 1920? What was it, 1924 Indian Act or something like that? Have you heard about that?
Hold on.
That is the Virginia Racial Integrity
Hold on 1
Act.
second, go. So hold
That's
on.
fact. That's a reclassification.
CM, are you asking me or are you telling me? I'm asking you. Can you give me a date? You can say no.
He knew about it. That was one of the, and then the 1828 Indian Removal Act. That's another one.
Okay, so
the
you say
Homestead Act in
1865. Hold on,
when they already knew
slow down.
who
I'm
was
trying to
going to get
understand what
the
you're
land.
saying.
And then
I'm
when
trying
they
to
had the
understand.
$5, with the term $5,
Hold on. I'm trying to
when the
understand.
colonizers
Hold
came
on. Can
and
you
they
hear me? Can
bought the land for
Sharon,
$5.
his information is all pre-slavery. I think you have to.
Then when did slavery exist? You talking about shadow slavery, the real slavery?
Hold on, CM. I'm trying to get something clear from you. Do you have a date where we was called something else?
I just told you.
Okay, I did not hear you because you kept on talking over me, so I did not hear you. So
I apologize if I talked over you. He confirmed it was like the 1924.
Okay, 1920. Okay, in 1924, what were we classified as?
That's when no black person go by Indian anymore, because some governor of Virginia or something like that.
Okay, so what were we classified
which
as?
the Prelatiers.
Hold on, you're not answering me direct. What were we classified as?
It was we were Indian before mulatto, I think, in the early 1900s. So I've seen the census.
Okay, so hold on.
Hold on.
Sorry. You said two different things. Hold on. Slow down. You said Indian and mulatto.
It was we got reclassified from Indians in like the 1500s. I think around 1550, or like 1543.
Okay. All right. So
what act were you talking about? I'm sorry. The Indian Removal Act of when?
1828.
All right. So go. He said
in the 1924.
Okay. Hold on, CM.
Has he gotten to where we get the money at?
Right.
No.
Hold on, CM. Slow down. CM. Slow down. All right. So go. He said in 1828 we was
1824. I mean 1828. My bad. I'm sorry, sir.
So 1828, we were classified as Indians. Go ahead, Goat. I don't know if you want to do anything with that information.
Yeah, okay. So
what it was.
Hold on, it's on Goat. CM, it's on Goat. CM.
So I can't say his family wasn't right, But in terms of black people, no, we were not classified as no fucking Indians
Yes,
in
we were.
1828.
CM, let the other person finish, please. Go ahead,
In fact, that's so close to people going back to Liberia and leaving this country. People knew they were African.
Is that where you're from, Liberia?
You're pointing at a time period where people were, even white people were sending black people back to Africa to try to colonize that shit. That's in the 1820s. So again, that's not us. You're co-opting their identity. That's a whole different group of people.
Guys, your turn now, Seymour.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
It was called the Immigration Act of 1924, which severely restricted non-white immigration in the Indian citizen.
You remember my debate on that, Willie?
Was granted U.S. citizenship to all Native Americans, was complicated by existing.
Remember my debate on that, and I won.
Then grant full voting rights immediately, while the Immigration Act reinforced racial hierarchies by favoring Northern Europeans. The Indian Citizen Act aimed to assimilate indigenous people or go further, complicated by state level disenfranchisement and federal policies. That was in 1924.
Yes. So after the Immigration Act of 1924.
So that's to tell you right there. So
hold on, CM, I do not want to have to start meeting you. You said what you said. Let him get a chance to rebuttal what you said, please. Thank you.
So the Immigration Act of 1924, from that moment up until 1965, the moment you're talking about, that saw the greatest prosperity amongst Black Americans. What you can find is the argument you're trying to use, it actually applies from 1924 to 1965. But once you go from 1965 to now, you're making a bad argument because you're unaware of how beneficial those air quote tethers have been to our growth in America. So again, you don't know what you're talking about. That 1924 immigration. Let me finish up right quick. Let me finish up right quick, bro. So you can do some research. I just want you to do some research. That 1924 Immigration Act was to limit people coming into the country because there was a great migration coming up north of Black people moving up north, and they said they did not need any more air quote tethers to come to the country. So you saw a great prosperity amongst Black people. Say what?
Lying. I just read it to you.
I'm lying?
Yes. Do you want me to read it to you again?
Okay. Yeah, maybe you don't, maybe
I'm
you
talking
don't
about coming up north from the south, dude.
Yeah, maybe you
do
don't
know that, right?
Maybe you don't understand how conversations work or debates work. He's gonna
I
say
do, but I'm sorry, I just don't like lying. I've been up.
Okay, so he say his
I just
statement,
want to know what he
and
think
then
I'm
you
lying
go
about.
with your facts that refute his statement, not just claim somebody is lying.
Wait, Taz. So the immigration was within house because we had two separate unions. We had the North and the South. He don't know that?
Well, that would be the Civil War. We up to 1924.
Did I not say all day there was two USAs?
Well, we up to 1924 now, where again, Black people down south are moving up north, coming up north for jobs. So why
did they label it as immigration? What are we talking about?
They said that's how they tried to label
migration,
it.
but in that same year,
that's why I said it favored Northern Europeans.
Bro. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I don't think your name is Taz, CM. I don't think your name is Taz. She was talking to Taz.
Because again, what he's pointing to is a year where white people say, and keep in mind the time, this is 1924. It's Jim Crow. So again, they're shutting down immigration so others can't come here, which is perfectly fine. I'm making sure he understands if you're looking for a prosperity moment for Black Americans, it's right there when people did stop coming. But after 1965 and you saw this big boom in business, that's not the same moment. Now you have immigration helping America. Now immigration is growing America. In 1924, that first Immigration Act, it was to shut shit down so many people wouldn't come and we would build America as Americans, whites and Blacks. So that's why you saw more prosperity. Now tell me where I'm wrong.
You gave me. I mean, if you were white, you'd be right. But I'm guessing you're Black. But I really think you're probably African because you have really strong views about nothing. Probably your benefits probably got cut off by Trump, and I don't like Trump. But back to what I was saying, how you debunk
this. Is a dumb nigga.
So they said they were making them. The laws was against the whatchamacallit, the indigenous people.
But
the
thank
Northern
you.
Europeans as Indians.
Thank you,
How
sir.
do we get the money?
He don't know, baby. He don't know. But Taz, I want you to talk to us about how beneficial the tethers have been to us.
Man, I don't want to do that for real.
Hey.
But this is what I say.
Can I say my part?
Because look, this is what
Can I say my part now?
Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
So clearly, you're not well versed on history. Do you know? You're not.
Okay.
How does that pay you? No. How does that pay you?
It's about to go up now.
So you would know that the Europeans are the real people that they're immigrants too. Do you know about the orphan trains in the early 1900s? That the white man was the original baby daddy, and they projected.
What does that have to do with us getting money?
Does that put a single dollar in your pocket?
Can I finish?
Does it put a dollar in your pocket?
You can't finish. No.
Does the information you have put a dollar in your pocket?
The orphan trains go back to the 1850s too, though. Just for the
right.
record.
No, baby. Your white woman's daddy was an immigrant. What you talking about? Our white daddy. You literally kissing a bitch who daddy was a fucking immigrant. Yeah, this us.
Yeah, the orphan trains go back to the 1850s though, but that's
so
not
crazy. Not only that he kissed it up, but he also said that she out there sucking other dick and come and kiss him in the mouth, and he like, I don't care.
What?
He want to lick the nut off us.
Oh shit, y'all! Wow.
Yeah, that's what he want.
Whatever.
You want her to come around and she still got a little residue, and when he kisses, he'll be able to get some of that residue. This man been in and out of jail. He done told us this. He liked the residue.
Damn.
No.
Yeah, you're not an African booty scratcher.
You're not refuting any of what Sharon
I
just said.
refuted it all.
No, he's not.
Okay.
I always tell these people, like, hey, listen, y'all could make whatever lie you want about me. All I'm going to do is tell the truth about you. That's it. I don't need to lie. I have no need to lie because they literally come up and say exactly what we need to hear, and then they don't think that we can hear them. We hear you. We see you, my brother, and it is okay. That's what you are willing to accept in your life. I'm not willing to accept my woman to go outside, suck some cock, and then come back home 3 days later and say, hey, baby, I'm back. I'm not willing to do that.
He go swimming in her mouth.
Sorry, bro. My sister, I'm mad.
I didn't get the super chat. I didn't get a shout out.
It is definitely there. Or at least
So I can't talk.
But I need to switch it.
Because I said when I proved that
it's the one that says take a nap.
Y'all don't want to talk about that. When I talked about the free white person in 1790. Where they talked about the white person that got granted citizenship after 2 years of being here. Can I read it to you again?
That's the whole thing. You know that. But how does that help us get our reparations? Because that's how we started.
You yelling like the man you are is not going to get us wrong and what we need to do to get our reparations. And it's a lot of you.
Diva, he's reading the packet he got in holding. I know the packet. They sold it to people for $250. They sold it to people for $250.
Because you read off, you're regurgitating paragraphs and pages of information.
That's what it is.
Without any form of us getting our money.
The first U.S. law establishing uniform rules for citizenship, limiting naturalization to free white persons with 2 years residency, good moral character, and an oath to the Constitution, effectively excluding Black people and Native Americans while granting citizenship to children born abroad to U.S. citizens.
Have you studied how
the landmark yet racially restrictive law set foundational?
And what we learned
he's literally reading his packet.
Hold on, Diva. We have
what does 2 + 2 equal?
Hold on. We understand Black men can read. Comprehending is a whole different thing, but they can read.
Shit. Yo, Taz, when I used to go against you for going against Black men, I take it all back. I take it all back.
Why I used to feel like that.
Can I finish? Instead of y'all laughing like children.
This is the foundation.
Does it hurt that much? You gotta laugh it off. You gotta laugh to keep from crying.
No, he is not.
That's what y'all doing.
Foundation of it, bro. Like for real. Just
are you laughing to keep from crying?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm trying to prove something. Can I go?
Please.
No.
Can you talk about the trading with the? Can you talk about the trading with the enemy?
Hold on. So hold on, CM. This is what you need to understand, and I mean this seriously. This is not me trying to joke. You got to be able to comprehend what you are saying. It's great that you found some information that you could read, and you could read the words. You could enunciate better than me. A lot of the words that you enunciated,
I never said I'm better than you.
I cannot do that. However, I understand and comprehend what I'm reading, and I could break down what I read and all those big words and break it down to layman's terms, and I could explain that to my child. The problem is that all that information that you said, you would not be able to break that down to somebody that never heard
down
of
to
it.
children
And
right
the
now.
reason why you cannot break it down is because you don't actually understand.
No, because you're not
what
letting
you are
me.
reading. I tried many of
You won't
times.
let me talk.
I know
I'm trying to debunk old boy right now. He's talking about.
I know the problem is you've been talking a lot and you think you haven't. That's again comprehension problems that a lot of people are having. They've been talking a lot and they don't realize that how much they actually been talking. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, "Don't say my name." I won't, baby. I got you. Your secrecy for me. I ain't like these other bros that be kissing and telling. Well, CM, anyway. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate that.
You ain't shit.
I appreciate you for all that y'all do. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. It's crazy that we almost have 400 people that participated in the poll, but we don't even have 100 likes. We have to do better. If we got y'all, we're gonna entertain you out through your work day. We got you. We just need you to have us as well. That's all.
Okay, can I answer the ghost question now about the immigrants?
No, thank you.
Why not?
We done. We done.
No, thank you.
I mean, is that messed up your benefits as a tether or something like? I'm bringing real American history.
I mean, honestly, bro.
Hold on. If you wanna contribute to my business, you can hit a super chat or you can hit the Cash App. Which one you gonna do?
I mean, I think for you pay me.
Which one you gonna do? You gonna support my business by? I did support your business. I told everybody to drop your link in the chat. I promoted your channel.
No, you didn't. When I asked you, said no.
Now,
He did.
Are you gonna support my business by hitting a super chat or a Cash App?
I mean, yeah, maybe eventually I got to activate my bank card. I got his cash. You want me to show you?
No, I don't want you to show me your cash that you have in your hand. No, I do not.
Wait, you didn't activate your trading with the Enemy Act?
My presence and facts. Like, did you not get super chats by my
No,
engagement?
Do you have?
You just got a super sticker right now.
These cats just reading shit and don't know what the fuck they reading, bro. This shit is dangerous, fam.
Hold on. You said I got a super sticker. Was that super sticker from you?
No, but I'm saying you spoke into existence. You manifested.
Okay, but what that have to do? So what that have to do with you?
I mean, shit. I'm grateful.
You a manifest nigga?
Do you have?
I hate manifest niggas.
Hold on.
It's just gonna fall out of the sky and hit us one day.
Hey, CM, do you have
maybe that day was today.
Hold on, CM, I got a question
My
for
people
you.
might perish for lack of knowledge.
CM, do you have a Cash App contract?
Huh?
Do you have a Cash App contract?
I got a Wells Fargo contract. Why?
Oh, because I'm just trying to figure out
why
why
you
you
my
can't.
pockets?
Because I'm trying to understand. Because I'm gonna answer. So I'm trying to figure out why is it so difficult for you to send
that's a gateway. Ooh, please, Sharon, let me ask you a question.
Are y'all that mad?
Let me ask you the question, bro. Please, let me ask you the question, bro. So you do know
you gotta laugh at people crying.
You do know that bank you have a contract with is one of those banks that owe reparations, right?
Yeah. What's the name?
On top of that, they defraud their consumer base on a consistent basis.
See, why you think I got cash? COD, I got tatted on me.
Yeah, you got a bank card too, though. So you got some cash now, but you also got a bank card.
Family, even though we gangsters, but
you ain't no gangster, nigga.
You don't even know. Hey, Diva, he don't know who Wells is or who Fargo is. He don't even know those are two separate people.
He got a Wells Fargo tattoo on his back.
You don't even know those are two separate people. So hold on. CM, you got Wells Fargo tattooed on your back?
No, I got COD tattooed on my arm, cast on the lead, cast on deck.
Well, I need some cash.
I got $100
all right, you probably got cash on deck, but I need some cash on demand. Send it over.
I mean, did the whole panel send it over?
Yes, they.
Hold
on, they sent their money in already. So since you need to be following,
my engagement got you a super chat. Did I debug you that much? You want my money?
Oh, so you think you did that? You think that you did that?
I know my energy got you.
He an energy nigga.
Yeah, you said you was gonna put money on my head. Now you ain't got a debit card.
Like so many people think that So many people think that they are the reason why it is crazy. That is insane to me.
He's an idiot.
Diva, I laugh to keep from crying, man. Niggas and onions make me cry.
That was crazy too. That was crazy. Hopefully he dropped so he could send me a super chat that he.
Now this is the thing I want Omni to understand, because I'm glad you finally starting to understand me now. So here's what's gonna bring it home for you, my nigga. Now imagine it being 50 of them niggas.
I think it's worse. I think it's like 50,000 at this point. But go ahead.
No, I'm talking about 50 of them niggas on YouTube with channels talking shit, and that's the space. See what I'm saying? Before this shit done blew up. Now we in this bitch now. But nigga, before y'all niggas was on this bitch around here, bro, I'm telling you, he was everybody. All these niggas. So you know what I'm saying? Again, it's like, bro, yeah, hell yeah, I start going against these niggas. You niggas dumb. You niggas ain't got no women. You niggas lonely. You niggas incels. You niggas hoes, and don't nobody need to have no babies with you corny ass niggas. That was why. You saw it.
I concur.
But I do believe that the FBA movement is getting stronger and it's starting to move into its political place now. People are starting to influence politicians in the area, like this Florida governor candidate that they are trying to vote into the primary. His name is James Fishman, and it's going to be interesting moving forward if they start paying attention to our problems, FBA problems, whoever is going to be the leader of this political group.
But didn't they say that? Remember, it was some lives back. They were saying, "Oh, black people always vote Democrat. We need our own political party." And now that it's kind of looking that way, now it's still pushback.
You know what I fear is just the way the world is going, y'all. Like we're moving more towards like a robotic AI driven society, and I think it's going to diminish human history. I think human history is going to get diminished, and by default, our history going to take an L with that. I really think we on the last rodeo for a reparations conversation. You know what I'm saying? The more robots come into play and human history becomes something that we discuss, I don't know how important our part of human history will be. That's what concerns me about the greater conversation.
Dealership where Hollister says he sold his truck. What do you mean how important our history will be?
Because, for example, like once white people get put to the back for these robots and this AI and people losing jobs and all of this shit, I just don't know if school will look the same, education will look the same.
It won't.
Do we find it problematic though that so AI is here, we know things are changing, but we're waiting on how they're going to change education when we got kids that need to be educated, right? And so we can be determining how, with the landscape of the AI and whatever, how we want to educate our children.
I agree.
Right. So is that some? But we're not really doing that, right? And so I keep coming back.
Not enough of it. It's not enough of it.
Huh?
Because I don't want to give you one example or two examples. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple examples, but it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? I do work with Ziax Institute and whatnot, trying to do what I can do in that regard. But yeah, we don't have a black centered because I'll use their term, FBA centered education.
Right.
There is and that's what they should be doing. That's what they should be doing right now.
Absolutely. And that is
because people like him.
Right. Because people do want to argue too much when there's just too much work to be done, right? You should, and I get, if somebody bring it to you, check them or whatever, because I be checking bitches, but there's work to be done. And I don't think that we FBAs are focused enough on the actual work that is needed to be done.
Right.
So, but I do want to bring in is that the ones that's the one that have a chapter in Florida, the reason why they are trying to push this James Fishman is because the FBAs down there, they are saying they are trying to push for education for the black folks that live there and that have been there for generations after generations, instead of allowing these Chinese immigrants to come, because Florida is going to get about like 400 to 200,000 out of the 600,000 that's supposed to be coming here from China, and so that's why they trying to vote him in so they could get those extra 200 to 400 to be young black kids.
And see, Florida has its own history, right, with that type of shit. So I don't even know if that applies to the rest of America, honestly. Florida's history is not the same with that. You got the Rosewood situation. You got the Muskogos who left there and went to Oklahoma, then down to Mexico. I don't think that that's some, FBA gold mine, if you will.
However, but they got to start somewhere, and they attempting to start somewhere with voting in the governor that is going to focus at least on that one situation that can help out black folks in that Florida region.
Because I want to see that, but again, I just don't know how beneficial to this FBA dialogue that is, because again, Florida is that is a fucking mixed state, and I'm talking in terms of black people. That is a mixed state. I used to live down there. That ain't just no fucking FBA. That ain't just no niggas from America. That's like niggas from everywhere down there.
Right, and that's why I think it's important that it's starting to get politically recognized. When we have people like Tucker Carlson saying there's some things that I agree with, it's starting to give people a little bit more of the ability to be proud and start actually having their own chapters and keep moving and keep building this idea forward. And now we could get things moving in the right direction for black folks, but it's going to take time. Like it took 5 to 10 years for it even to be a real conversation, right? Before it was just Tariq Nasheed building a museum, and now it's on to.
But Sharon, check me out though. Here's where I'm confused at, because if they're looking for a different designation, then they're asking to be reclassified yet again while complaining about the history reclassification. You're literally asking to be reclassified right now.
So I think they are trying to be recognized as Americans, and that they are patriotic Americans, and they want what is owed to them as American, and that they are not the same as an immigrant black person. So this way it could be a separate between a black American and a black citizen. Those are two different things.
Right, but that's a classification.
Hey.
They want to be reclassified.
And that's fine. So if we get reclassified as FBA, if that's the case, and then we also could, and we get a strong enough group.
Just so we don't get too far though, because I don't disagree with you right there. I'm saying the complaint was reclassification though.
That was the jailbirds.
No, that's most of them. That's a lot of these niggas.
Oh damn! I didn't know you was there. My bad, CM.
I guarantee I got a bigger house than you. You want to see my house? I got these vehicles. I'm sorry, but I'm not cool right now. This is one of my favorite topics. So I've been studying this for my whole life.
No, you haven't.
I got you. CM, I was just bothering you. Just don't take it so personal.
I respect you, Sharon. Like I don't try to insult you, because my jabs really hurt me when I get going. But like I was back to old boy's topic, you try to say that immigrants. That's why you can't talk politics for all these people that don't know it. I know politics.
Okay.
And that's why I said for our people. Let me finish. So
do you comprehend politics?
From 1924 to 1965, they didn't believe in immigrants, right?
Mm.
They didn't allow immigrants into the country. No,
that's a lie. So what about the orphan trains in the early 1900s?
Okay, so the orphan train started in the 1850s.
They started in the 1900s after the Chicago World Fairs. Man, learn history.
So if anybody in the chat wants to Google when did orphan train start and drop that year in the chat,
I'm on it
for him.
Like I don't lie on how I really do this. Like,
I'm gonna say 1854.
Come on panels and post AI.
See if my memory serves me correctly.
So back to what I was saying. I got
it's 1854.
No, it's a lie.
Thank you, D.
Okay, well tell AI. You tell Google AI that it's a lie, nigga. So we supposed to.
Okay, but even if it okay, that's not
even if it is. That's what he always say. Oh no, it wasn't. But even if it is, Nigga, shut
But
up. You
it's
don't know
not
what you're
the
talking
argument.
about. All you do
The
is
argument is
The argument is how we getting this money.
Yeah,
How are we getting this money?
Biography of
How
Malcolm
did the
X
check
and
get
now
cut?
he a damn scholar.
Let's get to the
Oh.
chase.
Fuck out of here.
Let's cut to the chase, bro. How does the check get cut?
We've had several ideas presented. You have yet to present yours. I presented the no tax on individuals that qualify for the next 15 to 20 years as soon as they enter the workforce.
Stole that from me, Goofy.
No, I didn't, nigga. What the fuck? You weren't even on the panel when I said it.
Okay.
We
so you want to
discussed
bring
that
up
on
when they
another
started, you bring up
panel,
when
and
they
I
ended?
said to you, my
Who was
plan for
screaming, yelling like the
reparations
man?
would be
No, the fuck you
a
didn't.
tax
So
break.
chill.
I
you say-
gave
you
you
say
that,
when
Goofy.
No, you didn't. Because I've
No,
been
I've
talking
been
to my
arguing.
homies about it in real life
But y'all,
for
when did the orphan
years.
train end, Mammy? They ended in 1929, but this idiot right here said they didn't allow immigrants in the 1900s.
What's
so
wrong
that's
with
why
it,
it's not the
man?
argument, you dumb broad.
Bitch ass nigga, who you talking to?
Nigga, I'll talk to your bitch ass and her.
No, you're not talking to her.
So
You
the
just
thing
talking to
is,
me.
they were
Nigga, I'm talking to you, nigga.
on
Nigga, I will manhandle you in real life.
ethnic
You would never talk to me
people
like that,
immigrate
boy.
here, right?
Nigga,
So they
I'll
were
show you
bringing
like that,
in
and I'll
white
tell you.
Europeans.
Nigga, on crib.
She gonna get you to get on crib.
Nigga, I will hurt you,
On
nigga.
You a
crib.
gangbanger?
Boy, if you don't shut the fuck up,
You
I
a
don't
gang
quit.
member?
Nah,
I'm not no gang member. Don't play with me, nigga. Nigga, I was born in that. They
What about
nigga, get
reclassifying
off my
them
bout.
Hold on,
Nigga,
hold
man,
on, hold on, hold on.
I'm not threatening you,
Hold
nigga.
on,
Don't
let
play
me,
with me,
hold
homie.
on, let me
Talking
understand.
about who am I talking to?
Hold on, y'all.
I don't play
Hold on, one
talk.
second.
They
Hold on,
ran your
hold on.
bitch ass
Come
up
die
like
about
that.
it.
Hold on. I
Come
just
die
want-
about it then.
hold on,
I can't use it against you, my
Say
nigga.
he'll die for it.
Hold on one
Oh,
second.
crib.
Okay, Day-Day.
Hold on, Diva. Hold on, Diva. Go. I just want to know: did he reclassify himself as a Crip?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
No, I was born into a family. I told you earlier, my dad is on Motown. My mom
blood,
working
blood,
as
blood,
a financial.
blood,
She managed famous
blood
people money in
gripping. He
Hollywood.
gripping.
I was born in North Hollywood.
I
I
got
have
one
a nephew
question.
in
Hold
the
on.
NBA.
Okay, hold on.
My other god nephew was Blueface.
CM. What color?
I'm from the Nephilim bloodline. I might know a little something.
Okay, hold on.
No, you don't.
I literally don't die and
on the
multiply.
inside of a damn
Hold
jail
on,
cell.
Diva.
Energy don't die.
Hold on, CM. I got one question for you. What color is the sky?
Niggas, navy blue.
Navy blue.
Navy blue.
Oh, CM is for Crick Mac. It's
Man, what's
CM
wrong
is a
with
Crip
you?
Mac, right? Crip Mac.
No, I'm not a gang member. Do not associate with that. None of that.
You
Like,
just
not-
said-
like
You
anybody
just
else
said
knows.
old Crip,
I'm
nigga.
just giving you my struggle.
Hold
That was part of the
Wait, Diva, did you call him Day Day?
Hold on,
Yes.
y'all.
Become more accountable for my responsibility and
Hold on.
proper
Hey,
etiquette
hey,
that
hold
lets
on,
financial
hold on.
literacy,
Hold on.
education,
Crip, and I'm not a gang member.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that, hey,
Hey,
listen.
Taz, he gonna get
Hold
DP
on,
from
please.
the.
Hold on. I'm just letting you know, if you outside and you answer that question wrong the way how you did, you know you
It's so, yeah, bro.
I just kind of snap. I'll be snapping sometimes. Like, I don't know
Dunzo.
why. But I'm not a gang member though. I was born in LA.
On Crip, but you're not a gang member. So you false flagging.
No, I'm never false flagging. I'm from LA, stupid.
He
I'm close to my family.
Oh
Nah,
damn!
he a wankster. He a wankster.
Your mom's a wankster. That's why you got mommy.
Listen,
He a wankster.
he
Yeah.
assumed that we don't come like the people in the panel don't come from the trenches. Like this guy is
I
off.
don't underestimate no man, but ain't no nigga finna play with me. I never been scared. I ain't gonna pick a day.
Come on.
You
We
said you was a
know Crips,
wankster.
we know
but you never
Bloods,
popped
we know
that
Vice
head.
Lords.
I'm clearly not
They
scared to go to
said,
jail.
hold on. They said, hey, he's keyboard cripping.
Yeah, he too old for that shit, bro.
Said you were wankster, but you
But you
never
never
popped
popped
nothing.
nothing.
I'm 36. You too old for that shit.
Yeah, I know, bro. You too old for that shit.
I grew up like I tried to
You
say.
say you a gangster,
Hold
nigga.
on,
You
Tim.
stop fronting.
Hold on, let me read. Oh, go ahead, Diva. Diva here. Go ahead, Diva. Whew.
Damn.
Southern
homie.
Charm 13, $10. First super chat ever sending. Thank you for the entertaining and informative shows. I look forward to your daily shows.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shout out to
my energy got you. My energy gave.
Shout out to my first time supporter. And CM, you can learn a lot. You should become a first time supporter as well.
On Crip.
Damn, homie.
He needs support first.
Yeah, school you
It's
was
okay.
bad.
We gonna get you there,
Hold
buddy.
on, what I'm saying, CM, that this is a community revolution in progress, my brother. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it is. Yes, you're right.
You like what I did there, Go?
I can't disagree with
Yeah,
that.
bro. And I
I
see you
love
said
that.
it, bro. I'm tired of you.
That's the realest thing I've said all day.
Oh,
I'm tired of you.
Fred.
love that,
Oh,
buddy. I love that.
Fred.
I'm tired of YouTube niggas, bro. You and
I'm not a
Red,
YouTube
bro.
nigga. I'm not a YouTube nigga.
Man,
I
hold
can show
on.
you my dad's 5 platinum records. My dad's first hit.
Wait, he said community revolution in progress on
That's what this
Chris.
is, man. I'm trying to build a community.
Just got
One
that.
idiot at a time.
Hey, blood, then you better give me some broccoli big bookies.
Shut up, you non-affiliate. But I'm a non-affiliate too.
Hey,
but
CM, you a dying breed, bro. You a dying breed. There ain't many of you out there.
I
I
want
know.
my
I keep
broccoli
it solid.
big bookies.
I don't sell out. I can't be bought. I was actually born into that, and it's part of my story. I could give y'all. I should make y'all pay for the information.
Man, grow up.
Hold on. Let me
How you get out the game? I thought you could get out.
Hey, hold on. So you know Baby Love, right?
Hold on.
Hey, got a blue
So
flag.
you're in Houston. Hey, you're in Houston.
Hey, no,
Hey,
you
you're a
want to
gangster
say
in
your ass?
Houston, right?
No.
Hey, look,
Shadow,
look at this game.
No, you gonna say
Shadow
your
finna
ass in
cook.
Dallas? Absolutely not. No,
Shadow finna cook.
absolutely not. So hold on.
Shadow, you gotta stay free, Shadow. You gotta stay free, Shadow.
Shadow, I will make Shadow. I'll put you in the shadow round, boy. Don't play with me. I'll put you in the shadow round.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the floor next, Josh. Hold on, let me read the cash app real quick. It says Coonville Omni talk against reparations.
You said what?
It says Coonville Omni talk against reparations. Hey,
So you against the people getting money?
I said taxes. I said no taxes. Okay, let's go.
Okay, no taxes.
Let's go.
All right.
Yeah, no taxes for 15 to 20 years.
What you do, Omni? Why they call
Hey,
you
look out,
Coonville?
if you want to get put in the shadow round,
They're using. They don't understand that Coon was actually the people that bucked back against the system in the first place. They don't understand. If you go to the Jim Crow Museum, it'll have it there in black and white.
your face made me mad.
You know that's like so. Never mind.
It's just like when they say Uncle Tom, because these niggas don't read and know that Sambo was the villain.
I learned everything I need to learn about Uncle Tom.
And you know, I don't like him either.
Well,
My turn.
I remember
My
Diva
turn,
was
right?
asking this question: how we
shit.
get reparations, right?
Tight Auntie Rahab.
You ready?
CM, hold on 1 second.
Let me get him.
Dinosaur.
Hold
Let
on.
me get him.
No.
You want to hurt me because I'm black? I will hurt you.
Okay, no, we're not.
Hey,
we're not-
boy,
we're
hey,
not-
let me
we're
tell you
not-
right now.
we
You
are
are
not-
not about that life, homie.
We are
Look,
not.
you talk about people you don't really know.
I don't care. That's what
No, you are talking about people you
I
don't really
don't
know.
care.
All right,
Stop trying.
y'all. Hold on. We can't talk about that kind of stuff online. Y'all online.
Yeah, hey, that's right.
Come show me that.
We're not going to talk about it anymore. All right, that's it. CM, don't bring it up.
I'll drop my number in the
CM, stop.
Whatever you want my number.
Hold on, CM. Whatever you want to do, you can put it in the back chat. Otherwise,
Put it in the back chat.
Don't say it online. That's it. If you want to say something, put it in the back
That's
chat.
weird.
All right,
Hey, call your phone like, bro, it's me off the internet. What's up, bro?
Man, my nigga.
I don't play about this shit.
Yeah, you do. Nigga, you just claim
You
claim
tagged
no
me for
fucking
Christmas,
with a
bro.
game
What's
party.
up? You told me to call you. Like, I
Your
can't-
fucking braids too goddamn tight.
Do CM stand for Crip More?
No, my name is
Out of
Seymour.
curiosity.
But I'm not listening. I was born into that. The information I'm about to give y'all, I shouldn't give y'all, but I don't care.
All right, don't give it. Don't give it. Nah. I want to protect the sanctity of your identity. So let's leave that alone.
I can tell you my fucking real name.
Nah, we get it. We don't need to know. We don't need to know
I'm
that.
not gonna pick today to be scared.
So how do we get the reparations, bro? You still haven't told us how.
I'm trying to read y'all the facts. Can I read something?
Oh no, sir, don't read us that.
Nah. If you don't have a plan, just say you don't have a plan. It's cool. Not a lot of people could think.
You got to put down a prison pamphlet. I got one at home too. Don't worry.
I mean, but the reparations. So
You know it by heart. You know it by heart.
We're gonna get back. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna get back into the conversation. Go ahead, go.
So okay, so the reparations thing, like when you say a plan, I don't like. What do y'all mean? Because see, for me, I don't think there's a federal path that works, and I think that's why HR 40 been stuck so long. I do see state and local paths actually working. Actually, with the local path already working, they passing out checks in multiple places. I think the state is the way to go, though.
You know, I never got to respond
Each
to him,
individual state. Okay, but what if a state wasn't involved in slavery? Then how could you get reparations from the state?
All right, so hold on. I got another cash app that says
got
Incel It says in Sel Coonville, Omni took against reparations.
Ooh, right.
The hell is that all about?
Hey, y'all didn't get that. That's how y'all sound.
So look, I will argue though that you don't limit the conversation to slavery.
Sharon,
I
y'all
would
please
argue
say
that's
something to this
just
goat chin dude.
that's just
Okay.
fact, bro.
Because
So
he
that's
still
just,
hasn't answered.
slavery is
I
just
would give
one
you an
part
opportunity.
of
Just hold
the
on 1 second.
conversation.
I give you an opportunity. Just hold on 1 second.
Slavery is not the totality of the claim. It certainly shouldn't be. I
Thank
think,
you.
given our history here in America, you can certainly find multiple reasons for reparations claims all across the country. It's not
Yes,
limited.
sir. That's what I've been saying. That's what'll hold up in court. We have to have different
Oh, they shot me
sources.
down for saying that. Reparations is strictly slavery, right?
Tether alert,
No,
tether
no, no,
alert,
no, no, no,
tether
no, no,
alert,
no,
tether
no.
alert.
Check this out.
saying that.
I was thinking about it. I'm on lunch right now, but I was at work listening. But I was thinking about it because
Didn't you
PhD
say your
was
great
saying,
grandfather wasn't from here? He was from the island.
bro,
I heard you
bro,
almost. I
chill.
was just
PhD
no, no,
was
no,
saying,
chill. That's what you said.
bro. Okay, so PhD was saying how you could track through your mother, right? So let's say we use that as a piece of it. And then we go 3 generations back. You were saying that your great grandmother was born here in that end time, right? So that's great grandmother. That's 3 generations. Mom, grandma, great grandma. So you could get some of that money. But here's the thing.
No, you can't.
Hold on. I'm saying by the logic of these 2 things, that's a possibility. Now you can do it by demographic location, where your 3 generations have been. Let's say you're in the South. You know, you could
All
do it
these
by the
niggas
state,
talking
just
about
like you're saying, Go.
need to
We
focus
can
on
add the state in there as well. But see, I'm trying to come up with a plan so we can qualify people and get them the money. I'm not trying to defeat it. I'm trying to get it together. Give us reasons why we should and how we should. I don't want to hear anything against it. I want to hear what's for it. So now I'm going to go a little bit further with it, just a little tiny bit. So if we do 3 generations off of your mother, okay, if you do regional, state, we can do it that way. And we can go as far back as let's say, when was the last time we had segregation? It was just in the 1900s. We can start getting our mothers and our grandmothers their due justice, because they were protesting and they had fire hoses and dogs on them and all kinds of stuff. Man, they need to get, that's love right there. So
then the immigrants got the reparations for that, because that's the 1965.
But no, I'm saying you got to have 3 generations based off of your mother. I think that's a good claim right there. PhD, what do you think? Because this is for you.
Well, 3 generations for me, the person wouldn't have been enslaved, so it would have to be 4 or more. And I actually don't know if they were enslaved. Just
I'm talking about with like the fire hoses and the dog segregation. They were involved in that too. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
That's another point of reparations, because that's the aftermath of the
But to their
slavery.
point, then you open it up for the tethers, right?
No. They weren't here. They weren't here for 3 generations.
Hold on.
3 generations. Your great grandma.
Okay, I got you.
You have to do both.
Hold on, Emperor. Please, y'all, don't interject.
All right.
Emperor and Diva have a back and forth, please. Go ahead. Emperor, finish what you're saying so Diva can respond.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get us qualified and who should be qualified. So on your mother's side, 3 generations born in America. That is a must. You have to be. So all these tethers or people coming over, you ain't from here, bro. You don't have 3 generations in the mud. You understand what I'm saying here?
Mm-hmm.
So it disqualifies all those people. It requalifies all of us people, the people that have been here, the true Native Americans, all the way back to Moors, and you can even slice up the Nagas in there if you want to. There was some native Black people here.
Mm-hmm.
There was.
Yeah.
And there's a piece of Mexico and Mexicans and the dark Mexicans. There's a piece of all of that, because the Native Americans, right? Like all of this is all entangled, but there's a confusion layer. So according to this, 3 generations from mom's side, right? If we're going that route, and then we go ahead and say if they had any dealings with the slavery or the segregation, would that qualify? PhD, what do you think?
I don't know about, like, okay, so if we saying, you got to have, 3-4 generations in the
born
qualify.
here, yes,
I'm okay,
automatically.
Yeah, what I'm, I guess, not as sure about is like including everything in one claim. I don't know enough about how these things work legally to know if that would strengthen or weaken the position.
Okay, let me come back on that. So how do we strengthen a position if we wanted a judge? Because we'd have to have a judge oversee it. It would have to be a legal matter, so we have to build a case. So what more evidence do we need? So we have 3 generations. So that's your mama's a witness, your grandma's a witness, your great grandma's a witness. You feel me? Now you have evidence where they were hit by fire hoses and they had dogs ran up on them with the police, with the segregation times and all the protests, and we was getting jacked up and wasn't nobody caring, but a white lady get shot in the face. We ain't going there. We ain't going there, right? We ain't going there. But what I'm saying, to elaborate on that, is there is so much that we went through. Even now, us as Black people, we're going through this whole, now we got tethers and now we got all this and stuff. This is emotional. You know what I'm saying? It's emotional. It's really hurting a lot of people's brains and, it's really messing them up. So in court, you could do something as pain and suffering. See what I'm saying? So now if we get a little more evidence, how much of your people were pain and suffering? Where did you live? I lived during the LA riots. You know what I'm saying? So where was you at? That could help qualify as well. What do you think?
Yeah. So what I'm thinking about is in order to have merit to certain claims, sometimes depending on, what type of case it is. This is why I'm saying I don't know enough about, this type of thing legally to know whether it would strengthen or weaken it. But sometimes for specific types of cases, there are certain conditions that need to be met in order for you to have merit to your claim, right? Okay. So for instance, if you are doing certain types of redress for, say, employment discrimination, in order to do that, you would have to demonstrate that the behavior was pervasive, or shut up, I don't need your help, Willie.
I'm sorry, Queen.
That the behavior was pervasive, or that people should have known or knew. And so I don't know if this type of claim would be better if we present it as being pervasive, so including all the different things that you talk about, right? So it didn't stop at slavery, it was Jim Crow, then it was, segregation.
These are all just qualifiers, so that way we can start picking and choosing who deserves it, and then we could talk about distribution. But we're just trying to figure out who should qualify. So 3 generations in
doesn't go from just figuring out who should get it to distribution, right? You actually got to go through the courts to get it, right?
But yeah, that's why we got to figure out the cause. That's what we're talking about right now. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying.
Are judges going to look at it more favorably if we can demonstrate that the behavior was pervasive or the mistreatment was pervasive? Or would it be more compelling to demonstrate that, in this specific instance, this is, all the money that, America was able to extract from Black people's labor, and how, Black people's labor made America a superpower and all this other stuff? Would that be more compelling, just drilling down on that specific instance? So that's why I'm saying I don't really know enough to have a conversation.
Well, I can tell you,
and we should be able to use that as examples.
Hold on, hold on. Let me and Amna, you could go right after this super chat. Cash App. It says coons are not qualified for reparations.
Dang. I would back that legislation.
Actually, coons are more qualified than anybody. But go ahead.
That was it. It said coons are not qualified for reparations. They made sure to.
Damn.
Oh, was it all caps?
Yes.
Oh, I love that they did all caps. That's hilarious.
It was all caps and the mark. Damn, I can't think of it.
Exclamation mark.
Yes.
Exclamation mark.
Yes.
That's not good. You need to put like 5 of them for me. You know what I'm saying? You need like 5 exclamation points. I want you to scream my name from the rooftop. All right, so you talking to Diva?
Yeah. I was just responding to hers real quick.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Get Omni one to jump in because I think y'all had it. I think y'all at the point where she already said that she don't know how to. So get ahead, Omni, Willie, and then Emperor. You could get ahead and reiterate what you were saying.
Well, I think there's something that nobody is nobody is considering is that we're talking about a civil case, and so since it's going to be a civil case, we just need a preponderance. You know what I'm saying? You just need a preponderance of evidence. So 51% more likely that it is than it isn't, right? So the fact that Donald Trump, that there is actually a clip of Donald Trump, a U.S. president, saying that Americans built and supported the infrastructure of the land would qualify.
Okay. All right. And this is where she was saying those different nuances. I think those are different examples that we can pull up when we're trying to identify what we mean, that we were going through things that other races weren't going through. Because this is the thing. Reparations, it's all about getting our just due for what we've done. Under horrible circumstances, we still did what we were supposed to do. But give us something back for that. Don't just leave us hanging in the wind.
But didn't the Constitution says that we were owed 40 acres and a mule? So this is
that wasn't the Constitution.
It was after.
And that didn't even apply to all black people. That just applied to some people that were following a regiment from the army, and they were promised this if they helped out. But I wanted to just respond to your question about, y'all know I be even scared to say words. I be mispronounced. Should we go more pervasive? Is that what you said? Like more all-encompassing. And the reason why I would say yes is a part of my reparations request would be some form of education. And I would literally tie it to Plessy versus Ferguson. I would literally tie it to, you know, the fact that we couldn't learn how to read under the threat of death, right? So I'm arguing my argument. I'm arguing my argument as a U.S. citizen that was held back. I didn't have the same opportunities to learn things, even in the education. And now this would be the one good time that PhD Diva can turn around and point to the chalkboard and say, you see all these dumb niggas? You see these graduation rates?
Dumbest nigga I ever heard in my life.
This is a direct
No, you
effect.
making sense right now because you starting to feel my point.
Right.
What he meant to say is that they brought religion over here.
Hold on. That was my point from the
Christianity
gate.
in 1619. The first slave ship was called Jesus of Lubbock.
Christ, bro.
What are you talking about, dumbass?
Can I land?
CM, let him finish, bro. Let him finish. Let him finish.
You stood here and sounded stupid all day. I played around and I cooked in less than 30 seconds. Can I get the other 30?
We didn't know how to read Western
But Willie, you still can't read.
Indigenous. Look up Jeremiah 1619. What happened in America in 1619?
Hey,
the first slave ship was called Jesus of Lubbock.
I'm going to call you Gangsta Godfrey from now on.
Stupid ass. You want to talk about we didn't know how to read.
So hold on. So going back to that.
But you got a little boy with a shiesty on your profile picture.
Back to that
for some reason they take you serious.
Chill out. Hey, chill out, CM. You on the wrong channel for that.
Back to that amazing
wrong
point
channel
I just
for
made.
what? He the one who got a little boy in his profile picture.
And I want to connect it to the long-term benefit. So now what I'm asking for is any black child, right, that's classified as black, you know what I mean, who qualifies for what we're asking for, he is promised a free education at any HBCU. Now, right, you don't have to go to a HBCU. You go to the PWI, you got to pay for that. But now, this would be a motivating factor to say, I'm going to choose Howard over Utah University. Rest in peace to Charlie. I'm going to choose a black school, right, over taking my talents. Chill out, Gangsta Garvey. I'm going to choose a HBCU over taking my talents.
Not Gangsta Godfrey.
to all those different PWIs, right? So this is a link from start to finish. Why we should have it, right? How it's affecting us now, and the long-term benefit of it, right? Now, when I'm talking like that, when I'm talking about those things, you can't simply hinge it on slavery. Of course, slavery will always be a primary factor, right? But if we're gonna open up the argument, right, then
slavery is the door.
Unfortunately, we're gonna open up the pool of people.
Y'all got your reparations already. Be honest. Did they run out of the 14th Amendment? Is what you peddlers violate. I'm tired of listening to y'all keep distracting.
Drop his ass, Ron. You ain't got to listen, bitch. Listen from the back. Shut your ass up.
None of this was true. None of it's true.
It is true. Now, this is why, and I see what you talk about, Willie, bro. I mess with you, bro. You
Thank you,
real.
supremacist vaginal vessel.
So,
go ahead, brother.
So we could take these examples and we could take these different cases of how we've been held back, how we've been segregated, all of the guys
You're
in prison,
not from America.
you know what I'm saying, that were put in prison and they were not even convicted of anything. You know, there's a lot of black hate that's been out there.
You were from Barbados.
What I'm saying is, if we
What about
encompass
the
all of
missing
this,
millions?
if we encompass all of the last 150 years, we had a lot of black people getting killed, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all this stuff. This is just 150 years, guys. That's like great grandma. You know what I mean? So
Speaking of
if
great grandma,
grandma,
real quick, some housekeeping, right? Does my one great grandmother from Barbados, right, outrule the whole other side of my family?
Yes.
That's attached to slavery in America.
Yes.
It depends.
So
if we're only wait. If we're only going by mother, yes.
Going back, right, throughout slavery. All right,
But then you have to do. But you have to do two things.
My family, on just one portion of my family, right, has done extensive research on our background. I'm blessed to have that. I didn't do the work. I can't even say I would have, right? But I was. I got people in my family that have documented that. Right. This one great grandparent excludes that. Totally, that doesn't matter, and that's just one.
Well, it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango, bro. So I'll
fight round one.
Look, hold on. hold on. It takes two to tango. So let's say on your mom's side, right? If we're checking our mom, then we gotta check our dad. So when I say we gotta check our dad, what we do is we go.
Here, so you
no.
Hold
on. I'm not even talking about my parents.
You already got your representations from.
You tripping, bro? You tripping? I don't know what you smoking, bro, but you need to put that shit down for real.
So quit worrying about FBA or whatever they were calling us this week.
Anyways,
you're not that.
You're one of those. You're one of those agents.
Whatever you are.
Don't worry about that. Those distractions.
You already admitted it, and it slipped out your tongue.
Oh my God.
Here.
Wall Street.
All right, so we check our
education thing because the purpose of like going to college is to get a job usually.
Right.
And so there are just too many black people who go and get a college education only to not be able to find a job. So no.
Right.
No.
And this is documented, right? We can see.
Boy, if you say right one more goddamn time.
Yo, can you imagine, Sharon, when the supremacist vaginal vessel turns around and points at that chalkboard? You see these stupid niggas. You see these graduation
and
rates.
Clearly what your dad stuck
in. This, right? Now this is a
was
time
not a
where
perfect vaginal.
we could actually use all that negative.
We gotta give full. Hold on, see,
positive.
you gotta let people finish out their full thought. All right.
I'm trying to help him. He can't even talk.
I got you.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, Diva.
Do you think we should be able to reclassify your mixed babies? I don't think they should qualify. You want to talk about that?
I think my mixed baby should be reclassified. You did not have
well, hold on, Willie. If we going by moms, right? You got to check your mom and you got to check your dad's mom. You see what I'm saying?
Back to the topic. Yeah. I'm listening.
I don't think that was.
So, because you don't want to leave out your family.
I don't think that counts as matrix. I don't think that counts as your matriarchal line, though. It has to be your mom. Like it has to go from the mom's line up.
Yeah,
because if you do
but I'm
your dad's
saying
mom, it's not the same because it got canceled at your dad.
That's why you do both, and then you look at the both trees. And if the more you have in that tree, because you got to go great grandma.
Good.
Come
the
on,
more
man.
you are.
You guys do understand that there are black families that have family trees that go back way back,
on my mother's
but
side,
they're not legitimate because some of it is passed down through word of mouth, and then somebody was smart enough to write it down. But there are families all across the South, all across the country that have their records passed down through the generations.
100% fact.
And like Parham. If your last name is Parham, you got
I'm an
lineage.
example of that, and I'm lucky it's on my mother's side.
I gotta read a catch app real quick. Hold on. And this is a warning to everybody on the panel. It says, drop the next ninja with Tourette's. I can't hear. All right, now. So y'all better wait your turn for everybody to speak.
All right. Hey, my lunch is over, guys. I gotta go, but I'll be back if the show's still going. I'm at work. I'll be back. I'll cook you, CM.
I was called a feminist because I understand that if you look at the mother, right, on both sides, right, the mother is who brings the life into the world, right?
Right.
It's easier to follow the mother's bloodline through birth than to follow the men, because you got to understand men didn't live as long. We have a lot of it was a lot going on. I don't want to say on the panel, but it was a lot going on. That's why I mentioned it would be easier to prove if we go through the mother's birth records.
Now, here's the only thing about that, though, sis. Right? In America, it was male dominated. So when we did start to be recorded, right, it was normally the men that were recorded and not so much the women. Right?
Wrong.
In terms of
I have my senses out.
God, go ahead, brother.
No, he the first one with Tourette's, so he got dropped.
Tourette's. Second one with
So CM, you'll have to pay to bring yourself back, or you're gonna have to wait your time. Yeah, he runs when I say that. Go ahead, Willie.
I'm saying it was a patriarchal. Did I say it right the second time? I got to be careful.
I don't see how you're bringing that into the conversation of birth records. I don't understand why the mothers, like during slavery times, the mothers were recorded of how many children they had.
Correct.
So I don't understand why you're saying about male dominated this and that. I don't understand that.
I got you. So the reason why is I'm trying to open up the scope of acceptable information as much as possible. You do have cases where there aren't the birth records, that they're not there, right? But then as time goes along, these people are documented to have lived, and we know they were a person, but you can't find their birth certificate, right? So now just imagine for Black people, just on a very simple level, right? If we got everybody's birth certificate from 1912, everybody's birth certificate from 18, like, it's gonna get more difficult the more it's constrained. So I'm saying, let's look at the whole scope. Yes, birth records are gonna be a huge part, but you know what else is gonna be a big part? Baptismal records, right? From churches, right? Like christenings. Churches are one of the main vehicles that stored a lot of this information. If you go find your grandmother's old Bible, you're gonna find all the dates for when people were born. No, what they said.
I'm sorry.
It's magical when they tell us they have to leave.
Listen, my interpretation of birth record is we know anime and we know anime. We know anime in 1847 had 12 children, and we have the names of them children. That's what I mean by birth record.
I'm saying we don't always have that.
Hold on.
But you know for a fact that a woman came out of another woman, or a man came out of that woman, right?
Why is Seymour Tactics so mad at me? It's not me. The people have spoken, Seymour Stacks. It ain't more. We need to see you use your stacks, and you can use your stacks on this channel. Then maybe you won't be crying so much. You have to fight back, Seymour Stacks. Just how you was fighting for your manhood in that prison system, you need to fight.
You ain't shit.
Hey, Seymour, if I pay to bring you back, will you?
He wasn't fighting.
I have my debit card.
He said he was in there every year. Every year, this nigga not fighting. He was fighting to get back in.
I'll bring you back if you're just respectful. If you're nice.
You saying that he got someone in there that he missed?
His boo.
Hey, what was that? What was that super chat earlier? We could do this the easy way.
Hold on.
I say more. I want to tell you something. So you want to come back to the chat, huh? Well, I like you and I want you. You got to say he's the trust is yours. Also, you might have this the hard way.
Nah, I'm not gonna let the brother get Fleece Johnson. Like, yo.
Oh God, hold on.
You promise to be good. I'll pay to bring you back.
Okay, then I'm gonna drop your ass, Willie.
I'm sorry. I didn't say that bad.
Detroit Coalition. Detroit, are you taking the FBA serious, or is it just internet talk? Go ahead, Detroit.
Spotlight.
First off, hello all y'all. I hope everybody having a good day. And we say that. And I want to just real quick, PhD. But first off, Chef's Kiss with the. Hold on. I got you. I got you.
Answer the question.
I got you. Hold on. I'll be honest with you. With the FBA stuff, I haven't delved into it enough. I don't. It's like fighting over something that we ain't even got yet. You know what I'm saying? So like the reparations part in the FBA, trying to distinguish between whether you've been here or not. We talking about something where there is absolutely no legislation that is on the books or even moving towards any kind of pace to get passed that is talking about reparations. So I think that's why I haven't really delved into that, because I think it's talking about something that I don't see a pathway for right now. But real quick, I just want to say,
Detroit.
Once again, Detroit? Which I don't think has a lot of traction. I
agree.
Okay, so I just want to say real quick from this morning, PhD, but Chef's Kiss with the Sarah McLachlan thing this morning. You know what I'm saying? Even though that ain't my tone, but and then at one point I made a comment in the chat and PhD would time me out. So I do apologize. I thought I was talking to a AI. Okay. So I thought I was talking to AI, which, at that point, I didn't know that they had feelings. So when I said that, AI coochie probably drier than the keyboard, I didn't know I was talking to an actual woman. So I do apologize for that.
We don't accept that from men over here. I'm a woman. You
let me. I'm not a. I know. And I don't. I'm the last thing I'm gonna do is come in here and disrespect women. I hope you can tell from the times I've been on here. But that was at the time. I didn't know I was dealing with a woman.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. I'll leave it be.
All right. So my next question, since you don't want to answer the FBA question, what you mean
from that, Sharon?
What you mean by I thought this
I never run from it.
Hold on. I thought you said I thought this is an unbiased channel. What's going on? What did you mean by that?
I meant by so everybody's gonna bring their own biases into any situation, right? That's just natural, it's normal. And even legally, I'm just saying, even legally, they bring that in where that's why we leave that out of legal discussions, right? So yeah, when we were having that conversation on Saturday evening, right? I brought up facts as far as policies, right? I did. I know you're looking at the camera all crazy, but I brought up the DOJ policy on use of force. I did. That's what I did. And I got back to the threat of the vehicle, right? So when we take into account fears and concerns that the officer has, that doesn't play that even by their standards. When they go to court and have to explain certain things, that doesn't play into it. So me and my feelings about what's going on up there, what happened in Minnesota, yes, when we're having these conversations, I can leak my biases into it. But when we're trying to figure out exactly what is right or wrong in these situations, I got to leave those off the table. I can't bring my own biases into that. So I feel like, yes, people who, I guarantee the majority of the people who believe that the ICE efforts are, valid, believe that this lady deserved kind of what came to her. If I'm wrong in that way, people will correct me, but I feel like that's a biased way of looking at it.
Give it. Sharon, can you gracefully let me ask PhD but one question, sir?
Only because you're the vice president.
Thank you. Hey, PhD, is she there?
Yes, I'm here.
I got a question. I was having this FBA conversation offline, and I want to know your take on it. How do you feel if FBA just choose to voluntarily stop paying taxes?
Voluntarily.
Nigga, what?
Let me know when we doing it.
you go first. Right? You go first.
I'm with it.
Because
hold on, you asked the question. You didn't say you want to pontificate upon it.
Well, y'all ain't let her answer it.
So,
How do I feel about it? I don't know. I really had never thought about it. Although I do think us being tax exempt is something that we should push for. But I don't know about just voluntarily stop paying. Although this was probably about 10, 15 years ago. Some people who used to work for the IRS who were saying that you don't have to pay taxes. So if we can figure out how to do it, then I'm all for it.
See, I had this conversation. See, I had to go do. I felt like I was attacked earlier. PhD even said I wasn't a part of the fight. She said I was a bystander, and she was talking to me, but I felt it. And so I went to go do my own research, and I realized that 80 million people don't pay federal taxes.
Right.
Who are these people?
Mind your business.
Yeah, we need to expand on that a little bit more.
Don't worry about what me and the
Right, Otis could help. Where old Otis at? I ain't gonna be mean to you, Otis. You can come tell us how not to pay tax.
He was here a little earlier, though. He was here.
And did you know this? Did you know this, PhD, that everybody who ever been audited, they filed first. They have never audited somebody who never filed their taxes.
That is true. Also, but Detroit, the issue with your situation, you're saying feelings is not involved in court procedures. That is absolutely wrong. That is not truthful at all. They are going to take account that the officer felt like his life is in danger.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to do this back and forth. I'm just trying to say, man, like him feeling in fear. Right. I'm just saying, like, when you get to court, it's not about the fear. You have to explain why you felt this way. It's not about that I was afraid. You know what I'm saying? It was what made you feel in fear. And my point was hold on. I just want to finish my point. My point was on Saturday was that if the vehicle is a deadly weapon, and if he was in fear that this lady was going to hurt him with this deadly weapon, you were saying that his fear started, or it started when he was back in front of the vehicle and she pressed the gas.
Well,
and my thing
there were
was,
fellow officers around. I saw the vehicle coming. I was also worried about them as well, but I was in immediate danger.
Right, but your police training and DOJ policy is very, very strict. That's the thing that I think that people are misunderstanding. It is very, very strict.
Okay, so the problem with that strictness, does it say that you can shoot at a moving vehicle if you have no other option?
Yeah. If you have no other option, correct.
Okay, so therefore, there you go. So again,
and that is the bias right there.
No.
You telling me that man had no other way?
Hey,
you're about to tell me he had no other place to go.
Hold on. Who determines that he has no other way? You or the person that was actually in the situation?
Once again, if he's in this, you know what? We are all subjectively looking at it, right? He has to explain this. In that video, if he felt endangered by this lady, how long was he circling that vehicle?
He didn't.
So if he felt in
again, hold on.
He didn't circle the vehicle.
Hold on, slow down, y'all. Slow down. So you have to prove that from the time she hit the gas. This is when the danger started.
That is not, and that's where the law. That's what I'm saying. That's not what the law explains.
But
that vehicle is dangerous the whole time somebody is at the wheel and in gear. It's in gear.
You have to prove that in the court of law, because you saying that the DOJ saying a fleeing vehicle. So once you add that into it, now you're going to have to prove that he had other ways to get out of the way of this fleeing vehicle, because once it was going backwards, it wasn't necessarily fleeing. When the other person grabbed the door, she didn't want to stop and she drove forward. She is now fleeing. He didn't see. Now you're gonna have to argue all these other points. You cannot use the fact that hold on. You cannot use the fact that he was walking around the car as part of your argument, because that wasn't the danger.
Listen, when he went behind that vehicle and we watched on that video, right? You said that, and you said that that car wasn't in reverse. And we looked at the video and you can clearly see the reverse lights are on, right? And then the gentleman walks behind the vehicle. You're telling me that he felt safe enough to walk behind a vehicle in gear with the only thing stopping him from moving was a lady's foot on her brakes, right? That you're telling me, and if you are asking like law enforcement specialists, they're gonna say that that was the more dangerous time. He felt comfortable enough to walk by. Hold on. He walked behind.
Hold on. It's not in question that he do something stupid or did he do that. That's not what's in question. What's in question is when did he decide he was in danger? So clearly, when he walked behind it, he didn't look at her as danger, right? So again, you are proving more of the fact that he didn't look at her as a threat at first.
Right.
Detroit,
now
your
you go
bias
into
is definitely talking. Your bias is talking.
Well, and that's what that's why I'm trying to just stick to policy, bro. And I'm just trying to like if we just read policy the way it is,
He
right?
won't even be tried.
All right, so hold on.
That's biases, right?
Hold on, y'all. But I am sticking to the policy. The problem is that you want to stick to the policy only that represent your argument. You don't want to look at the whole policy because the whole
that is not what I'm doing.
Because what you are missing out the part that he had no other choice, and you are
that's the part where you putting your bias in there.
But I am not because I cannot put what because hold on because I cannot put all these other things that I could see that he cannot see into the equation. I could pause it. I could slow it down. I could say he have this position, this, and all these other things. He has to be able to determine he could see those things, not me. He got to be able to see those things.
And on top of that,
and you saying that you saying that you're telling me the way we can say that what he did was stupid, right? You're telling me that in that moment, he didn't have the capacity to.
Hold on. You're conflating two moments, right? I'm talking about strictly from gas pedal to him shooting, and you are using him walking around and all these other things that have nothing to do.
You know why I'm using that though, Sharon? I'm using that because that has more time where you can build up whatever case you want to build. You guys kept breaking down basically 1 second of video into milliseconds when the brain don't even operate that way. So you trying to use that in court.
So you're arguing my point. So if I'm walking up to somebody as an officer, right, and I see that the officer does not deem the person as a problem or danger to him at first, I cannot now use that when the person pulls out a knife and say, well, you didn't feel endangered.
This is a bad hypothetical because that's a terrible hypothetical.
That's why I'm trying to get you to get past the fact that he walked behind
Sharon,
because him walking behind
which is a vehicle dangerous dangerous regardless of if somebody's trying to hit you with it or not. Can a vehicle be dangerous?
A vehicle can
if it's in gear.
Yes,
if it's in gear. Okay. So once again, you're talking about a knife when somebody has it concealed. When this gentleman sees a car, we see the reverse lights on, right? So during that time, did he feel like the car was a threat to him? No, right? Right. But DOJ policy, hold on. Since we got that far, DOJ policy does not care about that. It tells you about how to interact with vehicles, right? It does. So you can say like whatever happened and she hit the gas. I'm saying that he created a situation.
Slow down.
Go ahead.
So what does it say about the vehicle?
Let me pull it up here because I've been reading it, but I just want to make sure. It says, I know for sure. Let me go here. If a vehicle.
While he looking it up, Sharon, why you didn't ask me about FBA? You asked all them other people about FBA earlier. He just
because we know what you're gonna say.
You just act like I was there.
The reason why is because you jumped to skip the line and told the PhD, so I allowed.
I'm talking about earlier. And I was here for 30 minutes earlier. You didn't even talk to me.
And then because we tried, but you was having microphone issues. You even canned up to try to get it back, and it didn't work out. I don't know what happened to your microphone. That ain't my fault.
It's my fault. Okay.
It was T-Mobile's fault. I'm gonna say that.
Yo, Sharon, let me ask Detroit just one question.
Y'all still talking about that? Y'all been talking about that. Like, listen, Detroit wrong and he know he wrong. I don't even know why he's still trying to argue the point at this point. He said
because he's trying to prove his point.
Why are you chiming in on shit that ain't got no points to bring up? But you got the ability to talk about me.
Based on the DOJ, he was wrong for shooting somebody who hit him. This is crazy.
Wait. So My question to you, Detroit.
We waiting for you to read it, Detroit.
Was that me that cut off or y'all? I'm pulling it up right now, but somebody was about to ask me a question, right?
No, we don't want you to. We want you to focus on looking up what you was looking up.
Right.
I'm doing that too.
And this is why I be wanting people to stop jumping in, because that's what people want. When they start to get backed into that corner and y'all ask them a question as but no, we're gonna stay very direct until we get that conversation done, and then you can add your version of the conversation.
My move was the checkmate.
I know y'all always think
so. Hey, Siobhan.
Yeah.
I have a question. If I put a blicky on the table, is that blicky dangerous?
Hey, look, I told you to stop playing with me. You put it on the table. I don't know what that means to him, but I know what it means to me. Shit.
So look, I just wanted to ask Detroit, right? If that cop goes up on the stand and argues,
I ain't gonna lie. If y'all was just this determined to support the show as y'all are determined to talk, man, we would be like, because boy, I tell you, y'all don't give a F with nobody. Y'all be like, no, hold on.
I'll send my 2 pounds of flesh.
Conversation about, because I think my conversation is way more important than anybody else.
I mean, you know, I'm a drop, so let's play that.
It got quiet.
Of these Moors trying to communicate. These Moors don't know what we're talking about.
I thought I was actually doing
how you gonna be mad at that man? Look, the first time he touched the book was when he was in holding. So you can't be mad at that man like that. Stop.
And then he cursed me out in chat.
He's sitting there trying to figure out the Trading with the Enemy Act and don't realize that there's a whole bill attached to it. Like, he's talking about shit he literally doesn't understand.
And hey, John, I wish I could allow Willie to ask a question that only took about 30 seconds, but I know if I let Willie talk, it's gonna be.
I promise you, it's short.
I guarantee. Hey, I put 20 on the fact that it'll take the next 6 minutes.
Hold on, Willie. Detroit, did you get it?
It's pulling up. Go ahead, Willie. No, I'm here.
Oh, he working on
analog. I'm driving. I'm driving.
Hold on.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Hold on. I don't know why y'all be thinking that y'all supposed to be directing myself. I asked you a question. You don't need to direct anything else. All that I asked you a question. That was it. Don't direct nobody else. Did you
Free Willie?
Did you get a chance to pull it up yet?
I'm pulling it up now. I'm pulling over here too, so I can get it. I don't want to be doing this while I'm driving.
He's using AOL. He's using AOL dial-up from 90s. Because apparently it's taking forever to find this.
All right, hold on. While we wait for that, go ahead, PH Diva. Let me see. Diva might not be there. She's hopping out the shower. The Emperor with $2. I'm with you. We need to look at both parents. Shout out to Philip James with the $4.99. If she would have started backing up, he may have perceived that as a threat.
Correct.
And also, hey, the Emperor with $2. She confirmed no harm before he went back there. Okay. It seems like you have it now, Detroit. Okay. What is this information about the vehicle that you want us to present?
Okay. So this is just directly from DOJ, right?
Brother.
Go ahead, Detroit.
All right. So we all understand the first line: deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Correct?
Correct.
No, you said you were going to tell us.
No,
hold on. You said you was going to give us the information about approaching a vehicle.
Okay.
That's a person. He's talking about a fleeing vehicle.
I don't need your help.
Well, I'm Lordly mercy.
Me and Detroit have our conversation, please. Go ahead, Detroit.
This is
okay. Firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. We know that's not the case, right?
You said you was hold on. You said you was gonna bring up that how it shows a car as something dangerous.
Okay. The vehicle is being operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical harm to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist.
Also,
which includes which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle.
Okay.
Now, here's the dispute that y'all are saying. he had no chance to get out of the way of the vehicle. Correct? That's what you guys are saying, right? Or whoever believes that this was good.
No,
He had no way of getting out of the way of the vehicle. Is that what you guys are saying?
I'm trying to. No, we are not trying to say anything. I want to know what is it that you bringing up in this DOJ that says that you are not supposed to walk around a car, because that's what you was talking about.
Okay, okay. I apologize then. Let me go. Maybe I'm conflating the two then. Okay, so okay. So I guess my thing is, if I'm wrong in that instance, look, I'm a contritious type person. So if I'm wrong in that part, I'm very contrite that way.
Okay.
I guess I'm reading the DOJ policy, and I'm just saying, like, a car that's engaged to me would be considered like,
Okay, but we just read
dangerous weapon to, right?
Okay, so we just read it and we know that's not a part of DOJ policy.
Okay. Until I find anything further, I'll agree with that.
Okay, so now you're gonna have to base your information and what you're saying on that it is not considered a deadly weapon until X, Y, until it turns into a weapon, which she turned it into a weapon when she hit the gas, going directly at him when he's not even 2 feet away from the car with a cell phone in his hands, which also shows that he didn't think she was a threat until he heard that gas jump and he heard those tires squeaking. And if she had traction at that time, he would not have had time to even aim the gun. He would have got hit. But since the tires were spinning, that gave him enough time to pull out the weapon and discharge his firearm.
Hey, Sharon.
Hold on, no.
He already said, He defeated.
No. I'm here. Hold on. Let me turn my cam on for some of these niggas, man. Like, don't listen, bro. I'm still over here doing research like I should. But this is, listen, aside from this, as a man, if I'm wrong on something, I can be contrite in that way, right? The peanut gallery always chime in, and for some reason, hold on, the peanut gallery always chime in for some kind of fucking reason, not to build anything more, but that's okay. But right now, what I'm doing on my tablet, just looking up the policies of an officer and how they're trained to engage with a vehicle that's in gear.
Oh, you don't
kind
know.
of settle what we're talking about.
So he don't know.
Say again.
He don't know.
I was over here quietly, but people were talking shit about me.
Hold on, y'all. Can I direct my show the way how I want to? Is that okay? Me and Detroit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So let me
and thank you for having me.
Our conversation, please. So we in agreement that if it's in gear or not gear, there's no DOJ policy about that as of right now, until it says otherwise. So, why is it that you believe that split second, because it was 1 second before gas to him jumping out the way, why you think that he had enough time to get out the way, even though he got hit by the car anyway, as he was attempting to move out the way?
And I'm sorry, I can't read and listen at the same time, so I do apologize.
I told you he was defeated. You got to talk to somebody else now.
I have something to say. I got something about the law enforcement training, though.
If he was able to get out the way, why did he still get in contact with the vehicle?
Because he put himself back in front of a damn car. The only reason why he got hit by that vehicle, if he had got hit from it, let's think about it like this. If that car had a reverse and hit him, right? Then, if let's say it like this, if that lady didn't get off the gear until he was like smack dab in the back of her car, right? Then she was probably trying to use it as a weapon. For some reason, he walked around a vehicle, once again, that was in gear, right? We can agree to that once we watch that video, right? So he put himself in a state that they don't train them for. And that was what I was just pulling up here. They don't train them to do that. Let me see here. Come on, log back in. So no law enforcement officers are not trained to walk around a vehicle that is in gear. Instead, modern police training emphasizes that officers should never position themselves in the path of a moving or potentially moving vehicle due to extreme danger, right? So even if she was just, had a medical incident and all of a sudden her foot slipped off, they're not trained to be there. Why was he there? That's what I keep getting back to. And in my mind, that's what he's going to have to clarify in court. But why was he there behind that
Can I
car?
just kill
He
that real
is.
quick?
Hold on.
Because once again, they're not trained for that, so he's doing something outside of the training.
Sharon, can I add some to this real quick, just so I can be done with this thing? This whole
All
conversation
right,
is
but
crazy.
you jump in the line though, but fuck it, go ahead.
All right, so you want to?
I guess I really don't think I'll be having I don't be doing a good enough job asking my questions. Go ahead, go ahead, Marvelous. We go Marvelous, Joshua, either man, so everybody can get their thought. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna put this out.
Where I'm in that line?
I'm gonna put two things out there.
All right.
First things first, we have to start conflating ICE agents with law enforcement. They don't work in a law enforcement capacity. Two, from what I understand, the context given was that apparently the ICE agents were stuck in a ditch, something like that. There was another SUV, and they couldn't move. And the reason why she was on the other side of the street is because she was blocking the men from having to move. At that point, she was interfering with ICE, whatever they're doing, the whole thing they're doing. So she was being a nuisance, protesting, trying to keep them blocking the snow and shit. That's why they blew out the car and started filming her being a nuisance. There's the context.
And when it came out later that there was no car stuck in the snow.
Plane, please.
I mean, he's landing his plane, but he can land his plane with my facts if it's real.
See, this is why this. All right, so it's no need to focus on the stuck on the snow part because it doesn't affect anything, but it does show that new video footage show that she was there for more than 3 minutes, blocking traffic, beating her horn, and other people that was a part of her movement was blowing whistles and interfering with the investigation. So regardless of you don't have to focus on the stuck part. It still goes into the fact that she was there blocking the street. Her car was perpendicular to the car. And so we cannot negate all that information. She was there to agitate. So we can't just ignore that.
And that's all the context I was going to add. That's pretty much it. You
That's
guys
what
can
he
see it
really
there,
talking.
but that was pretty much all I was going to add to it. Just the context that Sean just added. That's it. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah.
How about Ghani?
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay. So Detroit, me and you have kind of gone back and forth on this for a bit, but there's some things that you keep trying to jump over, and I'm not sure why. So one, despite the fact of what we've seen, he walks around the vehicle without his gun, but with his phone. That means that during the entire time he was walking around the vehicle, regardless of the gear that the vehicle was in, he did not see her as a threat because he had not drawn his gun from this holster. The minute she went in reverse, he literally, again, action, it's a mens rea to intent, meaning that even if he didn't believe she was a threat before, the instant he believed he was a threat, he drew his weapon because she went in reverse. And keep in mind, he's not thinking she's a rational person now because her spouse is still outside the vehicle telling her to flee. Drive. I don't know why we keep ignoring all that. There are unique factors you have to think about when it comes to the human psyche now. Now, he's seeing somebody pull back. The person who drove here with her is telling her to flee, to run. She lines her vehicle up, so now she's a threat because she's not acting as a rational person. Then you have to think of opposite intent. Hold on. If a rational officer in the same position would have considered the same thing, and those things are, one, he was either going to be stuck between his vehicle and her vehicle. Two, he was going to be on the opposite side of her vehicle as she's turning, because keep in mind, there's ice on the ground and her vehicle is clearly wave ending. But despite that, she then begins yelling. When she yells, his gun is now aimed. So there are 3 officers present. She doesn't only have to be a threat to him, she also has to be a threat to any other person. That is policy, specifically for using lethal force during resisting arrest, which she was being detained at that time. Because what she was doing was clear. The 3-minute video proves it. So despite the fact that she maybe shouldn't have died and fine, but she did open the door for her to get shot. After all that's said and done, you still have to stop ignoring the facts of what really happened. Laird.
Okay, Josh.
It was my turn, right?
Can I add something in? Because
he directed that towards me.
I
right?
thought we had a line, right? And
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna drop and let you guys have
Detroit
it.
should get to retort.
Hold on.
All right,
you want
VP.
to jump the land, Sharon?
What is the
No,
line?
let him get a
No,
chance.
VP.
Hold
No,
on,
VP, do
y'all.
what you do, man.
Hold on, y'all.
Can I jump in?
Let him get a chance to respond first, and
Okay.
okay. Go ahead, Detroit.
Okay. My only response to that is, Josh, what I've seen from the conversations, right? The same responsibilities that you're talking about her as a citizen, right? Or not even responsibilities. I say that. When officers, I don't care if it's somebody who's working for ICE, police, state police, whatever, okay? They are held to a different standard than the community. So I guess my biggest peeve that I'm having with these conversations, first, we can't even get on to the rest of what happened after that, right? Because we're talking about what initiated everything. But the officer has responsibilities that he is supposed to adhere to as well, too. And I understand, like, emotions are things that are real to us. But these guys are trained so that way when they train, they sign paperwork, they're saying that they understand these policies, so that way they are knowing that they're taking their emotions out of their work, right? When is that going to happen as far as like how we're communicating this? Because we're talking about if citizens did this and did that, then this wouldn't happen to her. And my thing is, if the officer has shown the restraint that he was trained to do, I can potentially say that the same thing might not have happened to her as well. But I don't hear that at all. And then when we talk about the rest of the video, I won't get into this now, but nobody's talked about the words that he spoke after he shot her. Nobody's talking about the fact that they didn't immediately render care to her after this happened. I'm not laying all that down now, but I use that as my overall, when we're talking about like judgment in this case, I'm using that as remember, like I said, I'm trying to be unbiased. So when I look at everything all together, this officer added more into the situation than the lady in the car did.
Yeah, so that it's just real interesting that he keeps saying that this officer had a duty. This officer had a duty, and his first duty was to protect everybody that was on that scene. It was protect these officers. It was officers. It was civilians. She didn't just press it. She mashed the gas. Right? She like it wasn't that she just her intentions was just to tap this officer. Like I think that she did not care about this officer life, how she took off in that car. I think it's
That's your
justified.
personal bias.
I know, cool. Let me be biased because you used bias for 3 days. Listen, so the whole point that I'm telling you is that in that situation, he don't have to prove why. And when he go to court, he don't have to prove why he walked around the car or all this stuff. The one thing he's got to prove is that was he at fear for his life or the people lives around him. And I think if us just sitting around looking at it because we're giving our perspective, I can justify that he was in fear for his life, his colleagues' life, of the other people in that area. So that makes sense. So I just think that like Detroit just want to argue just to argue.
No, I think
Also,
that you have
it's
a
not just
remedial
life.
way of discerning shit.
Okay, go ahead. So we don't got Cyber Dreams, Willie, then Pan, and then we get back into the FBA talk. Go ahead, Cyber. You're on mute, by the way, beautiful.
I for the last 3 days I've been listening and stuff like that, and I kind of find it weird that the same men who are advocating for this young lady and wrongful wasn't the same men who advocated for Miss Massey with the pot of water. I'm gonna try to be a little. It's gonna sound facetious, but
She was murdered in her kitchen.
If this young lady, if the race and the gender was different with these men who's advocating against police policy, would they still be advocating?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Wall Street. Go ahead, Wall Street. Really, the Pan.
You said Wall Street?
Yes.
Habaragani, brother. So yeah, if that's my client, right, that cop, he's simply being trained to go up on the stand to the point that has finally been made by my good brother Gangsta Godfrey first, right? That not only was I in fear of my life, but more importantly, the life of the officers around. That's it. It's gonna go to grand jury first before it ever goes to court, right? So grand jury's gonna decide, is this even worth trying? Nah, yeah, looking at the video, if he say he was worried about his homeboys on the other side, right? Not even about me, who's getting hit by the car. I'm more worried about my friends. I'm willing to give my life for them, but I wouldn't let them get hurt. Yeah, he's not going to trial. He's never going to be tried. Pack her up, and it's a wrap. But to the conversation about people going against police policy now because it's a white woman, I agree, sis. It is frightening. Stage 4 crackatosis. At level 5, we can't save you, right? Like it's stage 4 crackatosis. I'm blown away at how many black men are now anti-police policy, and it all makes sense now. And nah, it's crazy, sis. It's sick. It's shameful.
Okay.
I borrowed that.
So pan-mulattoism, what is your thoughts on the whole FBA movement? Do you take it serious, or is it still just internet talk?
Yeah, so now I'm glad you asked me about that, because really the first thing I was going to say is we spend too much time debating about white on white violence. Let the white sort this out. As far as the FBA movement, it's a beautiful movement. I see it as Black Americans practicing self-preservation. And I do want to comment on the Greenland debacle. I advocate for the U.S. government colonizing Greenland so that we can make it another
Hey, yo, Pan,
Alaska.
we not going to Greenland with you,
Here you
brother.
go, this Negro.
Well, allow me to land my plane. It'll be so brief. And with all due respect, especially you, Detroit, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for booty clapping for this white woman. You've been booty clapping for Venezuelan.
Nigga.
Like, brother, with all due respect, have some testosterone.
Josh, I
have
knew
some
you were gonna
dignity.
say that dumbass shit too.
And in conclusion, with all due respect, within conclusion, we as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we have to understand the concept of neutrality. When a white woman is killed by a white man, it has nothing to do with us, really. And in closing, like I said, U.S. government take over Greenland, turn it into another Alaska, but don't give them voting rights. I want to buy real estate
No
there and be
reparations
able to
for
go
you,
there with no
mulatto.
visa.
You don't get
Well,
any
allow me to land my
reparations.
plane, brother. Please, you don't got to twerk, really. And I say that in closing, man. Let's buy real estate in Greenland and go there without a visa and be undeportable in Greenland. Peace be upon you all.
Okay.
And many booty claps to you too, my friend.
Detroit, do you wanna address the Greenland and FBA situation?
That's my half Yakubian brother.
So with the Greenland thing, what I've read is that a whole bunch of Nordic scholars and who've had access to some of our information as far as like who's in the water and stuff like that. Like the only accounts they have is like Russians in their part of the Arctic. It's not like this. I haven't heard these reports. At least the intelligence hasn't proven that is all these Chinese and Russian submarines throughout and around Greenland. That's something that we heard from Donald Trump and maybe his administration, but that just, I guess it depends on how much of that you want to believe. But according to the Nordics, just their reporting and what they've researched, that's not what's going on up there.
So what if they are in Greenland's water, what part of Greenland's water is Russia's?
Once again, they are saying that the Russians and the Chinese haven't been in Russia over there in like Greenland waters. They're over there on their side of the Arctic, which is on the other side of Canada. I'm going by, like I said, I'm going by what I've researched. I'll pull it up here too. I know y'all be thinking I should be making up shit. So I'll pull it up here.
I like you just anti-believe in anything that the American government say, especially they got Donald Trump in.
It sounds like you love the taste of America government on your lips, my dog. If you want to say it like that, I know you do. I know. Gagging it. You and Pamelato probably got something in common the way y'all approach things. One got it in your mouth and one got it in the booty.
Hey, yo, Detroit, chill out, brother.
All right, so
listen. That's what happened when motherfuckers keep jumping in when I'm just trying to breathe. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn.
Hold on. So I'm
It's
trying to
feelings
understand.
at the
Hold
end.
on, y'all. I'm trying to understand this Russia side of the Arctic Ocean. What side? Because is Russia, right? This is Alaska. So this is Russia here. My hand here. This is Alaska. This is Canada, and then Greenland would be right here. So where is Russia hanging out at that is close to Greenland that it's okay?
So you know the Arctic is like one big circle when you get to the top of the globe, right? So all that up there is considered the Arctic. So there's an Arctic that touches the Pacific Ocean. There's an Arctic that touches the Atlantic Ocean, right? The Russian part of the Arctic touches the Pacific Ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Greenland is on the Atlantic coast. And between both of those is Canada, right? Alaska's on the Pacific coast, right? So the accounts from the Nordics is that, yes, the Russians have been active in the Arctic, but the Arctic is also a part of Russia too. There hasn't been this widespread, like I'm not gonna sit up here and say that, you know, that there wasn't at no time a Russian sub that ever went through Greenland waters. I'm not gonna say that, or Chinese, I'm not saying that, but this, how it's being told to us that this is something that we need to be taken care of and stuff like that, that's not the case, according to the Nordic scholars. And I'm just going off of them because, you know, once again, the same way we kind of know, you know, hopefully, what's going on in our country because it's here and it's things they got to do with us, right? That's what's going on there.
So what I'm trying to get to understand, that part of the Arctic Ocean, is it people living in that part of Russia?
The Arctic touches both oceans, Pacific and
I don't know. Like I said, it's going to touch both oceans because like I said, it's basically the whole time.
So
I don't know.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, people don't live there. So what is?
So you're talking about because people don't live there?
Right. So
wait a second, bro.
I'm trying to get the interest. Hold on. I'm trying to get the interest of them being so close to Greenland. So because you're not able to articulate why are they so close. Okay, they have the Arctic Ocean, they section of it, right? So that means it is a imaginary line in the ocean, correct? Does that mean
imaginary lines? Yeah,
brother, man.
So I can understand. Is there an imaginary line in the Arctic Ocean that they should not be crossing?
In terms of territory, yes.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, you're talking about, is there a treaty where Russia should not be going across their imaginary line into other parts of the Arctic? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I don't know about that. But remember, that's not what the original. That's not the original thing that we're talking about. But I just made a statement.
Right.
My argument is that the part of the Arctic that y'all are talking about, right, which is the Greenland part, right, is that Russian has been invading those waters, right? But the Nordic scholars have been saying that is not true.
So now I'm again. So that means there gotta be an imaginary line where separates Russia from Greenland, correct?
And if that imaginary line hasn't been crossed according to the Nordic scholars, what point are we making?
Right. That's why I'm trying to get you to give me the information. You telling me,
brother, what
you telling me this? I'm saying, how can they come close to Green? Like, where are these Russian?
You are imagining that they are coming close to Greenland, right?
Yeah,
why is that? Why is that your thought that you think that that's going on?
Yeah, he's saying that they lying. That's what he's saying. He think they on their side. They're not going close to Greenland, according to the Northerners.
But either man.
All right. So now, now, if that is true, and if Donald Trump got information that's saying otherwise, will we be able to say that Greenland is not, or Denmark, whoever they got to report to, is not being good allies towards us?
So all the ifs and ifs and ifs and if all those are true, that's what you're basically asking me?
You don't want. I'm just going by your if.
Okay, I'll answer this, but I want to make sure you answer mine too. So let's do. If I'm not trying to run your show,
I know,
right? But you answer mine too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll answer yours. So if Greenland knew this was going on, and they allow Russia to do, move these military subs or whatever into their waters, yeah, I was, without letting us know what's going on, right? Because they don't have the means to stop them, right? Yes, I would say that they're probably not good allies. Yeah. Now, if they were only in their neck of the waters, And it comes out that like the fact that we said that they were somehow around Greenland, just which I think is just a play to have us go over here and intervene with Greenland some kind of way. If it comes out that they were really just going through their neck of the waters, does that mean that they were good allies to us?
Yes.
So then it comes down to just the fact, and this is where I felt like I like just watching the last couple of days and watching how we kind of break down certain information. This is why I was leaning into this. This is maybe some kind of bias thing. I don't be, I pop in. I
want to attack you very briefly. Now we've watched these same white people, these same Europeans, and these same Mongoloid Asians literally colonize and neo-colonize multiple black nations. Why are we crying now that this same white man is about to colonize a European goddamn island? They got some Eskimos on it. If it benefits us,
right.
let them get colonized, and we're gonna take the whole shit over and open up goddamn McDonald's and Roscoe Chicken and Waffles. Really, brother? How you can't understand that?
Am I responding to that?
Yes,
Am I
brother.
responding to that?
Peace
Okay.
be upon you. I'm listening.
Right. Oh, that's okay, man. Because your shit is so full of just rhetoric and I don't know, your
brother,
pan whatever ism is popping out and shit like that. I don't know how to answer that. I'm just gonna be real with you, brother. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're asking me my concerns about this, and I guess I would say if international laws can be broken and all we do is sit here, to use your words, is booty clap about it, then how the hell are we going to sit here and want some laws to protect us in the same country?
They already violated the Geneva Conventions against African.
You're on mute, Marvelous.
Brother, they already. Listen to what I'm saying. Are you aware of the scramble for Africa? You have multiple European nations conspire to colonize the entire continent of Africa. Even today, you have multiple Asian nations neo-colonizing Asia. I'm gonna ask you the same question again, and I won't attack you, I promise. The question is, now that these whites are colonizing each other, this is white on white colonization, why are you crying about it? Really, brother.
Well, I guess I would say this, right?
I don't mean to laugh. I didn't mean to laugh. I
hate
apologize, but
mulatto,
that's just
yo.
the way how he put it together. It is kind of funny. But
I mean, it's always that way because I'm sorry.
No, you good. Go ahead, Detroit.
Okay, so we talking about the scramble for Africa, which some would say ended in like the 1910s, right? 1910s. But all these countries have always tried to have some kind of play in Africa, some kind of way. I guess my thing is, once again, the concern with us is because, unfortunately, the things that these white folks are doing around the world does have an effect on us. So we can sit here and try and act like we're like insulated in our community when for decades and centuries, right, people have infiltrated our community anyway. And the only thing that got people off our fucking back really were codifying laws to make sure that they didn't just apply to certain people. So I don't feel like, we should turn our back on that sentiment at all. There's international laws, there's natural laws, civil rights laws, human rights laws. And every time we start pinching at it like, oh, it's okay for this one to be suffering from somebody violating that law or policy, Black folks in particular, you know what I'm saying? Our heads are realistically in a noose that just hasn't been tightened up for decades now.
And I apologize for cutting you off, but you're not addressing my question head on. What I'm saying is, now that whites are experiencing,
are they human?
Hear me out, bro. Let me complete the sentence. Now that whites, the colonizers, are being colonized, why are you crying for them? They don't need you to advocate for them. Can you understand?
So then you have. I understand what you're saying. So then you have this.
I'm gonna pass the mic right back to you. I'm gonna pass the mic right back to you, brother. When whites experience their karmic retribution, just get out the way, brother. Let them experience their karma. Can you understand that?
I understand I understand the sentiment to what you're saying. But once again, every time, and let's keep in mind, right? Not all white folks were slave holders, and I understand that. And when we talk about the chickens coming home to roost. I understand what Malcolm was saying with that too. But what I'm saying is, right? What I'm saying is this generation, this what we're in now, like the 21st century, like 21st century. Like that kind of thinking like hasn't been where we got to the progress that we are now. All the freedoms that we have and how we live our lives and everything like that, it took people fighting to codify laws, not to lessen the power of them. Even, and then whatever people feel about the civil rights movement, codifying laws is what got us to the point where we're sitting there on these panels and not worried about Johnny Law knocking at our door, what y'all niggas doing in here. Like, when we start like picking away at certain things, or not pick away, but maybe just be okay with certain violations of it, our heads are in the noose because those same violations have been where people have fucked over black people. So if they doing it to white folks, guess what? The system is really set up to do it tenfold to us.
When was I here not in the news, bro?
Let me understand. So do you think that we not Americans anymore?
What do you mean?
If they take over Greenland, that makes us not American?
I think it's un-American to take over Greenland. Absolutely.
Okay. So before we get to that point, but if so what is the downfall of the U.S. taking over Greenland? So I can understand the argument.
Personally, I think that part of the strength of our country and where we became like no matter what, the industrial age, we boomed during that time, and the United States became the richest nation. But what gave us strength and power around the country was how we leveraged that with diplomacy. So, there's no way we could be some kind of beacon of freedom like we claim to be and everything like that and fight towards a more perfect union. There's no way we could do that and morally stand on some kind of high ground when we're basically taking the sovereignty of a nation away.
Well, no. Hold up, bro. That's not what's going on.
The thing,
that's not what's happening.
You can't have moral high ground and all that other stuff if you got your foot on your own citizens' necks, right? So all of that is just words, right? And so words to justify their imperialism, right? So while they was out talking about bringing democracy to other countries, they was literally water hosing black people and sicking dogs on them. And so
absolutely
nothing they say should be believed, right? And so that's not going to be the thing that put the noose around our neck. The noose always around our neck.
Correct.
Crackers want to fight, let them fight.
Okay. It's funny how even let me say this. It's funny how even like when we try to get away from white folks, some of they shit spill on to us in America, right? That's not changing with this. It wouldn't. It's gonna spill back on us some kind of way.
Oh wait, Detroit. One thing I'm trying to figure out is why are you having a big point of tension what's going on, especially when this is a Denmark's territory. This is a territory that Denmark have, and the history that we have with Denmark, especially after the Cold War, this is something that's been negotiated for a very long time, before you was probably even born. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out why you have some type of issue with what Denmark has, because that's their territory, technically. And they're saying, hey, we've been trying to buy this off y'all for a long time. Let's come up get that, you know what I'm saying? Because honestly, Denmark ain't really about shit. They not. I'm gonna be real with you. They really not about shit.
That's your opinion, dog.
Denmark. And plus, on top of that, we invested more in their own shit. We got bases over there. We patrol over there. No.
Why do we have bases over there?
Listen, what I'm saying. We got bases over there already. We do all the patrolling. That's us. Our textiles. We put money into a car. We basically are renting. We were renting this property for a long time. We like, fuck it. Let's buy this shit now. That's all we're saying.
That's not what's going on. This buying of Greenland that y'all really think is going on. That's not what. Let's say it like this. If the people of Greenland, with Donald Trump saying that he would want to buy Greenland, and the people of Greenland
as a territory,
right, as a territory, and the people of Greenland and the rule of Denmark said we're not interested in it, right? Why is that still a conversation then?
Because I told you there's been things since the Cold War. You have to go look at history, man.
No. I'm saying right now. This was just last year that Trump insinuated that, right?
This has been going on since the Cold War.
Let me try to let you understand what Marvis is saying. Maybe I could be He's saying that we've been investing in them more than Denmark. We already have helped them more than Denmark is helping them. So since we are already the people that is being their goddamn baby daddy, give me the kid at this point. The kid is 18 years old. It's time for the kid to come home because I've been taking care of the kid anyway. That's what Marvelous is saying.
Right, and as fancy as you making that sound, as cute as you making it sound, it is taking away a country's sovereignty. It is.
What country?
No matter
They're
what you think of it.
Denmark.
Right, but those people there are sovereign people, aren't they?
Yes, and they still would be under us too, like Puerto Rico, like Guam, like anything else.
Okay, so hold on. So let me hold. So hold on, Detroit. What you think? We gonna go over there and turn them into slaves, and we gonna get free slave labor?
No, I think we're gonna go over there and rip off their resources for sure.
Okay, so who resources are we taking? Because we're not taking Greenland's resources, correct?
What do you mean? Why are we not?
Because Greenland do not have control of their own resources as is.
Oh my goodness, man. So because they don't have, so you're saying that right now over there in Greenland, right? Which first off, I know that they stopped drilling over there because of environmental reasons, right? They don't allow drilling and stuff like that, right? So whatever that was their sovereign decision to do that, right? Right. So now we go over here, right? And you're saying Greenland aren't a people. Okay. If Denmark made the rule of that and we go over here to start taking resources, did we not infringe on sovereignty? No matter if you want to say it's a people of Greenland or you want to say it's the nation of Denmark. Is that not a violation of their sovereignty?
It could be. Who is taking care? So now who is helping? Who is investing in Greenland more? Us or Denmark?
Well, I mean, they don't have to invest in Greenland, do they? Because it's one of their territories, right? Okay. So that's just different. It's like saying who's investing more in your house, the federal government or you?
Bro,
I am.
I'm gonna let you know right now, bro.
Correct.
Right.
So Denmark can never be more invested than. Hold on, Sharon, just agree with me. So Denmark could never be less invested than. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
what I'm saying is,
we're trying to get to understand. So once America is investing more into Greenland than Denmark, who should have the responsibility of it? That's the argument that Marvelous is attempting to have with you, that the United States is investing more in in Greenland than Denmark. That is Marvelous.
Right. Is this investment, but y'all act like these investments are there to keep keep Greenland rolling. It's not. We are investing in Greenland. We put a military base in Greenland not to keep Greenland rolling, right? What was the purpose of us putting a military base in? For national security, right? Yes. Right. So it wasn't that they needed us to go over there and invest in them to keep rolling.
No, wait.
Right?
First off, hold on, wait. Everywhere that we are, every base that we have, we boom their economy. I'm letting you know right now, every base that we have around the world, no, because you're saying how do they benefit? It's always. I
believe that. It's a byproduct of us needing national security, though.
If Greenland did not want us there, we'd be gone. We would be
right.
Going.
You're absolutely right, but that's not your point. Your point is they need us.
Why you have such a point of tension with the U.S. saying, you know what, we've been taking care of you guys so far. Why don't we just become the owners of you guys? Because why? We've been taking care of you. We already get this. You have the best security guards protecting your piece of land. That's us. Ain't no one bigger than us. Period. So I'm trying to figure out why is that a bad thing that we scratch their back, they scratch our back.
Brother, you just explained how we needed to be in Greenland for national security. Yes. Was it Greenland asking us to go to Greenland and be there for national security, for the national security of the United States?
It's NATO.
It was us who asked. It was NATO. Thank you for okay, either way. Right, but it was it wasn't for the national security of the people of Greenland.
Bro, we put in 80% of what NATO does not do. We put in the work. That's me going over there right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So then you fix the deal with NATO. You don't take the sovereignty of the people of Greenland.
Bro, you're so missing this, bro. It don't even matter. It don't even matter. It's like you're
just think about it like this. Think about a 5-year-old. Go ahead.
Nothing's gonna happen. Look,
just think about
Guam.
Okay.
Nothing happens to
those
over in No,
Okay.
that is true. I was Guam.
Okay.
Guam is still Guam. At the end of the day, people don't realize.
No. I'm saying like nothing's gonna happen to them. You made that point, like nothing's gonna happen to them. That's a very presumptuous statement there, brother.
It is
very presumptuous.
Honestly, they can honestly consider your U.S. territory. They are going to be seen as a threat to our enemies. Just that simple. But the thing is, who wants to be our enemy? For real. I don't think you know how powerful we are. Seriously.
Nah, I think y'all really be overcredited in this. Y'all people that keep talking about how big bad Russia and China is gonna do something, so let's take these small countries, but y'all all be pussy and really don't be like, let's just go fight Russia and fucking China. Even by y'all analogy, well, China makes more investment into our debt than we do. Do we now say China has the right to just take USA? Fuck no. Y'all only making this argument, and it's weird to me because saying something benefits America does not mean they'll benefit our citizens, bro. Like, this is, y'all really sound brainwashed. It's creepy. Y'all just arguing for why we should suck the government off, bro.
It's not about sucking the government off. I'm trying to figure out, like, why is it that this man is he's so interested in another country he never probably didn't even know anything about until just last 3-4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he so heavily invested and wants to care about these people, this particular story right now? Because I think the God is probably because of Trump. If this was Obama, because again, this has been since the 1970s,
if it's anybody, bro,
This
it's
is
not
since
since
the
no
70s,
70s.
bro. We've been doing this. This is nothing new.
It's not. See, that's the
I'm
thing, though,
asking you-
dog. That's the thing. Obama didn't do the shit. So
exactly.
I can't. I don't even have that hypothetical to go off of. The only person who has done this shit, or hold on, the only person who's been hitting around to Greenland and all this shit is Donald Trump. So even that, I can't fairly judge other presidents by that.
No,
not
right?
You're
This
looking
Greenland
at
conversation in
news.
particular.
These deals have been going around since, again, the Cold War. I don't know why you're not taking that consideration that we've been trying to buy this before Trump was even thought about being president. And now that Trump is president, I'm concerned about Greenland. It's always been negotiated since the 70s.
No, it
And now you're
hasn't.
freaking
Y'all
out.
are lying, though. Y'all are lying. Y'all are lying. First of all, they didn't ask for them to come. They only even have a military base in Greenland because when they were like the Nazi regime was taking over Denmark itself. So in order for America actually asked them, we said for us to get better position, could y'all allow us to put a base there? So that's the first thing y'all got to get the fuck out of here. Cyber, I just seen her put up something about like how Greenland didn't warn them. We have American military bases. Y'all niggas don't even match our own argument. We're America. Everybody afraid of us. America got bases in Greenland. Why the fuck wouldn't we be informing ourselves, and why are we blaming it on Greenland?
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Just so we can have an understanding, right? After World War II, America was attempting to buy Greenland.
Thank you.
Attempting to buy doesn't mean give you no legitimacy of shit.
So KT, the only reason why I'm bringing that up because you said no, it wasn't happening. This happened in World War II, where America was attempting to.
No, y'all talking about attempting to buy something as if that makes. Listen, if I walk up to your daughter right now and say I'm gonna give you $100 and suck my dick, do that mean now 100 years down the road? Oh, well, I've been trying to convince her to take the money for the puss. That don't give you no rights.
Hold on,
That's a really weird
argument.
argument.
Is crazy.
But that argument wasn't.
Y'all argument is literally because they tried to revive them back in the day. This is some problem. Where's the problem?
Slow down.
We tried to buy them. They said no.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that this is not something new because Donald Trump is doing it. And y'all trying to make it seem like
we're actually making the threat to go in and take the shit. That's really new.
I just need you to slow down just a little bit. I'm just saying, after World War II, that this whole situation with Greenland been happening and been going on. This is not a new thing.
To make a threat to take their land is new.
In today's time, because Donald Trump is doing it, it makes it more inflammatory.
Sharon, can you show any time in human history where we threatened to take their shit? Go.
I can show where we threatened to take another land, literally the entire Louisiana Purchase.
That's what I'm saying.
The entire Louisiana Purchase.
That's not Greenland, right? This is what y'all gotta do, make an argument for something else to say like, oh, it's a possibility.
Can you please just slow down, please? Okay, what is the relevance of how they did it?
Well, yeah, because
Trump, because this is what needs to be understood. Donald Trump said, listen, enough is enough. we could do this the easy way. This is his words. He said, enough is enough. We could do it the easy way or the hard way.
Yeah,
because
just
y'all not doing what y'all supposed to do, and we've been supporting all these things, and enough is enough. We are not going to keep supporting y'all, and then y'all are not returning the favors. What he is saying, I'm just going by what he is saying.
So if they stop,
that's
his rhetoric.
You understand is that so you bringing up that they try to do it peacefully in the past, and nothing has happened.
No, that's not taking your land. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be really trying to overtalk and skip like somebody gonna be dumb because y'all just. Where did we threaten to take Greenland? Please show me that or not. Don't say we tried to purchase them because taking their land isn't trying to purchase them.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. The reason why he's doing that way now is because he is saying we could do this the easy way or the hard way. So he has a different approach. He is not going by the nice way anymore. You could tell your child, hey, listen, you need to not do that anymore. Don't do that. Don't do that. Then eventually you're going to raise your voice. Didn't I tell you, grab them up, don't do that, and you put them in a place. So that's what he think that he is doing. Whether that's right or wrong, that's a different conversation. But that's why he is taking the approach that he is taking now.
Yeah, no, it's crazy when you try to say that somebody that's not ours is being treated as our child. That's not our fucking child. That's what I'm saying. I know American mindset has brainwashed the fuck out of you niggas. Because y'all talking about this is our child. Bro, I'm going to say it again. China has more money into us than we do ourselves. Do China now have the right to just take the United States?
Okay, so
yes, but they can't.
Okay, hold on.
No, they can by y'all arguments. Let's take Venezuela and Greenland so China and Russia won't fuck us up. We can beat them though.
Hold on.
But let's be afraid about what they can do.
Can you please hold on? This is why I dislike when y'all just keep moving because y'all can't articulate your own point. You want to move it to something else. Now you want to talk about.
Nigga, I'm asking you to tell me where taking something is the same as making a price for it. You haven't though.
I'm attempting to answer your question. So that's again, America being bought by China was before Donald Trump, right? Are we in agreement?
No.
All right, so we can't have the conversation then.
So China hasn't still made investment in our debt since Trump was president the first time? Are you?
Okay,
or do you want to do this?
I'm gonna try one more time. Has China been buying things in America before Donald Trump was in office?
Yeah, and when he was there also too, right?
Okay, so what did they buy? They bought bonds, right? They got over $8 trillion.
They bought farms.
I need you to be able to listen so we can have a conversation. So we are not just going off of headlines. We're going by what they are actually doing, right? And so this is why geopolitics is important because it's all about positioning and posturing. This is why I told y'all before why America saying enough is enough with this whole Venezuela situation was done now because it is time for China to either try to sell off $8 trillion worth of bonds, which would be very detrimental to us as a nation, as people in here, because they are trying to hurt the US dollar, literally, right? So all of this is important. So that the fact that now that DeSantis and Trump is on the same way that we are not allowing corporations to buy single family homes, right? All of these things is important. All these things is a situation that affects us as Americans. So now when we just go by the things that are affecting us as Americans, why are we not looking at, hey, we got to do what's best for America and make sure that we stay where we at in the position of power that we are in today because we are Americans. And this is why I think it is a point with the whole FBA talk that they are starting to recognize and represent FBA as Americans and saying that these people that is a part of this FBA situation is different from the other black people because they have an investment in this country for over 500 years, and so therefore they have a shared interest to see this thing to get bigger instead of stealing $9 billion and take it to another country. If the black Americans stole it, they'd have been spending that $9 billion here. So hey,
that's not their argument. That's what I'm saying. This is what kills me about you. You do a lot of talking because you add on a bunch of shit nobody else said, but you assume and say this is why. Like you swear to fucking Jesus that somehow somebody making a offer to say I'll buy your country is the same as someone saying we're taking your shit. That's not the same, Sharon. This is not for our interest. When you keep saying, well, if something happens for America, it's good for the citizens, nigga, that's not true. That's just plain and simple. We've seen many proxy wars that America has led, and we were supposed to be doing it for democracy and freedom, and Iran is still fucked up.
What is your idea of doing better for Americans? What's your idea of that?
First of all, I guess it would be what what Trump said from the beginning: leave other countries the fuck alone. We're not the world police.
Okay, hold on. We actually are. But
we are not. At least we are saying we're broke from doing that, and now you're saying we are. What the fuck? Come on.
Please, you cannot be that reactive. We are on the Western Hemisphere. On the Western Hemisphere, we are the popo.
Nigga, if nobody can beat us, what are you scared for? That's what I'm saying. This is the same thing as the police.
Okay,
it's saying we've investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing.
I'm saying you keep moving the goalposts to something that I'm not talking about.
You literally were just talking about that. I don't move no goalposts.
Hold on. Follow the discussion. So on the Western Hemisphere, America is the police. You do understand that? Yes or no?
Nigga, no, we're not.
Okay, so
no, we're not.
We can't. All right, so we can't have the conversation. You don't understand that on the Western Hemisphere.
No. I understand what you're trying to say, but we're talking about facts. Is the world asking us to police them? Okay, fuck no, nigga.
No, but
you're saying our power allows us to do anything.
Hold on, because I need you to say the things that I am saying, because you keep moving the goalpost to an argument that I'm not saying.
I don't have to move a goalpost. You can't stay on subject and then you say somebody else isn't. So please tell me, when did we say we're going to take Greenland's land? Let's start there. Don't tell me I'm changing the subject when you are skipping the first thing that was brought up. So Sharon, don't say they offered to buy it.
Okay, so I'm having a conversation, right? And you keep trying to move the goalposts because you cannot maintain a conversation.
We started from something that you never answered. How am I changing the goalposts?
Because you are not.
Yeah, because I'm not smart, but you're a genius. Sharon is really smart.
You are keep moving the conversation to we are having about like 3 different conversations.
No, I'm on the first thing. You just won't answer the first thing, and then you change to something else, and then you insinuate somebody else is doing.
Okay, so this is what you're not saying. You're trying to go back to something when we was already.
That you never answered. You never answered it.
Okay, so again, that shows that you are moving the conversation to 3 different conversations. So again, I'm substantiating how you are not moving one conversation. Let's finish this conversation and go to next. You keep moving and moving and moving. I'm trying to get you to understand. I need you to stop doing that so we can actually have a discussion. So now if you want to go back to the beginning, fine. Ask me the fucking question and do not move the fucking conversation.
Okay, so please answer it and don't change to something else without you answering.
When I'm talking, I am talking. I'm talking. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. I would give you the same respect.
2 words and you instantly start talking. Then you be like, but give me respect. It's my show. Come on, bro. Get your grown ass on. Am I asking the question or not? Same things I said from the beginning. Where have we ever threatened to take Greenland? Please go.
We never threatened it until Donald Trump said we're either going to take it the easy way or the hard way.
Okay, even that quote itself, that comes from a pretty known rapist, right? Somebody who's taking something against people's will. Now, if we're talking about policing, is a policing action to take something against somebody's will?
So again, are you moving to a different conversation? I thought we were talking about Greenland.
No, you just answered the question finally. No, we never threatened to take their land, right?
All right, so what was the point of bringing that up? I don't understand.
Because you didn't answer it from the beginning, so don't say I'm changing something when you never answered this from the beginning.
So we are talking about Greenland. So now that we established that Donald Trump was the one that said, hey, I'm not doing this anymore. Either you're going to give it to me the easy way or the hard way. What is your point after that?
Yeah, so again, you're talking about we're the world's police, where this part of the continent's police is taking something against your will, an act of the police. Like, is this typically something attributed to policing?
Those 2 arguments.
Right. What am I conflating?
You're saying that policing is the same thing as seizing.
No, he said that our job is to be this part of the world's police.
Yes,
okay, that's your argument. Is taking something from somebody against their will seen as policing.
Slow down. That is a different conversation. So before we move to a conversation of the United States being the Western Hemisphere police, before we move there, what is the problem with the United States taking over Greenland since we are doing most of the support to Greenland in the first place?
You see, this is why you gotta follow me, brother. See, you see how you agreed on the first half. We've never threatened to take their shit, right? So the second thing in the reason you tried to justify is because you're saying we can be this part of the world's police. Do you see how I'm carrying? Do you see how that goes into the next part?
That's why we got to slow
It
down.
doesn't?
Hold on. So if you would just answer, I answered yours. Why you not
I just
answering my
did.
question?
I just did. You brought it up as justification for why we can't do it because we're supposed to be this part of the world's police, right? That's what you brought up, correct?
Us being this world of the police has nothing to do with Greenland at this point. The world police part was pertaining to Venezuela. That's why I need you to slow down.
You just said that for Greenland. What the fuck?
No, that's why I slowed you down and said we are not on that part of the conversation yet. I'm talking
you
about.
Just said this when we were talking about Greenland, Sharon.
We are still talking about Greenland. Not the
just
world
said
police.
this as we were talking about Greenland. You were talking about how we could be the world police
right?
is Greenland.
Again, I'm attempting. I'm doing my best. I really am attempting to have a conversation with you, but you are not willing to have a discussion about what is the topic. The topic is Greenland, and you keep moving it from that.
I'm not. You brought up the world policing in this conversation about Greenland.
Okay,
I did not.
okay, hold on. So
why are you now saying, oh no, I brought this up only for Venezuela? You brought it up, nigga.
Because that is a different conversation.
Then why did you bring it up in Greenland, Sharon?
Because we did not. Oh my God!
I'll tell you what happened, Sharon.
No.
Okay.
Because we keep having a conversation about the car instead of him just.
Not because you got a problem with admitting what you said. I didn't bring up the fucking world police.
I'm attempting to have a conversation with you about Greenland. Why you keep moving into the world police when right now we started the conversation over? So I don't know why you adding things that has nothing to do with it. Stop moving the goalposts, please. We started the conversation, or we started with you asking me questions. I answered it. So let's move with the conversation as it moves forward. Don't try to add anything in. So now, why do you have a problem with Greenland being taken over by a country that is investing in that country?
That's not our country. We invest in Japan. Do we now got the right to take it over?
It's a territory too. Just to be clear, it's a territory.
Yeah, no, it's an independent territory, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an autonomous territory
that's what I'm
within
saying.
the Kingdom of Denmark.
Yes, and that's not our shit. That's the main point. Even if y'all want to say again, we got money in every country. Are you now saying that we have the right to take over any country?
Slow down, please. Because again, you're bringing things into the conversation that have nothing to do with it. All I'm asking you is what gives Denmark control over Greenland over the United States? Go ahead.
Because the people of Greenland have literally said we're still territory of Denmark. We're just separating and independent. That's what these citizens agreed to. So why are you saying that somehow the U.S. has more control than those people of that land?
Okay, so now we can get to that part because the United States is investing more into Greenland than Denmark. We are putting
that's incorrect.
Okay, fine. So that's your argument. That's fine. But we talking to KT, right? I'm talking to KT. Thank you.
No, even beyond that, he's right.
Let me please. So again, I get it that you're saying he's right. That's why I don't know why people try to jump into other people's conversations. Let people build up their own conversations. Because I'm just trying to get him to just get his point out, and he think that I'm trying to be against him. This is the weirdest part. So, and again, do Denmark have more bases on Greenland than the United States?
No.
Huh?
What does that
mean?
No.
Okay, so that shows that America is investing in Denmark, correct?
That doesn't show us investing more than Denmark itself. Do you understand Greenland's been a territory before America was a fucking country?
So now prove your fact that that Denmark is
Greenland has been a territory of Denmark before America was even a country.
Okay, that is fine. What proof do you have that they are investing more in Greenland than America?
Yeah, before America was even a country, they were already investing into that territory. before we even had a chance to invest in anything.
How did they invest into Greenland?
Denmark.
Okay, how did Denmark invest into Greenland?
Like their economy.
I don't understand why y'all cannot substantiate your own arguments. Screaming and yelling at me.
I can.
So I'm yelling and screaming.
Okay, so you can ask, you know what? Hold on.
I'm yelling and screaming.
KT, do you want to pass it over to Detroit? Because Detroit feel like he could defend his point better than you. He don't feel like you are doing a good enough job substantiating your point. Do you want to pass it over?
We feel like you're gonna keep talking over a motherfucker before they can ever explain. I mean, you could bro, I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me.
And I'm not trying to take over the conversation. I just want to point in
you're not.
Okay. I'm just trying to
tell me, hold on. So you mean to tell me asking you a question? Do you want to pass it? Because Detroit been trying to get in. And I keep telling Detroit, hey, let KT substantiate his own argument. You saying that me asking you to pass it to Detroit because Detroit want to explain it because he feel like he can do it better than you. I did something to you?
You always have to throw in something nobody said but Sharon. That's always the problem with you in any communication, but you'll instead imply, oh, you just don't understand. Sharon throws in, he could do it better than you, which is something nobody said.
I am trying to have a conversation about Greenland. You do not want to answer direct questions about it, and then you try to blame it on me. So we're going to just pass it to Detroit since you don't want to have a conversation about it. Detroit, has Denmark been contributing to Greenland more than the United States?
Yes. So if we're talking about, and I'm just reading here, Denmark provides, and I just chat GPT, just, who provides more, not anything more biased, right? And it breaks it down into, what Denmark does and what the U.S. does. So Denmark provides a large annual block grant that covers a significant share of Greenland's budget for healthcare, education, infrastructure, and administration, so on and so forth. They also handle the defense, foreign affairs, and monetary stability unless Greenland opts otherwise. The United States is a key strategic and security partner, but not the primary financial sponsor, right? They got that base up there in the Arctic. They provides limited economic aid, research funding, and investment initiatives. The U.S. interest is driven by geopolitics, Arctic security, and competition with Russia and China. Overall, the biggest supporter is Denmark. The biggest strategic and military partner is the United States, but Greenland's economic independence is based off of their mining, energy, and fishing. So when we can parse all that stuff together, right? We're talking about like the things that we think about, like the infrastructure, roads, things like that. Denmark is paying for all of that stuff. We have security things. Probably, I would say, what I will say is we probably are the first line of defense for Greenland because we have that base up there. We all can probably agree on that. Anywhere where the U.S. has a base, probably they're going to be the first line of defense. But they are not. It's not the scenario you were given, Sharon. That's where I push back against it. The child that you've been taking care of from afar, you're just going to come and take the baby now. That's not the case.
Thank you, Detroit. Jesus Christ.
Thank you for breaking that down, Detroit. I was looking at that stuff too.
That's all.
Yeah, because I want to be balanced. I swear to God, y'all. I just want peace.
Well, can we be
realistic? What I'm saying? And not quiet. Because quiet usually means
the only way we can get there is we start answering questions instead of thinking that somebody's always trying to do something to them, right? So thank you for just getting out the information. And that is what is part of that. And that's why I asked the questions that I asked. Right? My feelings is not in it at all. So shout out to Detroit. Detroit. When I ask you questions, you know that I'm really trying to get information out, and I'm not trying to mislead your thought pattern at all. Because I know sometimes when we in heated arguments as well that I'm trying to mislead things, right? But no, it's because I need people to think outside of their feelings and go with the argument at hand. So now that we got that out, so them having the military aid there and not physically buying into the country economically, right? Because that's not our position to do so. So therefore, Denmark is doing a part on the economic, but also Denmark is also benefiting from all the economic that Greenland push out as well. So it's not as if Denmark is not like it's a mutual thing between Denmark and Greenland, right? With the whole finance part. And so, but it is not a mutual thing with the security in the U.S. part, and that's where it becomes a little. That's where the strain is at. So America is feeding and building and securing a whole land, and they're not getting anything about it. They're not even getting a phone call to say, hey, your peoples are over here. And that's where the issue is. And Denmark is not holding up their real end of the bargain. They are doing all the beneficiary of it, but we have all the risk in the situation. So if anybody was going to die off that situation, it's going to be our troops. To really
can you prove that?
To go ahead and keep on building economic strength. And then this is when like, hey, enough is where Donald Trump is at. I'm not sure who that's echo. This is where Donald Trump's like, hey, enough is enough. And so we either gonna do this the nice way or the hard way, because guess who's supporting NATO more than anybody else is America. And so therefore, hey, this is not a question anymore. We are doing what we need to do to secure things, because doing this the politician way since World War II, it has not been working.
Can you prove that in any way? Where you're saying that Greenland, that it's just us protecting them, and we don't benefit in any way?
Okay, so if China and Russia attack Greenland, who's the first line of defense?
Yeah,
US.
I'm not. Nobody asked
US,
that.
Nobody's
Nobody's asking that. But that's what I'm saying. Let's not change the question. I'm saying we were just saying that they're not benefiting from their partnership.
So since you didn't understand the rhetorical question, he is saying that since we are the first line of defense, that's why we are the defenders of Denmark.
Yeah, no, that's so again, that's not asking what was that's not answering what was asked, right? They're just answering a separate question.
That so did because that's the benefit.
That's the
benefit. No, I said now he said they're not benefiting.
Okay,
like,
just ask the
so
question
where's
again.
the proof of
ask
us
the question
not
again, please, so we can understand your question. What is the question again?
What's the proof of us not benefiting from Green? Because if y'all saying that they have the defense there, but they've never had to defend us, right?
Okay,
we've never had to defend them.
Okay, so give us.
So it's no money being.
Okay, so
God, geez, you're asking me.
Slow down so we can have a discussion.
I can't say anything.
Slow
Jesus.
down.
This is really childlike. You have to be slow to break down everything.
What are we benefiting from Greenland? By us protecting Greenland, what are we getting from Greenland?
Resources and strategic positioning. Because what y'all talking about is if war happened, but wars never happened, right? But what they did gain from us was better strategic. I mean, what we gained from them, undoubtedly, without their land and them approving for our base to be there, we wouldn't even have the strategic positioning we have without them. There's been no time when we had to defend Denmark or fucking what's his name. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out how y'all saying like, because they put a base there, and one day Russia or China might run down.
Hold on, slow down. Do Greenland have his own army, KT?
No, I don't believe so. Denmark does.
Yeah, but Denmark does a defense form, and Denmark's military is small as shit.
I agree.
So what you're saying is, if America wasn't there, somebody else would have already came in and took their ass.
No, I'm saying it's something that's not real.
Oh my God,
that's not real.
Hold on.
I'm talking unfactual shit.
How do you spell it? IDDYIT. God damn. Go ahead. Why would you
if somebody else wasn't there? Nobody's invaded them. That's the point.
America's been there.
No, they have not. They've been there since the 50s. Nobody's invaded them.
Right.
And again, they came to them. We came to them in the 50s. We came to them in the 50s and asked, could we get the base there? They weren't like, we need y'all help or nothing.
You're not gonna break in my foot because I have the gun.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Josh, calm down. Calm down for a second.
Josh, you could bust a mic, bro.
But this is what I'm saying, and this is why Rosewood and What's the other ones? All these places that
Tulsa.
we lost, Tulsa and all of this, is because of this thought that even if we're not capable of defending it ourselves, we get to keep it. And whatever happens in the future, should we get reparations or whatever, we also have to keep in mind that we need to defend what we have, because natural law is you get to keep whatever you are able to defend. And because Denmark cannot defend itself, it needs the U.S. to do so. Anybody, like if the U.S. moves out, somebody else is going to move in.
That's
Yeah,
the main
I just got to point out really quickly. I remember earlier somebody saying about something in common, and I find this really weird. The thing in common seems to be you guys who align with this thought process, like you'll say how it's people harming the black community and don't think that the thought process y'all are displaying of supporting the oppressors.
Please talk about
is
the
not
conversation
harmful.
instead of this.
No, this is where we cannot progress. He just brought up Rosewood, and now I can't bring up something else. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
We understand the philosophy of what you're trying to say. The problem is that it happens even in small places like your household.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't make sense because y'all get up here every week and say how like women are getting things taken from them and things of this nature, and then support. This man literal comment was, if you can't defend it, it should be taken.
The conversation, please, Jesus.
I didn't say should. I said going to be. There's a difference.
Nice. So
literally, if you're not strong enough to stop me, you literally can't stop me. When we started leaving Greenland, guess who the fuck started moving in? Russia. The very thing we're talking about right now.
Josh. There's no fact to that yet.
Wait. Korea.
We never left.
No fact to that yet, Josh.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all be living in La La Land. We've never left Greenland, bro.
Right now, it's actually China. China's been trying to buy into that territory as well. This is because you know you heard what's that called?
Hold on. Let's just slow it down, Marvelous. Do y'all believe that
NATO.
America been pulling away military aid from Greenland?
No.
All right, so they go to I don't think y'all just versed enough in geopolitics. We have been taking people out of Greenland. That's why they started. They was like, "Oh, you taking people out and you closing that? You getting less and less people on bases? What they doing?" They's like, "Hey, we could get a little closer in the water." This is literally what happened.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Sharon.
And I think this is
that message.
also,
I'm sorry.
I think this is also. Thank you, sir. I think this is also. Black men. This is how it works, right? Y'all got to develop a stomach for this stuff. Ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you keep nothing. You got to take it and you got to be able to defend that shit. And black men, you got to develop a stomach for it, or else you always gonna be the bitch.
Yeah, if we agree to be the bitch, this is what being a bitch is when you don't stand up for yourself. This is the epitome. Listen, you cannot sit here and say that you truly believe some niggas who sit here saying, well, if you can't protect it, it'll get took, will really protect black women. Because guess what? If you can't protect it, it can get took. This is their logic on a geopolitical scale, but we think this is going to lead into black men being better.
Slow down. Hold on. So you believe that you on the side of what? You on the protection side or you on the bitch side? Which side do you think you on?
I think y'all on the bitch side right now.
Okay, so what side? Okay, again, I want you to answer the question.
Like I've been saying for weeks, y'all niggas pussy.
Hold on. What side are you on?
I'm on the side of let's make progression.
Okay, again,
I'm on the side of let's make new things and not just act like the things that we've been told.
There were two things presented.
Hold on, I don't understand Detroit. Why is it so difficult to get a straight answer? Are you on the side of protecting by any means necessary, or are you on the side of the bitch?
No, I'm on the side.
Was that the question?
You asking why? You asking why?
Jesus. I'm putting so many words in. Those are the two options. Which side?
No, there's not. That's what I'm saying. That's not to make you for you to have an answer. Don't mean that I gotta stick to one or yes or left or right. If I sit there and say, "Are you gonna take the pussy or not?" Nigga, that's a loaded question.
No, it's not.
Either way, yes, it is. Taking pussy.
That should be a simple answer right there. That should be simple.
I'll answer it.
Hold on. That's not a loaded question. I can answer that easily. So again, all you got to do is have an understanding of what Diva just presented, and so you can understand what side of the position you on. Diva said, Black men, we have to be able to have the stomach to do whatever we got to do to protect what somebody can take from us, even if we got to go do the taking. So now, or you're going to always be in the bitch position. So now,
but this not us taking
now
shit.
I'm going to ask you. Now I'm going to ask you.
That's what I'm saying. It's a bad analogy. We not black men not taking shit. Y'all supporting white people taking shit.
Hold on. I don't know why this is so
Facts.
difficult for you to answer.
Black men not taking shit. Y'all supporting white people doing it. And saying because they did
We
it,
literally
that's
go
the
to
best option.
Hold on. So again, that means again. So if we are supporting the white folks are doing it, that means that the black people that is on that side, they have the stomach for it, correct?
No, it don't. It mean you got the stomach to be a house nigga. Cause you ain't getting shit for yourself. That's what I keep trying to point out. Y'all keep acting like they say because something benefits America.
I got an answer.
Slow down, please. I don't understand. So do you think that you have a nation to be running?
What?
Do you have a nation to be running?
No, bro.
Okay, then so what are you talking? So that means if we are following the white people, what are you doing?
I'm doing things differently. If you ask me personally what I'm doing, I'm doing things differently.
Okay, what are you doing differently than all the other black folks in America?
Yeah, I understand the long game. I've been saying that. I'm not really making plans on what I can do today as much as I can do things to enact something for 100 years later. I'm trying to play the long game.
What is the long game, sir?
I don't even know why I did it to myself. I know I'm not going to get no.
Yeah, you're doing this to yourself.
I don't know why I did it to myself. I know I was going to get no goddamn answer.
This is 100% your fault.
It's crazy. You know what's crazy about it? So if Greenland was to go and decide, I mean, if Donald Trump would say, "Hey, we taking Greenland," you're going to do what to say Donald Trump not do it?
You said I'm gonna do what to who?
How you going to stop America from getting Greenland since you are the one that is standing up for all?
Didn't I just say I don't run a government?
So you all right? So that means you're on the side of a bitch too, then?
No, I'm saying we as people. What? I'm on the side of a bitch. What the hell?
What do you want to? How do you want to call it? You want to take yourself out of it?
How? I'm asking you how. I'm asking you how. Does this mean I'm on the side of the bitch?
Okay, so that means we all bitches.
No, if I'm one of the people saying like we should literally not do that, and we should probably come in unity to stand up for ourselves.
I'll need straight answers before you go on your goddamn rambling, please. Are you doing something about Donald Trump taking Greenland? Are you doing something?
I tried to.
Give me 1 second. Y'all talk real quick. I got somebody in my crib. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Hey,
I tried to.
Ron, I just want to add to this one. I know you said not to go too far with it, but people.
I'm gonna answer all that.
So the thing that people understand is BRICS is a real thing. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South America as well. South Africa as well. These people are trying to form an economic system right now, trading with their own money and stuff. They're trying to also do that with Greenland right now. So what we're trying to do is interfere with that so we can still have power. You guys are not looking at the bigger picture. You guys are looking at this like, oh, they're going to change their position. They're going to change this. That's not going to happen. America is not focused on cultural things right now. I'll tell you the truth. Like, at least this side of government is not caring a damn thing about culture. Their whole thing is securing economic things right now. They're solely focused on how things are moving money-wise right now.
And hold on, let me before you go to Detroit, let me just read a couple of super chats that we did get. I don't know, Diva, you can see, or are you still moving around?
No, I'm here. The Emperor, $2. $2, baby. Denmark is the wife and gets custody in the divorce. Bill James 1, $2. At the end of the day, power is what rules the world.
Damn.
The Emperor, $2. America is the husband and a more suitable parent.
That was funny. Go ahead. Go ahead, Detroit.
Okay, so just to answer that question real quick, the picking whether you're gonna be the bully or the bitch. That's kind of was the question, right? Short. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm smoking too. Okay, so nothing's ever fit.
Shame on you.
No, you ain't. No.
I'm surprised by that, but I'm no judgment. We listen, but we
I
don't
know
judge.
because I make more sense than that when I'm talking, right? I know.
Feminine weed that we was talking about that the frog smoked.
What? No damn frog.
Yeah, I'm just harassing them. Go ahead, Detroit.
All right, so nothing's 50-50. So if I have to pick a 51-49 on whether I'm gonna be a bully or a bitch, I'm gonna be a bully. I understand the sentiment, but nothing in this world is really that close when we start getting to what the people believe. If that was the case, then it would be 51-49% of Greenland people want American to take over the country. It's not. So as far as Greenland, though, we have pulled out from Greenland over the last, let's say, 70 years. My retort to that is, though, we have done things since then. So at that time, right, at the height of the Cold War, right, or maybe not the height of it, but definitely in the midst of it, right, like there was a lot of tension and a lot of military threat that was there, right? So militarily, it made sense for us to have that kind of protection up there. What has happened over the last 70 years, no matter what administration's in, and I don't trust, most of these presidents, any of these presidents, I'm looking at what they do, right? Since then, there has been diplomatic efforts. And this is where, like, we had these conversations and everybody will talk about the military might of the United States, and it is. But that also comes with the spillage of blood, which there's a big portion of the American military that is African American, correct? So when we start talking about, like, using our might to bring us this and everything like that, it's easy for us to skip over the fact that what is going to actually take to make that happen. So if we can do things in a more smart, laid out kind of way that actually makes sense, maybe we can not suffer blood. What happened coming out of Vietnam was a lot of people, and I was talking about this the other night, a lot of people had that sentiment. We don't need to be putting our boys in danger for some senseless wars. And what I'm saying is I don't care if it's a territory, a union, or a country, if they haven't asked us to come over here and we haven't presented the evidence of all this stuff is true of what's going on, because according to, and I put this in the chat too, according to, NATO intelligence, like these vessels that the Trump administration is talking about aren't there. You know what I'm saying? So we get off into, if it is there, oh my God, that's dangerous. It is if they are there. But without the evidence of them being there, and if people, like, at some point we got to trust outside people that just are there as watchdogs, because that's a proper role to have in our government as well too, right? People that actually are watching the people that's doing their shit, make sure they doing it.
My question to you is China and Russia in NATO?
Are they?
Oh, I think they're in the UN though, right? Or they go to the conferences at least.
That's right. That's
if I believe so, they're against NATO.
Right. So they're against NATO. Okay, so they're not NATO then. Okay.
When we have these emergency global meetings, is Russia and China there?
Yeah, I think so.
So you talking about are they not in NATO? They're not in NATO, right?
No, they're not
NATO.
No.
So they're not at NATO meetings, right? But they'd be at the United Nations meetings, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay. So right. I don't know why you think I'd be trying to get, again, I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions so we can get clarity. It ain't just us having a conversation. It's plenty of people that
but Greenland's not a part of NATO.
I'm glad you asked that though.
Between NATO and United Nations, people don't understand these global politics. It's okay for y'all to answer questions. It's not a trick to answer a question. And even if you think so, if you are telling the truth, it cannot be a trick. The truth is the truth.
And that's why I asked that, because and I'm glad you asked that too, because I want to just real quick, like, if somebody were to go into Greenland, then because they are a founding member of NATO, wouldn't it be NATO forces that would come in and help to protect Greenland from an invader?
Is a part of NATO, not Greenland. Denmark is a part of
But
NATO.
once again,
NATO now, that will put them on an equal playing field with Denmark.
But you don't think that Denmark
a lot of things for Greenland, you know what I'm saying? But Greenland want to do their own thing in a way, not really sever the ties, really, because they got that block grant thing that you're talking about, and certain things work, and they've been working with it for a while. But ultimately, they trying to do their own thing, really, and they trying to get in the NATO to do their own thing as their own shit. Remember, they really under NATO. I'm under Denmark, and Denmark got the military, got their own shit, and Denmark is a sovereign member of NATO. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and I just looked this up too.
So Greenland is independent, but they're not sovereign.
But they still would have NATO protection from Denmark, though.
They still,
because I'm looking that up right now as well too.
Okay, so then they're not a sovereign nation.
Correct.
That's just a territory. So it's like Puerto Rico. I got you.
Correct. So that's like Denmark's Puerto Rico. Yeah. So if somebody would attack Puerto Rico,
I got you.
Yeah, then we run down.
Oh Lord, I hope
run that, baby.
Yeah, don't print that shirt. I'm gonna lose some money on
that's
boxes,
gonna be a
though.
banger,
But no, yeah, and like I said, if I don't know something, we got man. Do y'all know? And I'm 45, so I ain't that old, dog. But do you know if I had a fucking supercomputer in my fucking lap, like when I was actually in school and shit like that, like we got these phones and cameras now. Like how easy it is just to access shit and look this shit up. So just while we sitting here, I just looked that shit up. You know what I mean? Like, yes, Denmark can get NATO to protect Greenland. My thing is, go ahead.
Hold on. The reason why I asked the question is because I know majority of people are not into geopolitics, even though we're acting as if we was always into Greenland and all this other shit. But nobody even cared about it until that we are going to purchase Greenland, and we didn't even know it was for purchase, right? So, like, I just want the information to start moving in the right direction,
still not
because
for
people
purchase.
are acting as if they know something about it, and they don't. Like, like the dude that came up earlier, he got all this information. I said, all right, so break it down. And when you start getting people to break it down in layman's terms, you can see who really understands it and who doesn't. And the people that are not afraid to answer the questions, yes, no, this is that, because they know it ain't no trick, because they just answering the question, right? And so if people can get to understand that I'm not trying to trick anything, I'm just trying to get the correct information out so people can have it understood. It's a lot of these things that we have in the conversation in the past week. It is not normal talk. Nobody is talking to their cousins about no effing Greenland. They are not.
So okay. Let me ask this to you, Toronto. Let me ask this. I'm gonna step away for a second.
Hold on, y'all. So I just want to make sure we are clear. Like, I don't need people to start acting as if this is normal conversations that they have. This is not. People are not going to their cousin having no FBA talking about reparations.
Why are we having the conversation though?
Because
say his name.
The reason why we can have it with strangers is because we feel as if as strangers we have different opinions of things. When we are hanging around family and friends and at work, we try to keep our own personal opinions to ourselves, because that could put us in potential danger. When we hanging out with our cousin that we see once a month, hey, did you see the game? Drink some beer, loud. You remember when we was young and used to pee the bed? That's the kind of conversation we usually have. But if we start to have more conversation that is fruitful, and then now we can get into the space like, hey, it was once upon a time that FBA talk was strictly on the internet, and that was it. And moved on to the real world where we have politicians talking about it. And now it's going to go into us as a community is going to talk about it as well. And now we're going to have better politic talk, right? And so once we make it more normal to have conversations about things other than some fucking TikTok getting a divorce, who gives a fuck about these TikTokers getting divorced? But it took me 2 years to get to this point where we have over 200 people in the chat having a conversation about geopolitics, and is majority black folks here. So y'all have to allow me to work with what I got, so this way we can have more in-depth conversations about what's really important to us as a community, because for far too long we are concerned about a fucking dress and a fucking TikTok marriage.
I can agree.
Listen,
with that.
Let me say this real quick, and I'll let whoever's gonna have it have it.
For TV, shut the fuck up. Let me know it, KT.
Last time we was talking about Venezuela, I was already talking about Greenland, right? I'm talking about practicing all this.
You want to major in something minor? Go ahead, Detroit.
No, I mean, because you're saying like, as if I don't know geopolitics. I'm talking about Greenland before y'all was talking
He's
about
not
Greenland.
talking about you. Let's say he's not talking about you in particular. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's at that point he's talking to his audience. But I understand because if there are people who feel the way I'm feeling about this, then some of that stuff is coming towards me. So we get that. I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna mute, and I'm gonna take off the camera here for a little bit. But you probably gonna close this out in a little bit. But listen, hold on. I lost my thought. But you brought up why are we talking about this? First off, I encourage everybody, if you got kids, do not leave this geopolitics or politics shit as something that they figure out on their own. You need to walk them through this shit. And some of the stuff I'll be talking about, since we are talking about black men and becoming better black men, is understanding the chess moves that are going on, so we know how we can move those chess pieces ourselves. Because no matter what we do as ourselves in our communities, we still need some people up there to fucking fight in every different position that this government has available and that this country has available. So we need to understand this stuff. The only reason why we haven't talked about this, because geopolitics has been taught, maybe not to the same degree as local politics in black households. But the reason why we're talking about this is because for the last 70 fucking years, nobody has been pushing for this. So the conversation of geopolitics and everything like that, is good that we have that, and we should have that more. But the only reason why Greenland is in the conversation right the fuck now is because of maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that definitely want us to be up there. And one of them, he I don't know, he's a savior to some and a boogeyman to others. But I know if Trump hadn't been talking about no fucking Greenland, we would not be talking about fucking Greenland. Because we haven't for the past 70 years.
I'm gonna add on to that. I think the reason why this is gonna be so easy to get black people information and get our community up on knowledge, and this is on you, Detroit, because you just brought it up. Trump. Everybody got something to say about this man. So watch and learn, and then dig deeper. And then remember, Trump he just got here. He's a new dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about the old dudes and like what was they doing? And it'll get you getting deeper. Next thing you know, you can get your like-minded brothers together, and that's how we're gonna rebuild the community. Because the people that are just trying to sit here and complain and add fuel to the fire because they just want to get paid, because there's a lot of that. I ain't gonna lie, get your money. You know what I'm saying? But don't lead us astray. Go ahead, you got it, boss.
Emperor, this is his second term, though.
Hold on. So the reason why it's not
this is his last chance.
Hold on. The reason why it's not fair is because we get information a lot faster now, right? So they cannot hide all that information like they did back. Like the propaganda doesn't work as strong as it did back then. Because it took us a long time to actually find out that they are mistreating the information, that they are lying. So we could find it out quicker. That's number one. Number two, if somebody else would have said anything about Greenland, we'd know it would have been bullshit. We wouldn't believe them. When Donald Trump's saying that, we actually taking it as a serious situation, like, oh shit, he really trying to take over Greenland.
It's serious, but it's still some bullshit.
What I'm saying. Y'all just acting
it's serious, but it's still some bullshit though.
Propaganda has become legal in America in literally the last 2 decades. So how can we say like it was illegal at one point to even put out propaganda, and now it isn't? We can't say the propaganda.
When has America not used propaganda? We've been using propaganda since
free speech has been forever.
Yes.
No,
let me say one thing.
No, it just took us to decipher it and know that it was some bullshit.
About to be over. My break is about to be over.
It's legal for them to do now, though.
I just want to say this one thing. Hey, Shadow, this one's for you, bro. Take a deep breath when you're listening to people, bro, because you got too much sense. You can't spaz out. You got to make us look better, all right? I'm counting on you, bro. You got to hold it down while I'm gone.
I don't know if I know how to do that.
All right, just breathe. In the nose, out the mouth. You know what I'm saying? Do it with me. Just 3 seconds. Breathe in. Breathe out.
Get the fuck away.
Not in real time. Not in real time. God damn.
All right. But for real though, hey Sharon, I appreciate what you're doing. But bring this up in the topic right here because I want to hear what y'all think about this. What should Russia and China's next moves be? Because the US, we going after Greenland. I didn't see that coming, but that's a good spot because if Russia get it, they too close. It's like a game of Risk. Remember that game, Sharon? Remember that game? Risk? Yeah, go ahead. Break it down for me.
The only thing I'm kind of pointing out, though, if I can real quick, y'all are doing it. We're supporting a lot of these things on the basis of what if, not what's happening. Just it could happen. By that basis, any argument that the government puts out, we should just support by y'all ideology. Because it's not actual proof that Greenland's been some big problem for us. It's not actual proof that Russia and China have all of a sudden just taken over Greenland. Our bases there, I keep pointing that out because like we talk about taking responsibility. Okay, if America is there to protect Greenland, our base is there. Are we saying that while these Russian and Chinese ships were moving by Greenland, our base didn't alert our main base?
I'll say
KT, I'd rather have it not needed than needed and not have it.
Josh, 1 second. KT, the one thing you're missing is that this is what I was saying earlier with Denmark. Just take up the focus for a second from Greenland. Although Greenland's a part of Denmark, just leave that on for a second. Do you know about the relationship that China has with Denmark?
Yeah, they're somewhat partners.
Yes. Now, can you understand why this is kind of concerning for the U.S.?
No.
Wait. Why do you not see that being a concern for the U.S.? That China's being very friendly, especially with BRICS coming up right now, and Denmark. And a lot of people have took a lot of money out of the U.S. right now. A lot of people have taken their money out of the U.S. Okay? And now you got China approaching on Denmark, one of your strong allies. It's almost like one of your girlfriends is getting approached by someone who's one of your ops. You know what I'm saying? Like you're supposed to be buddy. You're tied NATO, and you're talking to the enemy. And guess what? They agree with what's going on. They believe it's one China nation, which is controversial with Taiwan right now. Because Taiwan is the one thing you talked about earlier, being a sovereign nation. They're not recognized by Denmark as a sovereign nation. But guess who does? Trump sees them as a sovereign nation, sees them as a country, which is why they're getting a lot of support too. From Trump right now is coming from Taiwan because how he's getting them support by saying you guys should be your own country.
Absolutely.
But
Russia,
you're talking about how it looks from the outside. But I'm trying to tell you, man, it goes
Russia
bigger
China
than some stuff you're talking about from just trying to be a better strategic area. No, they're pushing.
So Russia and China,
areas.
Russia and China have a lot of trade deals, way more than Denver with Israel, who would probably be one of our main allies. I mean, my bad. Denmark. Yeah, Denmark,
they're part of allies too, so that's
that's what I'm saying. So even by this logic, if that's the case, we need to be taking. See, I'm okay with it if we're actually, and I'm not even okay with it, but it's at least more valid if you're actually going to go to everyone with that basis. Israel is way bigger trade deals with Russia and China than anything Denmark has done. Period. So
have you listened to the
But Israel has more agreements with us than Russia and China. Sorry, bro.
Have you been listening to the Greenland person talk about it? They've been talking about it the whole time. They've been saying they've been courting Donald Trump since the first time he was in office. This is nothing new. This has been going on for 10 years. Y'all just now.
They haven't been courting him buying them.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't. They've said plenty times publicly, even last week when he first brought it up, Greenland's not for sale.
No shit. That's what I'm saying. But courting them, who said it's nothing about buying them? Being a strategic partner is what they were talking about. What came out?
They're already a strategic partner.
Hold on. Denmark is the one that came out and said Greenland was for sale in his first term.
No,
so that's when. How much money you want to put on it?
Greenland did not say Greenland. The Greenland themselves
Denmark
Denmark did not say it was for sale, bro.
Sir, it was going on as a joke for 2 years in Trump's first administration. If you want to put money on it, we can do though.
What does this have to do with Denmark? Denmark is saying when Trump's joking for those 2 years, Denmark
Trump wasn't
saying,
joking. It wasn't. The joke didn't come from Trump.
You just said it's a joke.
No,
yes,
I said it was a joke.
Denmark is not the ones who were making the joke.
Cut me off and let me finish. You hear me? I said Denmark was joking around with this during Trump's first administration, saying that Greenland was for sale. That's when it first came about, when he was actually talking about not taking over, but buying Greenland. That was during his first administration. It wasn't during this one. This is something new to y'all because y'all wasn't paying attention back then. This has been going on for 10 years. That's all I'm saying. It's been going on for 10 years, so it's nothing new. Greenland keeps saying let the Greenlanders make their own decision, and they actually have been courting Trump back and forth between each other. It's not, oh, I'm going to take over Greenland. Oh, okay. How much
That
you want
is
to put on it?
false.
How much you want to put on it?
Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to donate to the super chat.
Let's go with $100.
I'm with him. Make that 200. Cause like while you were talking, I was just looking it up. No, no.
So
unless you can find
we're
something
going to ignore
that
1946. We're going to ignore the when Truman literally tried to buy Denmark for $100 million. We're going to ignore that too, huh?
Trying to buy something isn't saying we're going to
10 years, Josh.
Yeah,
10 years.
He said
10 what he just said. Words matter, brother.
Y'all said it never has
He
happened.
said in the last 10 years. No. I have never contested that before 1950s ish that the U.S. had conversations about acquiring it. Eisenhower was the last president that we know that actually had some conversations about. Not no back channel stuff, just like they actually tried to present something to get Greenland. But this gentleman just talked about Trump's original term. Right. And then he said how the people of Denmark were joking, right? Because they felt how absurd it was. Maybe I'm not going to speak for them, but if you say a joke, I'm thinking you're not presenting serious policy, right? Right. So in the first term, since 1950, all the way up to Trump's first term, nobody had been talking about Greenland. And now he comes in talking about Greenland. And like whoever that was that said that jokingly, right? The Finns were the Finns, Denmark, whatever they are. They were like, you know what? If you want to buy us, hey, let's make an offer then. You know what I'm saying? Now we're supposed to consider that to be serious policy when you initially said it was a joke. So has anybody looked that up yet? Has anybody looked that up so we can see this 100 ball?
But they didn't ever even make a joke about, it's for sale. That's the thing. I literally looked that up. Denmark has never, ever, ever said, even in a joking manner, Greenland is for sale. What y'all keep conflating is that because America has tried to make the purchase, that somehow they're for sale. We've been trying to force them to do something they don't want. They've ignored it. The main thing y'all missing is this.
They haven't come to us and ask us to buy. What you're saying, KT, right?
Yes, and this is also beyond that because he's now
put the YouTube video showing the video.
Okay, hold on. So that's
okay.
So
but if I put a video in the
let me get the what was Uncle Tom? What was the so-called bet?
Literally, that during Trump's first administration, they've been courting each other back and forth since his first administration. Literally since his first administration. Not in this one. It was during his first administration when they were talking about it. And they were actually in the talks. But I'm not saying he was going to buy it or take it over, but they were talking about them being a part of being part of America. Yes, sir.
You saying in his first term he offered to buy Greenland is what you're saying?
Not offered to buy. I
don't
say to buy, but
he's saying that there was.
Hold on, let him just so he can.
But
there was back and forth,
talking back and forth about them being a part of America. This is nothing new.
Okay, he was talking back and forth with Denmark. So
no,
I'm just trying to I'm not saying that y'all do
Greenlanders.
I'm not saying that y'all do. I'm just saying what was the original idea of the bet, so I can have an understanding of what the argument is about.
I don't know. The bet was
you made the bet.
My bet was that they've been talking about, and then Denmark made the joke that saying Greenland was for sale, and that's when Trump was actually starting to talk about this shit. This is nothing new,
right? So let me read but we squashed the joke part. We squashed the joke part because we know what a joke means and how it was to them. If they're doing a joke, okay, you admit it was a joke. So now that part aside. You're saying that there have been negotiations. I want to make sure with let's say it like this to eliminate all doubt. Do you feel like Denmark has been presenting any offers to the United States to take Greenland over the last 30 years?
Absolutely not, because Denmark doesn't want to get rid. It's just like China don't want to get rid of Taiwan. Denmark doesn't want to get it.
So then you lost your bet.
No, I said Greenlanders. I said Greenlanders. I wasn't talking about Denmark.
Okay, so then going back to the bet. Then going back to the bet.
Okay, all right,
going back to the bet.
Hold on. Hold on. He's saying that Greenland.
Now the bet's still in.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So you're saying Greenland has been in conversation and trying to get some interest from Donald Trump to talk about buying some
Absolutely not.
He's
Okay,
lying.
so back to
I'm
the
gonna
bet.
read this real quick. I'm gonna read this real quick to
Back to the
y'all.
bet
No,
then.
Denmark has never said Greenland is for
Okay,
sale.
again, hold on. He's talking about Greenland. He ain't talking about the Danish people. He's talking about the Greenlanders.
Yeah, let me finish
not
this.
Denmark. So if
I
you,
literally got a whole.
I'm gonna skip this.
if you're reading something about Denmark has never said,
No, it's
then you're
about
missing-
Denmark
you're
and
missing the
Greenland. I'm gonna just skip to the last one.
Understanding of what he is trying to say. This is why I be trying to slow
But
y'all
you're
down.
not letting me finish.
Y'all
That's not
move
what I'm
way
doing,
too
Sharon.
fast.
Please.
Y'all always say you're not doing it, then y'all do exactly what I'm going to say. Go ahead and prove me wrong, please. That
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
essentially in
Greenland is
response
having
to-
a conversation. Please make it clear that you're talking about
Yes.
Greenland is having a back and forth and how they want to be with United States. Go ahead.
Okay. The first part was for Denmark, who essentially called the ideal absurd. And then the end part is saying, especially in response to the renewed interest from U.S. President Donald Trump, who attempted to try to buy it in 2019, and he's discussed it again recently. Yet both Denmark and Greenland have rejected the ideal is never for sale.
Go ahead, Uncle Tom, if you like.
Okay, just for them saying it's never for sale doesn't mean they wasn't courting each other talking about it. That's all I said.
You have the proof of this. Where
I
can
do.
you have
I
the
literally
proof
do.
of this?
I literally do. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna drop it in the back. I'm gonna drop the
There
video
you
in the
go.
back.
Oh, I thought you was gonna drop the 100 in the back. But you just lost, dog. But it's okay, man. We all got to learn, man. So your imaginary, I'm probably gonna cut off here. I got bad service over here. So your imaginary thoughts about what's going on behind the channels doesn't even equate with what either Greenland or Denmark is saying.
So if I can give you a representative of Greenland talking to CNN and talking to who is this motherfucker CNBC about Denmark weighing in on and Greenlanders representative talking about this. They've been talking about this since 2019, saying let the Greenland people make their own decision on if they want to be a part of America versus Denmark. Would that quail your argument?
Well, did they have a vote on it?
No, it's not about if they voted on that.
Voting on it.
Yeah, it's not the voting part.
What do you mean? Hold on, wait. That doesn't answer the question. That doesn't answer the question. He left it up to somebody else. He left it up to the people.
Hold on.
He left it up to the people. So now there's still no answer to.
Hold on. Instead of talking past each other, let him explain what
I literally said, what does courting mean? Them conversating about doesn't mean that they agreed on anything.
Right.
Oh man, don't be moving that boy. This go, bro. I play football, dog. You can't move no fucking goalpost. If he don't take responsibility for that, we presented a plan that we, according to
okay,
you already have admitted that Denmark.
Hold on. So let him just say his initial argument, and then we could understand the argument instead of trying to say what. Let's let him say.
All I said from the get-go is that they've been talking about this since his first administration, which is true. No matter what, they're courting each other. It's literally having a conversation.
Hold on, Detroit. KT, did you understand that part of the argument as well? That Uncle Tom presented that they've been speaking about it since 2019. Did you understand that as well, KT? To go, is that your understanding of the argument?
No, I'm confused. I'll be real with you, because it seems like he's saying because America has talked about trying to do it, that somehow means they were with it or something.
He was talking about it with Greenlanders. It was a discussion about it with Greenlanders. Is what Uncle Tom was saying.
I know. Like I said earlier, the polls literally say 85% of Greenlanders, like the people they voted in Greenland, said they don't want to be a part of America. So I don't know.
I don't understand why
where is this information coming from?
This is why we always stay getting confused, because y'all cannot just answer direct questions.
Because he making statements with no evidence, and then you just saying like, do that make sense when there's no evidence? How can it make sense?
We're going to talk about the conversation. Okay. All right. Anyway, you want to get the present us time? You put it in the back.
I'm gonna drop it in the back. I gotta find it again because I was gonna do it tonight anyway, so I gotta get it out. I'll drop it in the back though.
Oh no, guys! I'm gonna say this was a very humbling experience. I appreciate the conversation. I had no problem admitting I was wrong. I learned a lot about the conversation. I'm a little more invested into it now, looking at what China's doing, Russia's doing. I'm trying to get a bigger picture here. For the most part, yeah, it's nice to talk about our intentions. We know about the history a little bit about Denmark, United States, and stuff like that. But I kind of want to look at why it's not just. I know it's not just for strategic purposes. I feel like for him to pressure them in such a way, something else is going on, and that's my actual in trying to figure out why is it happening now, because you know how the world's moving right now. The world's moving crazy right now, so it's not for no reason. That's one of my point of contention.
Greenland contains almost 4.4 trillion worth of resources, and it has the second largest rare earth minerals in the entire world outside of China. And we're having surface level conversations about Greenland, and it's like kind of bothering me to a bit. Like for example, right, and I got to pull it right here. Is Greenland contains 25 of the 34 minerals deemed critical by the EU, like including the largest rare earth minerals outside of China, right? And this is vital for electric vehicles, wind turbine, and high-tech military equipment, okay? So that's one reason. Second reason is oil. There's roughly almost 17.5 billion barrels of offshore crude oil that could enhance U.S. Energy security, right? Also, as Sharon mentioned it, Arctic shipping, right? It's once all that shit melts down, that's gonna create a faster travel route for goods to be traveled. So if we control that, that's gonna help us in the long term. Okay. Also, it's saying here that Trump's Golden Dome, missile system that he wants, is Greenland. Like that's a very strategic spot for one of the like Golden Dome missiles. Also, to speak back earlier to what they were saying about if China and Russia was to attack Greenland, Denmark is protected. I looked it up. It would take 10 to 14 days for a Denmark battleship to even reach the coast of Greenland. So if China and Russia was to do a all-out blitz, that they could take it. I mean, there's only 60,000 people there. So who's going to defend it is within those 10 to 14 days, America. So my thing is, fuck it, let's take it. It's beneficial for us long term. It's beneficial for the country. It's beneficial to the military, and it's beneficial for our children long term. And all the other shit about like what they say and what they want, if they can't take care of it, if they can't defend it, then in my opinion, they shouldn't have it. And if it best fits our interests, like it does, mineral wise, oil wise, strategic wise, shipping wise, that's just going to make our economy better. And the more technology that we build off of it, it's going to make our lives easier. It's very simple.
Damn.
And fuck paying them
absolutely
to leave when we can keep that money and just take it.
Damn. That was a great breakdown. That was an interesting breakdown.
And to think about that, our defenses is what makes up NATO anyway. So if NATO got a problem with it, ain't like they gonna do something. What is Britain gonna do? Now they're gonna do shit. France ain't gonna do shit. I mean, let's be honest. Half these Danish people don't even have a lot. Listen, we control 90% of all defenses for NATO.
Damn.
90%. So what the fuck are we? I mean, listen. It's a strategic place that we can literally put bases. I don't understand why people always get up in war when Trump says something, but it's literally, if you want to talk about defenses, like he said, literally, it's not going to happen from anyone else but us anyway. We're going to send our kids and our family members out to die for people that don't want us there in the fucking first place. So in that case, we should start doing conquer and conquest again, because ain't no one going to stop us from doing it any goddamn way.
Goddamn.
Or either that, or we fucking NATO.
All right, hold on. Let KT and Detroit get a chance to rebut, because I believe they are on the opposite side of what y'all just said. Go ahead, KT, then Detroit.
So even by everybody's argument up here, the big bad boogeyman is China and Russia. So I don't understand why we're saying like nobody gonna do nothing, and then China and Russia does, and then now we're gonna cry. Second, the thing is, if we're talking about actual good politics, okay, you need allies. If we literally start cutting off all our allies, which is what we're doing, we keep attacking people who are quote unquote NATO members or have some association with NATO, this is not good for our long-term politics. Again, if we look on the national stage, that's what I'm saying. I see it's a lot of like, and again, it's nothing wrong with being proud to be an American, but it's also a lot of prideful ignorance here, to where we say like, oh, because we strong, that's just it. Like, again, this is harming us, even ourselves, in terms of how y'all keep saying, oh, well, this is going to benefit our kids. How? If a nigga can get out here and literally say, I'm going to take anything in the world, even if it ain't under our jurisdiction, why do y'all think something's going to be here to protect us? It's not.
Can I give you an
Like,
example? Like to help our kids, for example, right? The earth minerals, right, can make batteries quicker and a lot cheaper. So all of these expensive electric vehicles or whatever can bring the cost down, and now our kids can afford cheap electric vehicles, right? Or any other future technology that can happen. Oil reserves, right? If we take the oil reserves, right, potentially could bring the gas prices down, or could help benefit our military long term. So that benefits our children.
My battery had died. I got jumper.
All right, go ahead, Detroit. Detroit talking too. So, what up? Welcome to the show, JR Boxing. Good day to you. How you doing? What's your thoughts on the conversation?
What's going on, Sharon? Panel. What's happening, everybody? I hear a lot of interesting, points. I think Kulu made a very candid point when he spoke about, the minerals and the oils and things like that. That is true. Look, we would greatly benefit from being big dog on the block and overthrowing or taking Greenland and the resources there. But what I will say to that is that if we do that, we put ourselves in a bind when it comes to the military. Now, one of the last briefs that I had before I retired from the military was about Venezuela, was about Greenland, and Russia and China, obviously.
Can you say that one more time, please?
I said one of the last briefs I received before I retired from the military was about Venezuela, Greenland, Russia, and China. They kind of just gave a synopsis over everything. Obviously, they always brief about our adversaries, but they also talk about potential of military, like not necessarily conflicts, but military operations, like going forward. So the thing with Greenland, like we went into Greenland and we just took it like how we went in there and just took Maduro out of Venezuela, that would hurt us with our NATO partners. And what makes our military like so strong and so like powerful is the fact that we have this treaty with all the other NATO countries. So if NATO really had a backbone and they said, you know what, you went in there and you took Greenland, your troops can no longer be in these countries. Now, it would also hurt those NATO countries too, because they rely on us heavily for intel. They rely on us heavily for training. I was literally training a NATO doctor before I retired out of the military. So that would hurt, NATO nations as well. But it would significantly, in my opinion, make an impact on our military and how powerful we are. So how we're able to like strike all over the globe and things like that is because we have stations all over the world. So if countries, or specifically NATO, had a backbone and say, you know what, US, you got to go. The US would be like, well, we no longer offer you protection from Russia and China and things like that. But at the same time, I don't want that to be a gamble that we fall under, because removing military assets from NATO countries, that would make us not necessarily a weak military, but it wouldn't make us as lethal. And we would definitely have to figure out how we would get back to that lethality, because the precision strikes, we would not be able to coordinate precision strikes like that. Everything that happened in Venezuela is because we have bases in Cuba. We have a base in Cuba where they were able to stage aircraft in order to plan ahead for Venezuela. So you start dicking around with everything else and saying, well, we
They
just gonna
didn't
go over
stage
there
in
and
Cuba though. They didn't stage in Cuba though.
no, they had special forces personnel in Cuba. So that's what I mean like that. Not necessarily aircraft, but that's what I'm saying. You're housing special forces personnel all around the globe. I retired from a special tactics squadron, so I got a little intel, but I don't have the most up to date intel. But I can tell you when my neighbors are not on the block, I know something happening because majority of them are in special forces. So when people are talking about, yeah, let's go in and take over the stuff. Look, I agree, it would benefit us tremendously, Kulu. But KT does make a point. It would depend on NATO having a backbone, though, and that's something NATO has not had for quite some time because the U.S. has been the stronghold of NATO for quite some time. I'll rest my plane there.
Respond real quick, and I just want to say, man, respect and shout out to you for your service. First and foremost, and second, I agree with you to a certain extent, but where I guess, and I'm not in the military, so just get that straight. But it's where I kind of it's where pathways is that if we did take Greenland, right, took those resources and minerals and everything else, right, that would eventually help the EU countries that we are allied with, due to trade, due to a technology that we're sharing with them. So they would benefit tremendously from us taking that as well. Yes, on the face, it'll look crazy. Trump just took another country, but long term, it would, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, is benefit them because we do share technology. We do, sell them weapons, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So, with that new technology, with those earth metals and stuff like that, is we can mass produce the newest, tech that they're then using. For example, I don't know if this is true, but I was reading about the Venezuela attack, and like a bunch of the guards in Venezuela are reporting that when the situation happened, they had random nosebleeds, their heads was ringing and everything like that. And it's rumored that they were using some type of sonic technology or weaponry. So this is the new stage. And I don't know if y'all keep up with all this stuff, but I keep up with is Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and all the new tech that's coming out. Like, we're reaching a new stage when it comes to warfare and technology, that we need these metals to even compete, because China has the biggest deposit, and yes, we can make trades and make deals, but at the end of the day, if it takes 10 to 14 days for Denmark to even send battleships, if it takes however many days for the United Nations to come together and then vote to help Greenland, if it was taken, because we know China is building up their military, their technology, everything they can to try to topple the world and the United States. We have to do what we have to do for the betterment of our country and for our people, in my opinion. But like I said, I'm not military, and I respect your opinion, and shout out to your service as well.
No, absolutely. Like I said, I agree with a lot. I agree with a lot of your points. From a diplomacy standpoint, would I like it to look better? Absolutely. That's why I agree with KT. Would I like it to look better? Absolutely. But if we got to run up in the spot and like take over their trap kind of situation, if that's what we got to do to sustain the way we, can remain like the number one top dog as far as countries, then that's what we have to do. Because you are right, China's military is increasingly growing. They're saying by 2030, China will have a larger navy than us. That's crazy, dog. All the ships that we had on the blockade of Venezuela to stop to stop them from moving oil back and forth, they're saying literally in 4 years that China will have a bigger navy than the U.S. That's some scary stuff. So I agree with you. Like, we do need those resources. We do need those rare earth minerals. Would I like it to look different? Absolutely. I don't want our leaders saying we just gonna come over there and take it just like how we did Venezuela. Like, come on, dog. We can't do that. Now I understand Venezuela. Like, we're gonna go over there and take Venezuela. Look, they're not a part of NATO. It is what it is. We're gonna go over there, we're gonna take this stuff. But we're talking about an area that is a part of Denmark that is within the NATO agreement, and we're like, yeah, we coming after that next. Like, huh? Like, let's have a little bit more diplomacy. But if diplomacy doesn't work and we need to survive, look, I'm gonna always choose U.S. first. You know, I bled for this country, so I'm gonna choose U.S. first. But I would like to see a little bit more diplomacy from our president. I rest there.
And I only bring this up because I understand diplomacy is a major part. Like, listen, I'm gonna agree with you, JR. I understand the point of this is what America, but that's if there's any point I can make, America don't have to take that shit. We already have strategic things with them. We already have partnerships, and like I think y'all don't understand as much as y'all want to get up here and scream like America don't need nobody. Everybody need America. Okay, well let's play that game. And like I pointed out last week, if y'all think it's not going to bite us in the ass, how we've been talking about NATO ain't have a backbone. Well, guess what? NATO's not going to get a backbone because China and Russia has been attacking them. They're going to get a backbone because we went against them. And now we're going to have literally the two people we keep swearing to God, these guys are big problems for us. Plus, we're going to add more who are used to be allies to their side. That's going to be our detriment.
Shout out to Fit Change Uda.
Garage is told me. Beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Not sure what happened to KT's microphone. He probably.
No, I think he finished. I think he landed his plane. I think did he?
Yeah, no, I was finished.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
That is amazing. That deserves a $2 super chat. That KT actually got a full sentence. You know, he actually had a period on his sentence. Shout out to KT. Go ahead, Detroit.
And I was just gonna kind of round out like the same sentiment. I think all of us understand that in geopolitics, that like diplomacy is the best way, right? I mean, if you can do it in a diplomatic way, just like any other relationship we have in our own lives or whatever, like if you can do it in a diplomatic way, it is beneficial for everybody anyway. You're not all stressed out, right? If you do it by force, a lot of times, then you got to worry about every way you turn around when you go up against that neighbor again. They might use some kind of higher force against you now all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? So we know the diplomacy works better regardless. So we have, I mean, honestly, I know we've had, you know, some, I don't even want to call them threats, but we've had movement where submarines have been found all over the damn globe in all kind of different waters and everything like that, and around our border as well too, right? But I believe there's a reason why we haven't had these attacks that have happened that we're worried about and must have this military might to do it. So, you know, and it was diplomacy. That was the backbone of all this stuff, and us not having to, you know, turn a blind, you know, turn our, you know, I don't know, not being able to, you know, rest peacefully. Without, sorry, I know that was all over the place. Rest peacefully without us having to always, you know, turn around and look who's around our back and everything like that. It's been a diplomacy that's been that. So everything that we've seen from this administration, to me, has shown a lack of that. And I see diplomacy in everybody, you know, and I can see it in everybody in this panel. You know, when it's not being there, when it's not there, it just sticks out like a sore fucking thumb. It's terrible, you know, like, and I can see that is the thing that is missing. It's not that we're being irrational and want diplomacy. It's not that y'all, you know, other people might be wrong about wanting more might makes right. It's just that I don't know if this dude is capable of either one, and he'll have us in the mix going against each other when diplomacy over the years, no matter who was doing it, what side you were from, kept us all kind of safe from stuff. We got more done as far as getting bases in Greenland with diplomacy than we did with force. We could probably do the same thing with rare minerals, you know, if people had the talent of diplomacy. So us here, we probably could come to some agreement if we were like representatives and shit like that. But the leadership isn't showing that, and it honestly is not showing the means to want to do it.
I would say
the other part.
You're absolutely wrong.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong, just let me land it this way.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just lost my track, but I got it here. So, if diplomacy didn't work and there wasn't a thing to do, actually, I know what I was going to say now. I'm sorry. So, you guys ever work for an organization where Like they basically are telling you that this is the best place for you. This is the best place. You couldn't find it any better than what you have here. Sometimes when I hear just blindly, when people say, let's just, go over there and forcefully take something or whatever, it feels like that to me. It's like the same energy is where, you're telling me that this is the best thing for me. But when I talk amongst my fellow employees, we can come to a better understanding of how this actually could work. Sometimes organizations have a way of doing that, and they'll try and get you into thinking that this is beneficial to you. But really, the rare earth minerals is going to be beneficial to the top 1%. Just like a lot of things that, the administration has been doing so far and in the first term too.
All right.
Well,
Landed my plane.
I would say you're wrong about the diplomacy thing about with the administration, because he the one that got the Paris Accord agreements. He got the EU and majority of them to majority Islamic countries to fucking have peace. Not to mention he had peace deals in Africa between those warring countries.
What's the Paris Accords? Explain the Paris Accords to us.
Between not Iran, but let me give you the fucking goddamn countries. And it was Israel and all those, Egypt and all those majority Muslim countries.
No.
So
the Paris Accords are about environmental stuff. Trump pulled us out of the Paris Accords.
No, that's not the Paris Accord, sir. That wasn't that.
You about to make some money in your super chat again, Sharon.
All right, so let's do this real quick. So let me help you out. What is the Paris Accord agreement?
The Paris Accord agreement was a climate change initiative.
Binding international treaty on climate change adopted by 196 parties in 2015. Its primary goal is to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius.
Not the Paris Accord. The fucking peace. What the fuck was the peace treaty? God damn.
See how it don't roll off your tongue? It's because it might not be one.
I thought it would. No. He was. Jesus, man, it's been a while since I did.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're right. Let me get back with you 1 second. But literally, he brokered a lot of peace deals between a lot of countries, and to say that he doesn't have any diplomacy is insane. When he literally, majority of the time he got in, literally stopped a whole lot of violence. Besides this last time with Venezuela, besides that, he only took 2 people out of there. So that's what he did. So
didn't he stop?
My bad, Diva. Shout out to the Cash App. It says support for the channel. JR Boxing helped us get past our financial goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I saw the goal there. I said, man, nobody donate. Let me donate to the goal, man. And every time I come on your panel, I at least try to donate, because I know your time and your space is not free. So salute to you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Diva. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, Diva.
Oh, no problem. I was just about to say, didn't he stop who was it, Rwanda and was it Democratic Republic of Congo from fighting a few months ago?
Yes.
What they was fighting over?
Child, you know them motherfuckers in Africa stay fighting.
I was waiting to say something.
What don't they fight over? They fight over everything, man. They fight over everything, but you know.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was the Abraham Accords. I'm sorry. That's why it was the Abraham Accords, not Paris.
Abraham Accords? What was that about?
Yeah. The Abraham Accords was the UAE broker the peace treaty between Israel and the UAE.
Okay. And when did that happen? What year that took place?
2018. I said it's first term.
Okay, cool. I wasn't here for that. I walked away. I just came out.
All right,
I just said Paris Accords because it was both. They said Accord at them, but yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
When was the?
I
was just wondering when was the UAE? I was just wondering when was the UAE and Israel at war? Like when did they attack each other?
The UAE.
I don't necessarily know they have to attack each other, but there was a peace agreement.
He said that that's what the Abraham Accords were between the UAE and Israel, right? That's what you just
I don't
said.
necessarily remember that.
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, shit. AR, I'm stepping out of here. Hey, Sharon, hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna be in the chat. AR, I see where you picking up, my brother. Centered discernment, y'all. Just use your discernment with all this shit. I love all of y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Why, sir? Why are you running? I mean, why are you going away?
He said it was to recognize important and maintaining strength, peace in the Middle East around the world basis, mutual understanding to coexistence, well as respect for human dignity and freedom, including religious freedom between.
So you don't actually know this stuff. You're just reading it as you look it up.
I'm just literally telling you what it says.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. No, I was just wondering because you were naming all the stuff that he did, and then we asked you about it, and then you look it up, and then you just read from which I would have expected you to be able to do some stuff off the top of your head.
Because it's been a long time since I went over this shit. I ain't gonna remember from a.
Okay.
I mean, I remember in 2018.
Oh, okay.
AR, you got to give Uncle Tom a break. He has been blown up before. Damn, give him some time.
That is a fact. I do have a fucking brain injury, and that's a real shit.
Oh, so that's why. Okay, so he has a literal brain injury, and that's why he supports Trump.
No, saying that he got to get some time back into the ring so he could just have these things at the top. Like he had spoken about these things before, is what he said. Like that's what he's saying. Just give him a little.
So you're saying I should show mercy, or I don't understand.
I don't give a fuck what you show. It ain't gonna hurt me in any way.
Okay, well then what you crying about?
I didn't cry at all. I just said
well, I don't care about your brain injury.
I don't either.
Okay. Hope you're doing better. I hope you're doing better, but in the context of what we're talking about, it has nothing to do with anything.
I don't. It ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
That's cold, man.
I hope he's doing better, but what does his brain injury got to do with this? Like, just because he got a brain injury and that make him retarded don't mean anything to me.
Oh wow.
Hey, y'all, that man got a TBI.
Not the all word, bro.
Oh, did you get the TBI from when Iran hit the U.S. base and wherever that was? I can't remember right now. During Trump's first term, and he didn't do anything. Was that what your TBI was from?
No, that happened from when Obama was in term. When we didn't have the right to shoot back, we had to call back and say, "Hey, can we shoot on these stupid motherfuckers?" Because this sorry motherfucker didn't want to literally have us shoot back. You know, the meantime, most of us getting blown up half time because this sorry piece of shit didn't let us do something. Let us all these stupid ass things.
Right?
I'm just saying.
It's a TBI, right?
About the president who was involved. It's
a TBI, right?
Obama, motherfucker.
It's a TBI, right? Is it a TBI?
So I just want to let KT know that's what happens when you're not allowed to shoot back. You just get people injured. So that's why we got to get ahead and start shooting first. We can't wait to shoot back. God damn it. Shit. Talking about we gotta. That's what I'm saying, y'all. We cannot keep doing this to the people, y'all. We gonna lose our allies, y'all. Can't y'all see? What's up?
Hey, look. All I know is we ain't got no complaints against hood niggas. All right, so people committing crimes and doing fucked up shit. I guess as long as they got the excuse of like, but this could have happened, and that's what made me do it. We should just justify that. That's really what I get. Because regardless of America, support America. I'm American. Listen. If you're my brother, I could tell you if you got shit on your shoe. It doesn't mean I hate you and you're not my brother anymore. You just got shit on.
That's the only thing you talk about, though, KT. That's the only thing you talk about.
And I'm proud. Yeah.
Nah.
KT over here talking about, hey, brother, like, you're stupid. You got shit on your shoes. You're failing at everything. Blah, 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 blah. This conspiracy, that conspiracy. You know, nothing positive. But, you know, trust me, I love you, though.
No, I can tell you all the positives. That's what I'm saying. If we take the time to have a conversation about the positive, well, we're not talking about positive things. We're talking about taking over country. That is not positive. This is not like, are we supposed to now be like, this is my positive brother?
Were you with Uncle Tom during the explosion?
Never. I mean, you joined the force, sir. You joined the force. You might have to question yourself on that more than anything.
I didn't see combat. I wasn't in combat.
If you're an American,
I believe that also. The chair for
I would not want to live underneath. If you were the leader or president of a country, man, I'd probably move out, man.
Trust me, I've seen what you guys clap for. That's not an insult. You feel that we're safe under a president and vice president getting up here and talking about how like they don't like people of color, and you feel safe in here. You wouldn't know a good leader if it hit you in the face. I'm being honest.
Based off this conversation and then like the whole rap, and you pick rap over reading a book, like I'm good, man. Just go ahead and get my passport, and I'm going to another country. If you were in charge, but I think we're good on that.
You think Trump reads? You think Trump reads books?
I was about to say you get a claimant in charge though. You feel real comfortable. It's crazy.
What's the last book you think Trump read? What do you think the genre was?
Oh,
and when was it?
Hey, look, and listen, AR, did he write? Did Donald Trump write a book?
I have no clue.
Nah, I do. At least he wrote.
He plagiarizes so much, and he lies about so much. Who knows if he wrote it or someone else wrote it? And he just took the claim.
I know for facts he read Mein Kampf.
Like bullshit that's wrote. I mean, they can take it a claim for some shit.
Hey, he read Mein Kampf for facts. So take that where you like.
I have that book.
Have you read it?
No, I never read it.
Damn.
I read some of it. I read some of it. You know, I years ago though. I was young when I started trying to read.
When you went down that path,
I couldn't wrap my mind around it, bro. I really couldn't. I mean, at that time, I was younger too. I tried though.
Okay. Neva, you there?
Yeah. Detroit Coalition, $5. A major poll conducted in early 2025 and cited through early 2026 found that 85% of Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the United States.
Propaganda.
We ain't studying now.
And trying to jump over the fence fully, you know what I'm saying?
If we need it, we're going to take it.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? How many people have lived underneath a nation or village or kingdom or a dynasty and got conquered and forced to join another nation? Like, it happens throughout history.
This is not 1720, dude.
Just because we're just before World War II, like, or just after World War II, like, does not mean history cannot repeat itself.
We shouldn't want history to repeat itself.
I was about to say, why do y'all want the bad actions of history?
What are you talking about? We don't want that stuff to happen again. We moved past that. That was the point of liberalism and democracy.
Right. So you're telling me that we're gonna live in a world to where nobody's gonna fight each other. We're all gonna trade in unison, and nobody's gonna fight over resource. No, like that's not human history.
Damn.
No,
like,
but that's what we're closer to that than we were in the past, and so we've consistently moved forward. We've consistently moved forward is the point, and you want to go backwards for some reason.
No, I'm not saying going backwards, but I'm saying like
you are saying going backwards. You said, "Hey, this stuff happened in the past, so let's just go back to the past."
Whether it's this year or next year, he's gonna do it. It started off as a joke, and then now he's talking about.
It was never a joke. Y'all just said it was a joke to cope, and then as it kept getting closer and closer, now you guys switch your stance. Now it's okay to happen, but y'all do this a lot with Trump. He says something, it's serious. Y'all take it as a joke so you can downplay it, and then when it's time to happen, you find excuses to why it's okay that it's going to happen. Y'all do this every single time he speaks. That's pathetic.
I'm sorry, Sean.
Yeah. Go ahead, Diva. And you have a little bit of an echo, Kulu. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Detroit Coalition, $5. Approximately 45% of Greenlanders view U.S. interest in acquiring the territory as a threat, while 43% view it as an opportunity to take resources.
What's that, 88%?
Nice, good math.
Okay.
Cool. Earlier, before I got kicked off, he was talking about backyard shit.
Hold on, we got one more.
Detroit Coalition, $5. Domestic views, overall, 50% of Americans graded his foreign policy as poor versus 37% as good in that poll.
Damn.
Okay, cool. We were talking about the backyard stuff earlier. Is Mexico in our backyard?
Yes.
Okay. Is Argentina in our backyard?
Sure.
Okay. Is Chile in our backyard?
I'll have to look at a map because can't think of the top of my head.
It's in South America next to it's like on the left side of South America. On the opposite side of Brazil. Okay, so everything in the Western Hemisphere is in our backyard by your definition.
Yes.
Okay,
Anything
so
from Mexico all the way up to, I guess, top of Canada is, to me, is a North American continent, right?
sure,
Yes.
but Chile is in South America. So why'd you bring up North America now?
Well, you brought up Chile. I'm just saying that from the bottom of Mexico to the top of Canada would be the North American continent. So
Okay,
that's
so
what I
only North America is our.
But I said spiritual, like to what you're asking, so that we can get to the bigger point.
Only North America is. I'm trying to figure out where the backyard stops. Is what I'm trying to get to. That's why I was naming countries. So are you saying only North America is our backyard, or are you saying the entire Western Hemisphere is our backyard?
As I would say, man, from the bottom of Mexico to the top of Canada would probably be our backyard. But I just answered sure just to get this going.
So that's cool. North America, only North America is our backyard. Why is it only North America? I guess is I'm trying to figure out where your head's at.
Is, to be honest, in my thinking, and like I said, I'm not an expert. It's, to me, just from the top of the land and to the bottom, just it all connects.
Okay.
Like there's no waterways and no land.
All right. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Detroit Coalition, $5. Global Views. He generally received low ratings on honesty, 28% median, but higher ratings for being perceived as a strong leader, 67% median.
Damn. Which one matters more?
Honesty, because we know we can prove honesty. You could say somebody could literally be weak, and you could say, well, I still feel they're a strong leader. Which I think Trump's really good at deceiving. Like you said, he likes uneducated people. I'm not saying like hella people. Nah, fuck it. I will say it. A lot of people are uneducated, and we don't really care to get educated. So we still perceive him as a strong leader, even if he's not showing like many strengths, to be honest, in my opinion.
Stand on it.
Yeah, that's why I said, would I like it to look different? Absolutely, man. Because look, what China doing essentially, they go into these countries, they just signing people in 360 deals. Like, man, look, we'll come in, we're gonna fix your infrastructure, we're gonna do all of this stuff, we're gonna make everything look nice and pretty because we have the means, the resources to do it. We'll come over, we're gonna fix everything, but we're not gonna leave either. So we gonna eat off these resources.
For sure.
I think if America came over there and kind of just did more so of that, like I know they're trying, but then you get the president coming out in front, like, nah, we just gonna go over to take it. Like,
y'all realize that a part of the issue is that the U.S. pushes for liberalism and democracy. So a lot of these deals that you guys are talking about that China doesn't care about that. They don't care what their leader does to their people. They're just like, we just want the resources. The stuff that people claim that U.S. only cared about resources and that's it. The stuff that you'll hear KT have conspiracy theories about, that's literally what China does. The U.S. usually packages it. Hey, you have to do better on human rights for us to, for example, to get a loan from us or to get a loan from the World Bank and so and so. And so that's kind of more so where the discrepancy is, because the U.S. can match dollar for dollar, but the things that we all enjoy and love and stuff, and the things that we say America should stand for, i.e. democracy and liberalism, the U.S. pushes that. And a country has another option to go with that doesn't care about that they genocide their people. And so are you guys saying that the U.S. shouldn't care about human rights like China?
No, we say, if I'm saying anything, I'm saying that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. We see them say
he just said absolutely. It's not a fallacy.
Nah, it's not a fallacy. That's why I said China putting them in 360 deals. Like, once you
I'm not
deal
saying
with
that's
China,
false.
You with them. Like,
I'm saying we saying America
be pushed out.
But it's a fallacy for us to say America is like, because we can look at places where they've had proxies and say we're doing this for freedom of this country and watch those those countries not gain freedoms. Like, we could say because they stopped something, I guess that's an improvement to them. But we watched many of these countries get in way worse position after America brought it, quote unquote, democracy and freedom. That's why I'm saying it's a fallacy to just say, like, because America said this, that's what's actually going on. We know it's not.
Yeah, but that's why I think they should just be honest, you know what I mean? And just say, hey, it's for resources, it's for this, it's to help our military, it's to help this out, it's to help, with oil and things like that. Fuck the propaganda, fuck trying to make yourself seem like the good guy and the savior of the world. At the end of the day, like the 360 deal with China, if they end up not fulfilling their end of the deal, now that land and the resources are China, and you think they're gonna leave willingly and do like diplomacy? Fuck no, they're gonna kick them out. and use their military or their police to do it. So, like it's the same thing, just in reverse, in my opinion.
Yeah. The
So
crazy thing.
you guys think that we should be no better than China? You basically like, this is my issue with you guys, is that you're like, China's bad, China's this. So let's just do everything that China is doing, because that's going to make us better.
Absolutely.
Now I agree with you, AR,
proving my
that's
point.
what I'm pointing
Y'all
out.
are so pathetic, man. Y'all stand on nothing. If you want to be like China, move to China.
No,
yeah, we can't sit there and say China and Russia are these people that we're afraid of when we're at this point doing worse than them. Because even if you say let's be honest and just say let's take it, it's not hating America.
Somehow we're doing worse than China.
If we're taking their shit and we're just straight outright saying, because he just said we shouldn't lie, we should say we just need the resources. So let's just take your shit because we need the resources. Well, that would be even worse than what China's doing. Because at least China tries to make it seem like they're not doing that shit.
China, that's literally all China. That's literally all China does in the South China Sea and around its neighbors. That's literally all.
No, I know what they
literally send boats. They literally send boats.
Give you the money.
They literally send boats to go fish and other bodies of water to take the fish from there. So don't say China's not doing it, because they are doing it.
No, I said they are. I said they're at least trying to make it seem like they aren't, though, because the way they at least say is, well, we gave them this loan. And then I know at the end what they're doing is at the end of the year, they're literally saying, well, we need 20% interest.
It has nothing to do with loans. This is,
you know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? The South China Sea has nothing to do with loans. It has nothing to do with loans.
I'm talking about how they're getting countries.
I'm
talking about how they're getting countries in Africa, India. You know how they took over that seaport and where was it? It was somewhere around India.
I'm not debating morality on whether right by the Bible. I'm strictly resources and strategic strategy for the betterment of America. Right, America 1,000 years from now. Right, we need oil. We need those rare earth minerals. We need those things to keep going and to keep progressing as a civilization. I'm not accounting morality. I mean, if it was straight based on morals, I would agree with you, AR, completely. It's not the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, that's not what the world is. It's about how big you are, what you can conquer, and how many resources you can gather. It's like the law of the jungle out there.
No, we're supposed to be like civil humans. That's what I'm saying. It confuses me, because one moment we're supposed to be claiming like we're these great people of civility, and that's what's supposed to set us and distinguish us amongst the world. Like, we're so smart and civil type, and now we're saying like, well, no, the laws of the jungle, bro. This is I hate to agree with it, but I have to agree with AR. This is not the fucking 1600s, bro. This is not like you just go out and conquer shit anymore.
Man, think about it from think about it from a planetary perspective, right? If we were to leave Earth and try to go to another planet and take resources, if another species out there, you think they're gonna be on morals? No, they're gonna take what they take for the betterment of their civilization. That's basically what we're doing.
The U.S. founded on that.
Well, that's hypothetical, because
that's what I'm saying.
We don't know. But what I will say, what muddies the water the most is when you'll hear Marco Rubio trying to clean up what Trump says. Because if you listen to what Marco Rubio says, he's talking about diplomacy. He's talking about the betterment of that country. Look, U.S. is trying to come in to better, to improve. Yes, we want something from it as well. So when they're having these discussions with these nations, and you're listening to Marco Rubio after you hear our president say, "Oh, we just gonna go over there and take it," that's the thing that muddies the waters for me, because obviously Marco Rubio's word is not going to be louder than the president's. So it's like President Trump will say something, then Marco Rubio comes behind him to try to clean up what he says, because in all actuality, we're going in and we're trying to make things better, but obviously there's a huge financial gain and a huge military gain for us going in and having our way with the country and their resources. But you can't just, from a propaganda standpoint, can't just go out and say that, well, we just want this country for the resources and we just want to make our military strong. We obviously can't say that.
Kulu,
so propaganda
Kulu and JR, did you guys support Iraq and Afghanistan wars?
When the Iraq and Afghanistan wars happened, but I was high school. So as I got older, initially, no, I was all against it. Mm-hmm. And once I got older and I joined the military and I understood more diplomacy and what was happening, then I kind of like leaned more towards supporting it. But initially, no.
Gotcha.
Yes.
But I was in high school when it started, so.
Yeah, because I was born in '95, so 2001 happened when I was like 6 years old, and the war happened a few years later. So, yeah, but like from the research that I've done, it probably wasn't a good choice because of what happened. But y'all can't say we didn't benefit like to some extent from that war, or whether it be oil.
Do you think us spending? You think you think it was a net benefit? Is what? Well, one, you're gonna answer the question if you supported it or not. Two, do you think it was? Follow it up, I guess. You think it's a net benefit? What happened in Iraq?
I haven't done enough research, to be honest, to comment on that. So,
based off of what you know,
I haven't done enough research to comment. But do I think it was a good thing? Probably not. Probably not.
But why not? Because if you listen to KT, we went in there to steal their resources.
So, I would say because all the soldiers that died, and I would say that the main reason, like them going into the war was off false pretenses, and like Ben, like to me the whole thing.
Who cares? Because you just said it's about might and it's about invading and taking people's resources.
Yeah, but that's all the way in another, in my opinion, hemisphere. Like it's Greenland. Like to me, right, is a lot more easy accessible. Like we already have stuff up there, and there's not as many. Like there's not a nation of Iraqis, Afghanistanis with tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of people.
Well, it's not just Afghanistan, or it's not just Greenland, right? It's Canada and Mexico. You said we should also take over them as well.
Yeah, but that's just in my own personal, thing.
Yeah.
Not like what's actually happened, but.
Don't let them waver you, man.
I guess I'm confused because you're saying that the U.S. should invade. You say that the U.S. should invade and take over the countries in its backyard because might equals right and all that stuff. And then you talk about the deaths of soldiers and other military members in Iraq and Afghanistan as negatives, but we're taking the resources. So how can it be a negative right there? Going for the cause that you believe in.
Now it's different because the level of technology that we have when it comes to sonic weapons, drones. Like we don't really need to have boots on the ground to really do damage. We have robots. Like there's like a bunch of things that our military has that's not put out yet that we could use to like conquer these places. And there's other means now via technology, computer. I mean, we can do stuff hacking wise. Like there's ways for us to fight without like actually putting boots on the ground.
Right.
But that still doesn't really
you think that stuff
much.
is
We
you
gotta
think
kill
robots?
people
You think
over there
robots are
still.
being fielded in the field right now? You think they're being fielded, like and mass produced as well? You think that they're capable of building a whole army of robots?
We got drones, we got dog robots. Like there's like a bunch of technology that they have that like it's probably not on like a mass level to where every soldier will have one, but for like special operations and like secret missions like that, and
special operations and secret missions are not what an invasion force is, right? So you're talking. How about this? How many military members are you willing to sacrifice to invade Canada and Mexico and Greenland? I just want to know. I'm just curious.
I'm not one to answer that question. I have no knowledge of that type of stuff, but strictly about Greenland, you know what I mean? I think it would be strategically to take it. Like instead of paying them to do it, you know what I mean? Like paying them each. I think Trump said 100,000, or the administration said about 100,000 per person. Is to me, it'd just be better for us to just take it. And yes, and
you're not answering that question.
Hold on a second. And I know it's easy to say, yes or no because I'm not actually out there fighting. You know what I mean and whatnot. But obviously, to have freedom, it costs it costs blood. You know what I mean? And
other people's. Oh, hold on. It costs other people's blood. Correct.
Well,
correct. Not yours, but other people's. That is a sacrifice you were willing to make.
Because I didn't sign up for it. But if I was to sign up for it, then that would be my, thing.
Right. Do you think that people that sign up, do you think that they expect their fellow civilians and leadership to make good decisions and not just sacrifice them for oil somewhere?
What was your thoughts today, PhD?
I think you brought a lot of your, several of your retarded friends to aggravate us. But I thought it was an interesting conversation when we wasn't cussing folks out because they were stupid.
I even get to my whole. I had a whole idea of my soliloquy of what I was going to do about this whole FBA situation with Tucker Carlson. I had a whole thought pattern, then I allowed the jail, my what you call them? You know, Big Crip. He came up here because he, you know, and then he derailed the whole show, I guess. And so I had to promise MJ that I will address it again tomorrow. I don't want her to have no smoke with me and beat me up. You know, I already got problems in these YouTube streets. I don't need any extra. I don't need no sniper after me. God damn it.
Right. No more enemies for you. Comply.
Yeah, but it was interesting. It's interesting to see the pushback that things I do not expect pushback on. It's very interesting to see. And hey, we getting better at having conversation past just, you know, the regular situations, and I'm glad that we're able to build some kind of good conversations about it, because I am going to still do some of the pop culture stuff, but I think it's important that we able to have a whole full 7 days. I did 7 days straight on geopolitics.
7 whole days.
And it wasn't easy. It wasn't
well,
easy.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of the people too. I'm proud of the people, Diva.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, even though, you know, I'm proud of them. They was able to rock out with me talking about geopolitics. And I know we educated some people, and some people educated me. You know, so that's dope. Any final words?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me